Got Chris Strong holding it down live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What's up?
Welcome back.
Yes.
How was it?
Groundhog's Day.
Yeah. Hey, good.
Anytime my wife, while I'm working, I go home and she's like, she doesn't know what day it is. She doesn't know what time it is. I'm like, what do you mean? How can you not know? Because this job is just structured right around time and exact details. And now I totally know what she goes through. I mean, it's just the same damn thing over and over and over again, taking care of the 2-month-old. A lot of child birthday parties, but it was childcare.
Yeah,
it was childcare throughout the entire thing. I was ready to get back with the fellas.
Yeah, so I had my kids the same week. Like that. So my ex-wife went out of town. They went to the Caribbean or whatever. There was their official honeymoon, I guess. So I don't usually have my kids while I'm working. Usually I take off when I have them during the summer. I know what you're talking about, because every day you get home, it's what are we doing today? What are we doing today? And I feel, and I am.
Well, I can't do anything.
I know. And
you got kids, you can go out and do stuff.
Yeah, that's true. You got yours are a little bit young, but and I'm just a part-time dad here for lack of a better term. The parents who have the kids throughout the summer, from the end of May to the middle of August. My gosh, man, I don't know. I don't know how you survive financially, because they want to do something every day.
How was Bobby? How was Chris? How was Eric?
Bobby was good. He was his normal Bobby self. He was very upset that he had to be here at 5:30 every day. Very, very upset. Eric was the typical. You kind of wane each day with the energy, but by Wednesday he waned, and then he had a second wind towards the end of the week. So that was good.
I really felt for Eric, because when you go home, you're there for the day, and I'm going home to 2 kids. He's going home to 3 kids. Yeah, 7 kids and 4 girls total. So 10:30, wife does not care. Trust me, I know. She's like, oh, this is fantastic. You're here for the entire day. Do not even think about taking a nap. Do not cut that down. But I listened here and there, dropping Ollie to school. I thought Eric sounded really good.
Yeah, he did.
Almost too good.
Almost too good. He goes home every day. They all have their periods lined up by now, I'm sure.
All the girls?
They're like 4. That's not true yet. That's not true yet. But eventually they will. We were joking about that last week. But I do have to. How was, or maybe we'll get to this. I want to know about the guisada. I do want to know about this, because that is one of my favorite dishes.
Yeah, I remember you and Sarah making it, and I was like, all right. I went to a wedding, and I was like, what is this dish? This is like a Hispanic curry. Like, I'm in love with this, with the curry expertise and background that I have, last name.
And middle name, too.
And middle name, and probably first name. Yeah, I'm probably like 7.5 out of 10.
For a first try, it's pretty good.
Little too tomatoey.
Yeah.
I was looking at Matt Pittman Meat Church's recipe, who I heard with the replay on Friday from Glen Heights, and he said like 3 plum tomatoes. I put like a whole can of tomato sauce in there. A little bit too tomatoey. I, of course, add in certain things. If I have laying around the house, got some leftover celery and carrots.
Sure. Yeah.
People said, including my wife, it was a stew. It turned out to be a stew that it just needs, kind of like my chili, that I mess up putting zucchini and corn and mushrooms and different stuff in there. So it sounds like it turned into a stew, but I wish it was a little more gravy-y. It's a little too tomato.
Thicker? You want thicker?
No, like it's too red.
Oh, well, I get it.
Too much tomato.
I get it.
Yeah.
It looked good.
And when you all made it, it was good?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I wasn't like, we weren't pros at it, but it tasted fine. I don't remember what we used with it.
Yeah, that's the big unveil that I'll do at 7:40.
Yeah.
I may get my Hispanic Tolo card revoked after what I served this over, as only 2 people on all of the social networks have guessed correctly on what it is. So we'll do that during the Expressway. We have a Sebastian Maniscalco giveaway with those tickets. We had him in before he absolutely blew up.
I think we were still upstairs on the other floor, or was it downstairs? I can't remember.
Upstairs.
We were upstairs. And I think I like him. So I think this is a big giveaway.
Big giveaway, 720 Expressway. Are the Texas Rangers changing your minds?
Here's the pitch. A swing and a drive deep to right field. Back goes Luperfido at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 2-home run game for Josh Smith. He's doing it by himself. The Rangers lead 4-1.
Nadell with the call here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to give a win to the Sandman. Jared Sandler told us months ago, Josh Smith needs to be an all-star, needs to be an all-star. He did not make the team, but yesterday, this was about him. This was about Spores. This was about Lats after the Max Scherzer start and the Texas Rangers take down the Astros.
Yeah, they do. And look, I think Josh Smith is getting absolutely hosed.
Plus,
from an all-star game.
The Rangers had a late addition to the game and the festivities, but it's Corey Seager.
It's Corey Seager, who, great. Corey Seager's having a fine year. There's nothing wrong with Corey Seager's year. His OPS, is over 800, so it's not below that line. It's not as good of a year overall, though, as Josh Smith is having. From a numbers perspective, I had to go check their WAR and see whose WAR and everything is better.
Let me give you the slash line and the numbers courtesy of Sandler. Josh Smith slash line, 293, 392, 469, 861. He has the 16th best batting average in baseball, the 9th best on-base percentage. Among American League third basemen, his batting average ranks second, on base first, OPS second, and as Tolo Chris Navarre texted us, the Rangers' first half MVP.
Yes, absolutely. And I'd be willing to bet that he has the best numbers of anybody who's not in the All-Star game. At least that's not in it from a, injury. Like if the guy's injured and not participating. I don't know you're going to have too many guys, the top 10 of some of those numbers, top 15, that is not going to be in the All-Star game. But look, they survive the series. They win 2 of 3. They survive a start where Max only goes 4 innings, and they have to really kind of play catch up from the bullpen perspective. But that's okay because you're going to have a week off. So you could have used as many guys as you wanted to.
Spores coming in, bases loaded, no outs, gets out of it. Lats versus Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh crap. Gets him on 3 pitches.
Right there.
See you later.
Yep. And it's like they were in need of at least not, we talked about this last week, at least not getting swept. If you get swept, you're probably going to pack it in for the in terms of buying or not, right? That was just the prevailing thought because this week, all the GMs, if they're not on vacation, which they're all going to be here. Everybody's going to be here for this thing, for the All-Star festivities. And the framework of a lot of deals can get done at this point. And that's where you sit.
And look, for Max, he has not, I know you said, he didn't go past 4, but it was a 1-run game, 1 run that he gave up. He has not given up over 3 earned in any of his starts. This is a better Max Scherzer than I was expecting.
Yes.
And by him making his 3rd start, that was already better than I was expecting.
I didn't know what to expect from him. And when I thought when he was actually pitching that he'd probably give up more runs than he has. He's been much better. Much, much better than any of us expected. I love the schedule Major League Baseball had yesterday. Every game started by 3 o'clock. They wanted the All-Star, the MLB draft to take center stage so everybody could watch it if you wanted to.
A rare scheduling win for baseball.
I know. They don't do that very often, but they had a couple of wins over the weekend. But, yeah, so the first game yesterday started at 10:30 in the morning.
Oh.
Orioles and Yankees. And the last game was at 3 o'clock. So, that's a really good, smart move. Get away from the World Cup game or the Copa game. Get away from all that.
Who did the Rangers add in the draft? Who went number 1? What the hell happened in the world of soccer last night? And unfortunate deaths everywhere, including the near one with the former president of the United States. A loaded Monday edition. The entire crew soon to be back together again. Glad you're waking up with us live with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
What in the world happened in the world of soccer last night? Ooh, chaos everywhere. Starting off in Miami, where people said, United States, you ain't ready to host a World Cup. You're not ready for big-time soccer. The start time for the Copa final between Argentina and Colombia was delayed for over 75 minutes following a security breach in which fans broke through one of the main entry gates. It looked like people were lining up to go in the ceiling in order to try to gain access.
Yeah, they went into they went full Andy Dufresne into air ducts. Who was the guy?
Good reference. I wish Peyton was here. Chris, do you know the Andy Dufresne reference?
I don't. I was thinking of Among Us, the video game, but that's younger.
Okay.
Who was the guy that climbed up into for the Cleveland Indians at the time, who climbed up into the rafters to steal the bat? He stole the bat.
Probably Albert Bell. I don't know.
It was a pitcher. God, I can't remember his name. Anyway, someone will hit us up on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. He climbed up into the air ventilation system down into the umpire's room and took his corked bat out so they couldn't test it later. It was a wild story, and that's what happened last night. This is not give me a place that's never hosted a Super Bowl before.
Jacksonville. Did Jacksonville host?
They hosted one. This is not,
Seattle.
Cleveland, Seattle. This place has hosted 1 million Super Bowls, probably more Super Bowls than anybody else. And they let this happen?
I would probably be hesitant to take my family to one of these events. Yeah. Probably. It'd be the best fan atmosphere you could ever imagine. But taking them there with the safety and the next level fandom of soccer / football fans, man, I don't know about that.
Dude, it's very evident when you watch these international soccer matches. We are not sports fans.
No.
In the U.S. We're just watching games. These guys are on a different level.
It's life or death.
Yeah. I mean, Colombia they're right now they're on a tear. They won 28 matches in a row going into last night, and they lose, but they never win international trophies like this. And they had a chance. Their fans came out.
And Spain is on a tear as well. First team to win the Euro Championship 4 times by beating England 2-1. Well, I couldn't keep track. I'm like, what is this other tournament?
Yeah.
What are multiple things going on?
Yeah, so the World Cup is everybody, and then the Euro is just obviously Europe, and then Copa is North and South America, and some of the islands in the Caribbean. That's it. Like, it's fun. It's you get to have it every 2 years. You have every 2 years you have the World Cup, and then 2 years later you have the Copa Euro, and then 2 years later the World Cup, and so
Where
forth.
did these fans think they were breaking into? Like, do they have a John Machota angle in their mind of a standing pass in Miami? Where do you think you're getting to once the seat holder arrives with their ticket?
They don't sit. That's the thing. I don't think people sit.
Still, you have to stand in an area in which you paid for.
Right, you're just standing. You're just standing. It's nuts.
Stadium went on lockdown.
We're not ready. We're not. And we're not ready. And if you think, like, we had a disaster here with the Super Bowl, with the stands, with the seats. Like, what's going to happen now? Do you know what the Party Pass section is going to be like for the World Cup semifinal? If it's a team that is remotely close in proximity, like if it's Argentina or Colombia or any team from the Western Hemisphere that could somehow make their way here, it is going to be a madhouse.
How much were you following the 2024 MLB draft? The Guardians take second baseman Travis Bazzana from Oregon State at number 1. Chase Burns, right-handed pitcher out of Wake, to Cincinnati at 2. Colorado takes a third baseman out of Georgia.
Yeah, MLB draft. This is the first Australian, second baseman taking number 1. Oregon State has had 2 number 1 picks in the last 5 or 6 years because they took Adley Rutschman, the catcher from the Orioles, went number 1 a few years back. But the Rangers take themselves a catcher with the 30th overall pick, Malcolm Moore out of Stanford. I admittedly know nothing about him. Nothing.
Shame on you, home of the Rangers.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, if you can add anything to the soccer chaos that happened.
But interesting enough, the Rangers have made a dramatic philosophical shift in their drafting. They went almost universally high school players for years under John Daniels. And they have gone more to the college players lately with obviously Wyatt Langford and Josh Young, Jack Leiter, Rocker. They've gone more college guys.
TJ says Choppy's thinking of Jason Grimsley.
Jason Grimsley, that's right.
Yes.
Crawled up the attic or the air vent. Just insane to get that bat.
Man, people passing away everywhere yesterday. Jacoby Jones, who I did not realize had this big-time personality, had his moment that you always refer to nonstop, part of Joe Flacco and the Baltimore Ravens championship run. This was Jacoby Jones' crowning moment back in 2012 on CBS.
Flacco stepping up and throwing deep down the far sideline. Caught! Into the end zone! Touchdown, Jacoby Jones! How does that happen in the Denver secondary?
I still have nightmares about that as a Manning guy.
Nightmares.
Nightmares. They were about to go on to the AFC Championship game, and there it is, right there. They had a 7-point lead. They go to overtime. They lose in overtime. Justin Turner with the kick. Justin Tucker with the field goal to win it.
Mile High Miracle.
Mile High Miracle. And Joe Flacco had himself a playoff, man.
Not seeing cause of death. The initial reports I saw were passed away in his sleep, but everyone talked about his smile, his person. You get this a lot of times.
Yeah.
I always remember their smile after they pass away and die. But no, everyone coming out on their social medias to talk about Jacoby's personality. Ray Lewis, Torrey Smith, J.J. Watt as well, gone at the age of 40.
Yep, sucks. And then there was that interview he had at the Pelicans
and
game.
by the way, after that moment in Denver, he said you could hear rats pee on cotton.
You could.
It was that quiet.
I've never heard that.
That was a great line.
That's a great line.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic line. But yeah, I remember his personality came out when he was at the Pelicans game. He did a courtside interview with whoever the Pelicans, Emily Jones is. And we played that a million times. It was a funny interview, but it's sad.
Richard Simmons passing away Saturday at the age of 76.
Yeah, and he'd been in the news over the last year or so about him having some problems in his personal life. And that hit because, my grandmother used to watch Richard Simmons on TV. She didn't do the workout. She just watched it. I don't know what the hell she was doing. But
a former 268-pound teen who, of course, became famous for nutrition and health.
Sweating to the oldies.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, that was the show.
Revealed a skin diagnosis in March of 2024, but dropped out of public sight. Dropped out.
Completely dropped out.
And then this took us all back to our childhoods as well. Hit the music, Chris. Shannon Doherty passing away after a long-time battle with breast cancer.
Brenda Walsh reunited with Dylan McKay. Luke Perry, who passed away a couple years ago, I guess about 8 years ago now. This one hit me. This was my show of my childhood. It was my favorite show. Me and my sister would go up into my parents' room and watch this because they wouldn't let us watch it, so we'd sneak up there and watch it in their room because they never went upstairs unless they had to because my parents never had sex. so they had no reason ever to go in the room. So we knew that the bed was safe. We can go to the room, lay on the bed and watch this show, and they would never come up there and catch us.
Bobby must not have been too sick of 5:30 because he's in a little bit early this morning. And then there was another passing that you brought up. I had not heard of the one that you mentioned.
What, you've never heard of Dr. Ruth?
No.
Dr. Ruth was the 90s sex expert, 80s and 90s. She was this little old Jewish woman. She's 4'9". And I can't remember where she was from, but she spoke with this very thick accent, and she would always say "Oh yes, you must sex your husband," and she was just that was her whole delivery. If you saw her face, you might recognize her. But this woman,
you need your mom to be watching her, not Richard Simmons.
This woman has a wild backstory too, because at that time she was like an Israeli sniper in one of the wars, or she did something in the military where her role was she was a sniper because she was small and she could get into small areas where she was tough to see. But she was very, very famous and used on.
Could she get to within 500 feet of her targets?
Right. She was 4'7". She was trained as a sniper.
She's
She
Sandler.
said, "I never killed anybody, but I know how to throw hand grenades and shoot." She became an ace sniper. When she was 90, she demonstrated that she would still be able to put together a Sten gun with her eyes closed. She was seriously wounded in action, an exploding shell during a mortar fire in Jerusalem during the Israel-Palestine war.
So yeah, she was. But then she went on to become this sex therapist who gave everybody their tips and things like that.
Did you
No pun
have
intended.
any memories or any feels with Shannon Doherty or Richard Simmons or Jacoby Jones?
Richard Simmons, it was just the Letterman interviews with him growing up were hilarious. Like when Richard Simmons would pop on Letterman, it was always so funny. And then Shannon Doherty, I was honestly surprised that she essentially was able to stay as long as she was, because she was diagnosed with stage 4, I feel like a long time ago. And I had wondered about her a couple months ago, actually, of where she was. But we get to see her every morning still, most mornings anyway, because we have Charmed on in here for some reason. Somebody will leave TBS on and we get Charmed reruns for the whole show.
That won't be happening after the
NBA leaves.
TNT doesn't match the NBA deal.
Yeah. Now that bothered me. I'll tell you this. People Magazine, I'm coming after you guys, because they put in their tweet star of Charmed and 90210. I'm sorry, it's star of 90210
and Charmed. Charmed second place. Got to. All right. Will the Cowboys regret not adding this Dallas Stars fan? And will Dak Prescott borrow a page from Jalen Brunson after what happened over the weekend? The crew back together again, finally, with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Glad you're waking up with us. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. We have a comedy ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. 6 a.m. Club is next.
now at PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Almost fully unified again. We will be tomorrow, but Chris Strong, I assume, has been holding it down in place of Peyton Russell.
Good. He's been very good. He doesn't necessarily give break times either, but
boy, have you noticed this passive aggressive trend that Chop has really started leaning into over the last 3-4 months whenever you're out?
And he read at least the first sentence of your email.
I know.
I was very impressed by that. I don't know what's going on.
I accidentally clicked on it. I didn't want, and so I didn't want to get a red receipt and not respond to it.
And the first part of it was Bobby crunching the numbers on all three of us being together.
The last 50 potential broadcast days. So obviously we're not counting weekends here. The last 50 potential broadcast days heading into today, we have all three been together for 21 of those days.
Wow.
So this hasn't been, basically since May, since little baby Sharif was born, Ava. Mm-hmm. It's been, it's kind of been inconsistent. We haven't all been together, and so
this is just us three, not Peyton.
Yeah, not even including Peyton. Okay. So this,
the ones that matter.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look, we'll have Peyton back tomorrow, so the crew will be back together. But we're never going to be stronger than we are right now. Where it's the three of us and Chris, because he's better than Peyton.
And the first show since June 26th.
Mm-hmm. That was the last time. Right? Yep, that was the time that I was, because I was in that Wednesday, took off a week. We had July 4th, and then when I was back on July 5th, Choppy was out. And then you were out for the whole week after that. So it's been 2.5 weeks.
What have you guys noticed from Pepe's trip? What have you taken from it before he gives us the full recap tomorrow?
That he shaved in the middle of it. Half the pictures he has the mustache and the other half he doesn't, which I don't understand shaving the mustache off in the middle of the vacation.
Maybe he looked around, he saw the Italian guys.
Right.
And Mackenzie saw the Italian guys, and he wanted to copycat him. I don't know what the style is facial hair wise.
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. We want to go to Switzerland for areas, northern Italy, Switzerland for our honeymoon, and this doesn't sound or look like a vacation. There's no relaxation for him, right? He's just been sightseeing.
Well, I feel like you're a big sightseer.
Yes,
you would want to have step.
Yeah,
it'd be my lazy ass just sitting in the room there's a ruin out there. Fine.
Yeah.
I want to sleep in the hotel.
Do they Uber Eats gelato?
As I gotten older, I think I want to just relax. I think I've missed my window.
No. You would, when you travel, you would want to. You're not gonna relax in Oxnard at all in the room. Just chill one day. You don't go back and you're waking up at 2:30 out there.
That's fair. I do want to see things. I do want to see sights.
Yeah.
I was surprised that the crowds didn't look as big as they were. I've heard nothing but horror stories about Rome. That the crowds in Rome are just insane, no matter where you go. And maybe they rented out the Vatican for an hour.
He's posting nothing but food and drink, and it has looked really good. I thought his steak though was undercooked, and then he had his Zeke fanny pack on, where he posed with his legs way too spread. And I said, "You look like a child molesting Indiana Jones."
I didn't know we were going to come right on and say what you said in the group chat. But hey.
I've been out for a week. I'm ready. I'm ready to unload. But I'm like, dude, get Chris Hansen on the line to watch this guy. But he looks like he's having a blast.
He does look like he's having a lot of fun, and it's a free trip too, right? I assume it's a free trip
on the parents.
That's the photo you're talking about there.
Yeah.
With his hands on his hips.
Ryan would have had it up.
Yeah, Ryan would have had it up.
Ryan would have had it up.
Carter sleeps in.
R.I.P. Ryan.
I'm paying as much attention to Ryan as I am to Peyton in terms of what Ryan is doing.
He's still watching us. He's still checking in on the fan cam when he gets a few minutes.
All right. Jamal Adams, DFW target, Dallas Stars fan with the tattoo on his leg. He finally gets picked up.
Yeah, this is one of the rare wins that we have as a show where we're lockstep in on not going after somebody. But when the Cowboys and a lot of the fans wanted to go get Jamal Adams, and the Cowboys were thinking about it, and the Jets were asking for firsts or 2 firsts, we were like, oh, God, no. Well, you're right when somebody signs in the middle of July. When they signed in the middle of July, it means they really had no options until teams, got past June 1. They had a little cash, and they threw him a bone. When you get signed by somebody 10 days before training camp, there's not much left. And that's what happened. I mean, he just signed with Tennessee to basically, I would assume, end his career.
Is there any team in the NFL that more represents yeah, sure. All right, well, let's see if they have anything left than the Titans? Like Jamal Adams, they went and got DeAndre Hopkins, Julio Jones. They signed Jadeveon Clowney as one of those teams that signs Jadeveon at late August every year. So they are just, it seems like every year adding whoever that big free agent is that everybody's like, oh, are they going to play anymore? Are they done? What's going to happen here?
But they wouldn't sign Derrick Henry.
No. Because he's a running back. Smart move.
Right,
well,
smart.
Bobby, you and I were interested. Could have been talked into Jamal Adams for this Cowboy offseason.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was when you reach the point that he did, which he was no longer going to be the $15 million type of player or whatever that he was in Seattle, and it wasn't going to cost you draft capital, and you're just talking about somebody who potentially could come in here and play a box safety and play the run game. I would have been in favor of adding him under certain circumstances, but look, I mean, if Mike Zimmer is going to do a lot of the complex schemes that he wants to do on defense, specifically with the secondary is going to be the most complex, difficult area of the football field for the Cowboys this year in terms of what they're asked to do pre-snap, post-snap, and all the different identifications they're supposed to make. And if you feel like Jamal Adams busts too often, then it may be a situation where Mike Zimmer said, I can't have that in my secondary.
Don't look if you already haven't. Do you know how old he is?
Oh, gosh, he's got to be 26.
28. He's only 28.
He was really young. He was like 20 as a rookie.
That's such a young age to be toast, essentially. But
yeah, I don't want him doing anything in the secondary. I want to just hear about him as a front seven player.
Make him a linebacker
to my football team.
I mean, they've got a history of just saying, hey, safety, go play linebacker, so why not do it again?
Jalen Brunson, the former Dallas Maverick, making R.J. Choppy sick by agreeing to a 4-year, $156 million extension. Why is that notable? Because it's $113 million less guaranteed than he's eligible to get. He took
unprecedented.
$113 million less. It'll cost him $37 million over the next 3 years with a 4th-year player option. This is the Nova Knicks. This was their plan.
Yeah.
This was their plan to get everyone together from college and hope that they'll love each other so much and that college bond would keep them together and maybe to have them take more team-friendly deals, and Jalen Brunson steps up to the plate first.
So here's how it looks. The Knicks save, like you said, the $37 million in cap savings, right? If he had waited 1 year, so his starting salary for the extension in 25-26 will be $35 million. It will peak at $43 million in 2028-29. If he had waited just the 1 year, his salary in 25-26 would be $46 million. So it would be higher than his peak salary. And it would peak at $61 million in 2029-2030. So he'd actually get an extra year out of it. It was the year one would have been a 35% hit on the salary cap. Like, this is insane.
He learned
to take this little of money. I mean, kudos to the Knicks for being able to get it done. Man, I can't believe his agent let him do this.
He learned from Dirk from his time here in Dallas to just take the team-friendly deal, keep the band together, which, by the way, very cool photo over the weekend, the viral one of Klay Thompson wearing the old school Dirk jersey. I thought that was cool that he's already leaning into that. But one of the things that you mentioned a good point there, Sean, about the idea of
about Dak listening and taking less.
About the idea of this was a Knicks strategy of just well, let's get these guys together, get them to play for each other, and potentially take some deals here, especially in the era of the second apron. But it's a thing where I can't believe that this is the only time. Like we talked about all the Jalen Brunson tampering with Dallas. They had to have, when you look at these other, this has to be an entire collection of tamperings to me. The way the Bridges thing went down, there was an entire push from the Nets trying to say, no, look, we didn't allow any tampering. What are you talking about? We had nothing to, he didn't know he was getting traded till we called and told him. And things that have gone with DiVincenzo and Josh Hart. Like, I can't believe they didn't tamper with these other three in this push to, hey, would you guys be cool playing together again? Is that something you guys would want?
Look, Jalen Brunson probably realizes he can be a god in New York. We're waiting for a New York Knicks title, and there has not been a Knick god since Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, and he never won. I mean, so Brunson,
like Carmelo,
Jeremy Lin,
probably for a week. Carmelo probably the closest thing, but he never came close.
Right, you had the guys that Spreewell, Allen Houston, Larry Johnson team was they were kind of fun.
Yeah,
because there were some names to it. They had some juice, but yeah, there's not been a Knick god in years, and is this going to put them over the top? I mean, who knows, right? Who knows? They'll be able to get somebody else and other players. That's the whole point of this operation of getting him to take less money. But man, you're right. He is a made guy now in New York City.
Bronny James report. He's struggling. He is struggling. 0 for 12 from the three-point line, 26% from the field during his Summer League debut. He's 6 of 26 overall, and he said, I just feel like I'm in a little slump right now. So it is not starting off well for Bronny.
No, it's not. To the point where Doug Gottlieb, who is the new head coach of Wisconsin Green Bay,
and
part-time head coach,
and recent texter to RJ Choppy.
Yeah, finally he texted me back a month after. I sent him a congratulations text. A month later, he finally hit me back. Which, hey, whatever. That's
NIL,
fine.
he's busy.
NIL, man. He said, I'm not sure Bronny would even start for me. He said he would compete to start. As he put it on Twitter, he would compete to start. I like how he moves the ball, defends. He wouldn't be my point. My wings are bigger. Without seeing him with us, I think it'd be hard for him to start TBH, to be honest.
I do feel bad for Bronny.
Yes,
I do. I'm not rooting against him, even though he was totally just gifted his position and his spot on the team and his contract. I blame LeBron more, but I feel bad for the kid, and I am rooting for him.
I do feel bad. They've made it so we're going to just hate him.
Yeah.
Because they were hiding plays. They were hiding plays of his last week.
What do you mean?
There was a player named Adonis Arms.
Fantastic name.
It is. It is a fantastic name. But he used to play at Texas Tech. Well, he's a 26-year-old G Leaguer. He absolutely left Bronny's lingerie on the deck.
Yeah.
Completely doing that. And that play was only available on social media. They didn't show it on NBA or ESPN highlights. They didn't show it anywhere. If Bronny did that to him, it would be all over the place.
Yeah.
And the people are upset that they're hiding his bad plays, or at least they were. It's hard to hide 0 for 12 from 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult, like you say, for us not to have some animosity towards him. But I really do. It's not easy. I can't imagine growing up being LeBron James's kid, and it would have been really easy to go sideways with a lot of that attention stuff. He seems like he is a really good, stable kid with like a good head on his shoulders who doesn't. And so, I mean, in that aspect of it, I would really like to see him hang around the league and have some success. But man,
he's stinking it
ESPN, and that they're really trying to make me not like him.
Yes.
And that's a problem.
Tough.
And Reddick's like, I don't care. Just play defense. Just be Lou Dort. That's what I want you to be. You don't have to be a threat right now offensively. Just be a hound.
Does he have the size to be able to compete, though, right, at the NBA level?
Not Lou Dort size. Lou Dort size is
big man.
Yeah, that's a BBM. That's a big, beautiful man right there.
Oh. BBM. Okay, I have not heard that one yet, and hopefully we'll not hear it again. 6 a.m. Club back together again here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Choppy says not yesterday, but Saturday may have saved the Texas Rangers season. We have another all-star for the festivities kicking off tonight, and we have to crap all over Jose Altuve for doing what he does every single year. That's next on the home of the World Series champs. But first, let's talk about Diamonds Direct. Are you ready to make this summer one to remember? It's that time of year again, and Diamonds Direct has the annual summer sale. Get 20% off virtually everything in their showroom. Whether you're in the midst of wedding planning and shopping for bands or picking out your next fashion jewelry, must have from Diamonds Direct. You can save an extra 20% this weekend.
Yep, July 19th to the 21st, all bridal and fashion.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Josh Smith did not make the All-Star team, but Corey Seager was added. So this will be the 5th straight All-Star week in which the Rangers have had multiple representatives on the AL roster.
I was surprised when I saw that stat because there were some lean years in those 5 years that they had multiple All-Stars still. And some of those are before they signed Seager and Simeon and DeGrom. They still had multiple.
Because that was COVID year too, wouldn't it have been? Or year before that, 2019 or whenever that would have been. They were not very good then.
No. Did they have an All-Star game in 2020?
That's what I was just about to say. I can't remember. That may have been 2019 and they just skipped it in 2020.
And how about Jose Altuve skipping again? Bassick said this before I went out on vacation. He's like, Altuve is going to bail. Everyone knows throughout the sport that's what he always does. Last year in which he played in the All-Star game. Do you know it? You want to guess it, Choppy?
2017.
2018. That's disgraceful.
He's a chicken.
That is
disgraceful. It is. This is the
wants
MLB,
to recover for the second half of the season.
MLB should not allow this. They should not have allowed this. When they did their stupid immunity deal with the Astros, they should have said, fine, we're going to give you immunity, but the one thing is you have to show up for the All-Star game.
And you have to show us the tattoo as well. No, because what is it? I mean, that goes on his ledger now as 3 extra All-Star game appearances throughout his career. Like when his career's over, people are going to see, wow, he was this many time All-Star.
Yeah.
And you're throwing 3 extra on top where he couldn't give an S about showing up and representing.
He is ducking the pressure of the trash cans, of the booze. Now, 2018, I don't think that came out yet. That trash stuff hadn't come out yet. But,
no, because it was leading up to the 2020 season where everybody was crushing them.
Right, and the whole thing was like, oh, man, they're going to luck out because the first time they play, there's going to be no fans in the stands.
I mean, history would show you that he's not ducking the pressure of showing up in Arlington. He just doesn't want to attend the event. He wants extra family time or whatever he's doing.
Yeah, and look, I get it. Like guys do. There's a lot of guys that skip All-Star events, skip Pro Bowls, but the Pro Bowl, like, it is what it is, right? This is... You got to play
6 years straight?
It's one. Get one of them. I guarantee if it was in Houston, he would play.
This is the type of stuff, this is the type of stuff that makes Brett Boone ticked off, who will join us this week. But last time Brett was on, the former Mariner, you could hear him kind of talking to Jose Altuve and others like, yo, man, it is an honor. It is still an honor. And Altuve is like, nope, not going to happen. But the Rangers, as Bobby pointed out last night, 7-2. In their last 9 games, and they have won 3 series in a row, and you think Saturday's game was the biggest of all in the series.
I do. Because, and look, we didn't know at the time what was going to happen on Sunday, but the Rangers already had lost game 1 of the series. If they had lost the second game, then you're going up against Blanco, and you don't know what Scherzer, he's been good, but he hasn't gone tremendously deep every single time out there. So you knew it was going to be, you were probably going to have a little bit of a bullpen day. You were going to be facing a sweep. That put them, that single win on Saturday kept them with a chance to buy at the deadline. I think this past weekend, Bobby, you said it too, if they went out there and they got swept by Houston, they were probably going to be sellers.
What did you guys make of the report that came out from Nightingale, and what did Bob Nightingale have to say about the Rangers selling?
Well, he said, barring a dramatic turnaround, that they were going to be more likely to be sellers. Sandler destroyed it.
Oh, yeah. Sandler went off and was very aggressive going after Bob Nightingale.
Yeah, he was
saying that it's not true.
Yeah, he said there's no indication. I don't know where the hell he's getting that from. There's no indication.
Wow. Yeah, and also it talked about like barring he didn't like the language of barring an extreme turnaround or an improbable turnaround.
Yeah.
Jared just was not a fan of the.
Because Bob said to us, because we asked like, what is a dramatic turnaround? Define that.
Yeah.
And he's like, get to 500. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not dramatic.
Yeah.
Because they were only about 5.5, 6 games back at the time.
And that was the thing to Sandler was like, it's not like they're in the cellar away. They're not 14 games out right now.
Right. If they were in the AL East playing against Baltimore and New York, who are 50-something wins, 55 wins or whatever, okay, maybe at that point.
Like the Rays are 10 games back, but they're 500. The Rangers are 4 games under, and they're 5 back.
Right.
4 behind the Astros. And remember, they added a wild card, right? So we have 3 wild cards now.
There's 3, yes, because the first 2 get buys.
I went and checked that in the standings. I was like, oh, there's a Z next to this team. Another team does get in.
Right, yes. You get 3 teams that get in the wild card. 3 division winners, 3 wild cards. And, we have come to the point in Major League Baseball in the playoffs, it's just a matter of getting in at this point. Just get in. Find your way in and figure it out. That's all it is. So, yeah, like if you're within striking distance, and I consider 5.5 games at the All-Star break. 5 games clearly within striking distance. Shoot, man, 7 or 8 games within striking distance at the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'm not ready. You wanna be small sellers? Okay, I get it, but I'm not ready to sell right now.
Right.
Scherzer is staying healthier and been better than I thought. You think that the offense is going to eventually, at some point in time, wake up. Maybe Adolis gets healthy during this break a little bit.
If you know,
get DeGrom back.
If you know that Malley and DeGrom are coming back, and you sell Heaney and Lorenzen at the deadline, I don't consider that really selling. I still think you're in a position where you could compete.
I think.
Can you trade Yates if you're still trying?
I would not think so.
No, not when if they were contending or if they were buyers, what we've heard consistently has been they'd want to add bullpen arms because they're concerned about the bullpen. So if you were to sell off Yates, that is the only problem here is that Kirby Yates, I don't anticipate Kirby Yates is necessarily going to be here next year. And this is as high of a value as you're going to be able to get. So you're stuck in this window of like, do we have a legitimate chance to compete? And are we going to basically let Kirby Yates' value just pass us by, or David Robertson's value pass us by when David Robertson is 38 now? Like, I mean, he doesn't have many years left.
No.
This is all you're going to be able to get for him and leverage for him. And there is 7-2 is great, and winning 3 straight series is great. You cannot downplay that, as especially with all the issues that we've had over the last couple months. But the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is, okay, you win Saturday night, getting 4 hits in 10 innings. And then last night, if Josh Smith doesn't hit 2 home runs, you score nothing.
Yeah, there's a couple times in that game where I was like, okay, Houston's got the tying run on. Here, they're going to tie this game because the gap was not there before Josh's second home run.
Right.
Felt like the Rangers were in control, but bam, there's a couple Astros on before. Obviously, Spores and Lats were huge.
They were, and look, I mean, you got to get. Last year, they got all kinds of contributions from random spots, like Zeke Duran having himself a month where he was, or a 60-game stretch where he was just fantastic. And you've got to get those kind of contributions in order to make postseason. It's just the way it is. Josh Smith has been that guy this year.
All right, we have audio from Bobby's favorite Major League Baseball play-by-play man. By the way, let us know if you're going to the Derby tonight. I was asking the fellas, and the response back was tickets too expensive. Too expensive, but the festivities with the Derby tonight and the All-Star game tomorrow. But Michael K. at it again.
Michael K. is at it again. This is Bobby's boy, his favorite announcer.
Your drinking buddy?
My drinking buddy, one time. He went off on a caller. So he's also the Yankees play-by-play guy, and he does an afternoon radio show in New York on the ESPN affiliate there.
Whose station says second best broadcast in town.
Second best broadcast. That's right. They had they bought the commercial advertisement from the other station, the Met station. So this caller calls up and starts to call him a Yankees homer. Michael's not a homer. I will give him that. He is not a homer. He went off on this caller. I think Bobby actually might like him after this.
Big Michael K. will never criticize the Yankees, probably hang up on me, but never...
You want me, you know what, jerk off? You want me to hang up on you, don't you? I am not going to hang up on you. I'm going to let you spill your nonsense. All I do is sit here and criticize the Yankees every day. Are you hard of hearing? Are you hard of hearing, Mike?
What'd you say about Boone? What'd you say about Boone?
I tell you, he is managing and... No.
Boone doesn't do anything.
Are you a Met fan or a Yankee fan?
He doesn't.
You're a Met fan or a Yankee fan? What are you?
Yankee fan.
You're a Yankee fan. I have said that Boone acts in concert with the front office. I'm giving you reasons what's going on. I have said over and over they have a chance of falling out of the postseason. What do you want me to do? I don't understand what you want me to do, Mike. Go find it somewhere else.
Boone is a puppet.
Go find it somewhere else, Mike. Tell me who's saying stuff like this.
You'll hang up, Michael. You'll hang up, Michael.
Again, you want me to hang up on you, you clown. You want me to hang up on you. I am going to let you bury yourself. I'm not going to hang up on you. You deserve to be exposed as a moron. Go. Continue to go. You've got the radio. Go, Mike. Go.
I love how Kay keeps telling him, go, expose yourself, but he keeps talking.
He keeps talking.
He won't let the caller talk.
That feels like a lot of New York radio in general, where they do that whole bit. But I respect the idea of just, he clearly sniffed out, the guy wants me to hang up on him. He doesn't have any idea of what he wants to say other than that. And so he's right to say that. He's still a clown, because I'm sure he would. Maybe he'd come interview with us last week once Chiafalo cut his hair, because that obviously is uniform with the Yankees, just like he forces Cleveland Bat Boys to do.
That's right. Now, part two. He did go a little bit of former President Trump here, where he does everything's the best ever, the best ever, the worst ever. Yeah. I'm the only one ever to do this. He did.
I'm the best bullet dodger.
Yeah. Oh God. He did kind of go down that path in clip number 2.
So who are they going to hire? Al Steinbrenner loves Brian Cashman, but you're not a baseball guy, but you're telling me that I don't rip them. You know what? Now you get hung up on because you're a moron. You're a moron. Bye, Mike. Clown, jerk, moron.
Well, no, that's not a good ending. You stayed above the fray for so long. Because
Peter, do you realize, you're a smart guy. Do you realize how much I shouldn't say jeopardize myself, but I put myself in the crosshairs. I criticize this team to an extent that no broadcaster ever does. And I'm in the unenviable position, or enviable, of having a talk show where I have to be honest, and I'm also the voice of the team. Don't tell me that I don't criticize the team. This guy is clueless. I gave him 6 minutes on New York afternoon drive, and he's going to say, well, Michael hung up on me. Get a life, you jerk.
So a lot of times,
no broadcaster ever.
I obviously think that's very entertaining. I wouldn't want to listen to it, 90% of a show.
Every day,
a lot of times when that happens, you end up as the host, you're like, oh, that was ugly. That was an ugly look for me. Or your boss will be like, that wasn't very likable. You know what I mean?
Right.
Those are kind of the criticisms and the backlash that come with that. But maybe in New York, they're just used to it.
I think they
you
are.
come across sounding whiny. I'm dying to find out what happened with Sandler last night in the Post. Someone tweeted me, y'all pray for this Tolo, as Jared Sandler lit him up.
Oh.
And Jared was like, no, it was just regular conversation. It was just regular. And the guy's like, well, it kept me entertained 30 minutes going to pick up dinner. So I want to know what Jared did, but that's every once in a while.
Every once in a while. You can't do that every day. That can't be every minute of every day. Because you hear, if you listen to other, when we travel, or you pick up on other shows, you see clips like this. Obviously this doesn't happen all the time. Otherwise there'd be clips all over the place. This was like they went personal.
All right, I always look forward to handling these types of topics with RJ Choppy. Bobby, I don't know. He was scared. He was wondering, like Kevin Hagelin, if we were going to talk about the story that has taken over the world, and we are.
Baby.
Trump falling down, according to CNN. We'll talk about the assassination attempt next on Sean and RJ. Is your job recession-proof? Maybe you need a change. The demand for IT professionals continues to rise.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And I see the headline or the videos, and I'm like, whoa,
yeah,
what?
Now, where did you flip over to get those headlines? I'm curious.
I actually did flip over to CNN.
Whoa!
I listen. I've made no bones about it. I respect the way they gaslight America. I just like they are such blatant liars about where they sit on the political spectrum. I have to actually respect it. I respect somebody who can just lie blatantly as much as they do. That's, oh, no, we're middle of the road. So I'm like, you know what? I actually give you guys credit for that. So I do watch them. That's why I choose to watch.
Where were you, and were you able to switch over quickly to something?
I was at home. I didn't even turn on the TV. I just went to social media and started searching for posts and coverage of it. But no, I was sitting at home, and you texted us about it, and I was like, this is the thing that was weird to me about it was this had happened, I guess, 20 minutes before you texted us or it really started to blow up. And I looked around and I was like, this does not, like, my timeline should be flooded with this, I would think. And it's not. And that's where I was like,
Twitter's been acting weird for me over the past week.
I was like,
I'm getting weird, like, limitations. I keep refreshing, like, it's not working correctly. That's just me.
Well, and I had asked you guys immediately. Like, I texted back, I was like, are we sure this is real? Just because I don't see it anywhere. Like when I Twitter search, it's a bunch of users, but there's no news outlets that I see popping up in the search at the top of it.
Chris Strong, where were you? And did you flip on over immediately to some type of coverage?
I was at the Hutchins barbecue in Frisco, so I was plowing down on a meal, and then the buzz started going around. I checked my phone, and yeah, it's one of those moments where you just like...
Is that where Keith Lee reviewed? I think he went to a different Hutchins.
Maybe the McKinney one, maybe. But
and how was it?
Oh, it was fantastic. It was incredible.
Did you get the stuffed jalapenos?
No, I just went for the jalapeno sausage. I went for cheap sandwich, or cheapish sandwich, you know.
And good.
It was great. Fantastic.
2 inches away. Said if he did not turn his head, it would have been over. An AR-15 that Thomas Matthew Crooks, 3 names, 20 years of age, got from his father, who legally purchased it. A registered Republican, because you know the entire world was waiting for...
Oh, they wanted to find out. Absolutely.
Oh, nothing wanted to find out. They wanted it to be someone Biden let in, or it was a Dem. It was a crazy lib. Registered Republican who had a $15 Democratic donation, but the 20-year-old also had explosives in his car and apparently at his house.
Yeah, that the $15 goes a long way today. And it goes a long way. It's a very odd, like, pairing. Like, you're a registered Republican, but you have a $15 donation to the Democratic Party. It's a very odd thing. But yeah, the explosive they found in the car, they found the gun, and now like you get all. And this is the problem with AI that Bobby loves. I don't know what's real anymore. These man in the street videos that they found where the guy had the visor on with the fake hair sticking up.
Oh yeah,
like is that real? Like I don't even know. Like because he said, "Yo, we're yelling at the guys on the roof. We could see with the rifle." Yeah. The cops go up there and they just get, he's good to go. Well, I don't know what's real anymore.
Yeah, yesterday on the news, and I was just obsessed with this. It's all I've had on in the house. Apparently, someone was trying to climb the building to get to the shooter. Shooter saw the person climbing, was unable to draw their weapon, so they dropped down for safety, and that's when the shooter started about 150 yards away. So these are all the questions, right? How did he get up there? Why was there hesitation from one of the snipers waiting for the gunman to fire first? And then if you get all the conspiracy theories. Inside job was trending. Right. Stage, fake, all that stuff was trending. But those are the main questions, and you were asking people. Broadus was texting us his Secret Service friends messages last night as well.
Yeah, I got a buddy in the service, and he said this would not have happened if it was the president. Or if Trump was the president, this would not have happened because the president has more security than somebody running that is not the president. Even former presidents don't have the same security detail that they had when they were in office. You get a certain amount for 10 years, it's paid, then you got to buy your own or
and
whatever.
And then conflicting reports over whether Trump's security detail was taken away from, removed, not approved. I think Caitlin Collins from CNN came out and said no. Her sources told her it was an inaccurate report, that they tried to lessen Trump's security detail, but you have that argument out there.
Yeah, that argument out there. The FBI is probing this now, which that's interesting in its own right, because Trump has never had good dealings with the FBI. He's talked crap about them, so now they're leading this investigation. But yeah, he basically told me this agent was when you're not the president, we just have more vulnerabilities, and that roof 1,000% would have been secured if Trump was still the president. If this was 2020, it would have been secured, or if Biden was there, it would have been more secured. The reality is they just didn't have it. Now, you could believe that or not, and a lot of people don't.
The photo and image, I didn't know whether to believe was the bullet going by him.
I totally agree. That's a wild. If that's
the odds?
A real photo.
What are the odds? How many shots got fired?
It's 5, right? 5 shots?
5 shots, and it nicked his ear. That's it.
Yeah. And part of me, the reason I don't think this was an inside job is if you were going to do that, wouldn't you hire a marksman if you really wanted him to actually hit it and not some 20-year-old kid who may or may not have ever shot a gun from 150 yards before?
I don't know.
Or 500 yards or whatever?
Jake Paul saying WTF Secret Service doesn't start shooting until after the shooter did. This says so many red flags. Sniper was 150 yards out. Protocol for Secret Service is to have entire 500 yards of perimeter covered. His detail got compromised, or this was a mishap of epic proportions. And people are like, yo, don't be applauding the Secret Service. These were, I think, Trump fans saying this. Taking out a shooter that gets 8 shots off, you said 5, whatever, 8, I don't know, kills a spectator, injures another, hits a former president in the head, that's not a win. These were egregious failures in coverage capability and protocol. What is your answer to...
It may have been 5 before they shot back.
What is your answer to them waiting too long until the shots were fired at President Trump? Not striking first.
Not striking first. I don't know. Are they supposed to shoot on site if they see anything? I don't know. Do they have to, you know what I mean? I don't know what their protocols are.
Because if the guy is just laying up there on a roof, again, you think that's what he's doing, something bad.
Right.
But you shoot him, you kill him, and then that's a disaster.
Right.
But I assume you're able to see that he had an AR.
I would assume you're able to see that. Because maybe they didn't see him because the way the roof was pitched, they weren't able to see him until, the shots went off, and they were able to hear it. Because that guy that you saw, that sniper behind Trump, he shoots back, and then I wonder if he had to refigure out where he was and find him again in the sight.
But look, no matter, you cannot dispute. Love Trump, hate Trump, what he did in creating the images that are already all-time shots, no pun intended, with the blood, the fist raised. What he did in responding with his security detail to be wait, and then be defiant, say fight. I mean, that was freaking badass. Love him, hate him, you have to admit that. I know plenty of liberals who are like, dang, what he did was freaking cool. And I texted you guys immediately. There's your Time magazine cover. That will be in the White House, framed up, replacing Biden.
He will absolutely put that photo up.
It would be like us having SI covers around our room when we were kids. Him on the ground. That was Amanda. Like one of the first things she noticed. She's like, "Look at these photographers. There's shots being fired, and the photographers are running to the bottom of the stage to get those photos." And now you see why.
Yeah.
Because the photo of him on the ground underneath everyone, and then of course with the hand raised, people are like, "This is way too staged. No one could do anything like that in the moment." No one could do anything that cool and defiant. The American flag was hanging over him like perfectly with the way he had his hand up and the blood drizzling from everywhere. I mean, you just had people saying election over, night, ball game.
Yeah, and the photo there of specifically the one, like you said, that's kind of lower on the stage, just looking up, and he's got the fist that he's pushing out and just the blood like going down his ear. It's like that'll be an image we see 50 years from now.
Yes.
Like that's going to be a
how many
shot.
how many people change that to their profile pics? I
Oh
was
my
waiting
God.
to just see new profile pic
Absolutely.
all over social media.
Tons. On the Franklin injury attorney's Fandex, combat vet here, the rules screw us. They likely had to get command approval in order to be proactive with the shot, which ends up always getting us killed. 150 yards is a short distance with an AR-15. The sniper had him in sight for 4 minutes, and they wouldn't give him the green light to take him out. There probably is a lot of red tape that goes through that because
That's a lot of community. You worry about the Cowboys with 10 seconds left on the play clock. How about this?
Yeah.
With time of the essence.
You can't take him out. Fine, like we'll just go from that perspective. But why not just get him off the stage? Just get Trump off the stage. Like, we're going to have to cut this short. Stop. Move him off the stage. Like, I don't understand why that. I can understand if they feel like we can't get clearance to shoot, but if there's some sort of security threat, why aren't they saying get him off the stage?
Yeah, and then the video or the photos of him turning his head, like how it would have created a different angle if his head didn't turn at the last second. I mean, the whole thing was that was such a wild scene.
I mean, what was the last assassination attempt on a candidate or president would have been Hinckley, John Hinckley Jr. with Reagan in 81, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you've obviously had some people who have planned certain things, or like, you had somebody during the Obama years, I think during his first term, somebody had shot at the White House, but it's not like he was outside. There hasn't been like a credible attempt in person like that since probably Reagan. And I mean, there was a stretch there from Kennedy in 63 to Reagan in 81 where it happened like 6 times, where George Wallace got shot, Bobby Kennedy got shot, Reagan, Gerald Ford, they tried a couple different times. And it's been this lull essentially for 43 years where we haven't had anything like this. And this is the first time really in any of our conscious lives that this has happened.
Yeah, and my buddy who's in the service, he was like, they don't use convertibles obviously anymore ever since Kennedy got shot. And he goes, I assume you won't see from either candidate. And I don't know if President Biden canceled his recent tour because they were outdoor venues, and they may just go strictly indoors at this point. I don't know what they're going to do.
Delayed response in many people's opinions from Biden as Obama beat him to the punch on social media. You had world leaders, President Bush chiming in, everyone trying to condemn political violence. And tonight, you got the RNC in Milwaukee, and President Trump says, I'll be there. And that's why we played 50, because all the 50 Cent memes were going around. And 50 Cent was like, oh, well, why am I trending? Why am I trending? And I think he put this up at one of his performances.
He had
Was that real? Again, I don't know. I don't know what's real anymore.
He had like a pop-up performance, and he put the Get Rich or Die Trying cover up with Trump's head superimposed on it, and he came out there and played Many Men.
I think the despicable Clay Travis, whose guts I hate, he tweeted, though, if 50 Cent comes out tonight for the intro, like a UFC intro, that the roof will blow off the building. And it will blow off the building. It's going to blow off the building regardless.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know. Trump doesn't speak tonight, though, right? He doesn't go to the president goes the last. He's
second
the
last
one.
or last night or whatever it was.
Okay, so not tonight, do it.
Tonight will be.
But if you just hear that
Kid
beat,
Rock or something.
Play it, Chris. If you hear that beat kicking off when Trump comes out before speaking, the whole place.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Will go in. It'll break the internet.
It will.
Just
will,
that.
Absolutely.
Just that.
Yeah, the internet. I was going to say, the people in the building, I don't know how many of them are actually going to even know the song if they hear it, but yeah.
But he's like, they showed his plane landing. So I would not surprise me if he just comes out and just waves just tonight and then speaks another night. He probably won't speak that, but like normally he's like the last or second to last day.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Do we have the greatest start to a career of all time with what happened yesterday on the grass? We have an NBA TV deal that Charles Barkley says is screwing you and a brand new giveaway. Sebastian Maniscalco tickets for you turning it on, leaving it on. That's all next with Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. It's Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel and Frankel. Been a while since I've been able to talk about these guys. They are always here for you. Hurt in a car truck wreck? The Frankels are the go-to in Dallas. They'll do everything in their power to ease your burden. They're going to guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for those injured in car and truck wreck accidents for over 25 years in DFW. If you or a loved one has been injured, contact Frankel and Frankel first. It's a free consultation, and you don't pay anything until they win your case. Call them today or when you need them. Save the contact at the very least. 214 or 817 all threes. 214 or 817-333-3333 or frankelfirm.com to find out every area that they cover. Here's a shortcut. They cover everything. Frankel with 2 E's. Firm.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas. Tell them Sean for the Fans sent you to Franklin and Frankel.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
It's all there for you on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Hey, folks, if you're a tennis fan, you know Carlos Alcaraz is the real deal. He dominated Novak Djokovic in straight sets to capture his second consecutive Wimbledon title. He says his goal is a seat at the big table. If he's not already there, he'll be there soon. That's for sure. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You've spent the last 10 years or more building a successful business, but the past year has been tough. Maybe you've fallen behind on payroll taxes and the IRS is trying to come after your business or you personally. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, call me, Nick Namath, today. Your first visit is free and always confidential. Call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pitch. Swing and a drive deep to right field. Back goes Luka Doncic at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 2-home run game for Josh Smith.
And Josh Smith will not be doing that tonight, but others will be. It's the Home Run Derby on 105.3 The Fan with the All-Star festivities right here in our backyard. Good morning, Metroplex. Almost got everyone back together again, but Chris Strong more than capable filling in for Peyton Rupp. Where are you sitting? In Arlington.
I am sitting in, I'll be sitting in the let's see, it's going to be called the Field House at Grapevine Mills Mall.
Oh.
For my son's basketball game, apparently, that he has.
Oh.
So, because it's basketball season.
Over there by Burlington Coat Factory.
5,000 degrees outside. They're going to be playing some basketball. So that's what's happening tonight.
You researched the tickets?
I did research the tickets. I decided that they were just too rich for my blood.
What are we talking?
In terms of the money?
Yeah.
Let's see. The initial ones that I got were $300 apiece for tonight and $300 apiece for tomorrow night for the All-Star game. And they would have been in the upper deck in right field. And then I found some from a Tolo that Bobby had hooked me up with. And these were going to be $200 apiece in the upper deck in left field.
Okay. 200 for the game as well?
Yeah, so 200 tonight for each, 200 tomorrow for each.
So 800 for two
total.
events.
Yeah.
2 tickets. That's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. They were this upper deck left field. I just didn't want to spend that kind of money to sit in a spot where I really couldn't see much. I've sat out there before. You're ways away. I said
snob. Listen to this guy.
Yeah.
Don't you want to be out there though for the Derby?
I do. I would love to. But yeah, I just
now more importantly, who are you going to take, and how did you whittle that down with 2 sons?
Well, this was the interesting discussion. I was gonna go. We were gonna go to the Futures game over the weekend. I was gonna be able to get 4 tickets. The kids didn't want to go to that. So I think Luka has something.
They're like, oh, Sandler's emceeing something. It can't be that big a deal.
Like I said, Julian has a game, the basketball game, so he wouldn't have been able to make today's. And then I just would not have been able to justify getting 4 tickets. So it would have just been Sarah and I going.
And why was Luka out?
He has baseball camp all week. So it's just another thing for him to go to.
Okay.
So yeah, it would have been his camp wouldn't have ended till 4 or 5. I would have wanted to get out there earlier. So it wouldn't have worked.
Derby participants this evening. Pete Alonso in the trade rumors. Alec Baum from Philadelphia. He's got 11 home runs on the year. Adolis. Gunnar Henderson with 27 big ones. Teoscar Hernandez from the Dodgers. Ozuna from the Braves. Jose Ramirez and Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh, Bobby Jr., man. So you're going to have a couple of fan favorites. You'll have Adolis, obviously, and then Bobby Jr. being from Colleyville. A guy that just is probably the poster child for DFW baseball right now.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't know, though. Is there going to be a large rooting interest there, though? Like, I mean, I know people know who Bobby Witt Jr. is, and he's a star, but, like, I don't know if there's, like, this active fan base in North Texas that goes like, oh, man, Bobby Witt, we got to cheer for the hometown kid.
Probably not. But, I mean, if you know that he's from here,
I'm definitely going to be more interested in this because it's right here. Otherwise, my Derby love has waned over the past 5-7 years. But because it's right here, and we do have to talk about it tomorrow morning, if Trump was speaking tonight, I'll probably miss the beginning. I don't know how the times match up. I'll check in with the very beginning of the RNC just to see if there's any craziness, and then over to the Derby.
Yeah, that's the thing with this is going to be, I want to know when the announcers, Berman doesn't do this anymore, does he? But when the announcers, all the way to, they always say some city, random city. What are the random cities that they're going to throw out here?
Maybe they'll actually get it right and say all the way to Dallas. Hey. Instead of all the way to Arlington. They'll mess it up thinking they're in Dallas.
The MLB Network, at least, has been throwing up the correct location all week. Whenever I see their little their little notes, it says Arlington, Texas.
Have you guys felt the large event presence of this, either in terms of hype, people flying in, discussion? Does this feel has it felt like a mega event to you over the past few days?
So I think it started to last night. It did not prior to that. But it started to last night as I was watching before the Argentina-Colombia game, I was watching the draft. And I started to feel the presence because it was at Cowtown Coliseum, which they as MLB Network called it, the Wrigley Field of Rodeo.
Okay,
that's how they described
it. That's a nice compliment.
So it was there, and we were just because they were showing all kinds of footage outside, and we'd been down there a million times down to the stockyards where Cowtown is. So that was really the first I felt the presence.
Not for me, not yet. It'll probably kick in tonight, but to this
Did you
point,
think about ever going?
No.
Trying to get tickets?
No, I wasn't. Hadn't thought about that at all. Now over the weekend, I know there were different events like the softball game and like you mentioned the futures game and those sort of things. But no, I haven't. Tonight will be the night where it kind of registers probably a little bit more. But I haven't felt that citywide buzz really yet.
11-year, $76 billion TV deal for the NBA. 11 for 76. Starting in 2025, 2026, the association will feature nationally televised games 7 days a week once the NFL season concludes. So they're like, let's make sure we get the hell out of the way
every day
of football. Monday, Peacock. Tuesday, NBC. Wednesday, ESPN. Thursday, Amazon. Friday, ESPN and Amazon. Saturday, ESPN and Amazon. And then Sunday, NBC and ESPN. And Charles Barkley, during the Celebrity Golf Championship, he had some negative reaction for Adam Silver.
You got greedy players and greedy owners. They don't really care about anything but how to make the most money possible. We should never put money above the regular fan. Everybody can't afford streaming. There's nothing wrong with streaming, but when you start just going to the highest bidder and you're not on regular television, I think you do a disservice to the fan. But in fairness, the players want to make as much money as possible. The owners want to make as much money as possible. But we should the fan is always the most important thing. Because no matter how much money you make, if people are not watching, it's a lose-lose proposition.
He's absolutely right in the sentiment. It's too Pollyanna. It's not realistic. You're going to take the most money for the most part. But this has been my
Except if you're Jalen Brunson.
Right. This is my complaint with Major League Baseball. Like, Major League Baseball sold out to Fox and TBS because they paid them the most. And they took more money from Fox. They should have said, hey, we'll take less money from Fox, but you're going to put us on Fox. None of these games are going to be on FS1. You're going to give us Fox. They should have taken less money from ESPN as opposed to more money from TBS. The ESPN promotional machine is your friend. These sports need to do that. I don't know if the world is ready for 7 days of NBA saturation.
Well, for me, it personally doesn't matter because I'm going to be watching the Mavs locally.
Right, but Peacock spending this money, so you're going to be on a different.
But why are
every day.
Why are they spending it? I agree with you in terms of NBA popularity, kind of like waning more so than exploding and growing. But these networks also aren't. They're usually not stupid, so they're spending and investing this money for a reason. It's either they know they're going to get it back or have it already locked in through ad revenue, or the numbers are there more so than we think while talking about it here on the show.
I mean, the ratings for the finals don't show that, or the playoffs in general. But I think the issue is that live sports are king, and they have been.
I mean, could you, if you told a TV network they could have gotten in on the ground floor rookie year on LeBron, like the LeBron era, they probably jump in on it. Is this network's looking at it and say, have they been sold the idea of like Wembanyama? Of just like, hey, this guy's going to be a stud. He's going to be the next LeBron. This is your chance to get in on the generational superstar. We've got Luka. We've got,
Bronny.
Bronny.
Just that are they pitching this idea of the young core of superstars? Like, look, Anthony Edwards was in a movie. He's viral. He's on television all the time. And, we've got these really marketable stars that you're going to be able to do. And to the point of, Chop, you say, is that too much? Is that oversaturation? You've made the argument before that if we talked about the Cleveland Guardians on here every day,
true.
Eventually you'd get Cleveland Guardian fans. The NBA may just be saying, if we put it in front of their face every day, we're going to get NBA fans.
That's fair. That's fair, and it'll be on TV. It'll be on national TV. So now you're going to be on streaming services, which that makes it very difficult as a fan to switch over into channel surfing to watch 2 games at once. But maybe it does work. I think one little side part to this is that we are just coming off of 20 years where the biggest superstar in the world is a global icon, but also an American. And now the number 1 players in the sport, the 4 best players in the sport are not from the United States. I have no idea how that's going to play.
Do we have the next big thing who went and dominated one of the greatest of all time yesterday?
The young king of center court retains the crown.
3 sets to love. 6-2, 6-2, 7-6.
Choppy's usually the one who's sending me tennis notes since I did win a state championship.
Yes, you did.
In high school. We don't have to say in what category. But Carlos Alcaraz, straight sets over the Joker. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because of this tweet from Nick Wright. While Alcaraz was in the semifinals, he said, Carlos is on the brink of the greatest start to a career in men's tennis history. And it shows him stacking up against Joker, Nadal, and Federer. And at 21 years and 57 days, Carlos, 3 Grand Slams, Nadal with 3, Joker had 1, Federer had none. So look at this guy's start as he wins Wimbledon again. And I think he's the 6th player ever to win Wimbledon and the French Open in the same year.
Yeah, so now he's got 4, right? Now he has 4 Grand Slams. He has the most Grand Slams of any men's tennis player this century, not named Federer, Nadal, and Joker. And he only has 4, and he's 21.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
The only reason I'm bringing this up, because I'm like, do we need to be like on Serena watch? Do we need to be like on Phenom watch right here? And it sounds like we do. That will get me to tune in and check it out.
We do. There are other players that are really, really good, but the thing with him is, he's going to wind up breaking all these records.
If he stays healthy.
If he stays healthy. Because I think the main issue is Federer had to deal with Nadal and Joker. And Nadal had to deal with Federer and Joker. And Joker had to deal with Federer and Nadal. Who's this guy got? He has Djokovic at the end of his career. That's it. Like we don't... Now, there may be some next phenom coming up, and there's going to be. And
we don't know anything about tennis.
And we don't know anything about tennis. There might be another phenom, but are we going to sit here and say in 10 years when he's got 20 majors at the age of 31, are we going to look at it as well and highly as we look at Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic because they all had to go against each other for the most part at the same time?
Tried telling y'all about him. Y'all did not want to listen. I've been previewing this for months.
877-881-1053 for someone with some tennis intelligence on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We keep Bobby in a box to talk about topics like this next one. General managers, NFL front offices have decided on the best quarterbacks in the NFC. Where's Dak Prescott on this list? What the league thinks about NFC quarterbacks 1 through 5, 5 through 1, and a brand new giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on right after this. But we're talking about all the all-star hype. You're going to see it at Hurtado Barbecue. If you get there in the lines at the Globe or at any of the 3 different locations, make sure to take a snapshot of the lines, of all the hype, and, of course, of the barbecue platter that you get. This is going to be the spot to eat and drink during all of the Rangers All-Star festivities. They are the official barbecue of the World Series champs and the official barbecue of the morning show. It's HurtadoBBQ.com. If you're flying into town, you're going through the stations, you're like,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I was pretty surprised that Jeremy Fowler and ESPN revealed this list like they did.
I am stunned.
I'm like, you guys screwed up.
Yeah.
You guys gave this away way too early.
Yeah, I don't understand the thought process. Now, they didn't give away the entire rankings. They gave away just the NFC, the top 5, and he said...
Explain what this list is.
So it's we went over a couple of the lists last week. It's the yearly Jeremy Fowler reaches out to executives, coaches, scouts, personnel people, and just polls them on who are the top 10 players at each position. And so in years past, we've gone through this list and
I like these lists because they're coming from the decision makers.
Yeah, and a lot of times I think it gives us good debate and find some different areas where we talk about. But
hopefully good decision makers
on this specific. Yeah, you don't want this to be like
the Titans.
Yeah, the Titans throwing Jadeveon Clowney as the best edge rusher or something.
Was this the RJ Eric Chiafalo debate I heard so much about?
This is where that started. Was them getting a little snippy with each other on Thursday.
Listen,
how many fights happened last week?
I think that was it. Yeah, I mean, look, he's a Micah hater, and I like Micah. I think Micah's great, and I'm gonna try to dismiss the try-hard Watt family as much as I can.
It was a little catty at times, but typically they will just unroll this list a day at a time, every day. Like, for instance, they've run through it. There's no real rhyme or reason to it this year. It doesn't seem like they're going to release quarterback third to last. It's not the last one for some reason, and there's no alphabetical order. I can't figure out how they're stacking those, but Jeremy Fowler yesterday went on ESPN and gave the top 5 NFC quarterbacks. He said as a preview, because he said the way that he had fronted it was he said, we all know the best quarterbacks are in the AFC. So we're not going to give you the rankings of the AFC quarterbacks because that would essentially give you the rankings of the list. So we'll give you a little tease here with the NFC quarterbacks.
All right, we're just going to play the top 3. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN Insider, conducts this study and poll. At number 5, Jordan Love. At number 4, Brock Purdy. Now let's play the top 3 of what the league thinks.
Dak Prescott. We hear the Dak dilemma every year, right? He's consistently very good, but can't quite get over the hump. He had a phenomenal year. He really put up MVP-type numbers, 36 touchdowns last year. When you talk to people around the league, they said part of the lack of playoff success is he just doesn't have that gear that Mahomes and Josh Allen have to, lift your team up when they're struggling. He needs support around him. Jared Goff, how about this upset? Number 2, I consider this at least a mild upset. 3 years ago, this guy couldn't get a single vote in my project. Now he's knocking on the door of the elite status. One NFL coordinator said he's the very best in the NFL throwing against zone coverage. So that's a huge compliment. And you got Matthew Stafford, tried and true. So this is where I love my project because if you go by the numbers, maybe he's not number 1 in the NFC, but eye test ability to lift his teammates. One NFC executive called him a kingmaker. Puka Nacua, good player. With Stafford, he's great. Cooper Kupp, good player. With Stafford, he's great. Yeah. Stafford goes out of the lineup 2022, they lose a bunch of games. Comes back in the playoffs. So just his presence creates a massive swing for a team in a winning direction.
Wow. Matt Stafford won. Bobby, in your face, and you like Jeremy Fowler. Number 2, Jared Goff. 3, Dak. 4, Purdy. 5, Jordan Love. No Jalen Hurts, just like that.
Who wasn't he the top NFC quarterback last year?
We're so fickle.
It's amazing how fast you rise and fall. It really is. I don't care for Matt at number 1. I get it. I know why they did it. There is no doubt from a strict measurables talent perspective, there's a reason he was the number 1 overall pick. Everybody talked about if you were to build a quarterback from the ground up, from scratch, right? People have said that about him before. He's one of the. You don't have to go very far down the list before you get to Matt Stafford, and he's the only one of them with a ring. And to these talent evaluators, that is gold.
But last week, if we did this exercise, or 2 weeks ago, not one of us would have thought about putting Matt Stafford number 1 in the NFC. Are we wrong, or are they wrong? And I wanted to just go look at Stafford's numbers, and I'm like, did he? Because the Rams had a sneaky good year. They
came on late.
Yeah, I mean, we were all projecting them dead last. McVay, go broadcast. Stafford, go, clean up the podcast mess that your wife continuously makes. So last year, his QBR was a 63.
It's not bad.
The year prior was a 52. He threw for 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. His yards per pass completion was a 7.6, and he completed 62% of his passes. The year before, he completed 68. The year before that, 67. So last year, 62% with 24 touchdowns. His previous years, when he was healthy, he was 41-17 and 26-10. Face, Bob.
What changed from one calendar year? Did Stafford have a better year than Dak last year?
No.
Stafford was below Dak on this list last year. He was 10th and Dak was 9th. What changed for talent evaluators? When you watch the way they played the last year, that you go, oh, well, clearly, not only is Stafford better, he's 2 spots better than Dak. He needs to go 2 spots above him.
Yeah, to me, it's not. Dak is not a problem. Dak is not the egregious issue here.
When does he pull this is what I want to know.
Well, he's saying it's egregious to have Stafford over him.
Yeah,
based upon last year. And
yes.
the Rams were 10-7.
Is he taking a lot of these polls at Super Bowl, for instance? Does he go to Super Bowl, sees a bunch of people there, and take this poll? Are we fresh? Are we 2 weeks removed from Jordan Love embarrassing Dak and shooting up into the top 5?
Right.
Are we 2 weeks removed from, man, the Rams were really coming on strong, and they really pushed this further than anybody thought they could?
Right.
Like it feels.
It's a good question.
It makes me wonder if there's any
recency bias.
Yeah, specifically to when he's asking this question.
Yeah, to me, I would not have put Matt number 1. I don't think Matt Stafford is better than Goff, Dak, Purdy at this point.
We thought his arm was dead last year.
You guys.
Now look, if they're going to put him, if they're going to put him at there because he's the only one with a ring, and he still goes to the playoffs. I mean, that's just the way talent evaluate. These evaluators, these GMs, that's what they
lazy.
That's what they based everything off of. I mean, my order would have been very simple. I don't know how you have a list where Brock Purdy's not number 1. He was number 1 in adjusted net yards per attempt. He was number 1 in QBR, and he was number 1 in DVOA. I mean, it does not get more impressive than that. That's not in the NFC. That's in the NFL from last year.
So if you were going to draft all the NFC quarterbacks tomorrow for 3 years, you'd take Purdy 1.
No, I'm just saying he had the best year. So are we basing it off of this past year? Because if you're doing it over those 3 years, I mean, the number 1 guy would be Jordan Love. If you're doing it over the next 3 years,
is it?
Talk about recency bias.
Well, I mean, because he has the most upside of anybody.
So you would definitively take Love over the lotto ticket and Caleb Williams.
Well, I've seen Love succeed at the NFL level, so probably.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking about the guys on this list.
What else is egregious on here? Not having Hurts top 5. I won't ask Bobby that. Goff 2.
He was on the running backs list. That's why.
Goff 2. Rank the level of insult here. Level of crazy.
I mean, I don't think it's insane to have Goff over Dak. I mean, he performs better in the bigger moments than he does.
Somebody can make the argument. I don't see it. I think Dak is better than Goff, but somebody can make an argument.
I do
for
too,
it.
for the record, but I don't think it's egregious.
Somebody can make an argument for Goff being better than Dak. I wouldn't go that direction, but it's not an insane argument to have. I do think it's crazier to try and argue Stafford at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Goff and Dak are both better than Stafford, and I don't think that's one you can objectively argue.
Is this a win for you, Bobby, with the Kirk Cousins Dak comps that he's not top 5 on here?
I don't know, because I mean, I don't think Cousins is a bad quarterback. It's just what Cousins represents to most people and what they're calling him. So to me, I actually think Cousins is better than most people do. I think Dak is significantly better. I don't understand the disrespect for Purdy. That just has to come down to people think he's a system quarterback. People around the league must think it's just Shanahan.
So Purdy should be over who on here then?
Stafford, and I would put him above probably Goff right now.
I'd put him. You can't, based off of last year, you can't put him behind anybody.
I mean, yeah, if you want to
look
at it with
account,
zero nuance and just look at the stats, okay. But I mean, there's
people are
nuance
taking
to
the
it.
Shanahan and roster talent nuance.
This is what bothers me about it's so fickle on who we decide to give credit to. It's just we give credit to McVay or Shanahan and not the player.
How about the specific Dak criticism in this, that he doesn't have the Allen, it's funny. The Bills coming up short that someone said he doesn't have the Josh Allen trait of putting the team on his back in the postseason, but that was the criticism. He doesn't have the Mahomes-Allen gear to elevate. Fair?
He hasn't shown it yet. I think it's within him, and I don't think you can say he definitively doesn't have the trait because we haven't seen it yet. But we haven't seen it yet, so until it's reversed, then it's a fair criticism.
Did his boot justification and comment come out while you all were doing the show?
Yes.
You all played that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there it is. According to NFC evaluators, I don't understand why ESPN revealed this early, but thank you for the segment. Stafford 1, Goff 2, Dak 3, Purdy 4, Jordan Love 5. I imagine the Franco LaFranco injury attorney text sign is lit at 877-881-1053.
The order should be Purdy, Stafford, Goff, Dak, Cousins. We bash Purdy because of Yak, yet we worship Stroud, and he led the league in percentage of pass yards that went for Yak. Dak can't win when it matters. His numbers don't mean bleep. If Dak was better than Goff, he would have been a first-round pick. Lions with Stafford win the Super Bowl last year. 2 years ago, Hurts went toe-to-toe with Mahomes and almost won. Now he's trash.
Are we overreacting to Jordan Love? And
sure,
I get all the credit, which the guys forget to give me.
I give it to you all the time.
You didn't in the first 12 minutes of the segment.
Yeah, that's because it's first day back. You need some hazing.
November 19th was the only time that Jordan Love threw for 300 yards up until January 7th, the last regular season game against the Bears. He threw for 268, 3-0, 267, 3-0, 218, 1-1, 284, 2-zip, 219, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks, 256, 3-0. Oh, man, he's just stopped turning it over. Holy crap. He had 1 turnover from November 13th through the end of the regular season.
Yeah.
He didn't put up the craziest yardage amounts, but he was 2 or 3 touchdowns with 0 picks until he humiliated us.
And what'd you say the record was down the stretch? Like 7-1 in their last 8 games. Like them and the Rams.
They lost 2 games.
Yeah, them and the Rams
6-2.
Them and the Rams were fantastic over the last 2 months of the season last year.
Yeah,
and that's put them in the playoffs and put one of them on the cusp of going to the NFC Championship.
And he did it with a Stroud type. You could even argue worse supporting cast than C.J. Stroud. We know more about C.J. Stroud's weapons right now. We can name them faster than name me the Green Bay receivers.
Gosh, I mean, I had them all named on that one day when the game.
The Monday after
Monday after, I knew them all.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
Like, you can name Houston weapons.
Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson, by the way.
Watson, yeah.
More than Christian Watson, the Cowboy killer. But I couldn't name them off the top of my head there.
If you include the last 8 games of the season and then the first playoff game against Dallas, that 9-game stretch for Jordan Love, he had 21 touchdowns and 1 pick. His passer rating was 116.
Jeez, man.
So a 116 pass rate, and he rushed for 2 touchdowns along the way, too.
Yeah, look, you could see why they drafted him and why they held on to him. You can see it. You can see, now, will he take a leap, or was it a short burst?
Which, here's the other end of that spectrum, too, on the Jordan Love question is that what the Cowboys or Dak haters are going to hold on to when they try and look at Lance? Of just, well, why can't Trey Lance be Jordan Love? And just, be somebody that people wrote off, and ultimately you see the skill set click into place later.
What did Jordan Love do in college? Because Trey Lance barely
he threw about
a ball.
12 passes.
Jordan Love?
Oh, Jordan Love did. Jordan Love was good. Jordan Love was considered similar to
Utah State.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about him being similar to like Josh Allen, like where it's it's raw arm talent and the accuracy is questionable at times.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So we'll continue to wait for these lists to come out. We will not continue to wait to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right. Sometimes when things don't go right, go left. Win your pair of tickets to Sebastian Maniscalco on August 10th at the AAC. The 10th caller wins.
Chris Strong going political there. Interesting.
I know. Is that
the read?
That's the read?
Yeah.
It says go left.
I think that's in the copy. Let's go wherever we want with the recap of what you did, what I did out on vacation. It's best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Get all the stories in live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. But let's start off with what I heard was the greatest outing of all time when it came to Firehouse Tours.
Oh, yeah.
On Friday, number one, not even close.
Not even close. Glen Heights came to play. They brought it, man. They had 5:30, 5 o'clock, really. I got there earlier. My son wanted to go, so Luka came with me. And we were there. We got there about 5:10. And there were 24 people there already.
Whoa.
30 minutes before the show started. That never happens.
And did Luka come in studio last week?
He did, yeah. He was all
Guys
about
put him
it.
on air. I didn't see any clips. No pop quiz.
We put him on air real fast because we just popped him on there to defend why is Peyton your favorite person on the show.
What were your impressions and what did he say?
He didn't say much. He was cool. He's second around. I did get a chance to ask him. I was like, "Do you cringe?" Off there, I asked him. I was like, "Do you cringe at all the Gen Z slang your dad tries to throw around, or do you think he's like hip and cool?" He's like, "No."
I don't listen.
He said it's pretty bad, and I said, "What's the worst one that he uses?" And he's like, "When he starts saying Riz, when he starts talking about Riz, it's just." Yeah, it's a little embarrassing.
I embarrassed the heck out of him on Friday. We went to Hawaiian Falls Water Park, and I come out, we're all in line, and I just say right to him, Sigma Sigma on the wall, who's the skibbidiest of them all?
Oh, gosh.
And him and Julian, his brother, look at me, and they just turn their back, and they laugh.
Is that a saying?
I heard some kid in the urinal saying it, so I had to go copy it.
All right. I was like, is this like sorority call-outs?
No.
Like, is that what they're doing now?
Yeah, I guess. But they laughed, but they went away from me real quick.
Matt Pittman Meat Church went out there. Brought to you by Mr. Electric. Choppy said the ladies were rolling deep, probably for Chiafalo, or was that Bobby? Someone said the ladies were out in full force.
Yeah, I think that was Chop. But yeah, Eric was out there bringing in the female demographic for sure.
And they embraced this like as a town.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. They had signs up there at City Hall. They had traffic signs, like those orange construction digital signs pointing like 105 through the fan remote, 1 mile ahead at the fire station. And so, we had probably every segment through 9 o'clock. 50 people there in each segment, and they were rotating out constantly. So it was a few hundred people that showed up. Yeah. So it was fantastic, and they had the leather chairs for Choppy to sit in, no fold out chairs.
Yeah.
Eric was like, I was worried I was gonna have to stand for this because of my back.
Was Eric kind of like blown away by like what real popularity looks like compared to G-Bag remotes? Was he in awe? Like,
yeah,
holy
crap. He was definitely in awe.
At 6 o'clock in the morning in 100-degree heat.
I think he experienced what we experienced the first time we did it, and the second time, and every time since, but really the first time we did it, where it's like you see, this is you get a good handle on just the impact that you have in terms of the people that you're connecting with that you don't always hear from on the fan text or that you see out and about. And so to see them gathered there and for people to talk and tell us how much they enjoy the show and how we hang with them in their commute, it was really cool. And I think that helped Eric. And they hung up a G-Bag flag.
Yeah.
There in the fire station. They asked us if we had any, and I had one in my trunk. So
they cross-promote just like the Sean and RJ exclusive website on Facebook.
Exactly.
Thank you to the fire department. Bobby brought in what y'all made for my daughter, Ava. This is awesome. 105 through the fan onesie.
There you go.
So this is really, really cool. Thank y'all so much. Next time, spell my name right.
On the traffic
Shane,
sign.
on the,
Shane.
traffic sign.
We were all three of us were regretting. We all three saw it driving into town. And we all three were regretting not stopping and like taking a photo of it.
All right, best and worst of the weekend. I'll start since I was out on vacation, if you want to call it that. Just Groundhog's Day, every day, basically. Well, with some kids' birthday parties mixed in. Hosted Ollie's birthday party at my house. Went to 2 other birthday parties. Happy birthday, Jack. And the only event that I really had was Pat Doney's Sportscaster Camp.
I saw that.
What a performance from this guy. Pat Doney, first class all the way, getting kids flying in, as well as TCU students. This was out of TCU, had every single area of the campus covered for different classes and different guest speakers that came in. They're doing play-by-play stand-ups on the basketball court. We're going into their studios.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Like, this blew away what I had at American University. Super impressive facilities in Fort Worth. Pat with a hell of a program. This is a dream setup. I think if you want to get into this field, I'm going to have a couple of the kids come and sit in here to observe the show. And I went up there for a day.
Nice. Yeah, I did the one at SMU a few years ago. It was pretty cool. There was a lot of this was for younger kids, like high school kids and stuff.
With Pat?
No, it was just with SMU's broadcast school. It was fun. It was a fun time, like, because you get to see people who are still energized about doing this job.
Yeah,
which you don't see from like 10 to 2.
A lot of young Tolos as well. Shout out to y'all. They were like, oh man, I was listening this morning and crap, I can't forget the thing that y'all were talking about. They were laughing, they were tripping.
Oh, his was the Chris the Hawk Tua line during
yes,
Ask Reddit?
Chris Strong.
Yeah, buddy.
The young future broadcasters were listening to you.
Yeah, Hawk Tua. I think that was my best moment of the week for sure. But yeah, it's been a blessing.
Generally, if Hawk 2 is involved, it's my favorite part of the week.
That's right.
That's exactly what it was. Who was the worst student you sat down with? Who were you like, this kid's not going to make it?
I'm not going to.
You have one.
No, they were all honestly like really super impressive. I did like 3 mock segments and spitting out the knowledge, spitting out the information. Calm, cool, collective, way better, way better than any of us were at that age. So that was really, really impressive. Pat Doney is a beast. But the question that many want answered is what I did to this dish yesterday that I cooked. Mm-hmm. How do you pronounce it, RJ?
Guisada, right? Is it guisada?
I think so. Guisada, carne guisada. It's like this Hispanic curry.
Yeah.
Like you and Sarah cooked this a while back.
We did, So we went to a restaurant and I had guiso, which is not necessarily the same thing, but kind of, right?
Yeah.
And then she was like, we should make this dish called guisada. And I'm like, sure, whatever. I'm down, as long as you're doing the cooking. Because if I do it, I'll be on the toilet.
Yeah, you're the woman.
I'm the woman.
You're on the toilet like you were in that last commercial break.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I know somebody walked in.
It was me.
You? Okay.
Yeah, it was me.
That was vile.
I was like, is this my pee smelling like this?
Oh no, that was vile,
I saw
man.
Choppy's shoes.
Eric was very impressed with Machine Gun Colon last week a couple different times.
How was Eric's breakfast habits or eating habits? I saw the banana in between the 2 oranges.
And by the way, Kristen was so sure we had just set that up for the bit. That's legitimately just how Eric set his stuff down, and then he had it set up to look rather provocative. But I don't know. He came in here one morning with the very first morning he came in with leftovers from July 4th, a whole bag of it, and 3 bowls. But for the most part, it was just fruit from him all week.
So I had leftover brisket. And I made this dish. Did y'all turn out well?
Yeah, we haven't made it again, but it did turn out pretty well.
Yeah. Now, the day before, I had made an Indian dish that had rice with it, and I did not have my HEB tortillas, which you're supposed to eat this carne with.
Okay.
So I was like, we need something else to put this over. And my wife comes into the kitchen. She goes, 2 things. 1, do not post that. That's a stew. So she crapped all over this, just like she did my chili, along with Matt Pittman, which I put zucchini and mushrooms and other things in and corn. She said, that's not a guiso or guisada. So don't post that. That's a stew. And number 2, definitely don't post what you're putting this over. And only 2 people with all the comments guessed correctly. Buttered noodles.
Okay, so it's like Cincinnati style Skyline.
Well,
it's like Skyline guisada.
I guess
not even that, because Skyline is spaghetti
noodles. Yeah, this is buttered noodles.
So what kind of noodle was it? Like an angel hair? Was it a flat noodle?
No, buttered noodles.
That is that's like a type of noodle.
Like you would put a pot roast over. They're phenomenal. They're fantastic.
Okay, I'm gonna look.
They're excellent. But I was just looking for a bed. I was looking for a bed to put this over. I had just had rice the day before. I guess you could have done mashed potatoes, because essentially this is like a pot roast. It is. I know people are getting mad at me. You made a pot roast. That's not to the culture. Blah blah blah. You can put this over anything. I'm here to break the food tradition of it. There's too much liquid for me to go ahead and put in a taco. But you need something to soak it up. The butter noodles did the trick. They were fantastic. I know I got my my Hispanic Tolo card. Take it away.
Don't worry about it. Because people change foods. This is part of growth. And
I saw some. I Google imaged this dish. I saw some with carrots in it. I had leftover party trays from Oliver's. I like I can't throw away things. So I was like, I'll put some celery in this with the onion. I'll put some carrots. I like that, like in a roast, like a, like a pot roast or a crock pot dish. That's what this is. It's basically a stew. It is a gravy.
Fine.
That's what it is.
Yours is, and I'm not familiar with the dish, but I'm looking at your photo and then Google imaging it looks like yours has more liquid in it than the standard photo.
Really?
I'm noticing that. Yeah, the other ones look a little
I love liquid. I love curry. I love the sauce. I'm a sauce whore.
Yeah, there's a lot more liquid in your pot than I'm seeing in others, but otherwise it looks about the same.
It was a little too red. I wanted it more like brown as a gravy. But people here in Texas, they do the same thing with chili. When they criticize me, I just want meat and sauce. That's it. I was like, can I introduce a vegetable? Can I throw something in here? I just want the meat and the sauce.
The meat and the sauce.
That's all I want. I'm making bolognese nonstop for everyone. So that
Sounds
about why.
But you're going to do it again?
Yes, I'm going to do it again, but less tomato.
Okay.
I'll put less tomato in it. But it was good. My wife then goes to social media. She's so fake. And she's like, oh, I said it was good. It was delicious. I was like, we sat down from each other and ate it. You didn't say any of this while we were eating it. You were just like quiet, picking it apart, looking at it. And then she goes on Facebook, fake wife. And she's like, it was delicious. It was so good, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, you could have told me this as you were eating it.
She sits there like one of those
She's like, why are you making so much of it?
Like the Chopped judges, like telling you, like, look, I don't feel like you put this over butter noodles. I really think you messed this up. It's too salty. Yeah. I'm not enjoying this.
I think mine looks much more appetizing than some of these on Google. Like, that's what I wanted, Choppy. That type of brown. But look, that's gray. You know, like mine. That's a stew. Has potatoes.
Has any food been good gray? Has there ever been a good gray food?
Gray goose.
That's a good question.
Gray goose.
Hey, look at this. Mine looks better than this. You know what I mean?
That's just pot roast.
People are throwing potatoes.
That's stew. That's beef stew right
there. This one's like green, throw up and puke. Oh, no. This is on Google. That's what Google chose to do.
Do you see, though, that yours is definitely more watery than most of these on here?
I don't care.
I'm just telling you, like, if you're trying to be true to the dish, I'm saying it looks like something was a little different.
Is it more watery than that?
That's one image you found.
That's a watery one.
I'm surprised.
That's one it's a thick gravy. It was a thick gravy. That's what I was going for.
I'm surprised you can get that you would put that on a tortilla.
Right.
It's being
that's
so
what Pittman
juicy.
eats every weekend, he says.
Or so juicy and gravy-ish.
Exactly. So there's my best and worst of the weekend.
We didn't do much. We went to Hawaiian Falls. It's a little water park action on Friday.
The Sigma Phi Moose.
That's right. I am not a rides guy, so I did overcome some fears. I do not like heights. I don't mind going fast on the slides. My problem is getting up the stairs. So there was this one ride. It was the highest one there, and it's kind of shaking in the breeze, back and forth. And I am hanging on for dear life. I'm with my 11-year-old. He wanted to go on this one tandem with me. So I'm sitting up there. I am holding on, shaking. I'm like, can we please get on this ride? I am much better doing 50 miles an hour down a water slide on an inner tube that may or may not pop. I am much better with that than I am standing here as a sitting duck waiting for a gust of wind to hit me. And I overcame the fears.
Good job.
I did. And we went down the fast, the big
You've
drop
overcome
one.
heights and snakes.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah. And Sarah was like, you're going down this one. I don't care. Otherwise, we're not getting married. You're going down this one. She gave me the no marriage ultimatum.
Roughly estimate how high was
that? Was your ticket out?
That was a ticket out. I know.
That was your chance.
That was it. How high? 5 to 6 stories.
Okay. All right.
Were you in Pennsylvania over the weekend?
I know, right?
God.
I was I've always hated heights.
I hate them.
I can't do it. Which you don't. Do you have a height? You don't have a heights issue.
Height.
You do. Okay.
Bad heights.
I don't know what it is here then.
I won't even walk at a hotel. Like I won't walk near the rail, like overlooking like the nice little lobby area. We're like on the 11th, 12th, 13th. I won't even walk near it.
The Ferris wheels, I went to like the fair with the state fair a couple years ago, and we were in line, and it was me and Sarah and Carly, our friend, and we get to the Ferris wheel, and I'm like, I'm out. I can't do it. They said it's a 30-minute. They said it's like 30 minutes to get around there, and you're just sitting at the top, and I'm like, no, I'm out.
That's why you wouldn't do the high roller with me in Vegas. Just pounding drinks up there. I get anxious just standing on the edge here of the floor and like looking down all the way. That gets me like too uneasy. I start thinking something's going to blow out. But nothing really happened this weekend other than our power went out again. This was 1:50 in the morning, Friday into Saturday.
Didn't your daughter have a birthday party?
She had like an animals thing or something like that.
Yeah.
She like did something. I got sick.
My wife's not too thrilled with you guys.
What did I do?
And Kristen, not too thrilled. First, your little stunt at my kid's birthday party.
I told them about that. How you were saying I was pouting the whole time.
It was awkward.
I was not.
You parents who make it all about you. You're so selfish. Your kid is playing in the water, having a grand time, and number one, you don't get in the water, and number two, it's like, let's go. It's not enough for me. And you rob the kids of their fun, but that's not why my wife is mad at your wife.
What did I do?
Your wife.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm sure you had nothing to do with it. We felt we got the late invite. We felt we got the late kid birthday invite, and it was too late. We got the Thursday invite for a Saturday party event, and we're like, you know what? This is a forget me, or we were a replacement.
It's an invitation.
It's an invitation. We were a replacement invite. And not too thrilled about with the belts.
No, it was a venue change because at first it was supposed to only be there were her three friends could go because it was this like animal presentation thing. Which, by the way, I didn't even attend the party because I started throwing up. I had to go home.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
So that's because I was just getting sick. Like I ate Chick-fil-A that morning. I think the chocolate milk I had
there
with
goes
it.
that sponsorship.
No, I think it was the milk. I think the milk.
It's
honestly,
like you did knife.
the milk went like sideways on me. I think it was the dairy.
The milk's gone bad.
It was a fake allergic reaction according to Blake Elliott. But no, it was we changed the venue so that we could end up like expanding the party. So it was like a friend's house hosted it. Because initially it was just going to be our apartment and there was only room for like 3 kids with the animals we were doing. And so then when we moved the location, it was like, all right, let's make sure we invite more people. And so that's what we did. But Island didn't even end up going. It's apparently like they were showing like ferrets and cobras and stuff. It's like this it was an expensive ass party apparently. They show them like animals, like wild animals.
And your power went out again?
Yeah, Friday into Saturday, it went out at 1:50 in the morning. Now
going out to Glen Heights for Bobby was AC.
Yeah, honestly, when I woke up on Saturday morning, I looked at the clock and saw that it had been on for like 4 hours, and I got up at 8. So that means it was off for 2 hours roughly. So ultimately, this one didn't hit us as bad as the other ones did, but man, this is the 4th time I've heard that transformer blow, which means they are just patching this thing and not even bothering to fix it. And I'm about to lose my mind. If any of you
should
out
get
there,
Odyssey's AC people over there. In fact, Choppy has a solution for you here coming up in about 20 seconds.
What a tease! Yeah. I in general, that is starting to drive me nuts, and I don't know because the apartment's going hands off and say we have nothing to do with it. Like we're just as frustrated as you are. This is Encore's got to handle the transformer.
T.O. one-on-one with Alec Medford, not Mike Bassett.
Not Mike Bassett.
T.O. on Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb. And did one of the voices of the Rangers go off on a Tolo last night after they beat the armpit? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to A number 1 Air. Yep, I know somebody who needs to call A number 1 Air and get them out to the apartment or the house or wherever and get it fixed. A number 1 Air. Right now, 0% APR for 60 months. That is free money when you buy that new heating and AC system. They're also going to give you free whole home surge protection from A number 1 Air. Again, 0% financing for 60 months with approved credit with a new AC system at A number 1 Air. They never charge overtime, not on weekends, not on holidays, not after hours. All the work's backed by a 100% money back satisfaction guarantee. I trust A number 1 Air with everything in my home: heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They will not charge that overtime. They will not do it to you. You can get on over to A number 1 Air, 1-800-NEW-COOL. A number 1 Air, nobody scheduled. You don't know when your AC is going to go out. It's always important to get it looked at before the summer hits, but we're beyond that point. So if it's not been working right, call A number 1 Air, let them fix it for you, or maybe you get to buy a new one and get a great deal with 0% APR for 60 months. 1-800-NEW-COOL, 1-800-NEW-COOL, or A number1air.com.
G-Bag Nation Afternoons.
So I think there is a chance that your run blocking line is better than it was last year.
Yep.
That's what they're going to have to bank on, because right now that running back room leaves a lot to be desired.
Pro Football Focus, I mean, they're not the end-all, be-all for analysis. There's some things they do really, really well, but they ranked you as the 32nd best running back room in the league.
Wow.
Is what they did.
No one brings it better than DFW Sports Station 105.3. The Fan. Hectic morning. We've got you. Listen back to any segment on our Fan Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. The Cleveland Guardians last night made Oregon State second baseman Travis Bazzana the first overall pick in the Major League Draft. Bazzana, who grew up in Australia, is an inveterate self-improvement geek. He spent hours tweaking his swing to match that of undersized power.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1 in the pitch from Spores. A swing and a ground ball to third. Smith's got it across to first in time, and the Rangers have gotten out of a bases-loaded, no-out jam. What a job by Josh Spores.
Spores and Latz finishing up the job for Max Scherzer and, of course, Josh Smith, the offensive hero, as the Texas Rangers getting going a little bit. Let's hit the break. Let's hit the pause button on selling. 7-2 in their last 9 games. They've won 3 series in a row, heading into the All-Star break with the Derby tonight and the game tomorrow in Arlington. All of that coverage on this radio station. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on DFW Sports Station. So we have the win, and then you have the post game.
Okay. Yeah, it should be jovial, right?
Should be jovial. But Atolo informed me that we needed to go check the audio of one Jared Sandler getting a little bit feisty with Ash from Garland. Ash from Garland, Kevin Hagelin's neck of the woods, wanted to talk about Adolis Garcia, and I've not heard this yet.
Me neither.
Me either.
So this Ash, your credibility for tempers, judging them, is on the line here. Did Sandler get a little snippy or not?
Like, this is such a what have you done for me lately take, because the Rangers since June 29th has been the second best offense in baseball.
Season they were what, 5 games they were producing 5 runs a game, but then there was a dramatic dip, bro. There was
Ash,
a dramatic
I get that,
dip.
but you still have not answered my question, which is who are you not going to put in the lineup every day?
Have you seen what Adolis is doing? I mean,
Are you
talking about expiring
Ash? Are you benching Adolis Garcia? If you are, that's fine.
I'm putting him at DH or something. I mean, he's batting what, 212, 215?
Ash, is Adolis Garcia? If you be a man here, say it. If you want to say it, say it. Adolis Garcia should not be an everyday player for this team. Is that what you want to say?
I'm not that bold. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not bold
all
enough
right.
to say-
Ooh.
Be a man.
Ash, okay, this wasn't Ash's credibility, but the Tolo who tweeted me, your credibility, you've checked that off the list because that was Snippy Sandler.
It was Snippy Sandler. Because now listen, he is right. The funny thing is that when you say,
"Dang,
I want to take," I want to take Adolis and make him the DH. Why do you want to make him the DH? Because he's a 212 hitter. Why doesn't it make any sense?
Yeah.
That was the part of it where it's like, well, make him the DH or something. So the only thing he does is what you say he can't do. Like, at least he's got a cannon in the outfield.
I wanted Ash to follow up and say, yeah, I want to bench Adolis. Then I wanted to hear what Sandler was going to say. I wanted to see if Sandler was going to double down right there after Garcia had a 143 month of July.
Well, and Sandler wouldn't defend that, but what he would say after that is as soon as he says put him on the bench, he goes, okay, great. For who? Who are you putting in there? Because there's no good answer, and Jared knows that. Jared was setting it up a certain way. I've seen the Sandler MO plenty of times before, but yeah, this was if they would have lost that game, and Sandler had gotten that call, it would have really leveled up. But you could hear the seeds of the Jared irritation.
Yeah,
which is he's trying his damnedest to not just say like how dumb he thinks somebody is.
Didn't you say he has been getting snippier more towards the break with the Rangers offense, or no? You said that a couple weeks ago?
No, in general, there was a couple weeks ago where he was getting snippy with us in the text. Remember, like I'd sent some note about like offensive stats. He's like, yeah, welcome to the last 3 weeks. It's like, dude, I was just giving you a stat. I know they've been bad. I was showing you a stat of this is interesting to me. And he's
just bitter that he got proven so wrong about the Mavericks.
Dude, that's what he can't let go of. He is, because he was talking and he was
killing us.
He was texting us like during the I think it was during the Clippers series or the Oklahoma City series. Early on, like game 1, he'd be like, they're just not ready, and he does the little shrug emoji like, well, what am I supposed to do? I just know so much sports, guys. How are you supposed to handle that? And so he's been better the last couple times though we had him on in terms of his mood has been a little more up.
Let's hear it one more time. Does this go into the Sandler annals of broadcasting anger?
Like, this is such a what have you done for me lately take, because the Rangers since June 29th has been the second best offense in baseball.
Season they were what, 5 games they were producing 5 runs a game, but then there was a dramatic dip, bro. There was
Ash,
a dramatic
I get that,
dip.
but you still have not answered my question, which is who are you not going to put in the lineup every day?
have you seen what Adolis is doing? I mean, you
talking
about expiring
Ash? Are you
contract?
Ash? Are you benching Adolis Garcia? If you are, that's fine.
I'm putting him at DH or something. I mean, he's batting what, 212, 215?
Ash, is Adolis Garcia? Be a man here. Say it. If you want to say it, say it. Adolis Garcia should not be an everyday player for this team. Is that what you want to say?
I'm not that bold. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not bold
all
enough.
right.
Jared Gundy over here.
Man, I'm 40.
That's exactly what he's like. Man, I would have thought that he would have had more patience for some of the struggles coming off of the high of the World Series, where he was floating for so long. I did not anticipate that offensive struggles would be enough to wear him down this quickly.
That was JBar03 who alerted me. So thank you, Bobby. Good job getting the audio, and Chris turning it around. So that was after the Rangers win. How about Alec Medford doing work that Peyton Russell would never dream of doing, heading out to an extra...
that hosting a show?
No, no, he dreams of that. Heading out to an extracurricular activity in order to grab audio. This is what the young up and comers actually do. They go out there. I hear Blake Elliott, first or second question at the Klay Thompson press conference, and Alec Medford was out there with T.O.
Terrell Owens at the celebrity softball game or whatever.
That's what he was out there for. Yeah, he almost hit it out of the park. They have those walls, those little...
I thought T.O. did.
No, they have those softball like fences that go 200 feet or something like that. His hit off the outfield wall in left field, like the top of the wall. He almost hit it all the way out.
That was perfect example of we do not grasp the strength of NFL players. This is a 50-year-old, and he had a pretty bad... Like it was an all chest swing. It wasn't... You would never teach this kind of swing. And his sheer strength allowed him to hit a laser rocket that probably didn't get 10 feet off the ground, 330 feet.
Well, Alec was out there catching up with T.O. to talk about CeeDee Lamb and Micah.
Micah Parsons said that he could get a hit off of MLB pitching. Do you think any football player could do so?
Michael Parsons is probably creating content for his podcast. I don't think that's possible.
Fair enough. And one more, CeeDee Lamb. Thoughts on him and why the Cowboys should pay him?
I mean, I think it's proven. I mean, obviously, look at the numbers that he's put up. Look at the numbers that the receivers are getting paid. So when you compare that and put yourself in that category and make some comps, then you got to get paid.
Thanks, Tio.
Thanks, Tio. So there you go. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton. As Peyton Russell, he does not believe in MOS, Man on the Street audio.
Boy, I think it's the good call to say T.O. Thanks, T.O., to call him by that. I had heard Tom Segura, the stand-up comedian, had said he was on a project with T.O. back in like 2004.
They called him Terrell.
This one woman on the set apparently kept calling him Terrell to the point where T.O. said, if she doesn't get my name right, I'm walking away and I'm leaving. So she needs to get my name right.
Oh, just like the Glen Heights Fire Department.
Shane.
Yeah, exactly. And then another opportunity missed for Major League Baseball when it comes to the NL starter, Choppy, tomorrow night.
Well, not missed. They got it. They got it right, did they not?
Oh, Skeens.
They announced on the Dan Patrick Show. So he was a guest of the Dan Patrick Show on Friday afternoon, and they made the announcement that Paul had no idea, but this is an opportunity missed for Major League Baseball. It's an opportunity gained and missed. It was gained because Paul Skeens is the rightful starter for the National League in the All-Star game. It is missed because we have another Mike Trout, Wyatt Langford on our hands. So real quick, this is Torey Lovullo, the manager of the National League. So he's the Diamondbacks manager. He gets to manage the National League. Obviously, Bochy, the American League. He calls in. So Skeens is doing his interview. He calls in to surprise Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I felt like it was my time to just butt in on a really special moment. I could see you guys were having your special time. But Paul, first of all, how are you doing? I just wanted to congratulate you. I've chosen you to be the starter for the National League in the 2024 All-Star Game. I'm really, really excited for you. It's an unbelievable honor and one that's so well deserved.
How about a round of applause?
Let's go.
Thank you, sir. That's unbelievable. That's awesome.
Oh, that's
sounds thrilled.
He just sounds so thrilled. That's unbelievable. That's awesome.
Was that it?
That's it. That's the missed opportunity. They got Ohtani, who doesn't speak English to the media. Judge, who's been neutered by the Yankees. Mookie Betts, who is just a bowler, right? Mike Trout, who has no personality at all.
Yes.
And Bryce Harper actually has some, so he's the one that has a little bit of personality. But they're superstars. They're larger-than-life players.
Ugh.
Have absolutely no personality whatsoever.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, and we had the story. We had the story last week. Eric had talked about who's his girlfriend? Livy Dunn. Livy Dunn had, when he made the All-Star game, he's just such a simple man. She treated him to a night of like pizza and champagne, and that's what they had for dinner. And then there was this whole article that we went over last week in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. His one hobby outside of baseball. What do you think it is, Sean?
Lifting.
Grilling. He's a big grill master.
There you go.
Said he's got 2 Traegers. One of them's back home in California. The bigger one, that he's got a travel one that he hadn't been able to take with him from Indianapolis when he got called up, but he really hoped to get it soon because he said if it's not baseball, all he's doing is learning to grill different things. And he said Martin Perez has been very big in helping him understand how to embrace the carnivore diet and take care of his body.
Let's go off the field as Tyreek Hill apparently father yet again. I heard you guys play the Tyreek Hill Baker Mayfield top 5 quarterback list. It's a baby girl this time, or this minute, because Tyreek reportedly has over 12 kids now, and it's his 5th so far this year. Just weeks after he announced that his wife was expecting. So that's Tyreek Hill up to 12. What was Cromartie?
Wasn't Cromartie
9, 12?
I
10.
think Cromartie was 12. So somewhere around there. And I mean, what? That's we're getting close to Nick Cannon numbers, where I think Nick Cannon's at like 13.
Yes. Bill Belichick off the field, of course. He's going to inside the NFL.
14 for Cromartie. So he hasn't caught Cromartie yet.
14 for Cromartie. So this is going to be Bill Belichick joining. Tell me, we'll ping pong back and forth, starting with you, Choppy. Who is on inside the NFL these days?
Is Michael Irvin still on there?
No.
Chris Collinsworth?
No.
Boomer Esiason?
Bobby?
Greg Gumbel?
Bob Costas?
J.J. Watt?
Chad Johnson? Chris Long? Ryan Clark? And now Bill Belichick, airing on the CW network for the 2nd straight season. So Belichick on Weekly with McAfee. He's doing some Manning casts, and he's going to make his season debut August 30th.
Those are 4 pretty compelling analysts, I'd say. Like, I mean, Chad Johnson, he's obviously got the personality. Chris Long has been in the media space for a long time.
Yeah.
He's been doing podcasts for forever. Belichick obviously is interesting. I mean, that's a decent group.
Will Belichick or Brady be better at broadcasting?
Belichick.
Oh man, that's you gonna get sentences out of Belichick? That's the question.
He kind of turns it on. He did during the draft coverage. He turned it on a little bit.
He flips a switch. I mean, when he does the when New England would have him do the like coaches corner videos for their websites, he'd light up and he'd say, "Man, let me tell you about this right here," and he'd all of a sudden be Garrett, like in terms of with the talking about breaking things down. And so I think Belichick will absolutely turn it on.
Yeah, I'll go with Bill. I mean, obviously he could coach. He's coached everything, so like he could speak to it from there. And Brady as a quarterback, I mean, I think coaches would maybe be better suited for analysts.
Are things about to get better or worse after the Donald Trump assassination attempt? That's next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt, returning at 8:40.
Did you miss that? You miss saying that?
I missed you guys breaking on time. Like I was listening to G-Bag with Chia Follow running things every day while driving my son to school. And by the way, just when I thought we were collectively the best show at responding to text messages, you guys, that was my biggest letdown of the week off. To texting you guys live during segments, and you, I'm particularly disappointed in because I know you're getting the text messages on your computer pop up. Like
yeah, they pop up.
And I got no responses. Like 3-4 minutes late, it's like I was dead and forgotten. You guys really helping my contract negotiations.
Are those going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
I routinely get. I have 50 unread messages on my phone right now, just in general from things where I miss it or forget to circle back, or I don't want to open that and lose the unread notification because I don't have time to respond right now. And so I get lost. I'm laser focused on the show, Sean, and so I missed the text.
And you,
well,
I expect it from Chiafalo.
Well,
to
for
get
me,
lost in space.
When I have more duties when you're not here. So I don't. I think
Which are?
Huh?
Which are what?
Well, sometimes top of the hour I bring it out and I'm constantly thinking where we're going, and plus I know when you're here when I could stop listening. I don't know that with Eric,
right?
When he expects something from me. Yeah.
Yes. So below the belt coming up at 8:40, but I mean I wrote down every detail I could after the assassination attempt to talk about this. We talked about it originally at 6:40, what happened, all the questions, and then the next question is, where do we go from here? Republican National Convention tonight. President Trump landing down in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but he's expected to speak in a few days. I'll start off with this, and Bobby, you had some strong thoughts last night. You can go after me because RJ and I kind of talked at 6:40 mainly. I was really relieved and surprised yesterday when Biden and Trump combined to talk about lowering the temperature on all this. Because I can't stand watching these political commentators go, and the politicians. Because the blame game starts, right? It's like we do in sports. Who's the blame? And saw the politicians being blamed, saw the us being blamed, the citizens, and the media being blamed. How would you divide up that pie? Or you can just say it's a random crazy person. And in my opinion, the answer is all. All are to blame. But I love, and Dave Portnoy, I can't believe I'm going to cite Dave Portnoy. He goes, it'd be so presidential. It'd be one of the most presidential things that someone has done in a long time if Trump stood up and said, okay, let's pump the brakes. And I was like, there's no chance.
No chance.
Zero chance of that happening. But then reports came out that he's rewriting his RNC speech to talk about unity. And my father-in-law asked me this question, and I thought it was a really interesting question. He goes, do you think this will change President Trump's philosophy? Is this a scare? Is this a scare? My life flashed before my eyes to where I'm going to try to back off a little bit. Not that the other side doesn't turn it up as well, but everything about Donald Trump you saw in that he got his ear blown off and he still had the energy and the attitude to stand up and go fight, fight, fight.
Right,
and I was really relieved and surprised to see Biden and Trump. First off, how adult of them to talk to each other if they did.
I wasn't sure that they were actually going to. I figured Biden would reach out because that's, you have to.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if Trump was going to take the call. I had no idea what to expect there.
So I'm going to be fascinated to hear what President Trump says about, because that's one of the main words I wrote down from all this coverage is rhetoric. All the rhetoric that is out there, and it's turned into chaos. And it kind of reminded me of the reaction to Biden stumbling and bumbling. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, we're so shocked over this. Have you been paying any freaking attention? People who watch news way more than I do, they're like, what's wrong with him? And I'm like, have you not been watching any video clips whatsoever?
Yeah.
And then all this coverage is, oh my gosh, we've really hit a political volume in this country that's loud and aggressive. Yeah. And it's like, well, are you a moron?
Have you
You're
heard
a
of
moron.
Facebook?
Seriously.
Have you been to Facebook or
Yes.
Twitter? That's where, that you want real blame. The real blame goes to, it starts with the discourse among citizens. And then the temperature gets viewed by the media, and then they build it, and then it gets viewed by the candidates, and they build on that.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a big, it's a combination of the three, because you're right. It's absolutely all of the above. I fully expected Trump to go to his RNC speech and be like, this is the worst shooter ever. Okay,
oh, that golf course
shot.
supposed story from Reddit yesterday?
Yeah, so was that real that
I don't know.
He played golf at 9 a.m. yesterday? He gets shot, and then the next day he's playing golf at 9 a.m. The best course in the country. It's great grass.
But what did he supposedly say? Did you see it?
I don't remember what he said. What did he say?
That's the whole point of me sending it to you. Where he nailed the putt, and he goes, unlike the shooter, I don't miss. Apparently.
Yeah.
It was from a Reddit board.
Is that real? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what's real anymore. That's the problem with this whole thing. I don't know what's real.
But some of the things that were said that I agree with, like the apocalyptic language, which is 1,000% accurate, and both sides do it. I saw, Biden put him in the bullseye the other day. That was a quote that was going around. Well, I could argue the insurrection. I could argue Nancy Pelosi getting attacked, or not speaking down on certain groups. Everyone's guilty of it. Everyone's guilty of it. Both sides of it. Everyone is gaslighted. And then the extremism. And I think Biden said it yesterday. Like, we now view each other as domestic enemies. That's what it's turned into.
It absolutely.
We are domestic enemies with one another. And that all led and boiled over to, I think, what happened in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And and there's all kinds of things that go on with this. And you mentioned that we're so polarized right there and the rhetoric and all that. So MSNBC this morning canceled their morning show. I just saw this. Morning Joe, that show Morning Joe.
That's on MSNBC?
Yeah.
Yep.
They pulled it from the air. You know why? Because despite the fact that the Republican convention starting today, they pulled the show to avoid one of the show's guests for making an inappropriate comment that could paint the network in a bad light about the assassination attempt. You can't even control yourself on TV?
Like one of the hosts?
One of the hosts or the guests from saying something that might offend in the wake of this.
You can't sit them out for a segment or pull them from the show?
You got to cancel the whole show?
Or let them say and get fired if it's inappropriate.
Yeah, you're that incapable of controlling yourself? That, to me, is a microcosm of a lot of the things that are going on.
Yeah, but I mean, Scarborough and Joe Scarborough, they're the hosts of there, and Trump have had tension for a long time and have taken shots at each other for a long time. No, to me, I am generally of the belief that in all things, and I think it applies here too, you're responsible for your own actions. So this falls on whoever pulled the trigger, whoever walked up to that rooftop with an AR-15.
Thomas
and did what
Matthew
they did.
Crooks.
Yes, that is who's responsible for this, more than anything else. Do I think?
I agree.
Rhetoric and certain discussions and the way that we talk about things can, accentuate that in certain individuals and can, be something that they rally around. And if he's a radical individual, this guy, Thomas Matthew Crooks, I mean, he clearly is a radical individual like that. Do I think that he can be furthered along or pushed based on national rhetoric that he hears? Yeah, absolutely. That can contribute towards him feeling emboldened. But ultimately, again, I think people are responsible for their own actions. And my biggest concern from this would be it's been so long since we had any sort of legitimate assassination attempt. I mean, Reagan with John Hinckley Jr. was the last one, probably. It's been so long since we've had that I think it's almost been out of the mind. Like it's felt like such an impossibility. My concern is that this emboldens somebody else who then goes, oh, this is more accessible than I thought it was. I've always thought of this as some sort of impossibility. We've gone 43 years without it. And so that's where I have a little bit of nerves over the next couple months as this progresses towards November.
And the fans actually just point this out. It's crazy to think that kid was 12 years old when Trump took office the first time.
Wow.
That's how young this dude is.
AR-15 that it was his father's, legally purchased, had explosives in the car and his home. But when everyone runs, I'm not going to name people's names, they're on both sides. When everyone runs to their Twitter and goes, Biden ordered this, and you calling Trump Hitler for years is the reason, when you start, a long time ago, we stopped being journalistically careful. And the Skip Baylesses of the political world do this for their own gain. You gaslight, you stick to one narrative, and you get people hype and angry, and you turn it into a mob, and then someone's going to snap, and multiple people are going to snap. Yep. I can't wait to see if President Trump takes a different approach of let's calm down. Do you think that this affects him in any permanent way moving forward, or any temporary way in terms of almost losing his life? I wonder.
That's a traumatic event. Anybody would be, traumatized from this. He might be the one that is is he going to be toned down, or does this enrage him further and
Right.
send him further into like Trump's ways. You know, like and you know, what do his supporters want? Do his supporters want to have them come out here and have him say, hey, just calm everything down? Are they going to take that as a sign of weakness? Will that help him gain some independence?
What do you do? I mean, if you're in the same position, if the ideas that you're stating and whatever else, like, does that for you, Sean, or you, RJ, does that make you then say, man, I want to back off this? Or does it say, what I'm fighting for, what I'm going for, you know, what I believe in is so threatening to them that they're willing to do that? Because that would be my guess as to how Trump goes for it.
Yeah.
Because he stood right up and immediately was like, because I'll be honest, if that's me, I'm not standing up and pumping my fist. I'm going, I have no idea if there's another shooter.
Love
here.
him or hate him, that was all-time badass. It just was.
Yes.
Love him or hate him, you have to admit, like, holy crap. Are you kidding me? He stood up. The all-time photos, Time Magazine, iconic shot of the blood and the fist being put up. Love him or hate him, you just have to go ahead and admit that. But it's a fascinating topic to me to see which way is better for the campaign. Because everyone right now is talking like it's already over. If Trump like talks peace and backing off, does that cost him anything? Probably not. I would venture to guess right now, and guessing public reaction and sentiment, you could win over more of your detractors by doing that and not lose your base.
Your base is your base.
Or do you just go, let's put down the final pedal to the metal, and this is war, and we're going to win this war within our own country. But they're talking like he's backing off a little bit. He said he's rewriting the whole speech. He's rewriting his whole RNC speech to talk about unity. And I think that has a chance to maybe change some people's minds of like, oh my gosh, like this is a human reaction. Versus a warrior.
Now he's changing his speech is the report. I know that there was another report out there that said they were telling other attendees not to edit theirs, that they wanted them to keep whatever they had already written for this week.
Because his potential. Go ahead, sorry.
No, my anticipation has been that exactly what I was just kind of talking about, that's going to be how he's going to respond to it as his talking point for the next few months, which I think will be a compelling talking point for people who are in the middle trying to decide, is the idea of why are they so threatened by the ideas that they feel they need to take them out? Why is the vote not enough? Why do they feel like they can't win on the vote? They have to win in this way. They just have to take me out. That is what I'm guessing the messaging becomes for him over the next few months.
It might be.
Then why is he changing it to unity for this week?
Unity! I mean,
this may push people further right and left, too. Like, it may not push people towards the middle. It may push people out.
And if he comes out with a different approach, will that have any effect amongst his strongest supporters and base?
Yeah, I think his strongest supporters and base are basically there.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that they're going to, like, I don't think a hardcore, like Kid Rock's not leaving.
Yeah.
You know, where's he going to go?
But will it calm down the social media and media extreme right
for some.
to not incite as much? I don't know. That's bad. That would be bad business for them.
Well, if he does,
because they don't love their country more than anyone else. I'm so sick and tired of hearing that. They do it like Skip Bayless, fake for big business on both sides. On both sides, I don't buy it.
Now, if he does come out there and tells everybody to tone it down, it might reduce some of the things that the Biden camp can say about him inciting a mob.
Yeah.
He can be like, hey, look, I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, I told everybody to tamp it down after a shooting attempt. You can't really use that against me anymore. You can't really use that I incited January 6th anymore as much as you used to be able to, because I did tone it down here.
Bobby begins his Dallas Cowboys countdown. 8 days till we're in Oxnard for training camp. 8 different topics. Bobby's Cowboys inventory, getting you ready for camp on the home of America's team next.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
From one contentious topic to another, from politics to Dak Prescott. More on that in just a second. First off, a quick shout out. Training camp's going to be a little bit different for us this year, as every year when we get the parade of Cowboys players brought to us, Jake Ferguson last year, Tony Pollard, CeeDee Lamb, who is the star of the training camp interviews. They are typically brought over to us by one Joe Trahan from Cowboys PR, who announced over the weekend that he is leaving. But he'll be working continuously with Tony Fay PR, who is a PR group that's absolutely fantastic, and they do a ton to help us out, booking guests and doing some different things. He'll be heading up their World Cup PR stuff. And so he called me over the weekend to tell me, we're finally going to get you to fairly cover soccer. Like, now that this is going to be my job, I'm going to make sure that you fairly cover soccer. And I had to tell him I'm a big fan of the old checkered ball. Always loved it, as us football heads call it. And so congratulations to Joe Trahan, a big change over in the Cowboys PR department. He had spent half his life there with the Cowboys, and he's moving on to greener pastures.
Very disappointed. One of the things I look forward to every training camp is the inevitable Sean and Joe fight.
Oh, yeah.
That I was looking for.
Last year, they both separately told me, because that's the first year I've been out there on the show. Obviously, I was there the previous year doing the Cowboy stuff, but that's the first year I've done the show out there. And they both separately told me on the same day about how, oh, yeah, we just basically bicker with each other for like 48 hours. And by the end of it, we're like, oh, that was pretty good. Good camp, guys. And like how they're like the odd couple, but it works. They're always in the end. They're always so happy with each other, but they bicker along the way. Yeah. Like last year, I remember there was one guest, I won't say who, but I remember there was one guest we first got that Sean and Joe went back and forth, text about like, hey, come on, get us a bigger day, bro. Come on, what are you doing here? So congratulations to Joe. He has always been fantastic. So training camp will be a little bit different for us this year. When we get to training camp, is this the most important position group again this year? Is just quarterback? Is there anywhere you're going to have your eyes on more? Offensive line maybe with all the changes, or is what Trey Lance is doing, what they're managing Dak's workload like if he doesn't have a long-term extension, is quarterback the top priority this year?
Offensive line, according to you last night.
Well, offensive line, because, that list that came out, the Cowboys did not have an offensive tackle in the top 10 or the honorable mentions or the other receiving votes. That was 26 players, Bobby.
Well, I mean, look, here.
That tackle. Now, that to me, that's kind of scary.
But, I mean, there's also Terrence Steele's coming off of an injury. He was considered one of the better right tackles in the NFL before that. Left tackles are generally going to be the bigger one. But, I mean, the left tackle of the future is a rookie. So, correct. I mean, you're not going to have anybody up there yet before they play a snap.
But, yeah, I mean, like, look, I always, to me, it's I'm there for one reason. That's just to check out the quarterback. That's generally me. And we've talked about this. Archer brought this up because, they have to do let's take a look at the first-round draft picks and see how they're doing. And the same answer when it comes to offensive lines. You really can't evaluate offensive line until the pads are on.
Yeah, I mean,
and the pads are only going to be on a handful of times.
First pad of practice while we're out there in Oxnard will be the first chance anybody really gets to evaluate Tyler Guyton or Cooper Beebe or any of those guys.
Running backs, corners.
Corners. I feel bad.
We have not talked enough about Stephon Gilmore being unemployed.
I know.
We have not talked enough about this.
We actually, it's funny you mentioned that because last week we actually mentioned Patrick Peterson.
How many times did you hit the?
I hit it a couple times. I'm not used to it yet because I wasn't here when you guys came up with this thing.
Yeah, the crutch bell.
I had to. I did have to hit it a few times.
The Patrick
Which
Peterson,
one Tolo has said he has another crutch thing that he does, and we have not picked up on it yet.
Do you want me to tell you what it is?
No, I know it's like when you finish sentences, you say them like 400 miles an hour, and like you can't really hear you enunciate words at the end of sentences. Yeah, tell me.
Ultimately.
Okay.
Ultimately, I think what this happened. Ultimately, I say ultimately a lot, and I noticed it first, and then listener texted and was like, crap, that means that other people hear it.
So ultimately funny and interesting.
Yep. So there we go. Okay, so we are 8 broadcast days away from our trip to Oxnard.
Ultimately, you're not funny or interesting.
And ultimately, I'm very funny, and you know that's true. We're going to do a position-by-position inventory of the Cowboys roster as we head into training camp.
Oh, baby.
And take a look at the guys currently on the roster, who's on the bubble, expectations, overall confidence in the group. And we'll start off today, unlike ESPN, which is no idea how they're going to stack their quarterback rankings and where to drop that in a content drop. We're going to do quarterbacks first today, and then we will run down the position groups all the way leading up to Oxnard. So with quarterbacks, one of the things that I was looking at yesterday, I wanted to see, okay, what exactly has been the investment? And I think you could make an argument that out of contending teams, there's nobody who's invested less in terms of initial capital into their quarterback position, and nobody who's invested more financially after the fact. Because the initial investment, the Cowboys, their 3 quarterbacks, which I think we all believe in a spot start, Cooper Rush and Trey Lance could probably win a game for you in a spot start. We know Cooper Rush can.
We know Cooper Rush
We've
can.
seen it.
Yeah.
And Trey Lance, I would imagine, you could probably create an atmosphere that allowed for him to bust drive for you at the very least. And they've gotten that. They've got 3 capable quarterbacks potentially by investing a 2016 fourth in what they used on Dak, a 2024 third, what they traded for Trey Lance, and an undrafted pick in Cooper Rush. Their cumulative cap hit this year, those 3 players, that quarterback room is 24.9% of the Cowboys cap this year.
Wow.
They are 1/4 of the cap, the quarterback room.
Used to be their running back room.
Yeah, it used to be.
That is by far the highest percentage in the NFL this year.
Gosh.
Far and away. Because they've let Dak's contract get to this ballooned point.
$60 million.
They've got another $5 million on Trey Lance. Dak's cap number right now is $55,455,000. Together, the quarterback room is $63 million in cap space that it's taking up. So they have ballooned this cap with the group. When you look at position battles, as much as people would want a Trey Lance opportunity here, especially if Dak isn't locked in long-term, none of these guys are locked in long-term. You don't have any of them under contract after this year. I don't think we're heading into Oxnard with a single battle on the depth chart. I think we head into this year as it's Dak, it's Lance, it's Cooper Rush. And I think the bigger question is, do they want to keep Cooper Rush around as a third?
Whoa.
You're surprised that Lance is ahead of Cooper?
Yes.
Not that he's ahead of him, but that it would be solidified to me. Or in general, that he's even ahead of him on the depth chart right now.
That he's ahead of them.
He took all of the first team reps that Dak would sit out during minicamp.
That means like we just want to get you reps.
They want to see him.
They want to see him. You need to grease the wheels a little bit. So, game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're telling me that the number 2 quarterback in the opener is going to be Trey Lance?
That's what I think. Yeah.
Okay. I think you're going to be wrong.
Ooh, a bet. Here's a bet for us. I think the bigger question is, does Cooper Rush, do they decide to keep 3 quarterbacks?
That was my question. Are they even... So if Trey Lance is going to be the number 2, do they cut Cooper Rush? Does he make it through camp?
Is Cooper Rush under contract?
No. Not after this year.
I was about to say, because then
this is
Frugal Jones definitely going to keep him around.
They ain't going to pay him to do nothing. But, I mean, you have to
Salvation Jerry.
Yeah. I'll look at his contract real quick.
The red kettle campaign with that red hair. Cooper
Okay,
Rush.
no contract?
None of these guys are under contract after this year. Dak, Trey Lance, or Cooper Rush. They're all out.
Okay.
And that's
the only way I believe that Trey Lance could be the backup for the opener would be because we need you to do this. We want you to win the spot. He's not going to win it off performance in training camp. I don't believe.
I'll say this: week
not
1,
off meritocracy promo.
Week 1, if Dak does not have an extension, and the Cowboys are still trying to pressure him to, do you think they could reasonably pressure him with having Trey Lance as the 3rd quarterback? Like as any sort of
as a negotiating point?
No, I'm just saying if they, in general, if they were to say, because Dak's side could then say, "What are you going to do?"
Yeah,
and they would say, "Well, we have this former top 3, not necessarily that he's better than you, but we have we have a fallback here."
And then you laugh.
If he can't even beat out Cooper Rush, though, they would then say, "Okay, well, if you have him 3rd,
okay,
you
so
don't."
Then we're
believe
talking about maybe Lance being the 2 for the wrong reasons.
Cooper's, by the way, Cooper's dead cap is $625 if they were to cut him. So that's nothing.
No, it's negligible if they decide to walk away from it. But Trey Lance in general, I think you are talking about.
But hang on, let me just be clear. Your life is on the line tomorrow, and Trey Lance or Cooper Rush are going to be your quarterback. You die if you lose the game. Who's your quarterback, RJ?
Oh, I would take Cooper Rush.
Who's your quarterback?
probably Rush because I know they can win with him.
That's my point.
I know they can win with him, but you could also look at it as, do they take the Tom Moore philosophy? If Dak goes down, we're effed, and we don't practice effed. Like, I mean, it's the same sort of where it's just, okay.
That with Manning?
You can spin and pick it. Like, either one, it's not going to matter because we're going to
Whatever. All those things aside, I'm just saying the better quarterback today that I would trust is Cooper Rush.
Well, that's what I know. Like, I know that Cooper Rush can win games. I don't know that Trey Lance can for sure.
Right.
So that's just,
I want Trey Lance to be the 2.
I think Trey Lance.
I want Trey Lance to ball out in Oxnard.
Trey Lance is a more talented quarterback than Cooper Rush. And so what I'm saying is that
so am I.
I think that long term there's a better. If you told me Dak went down week 1, not just who's going to win a game for him tomorrow. If you told me Dak went down week 1, who do I think
for how long?
Season. He's out for the year. If he's out for the year, I'm playing Trey Lance.
I'm playing Trey Lance 100%.
I'm gonna play Rush for the first 5 games. Once I'm 1-4, then I'll turn it over to Lance.
See.
But what if I go 4-1?
I think that's Cooper Rush. Yeah, there's the issue, and this is again. I mean, there's a ceiling with Cooper.
Yeah.
There's no ceiling with Trey Lance. That's why I would play Trey. Because there's no floor either.
Well, it's still the wildest stat in the NFL is that Trey Lance, since middle school, has thrown fewer than 500 passes. That's still insane to me. That you're talking about potentially having that as, here's our insurance, as a guy who threw fewer passes than Dak did through like 12 weeks last season. All right, so that's the quarterback room right now. No additions to it. I think there's very little competition. If you're talking about a confidence level, just really quickly, 1 to 10 confidence level in the group, not just the starter quarterback group, I think I'd have them at a solid 8.5 right now heading into this season.
Definitely. Below the belt with the 8-part series every day at this time. Let's win you some money with the Home Run Derby tonight in Arlington and on this station. Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The pitch is swung on, and that's hit deep to right field. That is way back, and that ball is history. A no-doubter for Josh Smith.
Eric Nadell with the call. Final hour, fist pump time. I see Carter getting it. On
showing up a little late, huh?
No, he's been here.
Oh.
There's a finger for you back there as well. We got
couple of them.
Wow. Yes, we have Chris Strong in for Peyton. Peyton will be back from Italy tomorrow. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on the home of the World Series champs and all of your all-star coverage with the Home Run Derby tonight. I have odds.
Oh, baby, let's hear them.
If you want to bet this thing, bet online. Choppy will give you the best value Home Run Derby odds. The favorite to win this, Ralph, is?
Pete Alonso.
He is at 3-1. Followed by Bobby
Adolis.
Did you read my email?
No.
Yes, you did.
Was it really Adolis?
Adolis is tied with someone else.
Is he tied with Gunnar?
No.
Is he tied with Alex Baum?
No. Right league.
All right. NL.
Ozuna.
Yes. Adolis and Ozuna are 4-1. Alonso 3-1. Gunnar's next at 11-2. That's plus 550. Then Bobby Witt Jr. 7-1. Jose Ramirez at 10-1. Teoscar at 12-1. Baum 16-1. Those are the odds for the Derby this evening.
You know, Pete Alonso has shown that he's a really tremendous home run derby participant because he goes to all fields. Judge did that back when he won it, right? It's because all these pitches are not going to be perfect. If you're just going to go and try to be a pull hitter with it, that's why I think Adolis has got a really good chance to win this too, because a lot of his home runs go to right center. And if you're just trying to pull the ball, you're not going to win this thing. You have to, because not all these pitches are going to be inside. You're going to have to go with them. And with it being time, if it was the old way with Josh Hamilton, you just wait for your pitch. But because it's a timed event, you've got to be able to go the other way in order to maximize your opportunity.
What are the changes again, and do you think they're for the better? By the way, Corey Seager added to the All-Star team with Jose Altuve being a little coward chicken again, not participating since 2018 as he's ducking Arlington.
So the way the rules changed this year is hitters used to see just 3, or I think it was 4 minutes. You said 4 minutes to hit. Now it's 40 pitches or 3 minutes, whichever comes first. All right. Now, there's also, if you hit 2 balls 440 feet or further, you get a bonus. I think that's untimed, and I think it's just a certain amount of pitches. The finals will be 2 minutes or 27 pitches, whichever comes first. So you still, you're going to get your guaranteed amount of minutes, but you may only see 30 pitches. You may see 40 in 2 minutes. It depends on how fast you go.
And we don't get knockout style till the semifinals.
Right. So now it's just going to be knockout style. It used to be you would have matchups, so 1 versus 8. And now it's just going to be the top 4 advance, which I think is the way to go.
Yeah, and then from there with the final 4, then they
Knockout.
match up against each other.
And by the way, in the MLB draft last night, Malcolm Moore from Stanford is a catcher that the Rangers selected. And then, Choppy, they drafted a Tennessee Vol in round 2.
Dylan Dreiling, who was the most outstanding player of the College World Series this year. He had a tremendous College World Series. Big hits left and right. Big home run in the clincher against Texas A&M. For the year, he had a 341 average, 459 on base. His OPS was 1174, 25 homers, in 246 at bats. So he was really, really, really good this year. He's a good player.
The most outstanding player of the College World Series after he homered in all 3 championship games.
Sandler with the best players to have been taken 30th overall in Major League history. Mike Schmidt. David Wells. Travis Fryman.
Okay.
And Brian Jordan. All went.
The two-way player.
2 sports star.
All went 30.
Former Texas Ranger, too. Brian Jordan played here for half a season or whatever it was.
So those are the odds to bet on the Derby. They nailed it with the number 1 pick last night in Vegas. Travis Bazzana. Is it Bazzana?
Bazzana from Oregon State. First second baseman and first Australian to be drafted number 1 overall. And Oregon State, because they had Adley Rutschman be the number 1 pick a couple years ago, who was also on the football team. He was a kicker. Oregon State, out of all schools, Oregon State has 2 number 1 picks in the last, 6 years or whatever? That's pretty cool for them.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
And, Cam Caminiti was drafted. The nephew of Ken. Now, you never met Ken. Ken passed away before Cam was born. It makes you feel old, doesn't it? But the amount of former major leaguers that have been in these drafts, the sons or nephews or brothers of former major leaguers, is absolutely wild to me.
Yeah, it has really become more than. For a while there, football went through a run of it where it was kind of a legacy sport where the kids of former NFL players were coming to the draft. But it has become just like rampant, it feels like, in baseball lately.
It's the reason is because of the money. Baseball has become such a sport of the rich. It really has. That these guys who are former major leaguers, I mean, they have all the ability, and they don't even need. Like Gary Sheffield's kid, Manny Ramirez's kid. So Manny Ramirez's kid's committed to Tennessee, but he's in the draft, obviously. Do you think Manny Ramirez needs to pay for a hitting lesson?
Right.
I do, but Manny doesn't. And, you pay for all these, coaches and training.
Bassick don't give you any discount?
Mr. Bassick does give us a little discount. Yes,
Okay.
he does. He does give us a little discount, and we're grateful for that.
And then speaking of betting, you have the rookies of the year for the NBA and WNBA. As Dawn said, how much WNBA did you talk last week?
Tons.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, like
Chris?
it was 6, 7, 8, and 9 every morning.
It was minimal.
Did they talk more WNBA or Bronny?
More Bronny for sure. I think there are 3 segments for Bronny.
I genuinely don't think we talked Bronny one time last week.
Not once?
Not once.
And Chris just said 3.
Yeah, I don't think, Chris, we had it in the rundown a few different days. I don't think we actually got to it a single day.
There we go.
We talked more WNBA. I'm serious.
Yeah. So, Caitlin
Is she
Clark.
follow a hater or?
I mean, Eric, he's not a hater of anything. He's Mr. Go with the flow. Like
Everyone thrive.
Yeah, these ladies are so impressive. Yeah.
Caitlin Clark is the prohibitive favorite for the Rookie of the Year in the WNBA, minus 360.
Thumbs up or thumbs down to that, Reggie? If he's listening, Caitlin Clark is the Rookie of the Year favorite. Thumbs up? Yeah, he says yes.
See, Reggie doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't even follow women's basketball. Angel Reese. It should be Angel Reese. She's just
the eye of the shot you just got from Reggie. Look it up from that.
Angel Reese averaging a double-double. Dawn Staley putting Angel Reese says she should be the Rookie of the Year. But
Don Staley said that Angel Reese should be.
Angel Reese should be.
And they said like New York threw the quadruple team at her to stop her from the double streak.
Yep, she ended the game with 8 and 10 or whatever. But look, if you want to have Caitlin Clark as the favorite, fine. Not going to argue with that. But to have her as an 80% implied odds to win, that seems a bit much. Because Angel Reese had a really, really good year, set the record for double-doubles. And in the NBA,
but look, it's 13-12 versus 17-8-6. Which one would you rather have? Let's just go straight by the numbers.
I'd rather have 17-8-6, I think.
All right, that's Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I'd rather have that. But I don't think it should be like 80%.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm not arguing that she should or shouldn't be the WNBA Rookie of the Year. I just don't think that the odds should be that much in her favor.
Right.
They're going more off the field stuff. In the NBA, the favorite for Rookie of the Year, according to ESPN Bet, is Zach Edey.
Wow.
Last month, he was plus 2,000. And now he's plus 600. So he went from 20-1 to 6-1 almost overnight. And that's just because of a few games that he had in the in the summer league, or basically a summer league debut. Like that seems a bit much. Alex Sarr is next. Ricochet is following up with him, and then Dalton Knecht is there, who has had a really good last couple of games for the Lakers.
Unlike Bronny.
How much is that, though? You've mentioned before about Vegas trying to hedge and stuff. How much of that is just Zach Edey has a name and there's going to be a lot of people putting money on it?
I think there's a fair amount of
But
that.
there's also a possibility. I don't mind the bet. There's a possibility that like Edey has a little offensive game. Like he's not just he has more offensive game than Lively. There's a chance that he is, a big mismatch problem.
There is. The 7-4 doesn't exist.
There's a chance he grabs, 8 rebounds a game.
I mean, look, there's only about a dozen people in the world that are as tall as him. Maybe 20.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like that, who can actually guard him? There's like 20 people on the globe.
If you believe in zagging when everyone is zigging, then it could work.
It could.
We're going away totally from the big man in the league. Like, he's going to have, in the NBA in the 90s, he'd have a height mismatch advantage. Today, over versus 6'7" guys.
I mean, if he could develop a shot from 15 feet, just to go to 15 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a game changer. Like that's going to take work because, I mean, he's a decent free throw shooter. He'll airball him on you, but he'll still make quite a bit. I mean, there was a time this year where he was close to 80% from the free throw line. But like he'll make a decent amount. He'll airball some, and he'll go through stretches where he can't make one to save his life, but then he will go on a heater.
Yeah, and I mean some of it, it may be related to opportunity too. If they look at it and they think that Zach Edey's going to immediately be involved in what Memphis does offensively, or like just be immediately into the rotation and getting minutes and playing off of lobs from Ja or whatever else.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. So that's a way to bet on the Home Run Derby and other things. Tolo Mike, who is really the ticket insider for the station, is always letting me and Bassick know what to do. He never offers me any, but he lets me know what the market is. He said there's an unbelievable amount of tickets still available in the box office at MLB.com/All-Star or under the box office price, but with 20 to 25% fees on SeatGeek and StubHub for both the Derby and the game. On Saturday, for both parking and tickets, the resale tickets on StubHub and SeatGeek disappeared, dropped offline when the event started, unlike normal Ranger games when they disappeared 1 hour after the game begins. So people are hanging out at Texas Live, waiting for tickets to drop. Will be left without tickets if they do not grab tickets before the start time. So if you're waiting around and lingering, this is at least Tolo Mike saying that will not happen like normal. But these are some of the ticket challenges that are out there.
Yeah, so Chop, don't just think you can sit there and try and work some deal into $100 tickets by waiting around. That's not going to happen.
Well, look, he's sending me SeatGeek prices, okay? Section 24, row 13, $240 a piece. That doesn't sound that's good.
Section
24, row 13.
All right, that's down the right field line.
$240 a piece. Now that's SeatGeek, but for the charges, right?
Yes. On the website, on MLB.com, section 24, row 14 is $750 on MLB.com. Just to buy it straight face value.
And that's just the Derby tonight? That wouldn't be...
Just the Derby. Like, here's some of the other deals that Mike sent me. Let us know if you're going and where you're sitting. Right?
Those are good deals.
Those don't look bad.
$207 for section 127?
And if you're not going, you know where you can hear it? You can hear it right here on 105.3 The Fan and the All-Star Game.
Well done, Bobby.
Oh.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we are also your home of the Cowboys. Speaking of Vegas, were they toloing last week during RJ and Eric's Micah Parsons fight? We may have some evidence that they were. Next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
If you were listening during the Expressway, you won Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. We're going to have that tomorrow and every day throughout the rest of the week starting at 7:20. But you also heard us talk about the NFL evaluators ranking of the quarterbacks. And we figured out all we know is the top 5 in the NFC. The list, according to the league, Matt Stafford 1, Jared Goff 2, Dak Prescott 3, Brock Purdy 4, Jordan Love 5, no Jalen Hurts in the top 5, no Kirk Cousins. That was the top 5 ESPN released of NFC quarterbacks. Well, in the commercial break, Bobby Roberto Bell, Cowboys Insider, said the full list just dropped.
It is out. And before we get into these rankings, a reminder of the voting process that Jeremy Fowler does here. He talks to executives, coaches, scouts. He has them give their 10 best players at a position. Then they compile the results, rank the candidates based on the number of top 10 votes, composite average, and dozens of interviews with research, film study, etc. In total, nearly 80 voters submitted a ballot on at least one position, and in many cases, all positions. Additional voting and follow-up calls with those surveyed help break any tie. So they have the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. And last week, RJ Choppy said the only question about who was going to be number one was, does anybody have the gall to vote Patrick Mahomes number 2 on their lists? Is what RJ wanted. So number 1 on this list is
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, of course.
And I will guess nobody had the gall to not put him 1.
Choppy?
I agree. And if somebody did, I want to name names.
Someone did put him number 2. That was the lowest ranking that Patrick Mahomes had on this list.
The Bills GM.
He was ranked number 1 last year. He is obviously highest ranking was 1. His lowest ranking was number 2. It does not say how many people had him down number 2, but nobody had him outside the top 2. But he ultimately is number 1. One NFC executive said when it's late in a meaningful game and Mahomes is playing, you just know he's going to find a way to win. That's the stage he's at that a lot of the greats get to. They figure out how to win the game and get it done. The game slowed down for him in that way. So
he has in his career.
Well, does it say how many people put him? No. It doesn't say how many people put him.
It doesn't say how many people put him. It could have been just one person.
When he is trailing by 10.
Idiots.
When he is 17-14 when down by 10 points or more. Which means if you lead Patrick Mahomes by 10 points, you have less than a 50% chance of winning that football game. Like, that is the best record by any quarterback all time when down by double digits.
Like last year answered any final questions without Tyreek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's done it with injury. He's done it without Tyreek. He's done it with the weapons. He's relied more on defense during the regular season to do it. Like I want to know who voted him too.
The only thing that we've ever seen that seems to even slightly impact Patrick Mahomes is if the offensive line is decimated, he's not able to freelance the same sort of way. That's the only thing that's ever slowed him down.
All right. Would you like to just combo on this and guess that Allen is 2? Or do you have another person at 2 that the league picked?
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's... I would put Allen 2. But I think the league was more likely to put Lamar or Burrow there.
So give us a name.
Let's go. I'll go Lamar.
I'll say Josh.
Both of you are wrong. It is Joe Burrow from the Cincinnati Bengals. It says Burrow hasn't exactly hurt his standing in the Pantheon since last year's voting. He's still considered one of the game's very best and won a close race for number 2, but his growing injury file has planted a seed of doubt. His highest ranking in this ballot was 2. So he did not get that vote or 2 that didn't go to Patrick Mahomes.
Lamar's getting that vote.
It went to Joe Burrow, or it did not go to Joe Burrow. So he is number 2, exactly where he was last year. Number 3 on the list.
Allen.
Josh Allen, who did get a number 1 ranking from somebody's list.
There you go.
So he received, and here we've got the note here. It was one person. He received the only first place vote that didn't go to Mahomes, yet was outside of the top 5 for several voters. So several voters are down on Josh Allen and have him outside the top 5. His lowest ranking was 6.
Is the quote in there? I'm only asking Bobby so we can keep the guessing game alive. Is the quote in there of why someone took him over Pat? Does it say what the reason is?
It does not. Okay. In fact, the only one here, it says that he leaves you wanting more a little bit, but if you're picking who you want to have lead your team, he's going to be 2nd or 3rd for most people. They do compare him to Luka Doncic. In this, at least Jeremy Fowler does. He says Allen is a Luka Doncic level volume scorer. No, a volume scorer.
Oh.
His 173 total touchdowns since 2020 are easily the league best, and Allen is the only quarterback in NFL history with 5 seasons of at least 20 passing touchdowns and 5 rushing touchdowns.
Will the NFC have 3 quarterbacks in this?
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
All right.
But we're going to have to find out. Number 4.
Lamar.
Lamar Jackson is number 4 on this list, as high as 2, as low as 5. So nobody on this had him outside their top 5 in this. Last year, he was ranked 7th. It says that Jackson is undeniable after winning a 2nd MVP. After 5 seasons as a dual-threat quarterback in Greg Roman's system, the Ravens reversed course, bringing in play caller Todd Monken to help maximize Jackson's game from the pocket. One NFC executive said how he came in with everything stuck to that stigma as a runner. That sticks with you as a pro until you prove him wrong. That's not fair, but that's the way it's been with him. There wasn't any doubt who the best player in the league was last year. The number 5 quarterback in the NFL. It's all AFC so far.
It's what?
It's all AFC so far through the first 4.
I have 2 AFCs, or is it Stafford?
Yeah, I think it's Stroud.
I'll say Stroud as well.
It is Matthew Stafford, number 5. Somebody had him ranked as high as 3. Everybody had him in their top 10. Nobody had him outside the top 10
Wow.
at all.
It's amazing, too, the back and forth with Lamar.
Yeah.
The yo-yoing of Lamar. Top 10, not top 10. Every offseason it changes. Welcome to that world, Jalen Hurts.
One high-ranking official with an NFL team said he elevates the play of those around him. Puka Nacua is a good player, but he's not the same guy without Stafford. He helps those guys reach their potential. Another NFC executive said the arm strength hasn't left him. He can still make every throw to every part of the field. So, number 6 on this list, which so far we have Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford.
Is it CJ or Herbert?
Oh, I don't think Herbert's on it.
Okay. CJ then.
I think it's either CJ or this is Goff.
Who is CJ Stroud?
No. Justin Herbert. Who was ranked 5th last year. He was ranked as high as 3rd by some people. But here's the thing. Justin Herbert's more deserving to be on this list than Matthew Stafford is. They say big, strong, fast, powerful arm, one AFC personnel evaluator said, will stare down some targets and try to make some hero-type plays at times, holding the ball too long and throwing into tight windows, but he has everything you want: touch, velocity, size, athletic ability. So Justin Herbert is number 6.
You know, this is where... I'll never side with that. Elite quarterbacks do not get hindered by coaches.
Okay.
They overcome coaches.
He threw 20 touchdowns last year. Yeah. Now, he played in 13 games.
Elite quarterbacks make the playoffs every year.
He also never has a completion percentage below 65%. The QBR was a 64.
It's not bad. It's not a bad QBR at all.
But he gets the nice guy, doesn't cause waves, a market no one cares about, a fan base no one cares about, including their own, and the tools. He's still getting the benefit of the tools.
He has the tools. He has everything. If you're building a prototype quarterback, I mean, he's on your short list.
CJ has to be next.
CJ Stroud is next at number 7. And one person ranked him as high as 2, that he was the second best quarterback in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes. Stroud appeared on nearly 90% of the ballots, and a few voters had him in the top 3. One NFC scout said he's as good as anybody, honestly. He's got to do it again, but the arm talent combined with taking care of the ball and the ability to process was impressive. So we are 7 names into this. There's one NFC quarterback. We have 8, 9, 10 left, and we already know Dak is the third NFC quarterback, so it's getting a little tight here for Dak, potentially. Number 8 on this list.
Is it Goff, RJ? Because we know Goff is 2 in the NFC.
We do know that. I wonder how they're going to grade Rodgers and Tua.
Oh, that's a good one. I'll go Goff.
I'll go Goff as well.
No. This is AFC.
Tua?
Nope.
Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is number 8. They can't let him go. They just can't let this guy go. He's 40. He has a torn Achilles.
He might be good.
Yeah, he was great running that American flag on the field last year for the Jets. Old and injured is not the typical description of a top 10 quarterback, but one AFC exec said he's probably fringe top 10 at this point, but he still has the rare ability to throw the football. That hasn't gone away. I think he's got a major opportunity to lift the Jets and show what he can still do.
What was his peak?
His highest rank. Somebody had him as high as 3.
Oh.
Somebody had him as high as 3.
What was the term during COVID that he used that none of us knew?
Inoculated.
No. Immunized. I'm immunized.
What's inoculated?
Inoculated is
immunized. He did use immunized.
You found a new way to get messed up over the weekend I've never heard of. I got inoculated.
No, that's an inoculation chart. That's what when you get all your vaccines.
If we have a number 8, if number 9 here is an AFC quarterback, we know Dak Prescott is not in the top 10. So number 9 here is...
All right. So let me get inside the evil media mind. If you want more... They released this on Monday, by the way, so all of us in the first fake shows and TV can all evaluate throughout the whole week. If you want it talked about more, do you have Dak at 10 or not in the top 10?
I would think not in the top 10. So your candidates could be.
It's Goff, Tua, Dak, some combo.
Goff, Tua, Dak, unless they throw a Lawrence curveball in there, or do they go? Has to be AFC. Do they go Deshaun? No. Can't, right?
No, Watson. Goff, Tua, Dak. It's Goff.
It is Jared Goff. One person ranked him as high as the 5th best quarterback in the NFL. It says that one quote from an NFL coordinator says he's the best in the NFL at throwing into zone coverage windows. I've shown young quarterbacks tape of him and how he throws with anticipation. So Jared Goff is 9th on this list. Highest ranking was 5. Lowest ranking was out of the top 10. This is after being an honorable mention last year. So number 10 on this list.
This is Dak, Tua, or Lawrence. I'm just trying to think inside the slimy minds of these people on what they did. I think having him at 10 or outside the top 10 is kind of similar to, feedback, but outside probably makes more noise. You got a gut. Yes.
I don't know how you can't put him in the top 10.
I'm going to say Dak 10. We say Dak 10.
Dak 10. Final answer.
Dak Prescott is 10th on the list. His highest ranking was 7th. And after finishing second in the MVP, he drops from 9th to 10th this year. He was 9th on the list last year. Here are the quotes that they have from personnel people. One NFC executive said, he always does well enough to be in the top 10, but never gets over the hump. He makes all the throws. He's playing the position at a high level, but something's missing. There's a lot of factors in that, from the running game, play calling, defense, and Dallas hasn't won in a long while. But certain guys are going to elevate their team late in the game, and Dak doesn't seem to do that. One NFL personnel director said he's lacking that high-end ceiling, plays the position really well, but not an elite athlete and passer that Mahomes and Allen are. They need to support him in those big matchups. He's really good, but not quite good enough to elevate the entire team in those matchups.
It's all fair.
Yeah.
Nothing unfair in that.
I don't have a problem. I don't think I would not put him behind Rodgers. I would not put him behind C.J. Stroud. Stroud's had a good year, but it's 1 year. I need to see more of that, right? I would not put him behind Herbert. I mean, the guy never makes the playoffs. He never puts it together. Yes, his talent's better than Dak.
Even Dak won with Kellen Moore.
Right. And I don't know at this stage that I put him behind Stafford, but
I wouldn't. I put him in front of Stafford.
So I think,
and I'd probably take him over Goff.
The rest of the list outside the top 10, because they stack these. They call them honorable mentions, but they're in order. Brock Purdy, 11.
This is in order?
This is order because it's Brock Purdy, 11. Jordan Love, 12. Jalen Hurts, 13.
Jalen Hurts.
Tua, 14. Kirk Cousins, 15. Trevor Lawrence, 16.
Good.
And then it's also receiving votes Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield. So Tyreek Hill had a vote. How about that? Good for him. So
877-881-1053, Frank LaFranco injury attorney text line with the quarterback list everyone will be talking about today from Jeremy Fowler and ESPN. Let's talk about what's been happening in Arlington at the All-Star Village with the Derby and the game in town. We'll do it with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Swinging a drive deep to right field. Back goes Luperfido at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 2-home run game for Josh Smith.
Eric Nadell with the call as the Rangers head into the All-Star break the right way. We got crosstalk with Reggie in for Kevin and Corey.
Reggie.
Taking the place for two of them.
That's
I'm powerful.
I'm not doing both their jobs though. They don't pay me enough for that. But I'll try and give you what Kevin does in some ways.
Reggie and Mike, and I know that you're teasing the show.
Yeah, I am teasing the show coming up today. We'll revisit some of Mike's experiences during All-Star weekend, doing some of the All-Star things as a legend, Texas Rangers legend out there. But also, we'll talk about obviously the big weekend the Rangers had, and also as well, what's something that you love that you just can't engage in anymore? Because we got EA College Football 25 coming through, and I used to spend an ungodly amount of time doing that in college, and I don't think I can get back in. I don't think I can do it.
So do you play any video games?
I'll play from time to time. Like I'm big on MLB The Show right now, 24. Been doing a lot of that over the last couple of weeks. But even then, I'll play that game for maybe like 45 minutes, and I'm like, I should be doing something better with my time.
So I
right
thought
now.
the college video game was coming out on the 19th.
Well,
It does. But the deluxe edition, if you purchase the deluxe edition, which is a pre-order, and it's also like way more expensive, right? It's like $140 or something.
Something like that. It is more expensive. For
You
sure.
get it today. So you get like a 4-day head start.
Who did you play with? Who was your team?
Well, I revived the football team for the University of Texas at Arlington. So I made sure to get them gentlemen going and win some national championships and bring them back to the Metroplex.
Nav up.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, now have you played with a current team or a team that was as is on the video game? Who was it?
I think I'd probably bring back to prominence the prominence that Sean Lewis couldn't get them to, Kent State. Let's get them going and see if the Big Ten regrets not looking towards Kent State's direction.
What was your big video game? You were hooked on one.
RBI Baseball or Tecmo Bowl.
RBI Baseball is good.
You can't lose with Tecmo Bowl, right?
Oh, Tecmo Bowl. Well, you can't lose?
Well, I mean, like you can't lose playing Tecmo Bowl. That's a good.
It's a good use.
I was wondering who was your cheat code. Was it Bo? I mean, is Bo the #1 cheat code for that game?
Like it had to be.
Bo was a good one. Lawrence Taylor was a good cheat code
Lawrence
too.
Taylor rushing off the edge. He was.
That was a good one.
Did you get into college football?
I did, but I will say I stopped around 2003. I remember like Cliff Floyd thought he was great at it. The former baseball player you guys have had on. And so when I was up with the Mets, I could beat him every time. I would play with the University of Texas, and I would run crossing routes. So I'd have Chris Sims as the quarterback, and then you'd have Roy Williams. I forget all the wide receivers. Like Bobby, you'll probably
BJ Johnson, guys like that.
Yeah, but those guys would have about 3 plays that I felt like were unstoppable. And then you had, I think, Cedric Benson as the running back who was pretty good.
Yeah, man.
So I would use University of Texas and know that there were like 3 cheat plays that I knew I could always go to for first downs or big plays.
Think about how much better you could have been too if you would have put Major Applewhite in instead of Chris
On the
Sims.
game, though, Chris Sims they had rated way higher.
Not like reality, like the Big 12.
It's kind of like, isn't Colorado rated way higher on this?
They're like 16th. They're ahead of Missouri. Missouri's a top 10 team.
And they have Shedeur as like the second best quarterback in the game. His awareness is super high.
Yeah, super high awareness. I threw my ottoman across the room. My roommate, he just kept nickel and diming me with Nebraska.
Oh yeah,
and I hated the option. I hated Nebraska, and he just kept like he obviously you go for him 4th down. It doesn't matter what I did. I could not stop the option. It was a big farce, and finally I had enough. I just threw the ottoman across the room.
I had a cousin who broke his PlayStation because he had gotten picked off for like the 3rd time against the computer playing college football, and he jumped up and said, "This bleeping thing's cheating," and he stomped on the top of it and destroyed the PlayStation in the process.
The game do be cheating, though.
I've broken a lot of stuff playing video games.
It'll glitch on you, man. It'll glitch.
I can imagine.
More than anything else, I think I've rage broken things playing video games.
Without giving away too much, the All-Star. When are you guys talking about the All-Star experience and everything? Right off the jump, Reggie?
I think we're talking Rangers first.
Yeah, we're talking Rangers right out the gate, but I think we'll circle back around to that maybe at noon as well.
Perfect. I like it. What's it been like out there?
It's been awesome. This is a thing that was here in 95, and I remember going as a 17-year-old high school kid, and so it's back in our Metroplex. So I'd say if you're not going to the All-Star Village, and I know it's here today and tomorrow, if you didn't go Saturday and Sunday, look, this is one of those things that it's not going to come back for 30 more years approximately. 20 to 30 years from now, we'll get the All-Star game again, most likely, because we do have the indoor facility to have it. But this is one of those things that, especially if you have kids that kind of like baseball, you can go out there and see legends. You can go out there and be on the old baseball field, Choctaw. I call it still the ballpark in Arlington, but you can take batting practice there. They have a batting practice area like with 4 cages. They have all kinds of different things to do. Yeah, you can take pictures, you can get autographs, but there's a lot of interactive things. There's a lot of like art to look at, like kind of MLB.
Jerry and Gene Jones collection?
No. but there's just so much to do. You have the indoor at EA Sports. So there's indoor stuff at the old convention center, EA Sports.
The esports convention, esports center.
Sorry, not EA, esports, yes. And
it's
then
in the game.
You have
it is in the game.
The old ballpark where they have a lot of stuff going on too. If you've never seen, I didn't know they did this, and but they kind of redid the old clubhouse in the ballpark in Arlington. So you can go walk through there, and they have different things of like the AL championship trophies and different things from what happened in that ballpark. And then they have all kind of the 30 or so or 40 or so best players. They have their lockers like back up with a jersey and different things in there to represent Pudge Rodriguez or Rafael Palmeiro or Juan Gonzalez, whoever it is that played well in that stadium. But the one thing that I wanted to say is off of that, I got to do yesterday and Saturday as, I know, a legend. I know I'm not. I get it. Like there are some people in line where they're like, hey, there's a few more people. And they're like, no, we don't want.
Only a legend up here.
We don't want this. We want Josh Hamilton. But I would say this. When it comes to when I'm out there, people are just coming to me and just saying how much, this is great to hear because there are haters, how much they love me on the station, and they just think like because of Baseball Nuggets, I listen to 105.3 The Fan, and because of the baseball coverage that you give that nobody else gives, that's the reason I listen to the station. And I would say there were hundreds of people that when they took their picture with me,
hundreds
more were
dozens of them.
More were about me being on this station than it was about me being a baseball player. When I did a question and answer thing for 30 minutes, a lot of the people there, yes, they asked baseball questions, but you could hear people yell Tolo or on your face, or they would ask. So they would ask me questions about being on 105.3 The Fan and what is it like doing that. So how tough is it at times criticizing current players when you were a player and you knew that you made mistakes. And so I'm like, it's a dance that you have to balance. And I had to get better at that because I was going to be a guy that wasn't going to say everything was perfect all the time. When mistakes happen, I'm going to talk about those mistakes. And I think that I've gotten pretty much perfect at making sure that I point out the mistake of the player, let's say on the Rangers, but without being super critical of the person, because I do have a job here. I have a job with the Texas Rangers. I have a job with Bally's. And so a lot of people out there were just, it felt good to feel the love of like a lot of people. If we're at a station event, I get it. They're there for the station. Like we're not going to get people out there like, what's going on? Like there are most loyal fans that are going out there because of a station event, but this isn't a station event at all.
Right.
And so all the people that are going out there for baseball, and there's 20% so far during the weekend that weren't from our Metroplex that have come in to the Metroplex for the All-Star weekend. But for all the people there, and the other thing that's cool, the former players, whether it's Pete O'Brien, Bump Wills, Danny Darwin, Ellis Valentine, all of these guys
Luis
are like,
Alicea.
They're like, dude, like what you do on The Fan is amazing.
Wow.
It's great baseball
That's cool.
coverage. It's the reason that we listen is because there's real baseball talk that is happening in our Metroplex that you can't get anywhere else. And so it is really cool just to hear all of the people just talk about KNC Masterpiece, talk about me, talk about the station, and just say the baseball coverage, especially because it's a baseball event, is just superior. And thank you for doing radio, because there's not many baseball players that get hired to do this and that can do it.
Have you ever heard somebody so humbly Just talk about how beloved they are.
How do they feel about dropping your back shoulder when you hit?
Yes. Now, did Kevin or Corey's name get mentioned second most?
Ooh, that's an interesting question there.
They would usually just say K and C.
Them, yeah, K and C. Group them all together. Where were you Saturday, and how did you react to the Trump event? Him falling, according to CNN.
It was a fall. It was a tough fall.
Is that real? Was that a real?
I don't know.
Was that AI
I do
headline?
know that so I turned CNN on right immediately after, and I do know that they said it took him about an hour to say that he was shot. They said, he was believed to have been shot, and then maybe the blood was from him falling.
Okay.
They just refused to say it.
Okay.
For like an hour.
I think at
Were you
the
playing college football?
I wasn't.
Okay.
I was either playing the show or watching The Sopranos, which I'm trying to watch for the first time ever.
Oh, where are you in it?
I am in season 3, so I've gone through 1 and 2. I immediately realized and recognized how this is a beloved show. You can see it, and I did not anticipate how much comedy was in this show coming in. So I
right
have
now
enjoyed
you're
it.
feeling like it's a great show.
I am enjoying it quite a bit. Yes.
I felt season 2 was the best season. I felt.
Interesting. Okay, because that was not. I immediately put season 1 over season 2, but I do need to reflect on that a little bit. And of course, I'm still very close to that. But I was doing that, and then I got a text message that just didn't make sense, and I hopped on Twitter, and I was like, oh, things are happening. Yeah, things are occurring.
And President Trump just texted
Breaking
Mike.
news, yeah, Donald Trump just texted me. I don't know if it's because, is this how our phone picks up things?
My phone doesn't have it, Mike.
I literally I am Donald Trump, and I will make, I'm not going to keep saying that because you guys will play it as a deal. I was just thinking, no, don't do that. But it's like, I'm like, no, stop, end.
Is
Not
it
that
like
I'm
one of those-
for or against. I'm not making an opinion on for or against right now. But I'm like, how does it know to do that? Like,
It's like you got a text service. You're on a text service?
I don't know. I hit stop and end. I'm never going to donate a dime to unless my daughter or sons run for an office. I will not donate a dime.
That's my money. I
to
donate
to any political person, any political party. Hey, do your thing. I understand there's some good people out there that do those jobs. There's some really bad people out there that do those jobs. But I'm not giving a dime to political parties.
Did you go head first into the coverage, or you're like,
Somewhere in the middle, struggle. Like I definitely wanted to get an idea of what was happening.
Yeah.
But I wasn't diving into particularly like where we get into the partisan kind of conversation of it. I was like, I'm not really down for that per se. But yeah, like I wanted to know what was happening. I was very intrigued because obviously a lot of theories kind of floating around it. And just finding out what happened, and obviously if there were some casualties, which we unfortunately found out that there was. So yeah, just as a news story, it was intriguing.
would Kevin and Corey have had it on the run sheet today?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
Corey would have found a way to like kind of point at it a few times during the show, but no, I don't
So
think they put it on
Kevin
the
is
show.
more apt to stay away, which surprises me. I thought he had some stones.
I thought he had more.
Thought he had a
guts.
backbone.
Yeah.
I think that he'd stay away from it, but
I mean, they're both scared to do radio on the scariest week of
That's
sports
true.
talk radio.
That is true.
Yeah. Well
Right,
said,
they-
Mike.
they
What a
got-
perfect
they
way.
got scared of this moment
What a perfect way to end it.
of the worst week in sports.
Well,
that
I mean, the ESPYs.
Could you say it was last week since we have
I think
the
there's-
All-Star events?
Yeah, but
usually it's this
Wednesday,
week.
Thursday, and Friday are very like football's dead right now. Right
Except for
next
8:40.
week you then get teams reporting to camps and everything.
Yeah.
But basketball's dead right now. Free agency, draft, all that's over. So this is always the toughest week. Especially today's easy. By the time we get to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Friday, tough.
it's tough, and Kevin and Corey couldn't handle it.
Might need Movid.
Yep.
Might need Movid.
Pepe is back tomorrow from Italy. We'll recap the Derby, get you set for the All-Star game with a Rangers edition of High Low and another giveaway during the Expressway. KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I am not Kevin Hagelin, nor am I Corey Majors. Reginald Atatula filling in for those gentlemen. Mike Bassick, the famous Mike Bassick. Texas Rangers legend Mike Bassick still in.
Holy cow.
And we're hanging out with you all 5 days, as well as Alec Medford on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. Thank you guys for rolling with us on a Monday and what I like to call list week, baby, because it's one of those weeks. It's one of those weeks in the year where not much is going on as we've hit All-Star weekend, All-Star break rather, coming off of the All-Star weekend with all sorts of festivities that you were involved in. We'll have a lot of fun today, but also, I was going to say also, but we will have a lot of fun today, a lot of things to cover over the course of this day, because I think I had a fun weekend, but I can't imagine my weekend being nearly as fun as yours, Mike, being in the All-Star Village, signing autographs, being amongst the people, but also covering the Rangers as they had a fantastic, fantastic weekend series.
Yeah, we'll start there with the Texas Rangers. And after Friday night's game, you just didn't feel great again after you lose to the Angels. You had bases loaded a couple times against the Angels. You didn't take advantage of it. You lose a game in L.A. And you're like, okay, yeah, you still won the series. And then you go to Houston and immediately don't look good offensively. And you're like, wait, was that fluky, that stretch that the Rangers had for, I'm going to guess 10 to 12 games or so? It might have been longer than that. Or were we coming out of a somewhat couple month-long funk and getting back into the team that we believe we have, one of the best offensive teams in baseball to start the season? And you got done with the Houston series. I'll just fast forward, and you win 2 out of 3, and that is huge. But it's weird because you didn't hit really in the series to win. It was all pitching that won you that series.
That and when we talk about fits and starts
all
offense.
Pitching, you're right. It wasn't all pitching, but you had to have phenomenal pitching to win that series.
And thankfully, you got a little bit from this man here, cut 3, Alec, because he gave you just enough to get you some wins.
Here's the pitch. A swing and a drive deep to right field. Back goes Luperfido at the wall. That ball is history. It's a 2-home run game for Josh Smith. He's doing it by himself. The Rangers lead 4-1.
All right, so that was huge there because I felt like the Rangers weren't going to score the rest of that game before that happened. So the Rangers in this game, and this is going to be similar to Saturday's game. The Rangers got a leadoff hit from Marcus Semien.
Yeah.
They got a home run from Josh Smith.
Sure did.
Did you just hear that highlight?
Yeah.
That was their other hit of the game. That was it. Josh Smith hit 2 2-run homers. In the first inning, Semien singles, Corey Seager hits into a force play, and so Corey Seager's on base, and then Josh Smith hits the home run. Then the Rangers get no hit from that point on until you get to the 8th inning, and Corey Seager draws a walk, and Josh Smith hits a home run. It counts. It's a win. Right now, a win is a win. You kind of get to the point where you're like, you want to see consistently good play, because then you can believe that they're going to go on a magical run.
Plus, that's the stuff that projects forward, right? Yeah. Like the things that project forward is the process of it, and the process of we're putting up a offense, hitting consistently, getting on the bases and moving around them. Like those are things that project forward. But at this point, I think you've gotten to a place where you can't really worry about projection. You're living and fighting with every game that you play now, I think.
Saturday, Marcus Semien hits a home run to lead off the game.
Yeah.
The Rangers got 3 more hits the rest of the game. In the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning, I believe the Rangers walked 7 times, got hit by a pitch, got 1 hit in the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning. 1 hit in the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning. They drew 6 or 7 walks. They got hit by a pitch. They got hit by another pitch on 2 strikes. Marcus Semien got hit in the foot, but he swung the bat, so it counted as a strikeout. And they didn't score with bases loaded in the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th inning. And in the 10th inning, Nate Lowe came through huge with a runner on third base and 2 outs. He gets an opposite field base hit on a breaking ball that stays up in the zone and away, and he hits a line drive to left field. And it's awesome. The Rangers win 2-1. Nathan Eovaldi, spectacular. Bullpen, David Robertson, Kirby Yates, unbelievable. Yesterday, unbelievable bullpen. Good start from Max Scherzer. The bullpen saved the 5th inning. Josh Spores saves the 5th inning. But it's interesting. You win that series, and you scored 2 runs in 10 innings and won. You scored 4 runs on 3 hits yesterday on 2 2-run homers by Josh Smith and just a single by Marcus Semien, and you win. So you won the series. It's huge. I don't want to take anything away. That was super needed. But it was weird doing the post game of Saturday and Sunday because you're excited. There's wins and there's things to celebrate.
For sure.
But then you go, all right, you head into the All-Star break, and literally almost everybody on the team besides Josh Smith is kind of struggling at the plate.
Especially when, coming into this series, and I don't remember if you recalled this conversation, we were talking about it, and I was talking about the probable pitchers, remember? And I looked at it, and I was like, I'm not fearful of Getty, and I forget who the Astros threw out there on Friday night as well. And Ronel Blanco has had a good season, right?
But after the 2-run homer, Blanco was nails. He was really good.
Right.
Getty, I'll give him credit, but at the same time, that can't happen. That guy had almost a 6 ERA. He had 16 starts. Only 8 of them had he made it through 5 innings, had he got 15 outs in a start.
Yeah.
So he is a 50-50 guy on getting 15 outs for you as a starting pitcher. And then he throws his best game of the year. You give him credit. It was his best game of the year on Saturday against the Rangers.
Yeah, so I was kind of shocked that offensively it didn't come around in those ways. But yeah, you still saw incredible performances. Would you like to talk about Josh Sborz, who looked like he was in World Series form? Would you like to talk about Josh H. Smith? And just like the power that he's had, should we just talk about the fact that now you have reached the All-Star break, which is, that could be super necessary for this team, as you mentioned, who comes in not hitting as well as you would hope to in order getting to the break.
Josh Smith was your first half MVP, and he put an exclamation point on it yesterday. Now, that being said, you won't make, this is nothing against Josh Smith. I don't want anybody to take this wrong. You will not be in a playoff hunt in September if Josh Smith is still your best player at that point. At this point now, Josh Smith, keep doing what you're doing, but this second half needs to be carried by Marcus Semien, Corey Seager. Hopefully, Josh Young comes back and can contribute in a positive way. I know he's coming back. I just don't know, how is he going to be with barely any spring training and playing 4 games this year? And I don't know if he's even coming back on Friday, to be honest. I don't know if he's ready for Friday. We'll probably get closer to that on Thursday if we're hearing positive things from Josh Young.
Did he hit off of a tee yesterday morning? Or it was sometime during this weekend that they said that he was hitting off of a tee, so we're progressing that way at least?
But thank God for Josh Smith because he was your best player in the first half. And if he would have been just Josh Smith last year, they would probably, I hate saying this, they might be close to a 60-loss team. Now, probably not 60, but you're probably looking at right now, you're 45-50. If Josh Smith was 2023 Josh Smith, you're probably 5 more losses. I think I can easily say that because offensively, Josh Smith has moved into the 3-hole. From batting 8th and 9th last year to now he is your 3-hole hitter right now, and I don't think that's going to change when Josh Young comes back immediately.
Right.
Is that he moved his way into a 3 spot, and he's contributing from that spot in a great way. If you didn't have him, I think you're out of the race, and we are talking today about what do we do with the 5 or 6 kind of guys that you could possibly move. But Josh Smith, not single-handedly, but his contribution has kept you in the race.
Actually, to that point, I kind of want to go there because you mentioned Josh H. Smith. He was a totem for you during the course of the first half, the proverbial first half, as we have reached the All-Star break. But also, it seems like he a little bit of the moral center, or at least one that could give us a little bit of an insight into what this team was thinking, at least with this with this Astros series, because it seems like after this game he was interviewed and you took something interesting from it.
With the post-game interview?
Yeah, with the post-game interview.
Yeah, he admitted I'm going to change his words because I don't have the cut, and I'm going to change the words a little bit here. But he said
the essence of what he was saying.
We knew as a team that this series not only meant a lot, like in the standings, but it meant a lot to probably our front office. Without Chris Young didn't have a meeting, in Anaheim or in Houston and said, if you guys don't go 4-2 or better on this road trip, then I'm trading players. But the players know. They are 20-something years old. Their whole life, I'm 40-something. I did not grow up with social media. Social media happened around, for me, 2005 to 2009 is about when social media started happening in my life, where I was like, what is this thing? What is this Facebook? What is this Twitter thing going on? I can remember asking Ryan Zimmerman in 2007 in a hotel room. I'm like, hey, Zim, what's this? I'm hearing about this Twitter thing. Can you explain to me what Twitter is and what's going on here? Because at the time, Zim, I think, liked a famous person. I forget who it was, and was hoping his agent could
connect them,
make the connection and whatever, and maybe it could happen through. He was saying Twitter, and I'm like, what is this word you're using? Can you help me out with this word that you're saying Twitter, and what does this thing mean? So these guys see it all.
Yeah.
What I'm getting to is there's no way. No, they can't block out the noise. Their whole life, from whatever age it was, 10 to 14 years old or so, when their parents bought them a phone and gave them a phone, and they have internet for their whole lives, they see it all. They see social media, and they see MLB Network, and they see ESPN, and they see whatever it is. They know the rumors. And Josh Smith let you know in that interview, we know the rumors that the Rangers are possibly selling players off of this team. And we knew that we had to make a stand in this series, especially against Houston. And not saying they played their best baseball offensively, but they did pitch their butts off. He acknowledged, we know that we might be sellers, and we don't want to be. We want this team to stay together, and we want to have the ability to push for a playoff spot. And he felt like they did enough, at least for the All-Star break, for possibly Ray Davis and Chris Young and the rest of the front office and the rest of the ownership to not have conversations about it's time to move on.
Yeah, and I mean, you set the baseline on Friday that they needed to go 2 for 3 in this series. They needed to make sure that they won 2 of these games.
However it happened. They got it done.
Right, by hook or by crook, they ultimately end up in that place. They are now 46-50, just 5 games back of the AL West leading Mariners. And so, look, this is really good in that regard. I do want to ask you, though, Mike, real quick before we go here. Do you feel like this then answers the question that we've kind of been teetering around for the last month or so on whether this team will be buyers or sellers? Like, do you think that it fully answers it, or does it just give us a little bit of more extension on making that decision as we're still 15 days away from the deadline?
They pushed it down the road.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if they're going to be. I don't know if they're going to be buyers.
Okay.
I don't know if financially they can be buyers. I don't like saying that, but I do know with the up in the air TV situation, I don't know how much they can buy to possibly help this team. I think it's going to have to be the guys here and the guys that are hurt that are going to have to help this team out. Selling. There's a big series, which obviously we'll get to way later in the week, against Baltimore.
Yes.
The Seattle Mariners and the Astros play each other to start the second half. So there's going to be at least a loss on one of those teams each night. You come out against Baltimore and you win that series because they're arguably the best in the American League. If you were to win that series, and then the White Sox are next, and you look at this point, you need to sweep the White Sox.
Yeah.
They're horrible.
Yeah, you need to take all
and
those.
Probably Crochet, I'm going to guess, there's a possibility he doesn't pitch in the series, or if he does, it'd be at the end of the series, because I'm going to assume he pitches either the Friday, Saturday, or Sunday for the White Sox.
Yeah.
And, hey, maybe he gets traded by the time you're playing him.
That's where I thought you were going first.
But you need to win that homestand overall because the White Sox are on there, so you can win all of those games. Then that changes. Maybe they do try to add a bullpen piece, which I talked about the Miami Marlins being a great team to call up. They have 2 stud left-handed relievers that you could use one or either of them. I don't know how much they would cost prospect-wise, but I do think that they could still be sellers. If they come out of the gates and they do not play well, and offensively they just don't look like they can really string together big innings, and the thing that we thought was going to carry the 2024 Texas Rangers, I don't know what those conversations will be on, let's say, July 27th.
Sure.
When Chris Young and Ray Davis and company are having a discussion on how hard do we go after the last 2 months of this season.
Yeah, but Josh Smith and your Texas Rangers, they say not today on that decision. 2 of 3 they win over the weekend against the hated Houston Astros, headed into the All-Star break. It's KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford on the ones and twos. We're with you all day long. Coming up next, do you have any interest in Summer League? As the Mavs got their Summer League action going this weekend, we'll discuss that next on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nice handle there. Threes are flying now. A.J. Lawson.
Are you interested? Do you have any interest in the Summer League? It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula sitting in for the boys. Mike Bassett always here with you. Alec Medford as well. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Your Mavs got going in Las Vegas Summer League on Saturday. And as you heard, A.J. Lawson did a little bit of punching it home. Melvin Aginsa, the second-round pick for your Mavericks, played in this. He's playing in Summer League. There's some interesting things there. Omax Prosper is obviously the big one that everybody's watching. Does any of this interest you at all from a Mavs perspective, or even at a wider perspective? Because this is preseason basketball, and preseason sports is already kind of a tough thing. I'm interested. Do the Tolos and Mike? Do you have any interest in Summer League basketball?
So I'm old enough now, at 46 years old, that I've watched the likes of Mo Ager, Darnell Harvey, Eduardo Nahara.
I know that name.
Nick Fazekas.
Definitely know that name.
All of these guys to come through, and I was like, I got to watch them play Summer League basketball. With Roderick Bobois.
Yeah.
And I've done it, and I've seen some guys impress me in Summer League basketball. And I've seen some guys not play that great in Summer League basketball.
Right.
And then I have an opinion on what they might do or might not do in the NBA season coming up. And it is so inconsistent on what they do. I will call this low A ball. So if you follow baseball and basketball, low A ball, 4 guys on your team are probably going to make it to the major leagues at some point in their career, maybe 5 if you have a really good low A ball team, but you're looking at 3 to 5 guys making the major leagues at some point, and they're not ready for the major leagues yet for the most part, but you can see some premium prospects, and then you'll see a lot of guys that just never make it. And so that's the Summer League. And so because of me watching it for so long, the last few years, I've just gone, there's so much that I have going on in my life.
Right.
That I can't put that in my time. And then I've not seen any positive result as it hasn't paid off.
Yeah,
for me.
there's not really a correlation.
Yeah, and so because there's no correlation on if you play great in Summer League, you're going to be a good NBA player or a role player. If you play subpar in Summer League, but you are a really high draft pick, that means you're already a bust and you're not going to play well your rookie year or in your career. So because I don't see any correlation between Summer League and the season, I've decided over time, I've watched plenty of it, I've decided over time that it's not for me. I will read about it. I'll watch you on Locked On Mavs with.
Hey,
I always just say Nick.
Yeah,
I struggle with his last name.
Angstad. Yeah, names aren't always the easiest thing for you, are they?
So I will watch a YouTube conversation on what happened in the Summer League for the Dallas Mavericks, but I just don't spend any time watching it anymore because I haven't found myself seeing the results of, if this person does this, then this will result in the season.
Yeah, I'm with you there, right? This is preseason basketball, as I said earlier. And I'm already in a place where, look, I work in this thing, so I understand what the do's and don'ts are of this job and what's necessary. And so sometimes you have to watch preseason things, right? Where we talk about spring training, you get an idea, especially of what's happening with your team, and you get some of the feel. It's necessary to talk about what's happening with that team. With football, preseason football, we're trying to determine who's going to be on that roster, who's going to be in that 53rd spot, even though, let's be completely honest, that if that 53rd spot is playing in a big way, we got real questions, right? Preseason sports, if I was just a fan, I absolutely understand why you would go, why do I care about this one iota, right? We're already talking about regular seasons being watered down and not matter. Preseason, and then this is even more preseason because now we're talking about, as you mentioned, a lot of guys that likely aren't making it. And I feel like with Summer League, a lot of times what it is here for is, one, is there to be a convention for NBA people.
Right, yeah,
right?
100%. It's kind of like their winter meetings.
Exactly.
The winter meetings, what the winter meetings are for baseball is for a lot of minor league jobs to be filled in like sales and marketing and all of these things around the country. Plus, there are some major league jobs open in that category. Not major league jobs for general manager or assistant general manager or coaching staffs. Those are pretty much done. But yeah, I feel like, to your point, this is what it is in July. All the general managers are there. There's probably head of marketing there, and they're saying, hey, what worked in your arena this year that you really took a risk on? And what did you guys do that took a risk on that it just fell flat? It wasn't a good promotion. It didn't really gain any interest in your city. So, yeah, to your point, I bet there's a lot of that going on.
A ton of fraternizing with the people in the sport. So, like, I think media types go and they get information from each other and just kind of hang out, build relationships, maybe sometimes with players, because you'll see some of the players, and we saw some of the big wigs of your Mavs out there watching this game. But I think, too, is if you have a young stud that you just drafted that you're hoping to get some eyes on, to get an idea, maybe not even figure out what they'll be, but just you're excited about this. One of those guys for me that I've seen, Reed Shepard, the kid from Kentucky that got drafted to the Rockets, he just looks like a player, right?
Okay.
And you mentioned Zach Edey when we were talking about that. I've been like, oh, okay, maybe he can play at an NBA level just because of the skill itself, but not necessarily like the performance, if that makes sense. Like, I get to see the skill in a different way. But then
I've seen a lot of hype on Edey.
Yeah.
I have not seen the hype. I've been busy. I have not seen the hype on Reed Shepard, at least on YouTube and on the internet, that I've seen on Zach Edey, where a lot of like, oh, this was a great pick. He is going to be awesome. And I'm just like, dude, like, I do, for some reason, I don't know why I keep, maybe it's, YouTube, how it gets you and it keeps feeding you if you watch it.
You fall in a rabbit hole of things.
Gilbert Arenas, I keep getting all the Gilbert Arenas opinions. And I'm like, I don't even know if these are the best opinions, but I keep getting, he's on there with Kenyon Martin and Brandon Jennings are usually the main three. There's other guys. The guy that was a total flop from North Carolina, horrible, Rashad McCants.
Yes, Rashad McCants.
Yeah.
And he's been getting the NBA world going. He loves giving hot takes.
Yeah. And I just am like, you guys played Summer League. You guys have seen Summer League stars be complete flops. Give it some time, but I've just heard this. Zach Edey was the best pick. Zach Edey is going to be unbelievable. And I'm like, he's playing Summer League against 6'1" Bronny James. Like, I know they're not guarding each other, but I'm like, it's just tough. It's good. I like that Zach Edey could work out. I really have no care. I know he's with Memphis, so in a way, I hope he doesn't work out.
Sure.
I'm not against the person. I'm for the Mavericks more than against him or against Memphis. But I just look at it and go, man, people will have these strong takes on 2 Summer League basketball games. And I've seen too many Summer League basketball games where it doesn't correlate. But Zach Edey's getting a lot of love. I didn't know about Reed Shepard, so let me ask you this. Have you watched him? Like, does he look in a way, I know this isn't maybe fair, but does he look, when I watched him at Kentucky the few times, I just thought like he's kind of more of a catch and shoot guy with some skills as handling a ball. Does he look better at handling a ball than I think?
He looked a little bit better handling the ball. I was kind of surprised. And look, I'm talking off of a lot of kind of highlight reels put together on SportsCenter, and because I don't think that I've watched a full Rockets Summer League game, because again, right, we're talking about preseason, and there's plenty of things to do this weekend when we talk about all the sports and the baseball and watching the Rangers get 2 or 3 against the Astros. But I mean, it did seem like he was handling the ball where they were actually like putting him in point guard positions, even though I don't think that that's necessarily what he's going to do. And I think that they did that to maybe kind of stretch him and see what he could do on ball. He seemed diligent in that way, but he was definitely knockdown shooter, pull-up shooter, and defensively he got like 5 steals in one of those games, which I thought was really interesting. But that's the Rockets guy. Let's talk about the Mavs, because the Mavs played, and I feel like the 2 big names for your Mavs, Omax Prosper and Melvin Aginsa. And then I thought that they played pretty interestingly, because Melvin Aginsa shot really unafraid in this game. Like, he took shots. He didn't knock him down necessarily. He was 1 of 5.
Or does he just like dunking left-handed? I just remember his highlights in the draft. Is he a right-handed shooter?
He is a lefty, if I remember correctly.
Well, good. I like him even more now.
Exactly, yes. The lefty pitcher that we have on the KNC Masterpiece, Mike Bassick, approves. 5 of 13 from the floor, 1 of 5 from 3. in the course of this, of course, the game against the Utah Jazz. And during this, Jared Greenberg had an interesting thing that he said on the call. He was on the call with Candace Parker. He said that Melvin Aginsa is playing for a roster spot. And he went as far as to say that basically, if he, when he was drafted, I thought we looked at it.
Greenberg heard this from somebody.
I mean, remember, he ends up being a reporter, and now he's calling a game in summer league, but he plies his trade as a reporter. So I'm assuming that he is doing the reporting here when he says that the Mavs want to see what he can do in summer league. They drafted him, and I think the reporting was that he'll probably be a drafted stash, but depending on how he plays in summer league, he could, get one of the roster spots on this team. Is that something you're at all interested in when it comes to the summer league of this all, and maybe Melvin Aginsa being with the big club, or maybe obviously getting some time with the G League, Texas Legends as well, as opposed to remaining overseas for a time period?
Yes, but I'm only interested by watching a 5-minute YouTube conversation on it, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to. I don't know if they probably play today or tonight or something.
Yeah, they play tonight.
I'm going to the Home Run Derby tonight.
Yeah.
I'm super pumped about that. I just can't see myself getting back from that tonight at, let's say, 10 or 11 o'clock or whatever time I get home and being like, oh, man, I hope I recorded the Mavs Summer League game to see if Melvin Aginsa did enough that I think he should be the 14th or 15th guy on the team. I do think that there's potential in him, and I think the great thing is Nico Harrison has changed my thought about the draft. Nico cares about all 60 picks.
Yeah.
I think the Mavs, I don't even know, I'm going to say that it seemed like Mark Cuban cared about the first 14 picks, and then about after that he stopped caring.
Yeah, the lottery, and then.
And so
Yeah.
I look at Nico and his short time here. By the way, in another conversation maybe this week, I wonder if Nike just hitting the tank is part of losing Nico. Over time, losing Nico has cost Nike billions of dollars. I'm wondering with going back to the kind of last spot on the team and everything is like, how much, I know he can't contribute. I'm just going to assume Aginsa can't contribute in 2024-25, but he could make the team. They'd give him a 4-year, I'll say like Bronny contract, like, or a Jaden Hardy contract. They don't want the Jalen Brunson thing to ever happen again. And Nico's smart enough to see those things in the future. And I love that Nico is now running the basketball operation. So if he is that good, awesome. I don't think he's going to play on the team, and I think that he would spend a lot of his time with the Texas Legends, getting his run, getting his minutes to improve his basketball game. But that would be a great sign. If you traded from 58 to 51, and this guy played well enough in summer league, you're like, we want to give him a 4-year guaranteed contract, then that would be a great sign that Nico found somebody that they think in year 2 or year 3 could possibly get into the rotation off of the bench. And by year 4, because if you start looking at financially, I know this gets way down the road, but if you start looking at financially where the Mavs are going to be when PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford are up, Derek Lively's a restricted free agent, all of these things, you start looking at Omax Prospers and people like that, you're going to need them to help out because you just can't pay the aprons that they've put on restrictions. I cannot give 5 players $30 to $50 million a year, each guy.
Right, and when teams try that, hello, Phoenix Suns, we've found it doesn't work that well. They need that support. So, Nico Harrison was on the broadcast for a moment. He talked a little bit. I might circle back around to some of that audio because he talked about Omax as well and what he could mean to this team. So we might circle back to that. But yeah, it seems like on the text line, on the YouTube, on the Twitch, for the most part, the answer is no. They're not interested in Summer League right now. And I understand why. You don't have a big name draft pick that you got. I think the big name that you're looking at is Omax Prosper, late first round pick from last year that didn't factor in. Plus, I think you're a team that went to the finals. This is a team that you're looking at the here and now of it. And the big name of the offseason for the Mavs is Klay Thompson. I think we're super excited to see him and what the Mavs have once they get to the regular season and really once they get to the postseason next year. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Monday evening. And look, we're coming up on 10:40. I know what that time is for. It's for a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Max Scherzer, the MLB draft Can you imagine in the NFL if an offensive guard went number 1 overall? Because that's what just happened in the MLB draft. Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford hanging out with you on a Monday morning, soon to be afternoon. Not an evening, although I reflexively said that earlier. Trying to get the hang of filling in for the gentlemen, for the Kevin and Corey. They'll be out all week on vacay. So you're stuck with me. But you know what? Don't worry about that. We'll still get you your staples. Like right now, it's time for a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, a whole bunch to get to. If I don't get to it, I'll get to it later in the show. Once again, just going to the All-Star Village. If you haven't been out there, get out there. It's today and tomorrow. It's awesome. Once again, the next time we're going to have the All-Star game here will be something like 2040-something or 2050-something. It's just the way it is. We'll get it again because of the stadium and it being indoors, but it's not going to be every 5 years or every 10 years. It will be at best 15 years from now, and probably more like 20-plus years from now, we'll get another All-Star game.
You don't feel like this is anything like the Super Bowl where they're like,
No, I don't think so. There's just so many new stadiums and so many places, and they want to spread the love to all of the cities. But it is an awesome event. Go out there. Hey, I got to meet so many of you yesterday. Thank you so much for saying how much you love Baseball Nuggets and you love me on the station. And it's just the best baseball station and the best baseball segments. So thank you guys so much for all the compliments. They also said that I am the funniest, and I did say, well, I could have been a professional comedian after I was done playing baseball, but I decided to do sports talk radio for a little bit. But no, they're like, oh, you guys make us laugh all the time too. So there are a lot of people that said KNC Masterpiece, and you are really funny and make us laugh a lot and stuff like that. So thank you to all the people that came out, took pictures, wanted my autograph. Some people, it's funny, I was in the line for the biggest baseball in the world, which is not a baseball at all.
Wait, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I need some updates on this.
It is plastic. No, maybe not even plastic. It has unbelievable autographs on it. I mean, Hank Aaron's autograph is on it. Lou Brock, Willie Mays, Ozzie Smith. So
do we know,
it's autographed
authentic?
Yes.
Ooh,
it's autographed
okay.
by a lot of legends. Derek Jeter. I mean, there are people that aren't in the Hall of Fame, but then were great players. Fred Lynn, Will Clark. It's autographed. You can get your picture taken with that, with usually a legend. And then I would step out of the way. I was like, hey, if you guys want a family photo, I know I'm here for the photo opportunity. I will get out of the photo so you guys can take a family photo too with it. But that was really cool because I was like, what's the largest baseball? But it's not a base. Yes, it's shaped as a baseball.
But it's not rawhide and twine and all that.
It's not like leather or anything like that. So I was thinking that it was like literally like a baseball, just supersized baseball. Like a softball is a bigger baseball for the most part.
Yeah.
I just thought it would just keep getting bigger and bigger, and somehow they were making a real baseball, but super sized. But this is not a real baseball, but that's at Choctaw
Stadium?
Choctaw Stadium. And
not a casino. Not yet, at least.
But there's places you can take batting practice. So if you ever wanted to take batting practice, there's a wiffle ball area.
How public is it? Because I don't want to embarrass myself in front of too many people.
It's very public.
Oh, okay.
It's all outdoor. It's all set up on the stadium. But there's obviously a lot of things to do. That's the outdoor part, and I get it. It's going to be hot today.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of shades. There's fans. There's free water areas to fill up your water bottle. So if you want to bring a water bottle and go, well, there's only one water bottle, they have plenty of places to fill up your water for free. Obviously, there's concessions there too and food there too. Then they have the esports thing, which is awesome to go to. That's all indoor, but that's where you can get autographs. I saw Mike Cameron for the first time ever, and that was my first ever batter I faced in the major league. So we had a fun time talking about that.
Is that something that was just etched in your brain, like that's the first batter, or was this something you had to go back and find?
I was like, when I saw him, I was like, oh yeah, because I remembered like he hit a double off the wall with the bases loaded, nobody out. So I came in, first time to relief in my life is in the major leagues with the bases loaded, nobody out on Sunday Night Baseball, and it's
great
against
opportunity.
Mike Cameron. And I get 0-2 on him, works it to 3-2. I'm like, I can't walk him. I just cannot walk in a guy. And I know I can throw a strike anytime I want to throw a strike, but it doesn't mean it's going to be a quality strike. There's a difference between throwing a strike and a quality strike, and I did not throw a quality strike, and Mike Cameron smacked it off of the wall at Jacobs Field for a double, and then the floodgates were open from that point on. But it was just awesome going out there, seeing the legends. You get to see the legends. So many former Rangers. If you're a Rangers fan, you got to get out there. You can see people like Josh Hamilton was after me at the ball, at the world's largest ball. Well, they're like, hey, can you do 2 more minutes? There's a few other people. I'm like, yeah. And I see this line way over there. I'm like, hey, come on up. And they're like, no. They don't want your picture. They're waiting for Josh Hamilton. So there's like a line of like 150 people like that. They were in line. There are people, there's like the common line where Mike Bassick is there, go ahead. And then there was a line like, if you don't want your picture until Josh Hamilton comes, he will be here in 5 minutes. But we got to get through this 30-minute session with Mike Bassick. But there's question and answers. A lot of Tolos out there yelling different things were kind of Tolo stuff and listening to baseball nuggets. So it was awesome. Let me get to yesterday's game again. And I do want to get to this for the second half. I think this is important. Max Scherzer, if you didn't watch the game, I get it, man. It's a Sunday. You could be at church. You could be with your family. You could be out at the All-Star Village. You could be doing a lot of things right now. Max Scherzer did pitch really well. I liked his stuff. I liked his breaking ball. Through 4 innings, he had given up a solo home run. He had struck out 6 guys. I thought he was looking really good. But in the 5th inning, he gives up a base hit. It was nothing special, just a base hit. And then the next guy, Myers, I believe, lays down a beautiful bunt. And then he gets 1-2 on their 8-hole hitter. I always can't say his last name well, so I'm not going to say it.
Was it Loperfido?
Yes, thank you very much. He gets 1-2 on him, and I'm like, all right, he's going to put him away or get a double play ball. Big situation. It's Max Scherzer. He doesn't throw a very competitive 1-2 pitch. He throws a great 2-2 pitch.
They have a guy named Cabbage? Sorry.
Yeah, Cabbage came in and pinch hit. He lays off a great 2-2 pitch. And then on 3-2, he misses his fastball by about 6 inches outside. So 2 out of the 3 pitches on 1-2, he just didn't execute. And this is where the Hall of Famer comes in. Not Max Scherzer, and he is going to be a future Hall of Famer. Awesome game. I want to tell you, Max Scherzer's looking good for the second half. As long as he stays healthy, you do have a quality starting pitcher in your rotation in Max Scherzer. But Bruce Bochy with Max Scherzer on the mound, he's throwing well, but this inning, it's a ground ball for a hit. It's a bunt for a hit. It's a 1-2 count that gets to 3-2, and he allows a walk. And he brings in Spores with nobody out, 9-1-2 coming up. And he gets out of that situation without giving up a run. I thought the worst thing to do in Houston for both teams was to load the bases because that meant you weren't going to score any runs.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers couldn't score any runs in that series with bases loaded, and then Houston didn't do it there in the 5th inning. But, man, Bruce Bochy made some really tough decisions yesterday and great decisions. He brought in Jacob Latz, which, I'll be honest, he hasn't been pitching great of late, so I was a little bit nervous. And he throws 3 pitches to Yordan Alvarez. Fastball in, strike 1. Breaking ball down and away in the zone, strike 2. Fastball up and away, 97, strike 3. Huge out, and then he doesn't let down his guard. He does get 2-0 on Diaz. Throws changeup, and he gets foul ball and then ground ball to shortstop to get out a first and second one out facing Alvarez. And I do believe Diaz in the future is going to be an all-star.
Yeah, he looks like he's good. Yeah.
So I thought that was huge, and then you had Kirby Yates able to close it out. Even Jose Leclerc looked pretty good in his relief appearance too. Sure. He had an error that happened, and then Bregman got a hit, and that's when Latz came in and did a great job. But great job by the staff. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to get into all of this, but the Rangers took a catcher with their first-round pick, number 30 overall. You hope to pick 30 every year because that means you are the world champions. They take Malcolm Moore out of Stanford. Now, I'd been told and kind of tipped off that the Rangers were strongly looking at a catcher in the first round, and there were 2 first-round catchers that were possibly going to be available, one being Walker Janik from Sam Houston. And, in fact, reading about him, he was not a highly recruited kid out of high school for college or for the pros, and just had a great career at Sam Houston and was able to get drafted 28th by the Houston Astros. And I don't know this, but I wonder. My wonder is, where did the Rangers have Walker Janek versus Malcolm Moore, who they drafted? I'm not saying they're disappointed with Malcolm Moore at all, but from what I understand, they wanted one of the two catchers. When you get to, anytime you're doing a fantasy draft and you get to one of the picks where you've had a guy marked and then it gets closer and closer to you, you're thinking, this is going to happen. Like, I didn't think this was going to happen, but we're at pick 24, 25, 26, and you start getting to like, we only need a few more picks to go our way, and we're going to get the catcher of our choice. I don't know which one was higher on the Rangers board, but I look at it this way. The Rangers do get Malcolm Moore, a catcher from Stanford, and a college catcher. Here's what I think. I don't know if Jonah Heim's going to get a long-term contract with the Texas Rangers. And if you look at Jonah Heim and what he has left with the Rangers, he has a few more seasons left. Well, Malcolm Moore, as long as you sign him, you get him to catch a little bit this year in like low A ball or even in Arizona, but you get him to catch a little bit. Next year, he starts off, let's just say, in high A ball. I don't know if that's what the Rangers' plan is, but he starts off in high A ball and he catches the whole season in A ball. And then the next year, in 2026, he catches the whole year in Double A, or most of the year in Double A. And then I think the hope is, because they took a college catcher, I'm not saying this is the plan and it will work out perfectly, but then the plan is in 2027, Malcolm Moore is ready to start taking over as your catcher.
Yeah, because you look at Jonah Heim, he signed a 1-year deal for this season, but he's got a couple more arbitration years, and he would become a free agent in 27.
Yeah, and maybe the Rangers would want to do a 2-year deal with him, and Malcolm Moore's not ready. But the hope is that Malcolm Moore, your first-round pick, is probably around 2027 or 28, is ready to be a catcher that you can rely on at least for 50% of the time. So the Rangers, it's tough in these drafts, whether it's NHL draft or whether it's MLB draft, because you're not getting immediate help. But I do think the Rangers looked at it and said, all right, let's look at where we're at, and let's be honest here. Pitching prospects haven't worked out perfectly for them in the draft recently.
Yeah.
And so I think they looked at a hitter. They wanted a hitter in this draft, and most likely a college hitter, and they were really looking at catcher. And then if you look at after that, after these two catchers were taken, it seemed to be, at least on boards, I can only go off of that. I didn't watch college and high school baseball.
What?
Top catching prospects. It seemed like there were a drop-off after these two guys. These two guys were considered first-round picks. And then after that, you didn't really have anybody pushing that would be considered a first-round pick. So the Rangers did get a catcher, something that they wanted in this draft in the first round. I just don't know if they wanted the Sam Houston catcher or the Stanford catcher.
Okay, well, they did get a catcher, and there you go. Mike Bassick's Baseball Nuggets, getting you up to date with baseball. And look, we're not done with baseball. I imagine Mike likes it. We might dip back into it.
Plenty of baseball left. So for all you people that said hello to me and love the station and love KNC Masterpiece, don't worry. I got you covered. As they've told me, there's nothing like Mike Bassick and talking baseball on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a baseball show of record. I've often said that. So, yeah, we're going to keep that going for you here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's dive into this series that's been happening on ESPN. Who are the top 10 quarterbacks? And does Dak Prescott make a appearance? We'll talk about that and more next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford on this Monday in the Metroplex. Corey and Kevin both on vacation. I don't know what those vacations constitute. I have no idea. 877-881-1053.
Kevin, I know, went out of town.
He did?
Yes. I don't know. I forget where he went. I think it was a little bit of a
Jacksonville?
trip.
I think he said something about Jacksonville one time.
Jacksonville, Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm giving you that's the fullest extent of what I.
Sounds like the best trip in the world, man. You know, T-Law.
Oh, well, you think T-Law is there right now?
Actually, just my buddy Paul Rigdon, who I played minor league baseball with. That'd be cool to see him. I think he's a firefighter in Jacksonville.
Kevin went to Jacksonville to see a firefighter.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know, but I think
that's official now. I think that's officially the line that the show has.
I think Corey's just hanging out at home.
Okay. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Let us know if what you believe that Kevin and Corey are doing on their vacation. In their stead, we're here to keep you entertained and hang out with you on this evening. And so with that being the case, I will carry on what Kevin Hagelin has done. And I probably shouldn't make that very vague because he's done a lot of things that I personally wouldn't want to carry on. However, what he has done is he's taken us through this ESPN series of lists as heading up to the training camp of 2024, where they've talked to executives, coaches, scouts, and had them rank various positions. I know that we talked about safeties, we talked about tight ends, we talked about running backs, which obviously the Cowboys were not going to pop up on. Now we get to quarterbacks. We get to the premier position in the National Football League, quarterbacks. And just like this, I'm going to again make this a guessing game for you fine gentlemen. Right. For Mike and Alec Medford. Alec, I don't get to work with you nearly enough, so I'd like to ask you this, and you gauge this yourself. When it comes to these guessing games that Kevin likes throwing up, how successful do you feel like you are, particularly when it comes to the football ones?
For the football, I'd say maybe a 70% success rate.
Okay, all right.
Anything outside of that, it probably goes down to 40-60.
Okay.
Alec, are we going to team up on this or challenge each other on this?
Ooh, I feel like that's Reggie's discretion.
No, you guys get to decide whether you want to team up or whether you want to try and beat each other on this.
All right.
Okay. So there's obviously 10. I count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 quarterbacks ranked. Obviously, there's some honorable mentions and those types of things. How many of those 10 do you gentlemen think you can get?
Just the best quarterbacks in the league?
The best quarterbacks as ranked by executives, scouts, and coaches.
I will say, Alec, I'll throw this number out there since you said 70%. I think probably getting 7 is easy. I just think once you get to about quarterbacks 7 through 14, it gets really tough to know who likes what.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of discourse once you get to number 7, 8, that range. So I think we can get 7 pretty easily. Outside of that, I'm not sure.
Okay.
All right. Alec, you started off.
We'll set the number is 7.5, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all can go ahead and bet for entertainment purposes only on whether or not these gentlemen can get it. But here we go. Let's do the list, gentlemen. Go ahead and name them. We'll see if they're on the list.
Let's take the low-hanging fruit, Patrick Mahomes.
That is correct.
Hey.
Do you know where he ranks on this list?
1.
Yes. Patrick Mahomes, clearly the best quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, for another conversation, I just wonder at this point is how close is he to a top 5 quarterback of all time? And he still has 10 more years left as long as he stays healthy in the NFL. But all right, so let me
wait before we move on. I do want to point this out because I mean, obviously last year's ranking was 1. They tell you what the highest and lowest rankings were amongst the people that voted. Obviously, the highest ranking was 1. Apparently, his lowest ranking was 2. Someone didn't rank him as maybe not the best quarterback.
Was it after Aaron Rodgers won back-to-back MVPs or something?
This is all for this year. Remember?
Oh, you're saying this year somebody rated him number 2?
Yeah.
Well, all right. So I will say he won the MVP, and he does have 2 MVPs, Alec. I'm going to guess he might not be number 2, but Lamar Jackson's going to be on this list.
Absolutely.
You're correct. Number 4, Lamar Jackson comes in at. Highest ranking was 2, so people put him up that high. Lowest ranking was 5. Pretty solidly.
I get he's controversial, but he's a dude who I guess you could put, Dak in this, is that he's going to win 10 or more games if he's healthy. But go ahead, Alec, pick another guy. This should still stay easy.
Yeah, give me one Joshua Allen of the Buffalo Bills.
That should be on there.
It is.
Top 5 for sure, right?
Correct. 3rd. In fact, he was the quarterback that got got at least a 1 vote. Highest ranking was 1, lowest ranking was 6 on this. So, yeah, man, there's some people, there's at least one person out there that's actually like, hey, this guy is actually the best quarterback in the league. Do you agree with that sentiment, or does that feel a little too far?
I think Patrick Mahomes has separated himself so far away from the competition that I don't see. You can have the argument if he's number 2. You can have arguments on Lamar Jackson and some other guys we're going to name here. I don't think there's an argument on number 1. I think at this point we're at Michael Jordan status in 1993. Like where it's like there's no argument. Charles Barkley's great, Patrick Ewing's great, David Robinson's great. Like there's a lot of great players in this league. It's just not comparable to this guy.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, which is funny because the 940 makes a good point on the text line. Mahomes wasn't really very good last season until the playoffs, which, I mean, I do wonder how much that is we just look up and we go on the standard that we've set for you,
and
right?
Think about who he was throwing to. I give you guys Travis Kelce. He's one of the best tight ends of all time. Dude, he has average wide receivers at best. Inexperienced guy. Sky Moore doesn't even know where the hell he's supposed to go 50% of the time.
This is true. That's why he's separated himself from Josh Allen, because Allen has had a more talented roster around him here recently. Still haven't been able to do anything with it.
All right, let's continue this week, baby, we have the top 10 quarterbacks in the league for 2024.
Let me have some fun here. I'm going, before we say yes or no. I mean, I saw a dude go up 27-0 with 2 minutes to go until halftime of a playoff game against the Cowboys. Now, I don't think it's time to get that Jordan Love. I do think he'll be top 10.
Yeah.
But I don't want, because I think he's going to be somewhere between that 7 and 10 range, and I'm scared. How about this, Alec? I just want to make sure you're okay with this. Are you okay with C.J. Stroud being Rookie of the Year and already a top 10 quarterback? Because he is getting a lot of love this offseason.
I'll tell you that I'm more than okay with that. I think he's definitely a top 10
That's
quarterback.
where I'm going.
He is a top 10 quarterback. Ranked 7th,
okay.
C.J. Stroud. Highest ranking actually was 2nd. Someone was willing to put him up that high. He appeared on nearly 90% of the ballots, and a few voters believe that he's top 3 already. So a lot of love for the young man, C.J. Stroud. I know that a lot of people are watching them this year because of the idea of a sophomore slump and those types of things.
It'll be interesting with expectations.
Yeah.
Expectations can change some things.
For sure. All right, so you guys have gotten 1, you guys have gotten 3, you guys have gotten 4, and 7 now.
Go ahead.
I think we'll go with Joe Burrow, even injury and all. Yeah, he's got to be up there.
That's a good pick.
Injury and all, Joe Burrow comes in at number 2 on this list. Still has that love and that respect. Although someone decided to rank him as low as 7, I imagine that is injury concerns, but still widely regarded as the second best quarterback in the league.
All right, so now my next one. I'm going to go with the guy with the highest rating here on stats with a 113. And that would be Brock Purdy, who threw 31 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and threw for 4,280 yards last year. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it, but it makes me sick that we're talking about him being a top 10 quarterback.
You don't think so?
Like, eye test wise, I don't think so, but I think what he's able to do with that team is more than enough to put him in that conversation.
I'm going with it.
From the 806, they said, I'll take the over of 7.5 at plus 150. Unfortunately, friend, you are incorrect, as you gentlemen are as well. Brock Purdy comes in as the first honorable mention. I don't know if the honorable mentions are ranked, but he does not make the top 10 here.
I didn't want to pick Dak because I know he's on it, but Dak to a T were the other ones that I was really thinking about. I mentioned Jordan Love. Are all 3 of those guys on the top 10 list? So Brock Purdy made the Super Bowl. So he's made the NFC Championship game as a rookie. And he's made the Super Bowl as a second-year guy. And they're like, nah, he's not that good.
They put him on the honorable mentions, and they did put him first on the honorable mentions, which I do believe ranks him at 11th. But, yeah, man, there's still, I guess, some level of consternation, even amongst coaches, executives, and scouts as to just how good he is as a quarterback. Good.
Yeah,
the hateration from over on the behind the board is immense. All right, so you mentioned Tua Tagovailoa.
I knew he would be on there, but I thought for sure Brock Purdy would with his success. But
so Tua comes in as an honorable mention as well.
Well, then Dak.
And Dak Prescott is indeed on this list. He is number 10. So he slides into the top 10 just barely.
So Jordan Love is going to be up there. He's going to be higher than I thought.
And so Dak Prescott's highest ranking was 7th, but his lowest ranking was entirely out of the top 10. And last year he was ranked exactly 10 as well. So like it seems like there is a little bit of a solid placing of him in that range that you talk about all that time.
I think he's 7 to 15.
Exactly.
Like, I don't think he's 7, but I also, no matter how much I dislike Dak Prescott come playoff time where he plays his worst football of his life, he can't be worse than the 15th quarterback in the NFL. There's just no way.
Very good.
He's going to destroy. His stats at the end of his career are going to be amazing because against the bad teams and the average teams, he is unbelievable.
Right. Big production, very good, but outside of the top tier is what they ultimately write about him. And that is a dilemma that we talk about a lot in theory, just in general in sports, is like, is it very good but not elite? Is that fine? And when you get to the most premier position in sports, it continues to be a question that we have a conversation about here in Dallas time and time again. So Dak Prescott is 10.
I know. Yeah, help us out because I know we're running out of time here. Just give me the top 10 and let me see here.
And so obviously I'll start it from the top again. Patrick Mahomes clearly 1, Burrow 2, 3 Josh Allen, 4 Lamar Jackson. Those you all got. Number 5 you didn't. He is a Highland Park kid though.
That's too high for him.
I was kind of amazed, and he has a wide range of votes as well.
I think he's in the 7 to 15 range.
His highest rank was 3, which I imagine did a little bit of pulling here, but his lowest rank was 10 as well. Last year he was ranked 10, so he was all over that kind of range there as well. And so he ends up 5. Justin Herbert, another one of those darlings for folks, comes in at 6 because of, he ends up being like I hate to call them nerds, but I do love to call them nerds at the same time. I'm an enigma. Deal with it.
In a weird way, he makes so many mistakes that I think if you gave him the San Francisco 49ers these last 2 years, now maybe with the coaching he would do better. But he makes so many silly mistakes in a game that Brock Purdy at least doesn't turn over the ball on you and kill you where you're like, what the crap was that, dude? Like, we might not like Brock Purdy's overall talent, but he is smart enough to not do stupid things where Herbert drives me insane with at times his IQ.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that goes to one of the questions that Sean and RJ were talking earlier about today, the idea of Cooper Rush versus Trey Lance, and I think that's a question of what's the floor versus what's the ceiling. And I think with Justin Herbert, you talk about ceiling in a big way. Okay. Apparently, a AFC personnel evaluator said that he's big, strong, fast, powerful arm, will stare down targets some and try to make hero plays, holding on to the ball, but has everything that you want. So again, it comes back to that high ceiling.
There's just, because look, I love him, but I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback. Did they put Trevor Lawrence in here?
So you had CJ Stroud at 7. Aaron Rodgers comes in at 8. Still.
All right.
Jared Goff.
Okay, that's a good pick. That's a good pick.
And then Dak Prescott at 10. So that means in the honorable mentions, you get Purdy, you get Jordan Love, you get Jalen Hurts.
Okay, yeah.
Tua Tagovailoa, Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence is the final of the honorable mentions there. And then Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield received votes on the out fringes. Man. So that's how it breaks down. It's still interesting to see how the people in the sport evaluate quarterbacks because, look, man, I know that there are folks in the sport, but I think it's also fair to look around and say this is one of those places in football where we can look at those folks and be like, they haven't completely figured this out as well. And you can see how you can look at some of the ways that they rank this and you go, I don't agree with them. And I'm sure that there isn't a full amount of agreement in a lot of places amongst them as well. Okay. So, yeah.
Sorry we messed up.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Kevin.
Brock Purdy's bad at football. I didn't know he's that bad. But Alex believes it because he doesn't wear upside SF hats, I guess.
I was going to go hatless this week, Mike, but...
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I think tomorrow we're breaking them back
we get
out.
the salad
the
hat.
backwards Big D.
I don't like the way that sounds. Okay. Thank you for eventually adding the hat in. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Monday during All-Star Week. Coming up next... It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Travis Hunter, Jerry Rice, and the English men's national team. Are they the Wankers of the Weekend? Are you maybe the Wanker of the Weekend? 877-881-1053. We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
I'll tell you how.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Datatula filling in for Kevin and Corey. That's Mike Bassick, Alec Medford hanging out with us, and you on this Monday. Thanks for doing so. Always get involved with the program by texting into the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053, where from the 469, they said, Reginald, why do you pronounce Tua's name that way? I've heard his name, it sounds like you're saying Tungo Vailoa. I had to ask. That's how his name has been pronounced, especially for me. And Mike, you know this as a broadcaster. A lot of teams and stuff will give you pronunciation guides.
Yeah.
But then also, like, you'll also get sometimes you'll get guys early on in their career. They'll do like interviews and they'll let people know how to pronounce their name if they have a name that's maybe a little bit tougher for the average American to pronounce. And he's done that. And what he said in a video that I'm sure I could go and search up again is Tungo Vailoa. And so ultimately, that's the way that I'll say it, because it's that he call himself Tungo Vailoa. I call him Tungo Vailoa. That's the way that I work it. And I know that sounds weird to the ear. I'll call him Tua as well, so that you know who I'm talking about. But that's why I say that way. Maybe I'm a wanker for doing so, as it is now time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who were the folks doing the weird and stupid things over the course of the weekend that we want to reverse shout out? I don't know. What is the reverse of a shout out? Do we know? What is, like, how does that work?
You're quiet on it?
Yeah, I was like, I don't think that works, though.
He probably isn't even going to hear this, but there's a kid that's going to SMU who listens to the show a lot. He's working out at the All-Star Village the last weekend. I think his name was Chase. If I'm messing up your name, I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember, but really cool dude. He was working at the world's largest baseball, and he's like, yeah, listen to the show and love you and all this stuff. And so I told him I'd give him a shout out to start the show, and I just remembered at 11:26 that I would shout Chase out.
Okay, shout out to Chase.
Dan Tastic, who's on Twitch.
Yeah, man.
Saw him yesterday with, I believe, his wife. I'm going to hope that was his wife. I'm pretty sure it was.
With his lady friend.
Yeah, and said hello to him, so it was awesome getting to see him. Some people came out that were like, hey, we like you, but we love your wife, because these two kids are Oak Cliff pediatric kids.
Hey!
So they go to Oak Cliff Pediatrics, and I was like, yeah, my wife's awesome.
So, Wankers of the Weekend. Somebody said, shout out for good. Calling them out. Call out. There we go. I like what we're doing there. Let us call them folks out, including Travis Hunter, the two-way player from Colorado. Big-time guy, 5-star guy. And he plays like
Colorado State intentionally hurt him. Was it Colorado State who intentionally hurt him?
Was that Colorado State? I
think so.
Yeah. But, I mean, fantastic player, cornerback, wide receiver, and, like, a guy that we haven't necessarily seen, or we haven't seen necessarily guys do this the same way, where they're like 100% on both sides of the ball. So he has a full familiarity with the entirety of that team. He's clearly one of Coach Deion Sanders' favorites, and he was on stream playing that new NCAA 25 because, hey, he's a cover athlete. I imagine that one of the perks is that you get early access to it. And he was playing a game. Offensive line wasn't playing that well, and this is what he had to say about him.
Okay, bro. Why am I getting chased by him?
There we go.
How? The O-line is realistic. Yes, very realistic. What you mean? Can't block for nothing.
He said that the offensive line is realistic in the game because they can't block for nothing. That makes him a wanker, right? Like, he's calling out his offensive line that, I mean, he does not have to play behind this year, but he is, I mean, as a wide receiver, you imagine you want the offensive line to be pretty good so you can get the ball.
Yeah, I will say this. There seemed to be a lot of blame from the coaching staff, Deion Sanders, on that situation. And I thought to myself, aren't you the person responsible for getting the kids in?
Question worth asking. Definitely a question worth asking.
But hopefully it's better this year, because there was a lot of blame on that offensive line as that season progressed. And I guess rightfully so.
It wasn't a great offensive line.
At the same time, I thought you said you were getting a whole bunch of NIL and transfer kids to make sure that was good. So I don't know how different it's going. I will say this. If it's not good this year, stop blaming the kids and start blaming yourself for not getting the kids to block.
I think that's always been something that I've had a little bit of concern of, is that Deion at times can make things about himself. And I feel like in a coaching role, and look, we've seen a lot of coaches that make things about themselves, so I'm not trying to position this as though Deion is the only person who's ever done that. But especially in the coaching role that he had when he was at Jackson State, and I think how he positions himself is like wanting to uplift, is like, I don't really like it if you get to these places where you're putting folks down. And in this instance, it's Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter playing a video game, talk about the offensive line. But it feels like, as you mentioned, kind of a environment where that happens a little bit more than I personally would like.
Yeah, well, hopefully, I think we all need, I don't know if need's the right word. I think we'd all like Colorado to be competitive. I'm not saying win it all or anything, but it was a great story in September, and by the time you got to the end of October, you're like, this Colorado thing isn't really a story, except like who are they going to fire, or what kid is coming in, or what kid is leaving, or whatever. So I do find that Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes are very entertaining, and they bring a lot of eyes to the table as long as they're competitive.
So as we continue Wanker of the Weekend, would you say that Jerry Rice is possibly a wanker, Mike? Because Jerry Rice was playing at a golf invitational. In fact, the American Century Championship golf tournament.
Was he wearing
celebrity game?
What does he wear with Brett Favre, where they can just play football?
Is
at
that
all
the
times?
copper fit?
Copper fit, yeah. Because I was thinking bronze. Was he wearing copper fit everywhere?
I don't think so. I didn't quite see on the video, and neither was he wearing that Popeyes helmet with the chicken on the face mask. None of those things. Yeah, I know. I was really hoping that was the case too. However, he was out there playing on Friday, and he apparently lost his cool with a couple of reporters. This is from the reporter's standpoint what happened. They walked up, tried to ask him a question, and this happened.
Okay, do the Chiefs have a good enough receiving core this year to win again? You a man. You know that.
He then went further to say, I will F you up. That's Jerry Rice, the second greatest wide receiver of all time, according to me.
And the question was what?
Play the question one more time for me, Alec.
Okay, do the Chiefs have a good enough receiving core this year to win again?
Jerry Rice.
That doesn't seem like a bad question.
It doesn't.
I'm confused.
It really doesn't. And so I was trying to figure out why he got aggressive in that way. He even went as far as to say, if you want some, come get it, right? He got to that place where he was really aggressive. So it's a couple of journalists who work for Starcade Media. They released a statement. They said that they just meant no disrespect. They went and asked him a question. But according to Jerry Rice, that they had winked and tried to and he took that to mean that they were trying to get under his skin.
Okay.
And Mike, I kind of wanted to ask you, because as we know, you are famous. You have been in these situations where you've talked to people. Have you ever been in a place where you felt like somebody was trying to get at you and trying to needle you, even if they weren't specifically saying the words?
Maybe not from the media. I mean, I'd say in New York they do. That's just the way they do media there. If you're playing I only played for the Mets. I didn't play for the Yankees. I'm sure they do it over there too if things aren't going great for a stretch for you or for the team. But yeah, I've had people that have definitely done that in my life that weren't media people, that feel like it's their turn because they don't like me for some reason or another. That's what was great about being out at the All-Star Village is
they like you.
There's a lot of there's a lot of love out there. There's a lot of compliments. So we will see every once in a while, obviously on the text line, you'll see maybe a negative comment or two. So there's definitely people that try to get under your skin. I don't know why you try to get under Jerry Rice's skin, but the Chiefs don't seem to be their rival. If it was,
I guess they did just beat the Niners in the Super Bowl, and apparently Jerry Rice said, "I'm going to defend the San Francisco 49ers. This is my history." So I do wonder if that filters in. And someone on the text line from the 940, and I can't confirm this. I didn't see this necessarily, but they said it's a Chiefs reporter who has harassed Rice on multiple occasions with this question.
All right. Well, then that makes sense. If the person is continually doing this when he sees Jerry Rice, then I get the response. But just randomly, I was like,
right, whoa, what happened?
I've heard that Jerry's a pretty cordial guy.
Right, and that's why. And so maybe we need to shift this. Maybe these reporters are now the wankers for constantly asking what's seemingly a benign question, but constantly asking him that to kind of poke
on your face.
That's right. As we continue trying to determine who is the wanker of the weekend, Mike, I know that you're a big-time soccer guy. I know that.
Yeah.
Always said that.
Go soccer.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you were watching the Copa America final that took place in Miami last night.
Heck yeah, Colombia versus Argentina.
That is correct. I'm honestly a little surprised that you knew that.
I only saw that people were going through air conditioning ducts to get into the game or whatever. That's what I saw. I saw 1-0, somebody won.
Yeah, yes, 1-0 Argentina wins. They become the winningest team in Copa America history. I believe this was their 16th time winning that. But that's not what we're talking about. Those aren't. Are the Copa America organizers wankers of the weekend, as this game took place at Hard Rock Stadium, Miami, and they let us know ahead of time.
Oh, that was in Miami that
Yes.
happened? I thought it was in another country,
No,
the way I was seeing things.
But this is the thing to understand. Copa America is a tournament that's typically in South America. It's a South American federation, but they decided to play it in America, I imagine, to make more money. So they invited some North American teams, United States, Canada, Mexico. They played in this tournament. And they played here locally, but they did not. They organized it themselves. They did not organize it with American Federation and things like that. And so for the final taking place in Miami, they had a rule that there was no tailgating or anything like that. They said that only people with tickets were going to be allowed into the gates.
Right.
And so, in order to try and enforce that, they were stopping people at the gates, and it led to some mass hysteria. People were pushing up on against it.
Yeah.
They delayed the game up to like 80 minutes.
Okay.
And that's where you saw people then trying to get in any means necessary, climbing gates, climbing through air ducts and things and it looked like people were almost getting trampled to the point where you then saw inside the game, once the game did get near started, that there was a possibly overcrowding in the stadium because it's happening in Miami. Messi is playing there. Biggest soccer player in the world. I mean, they've got to be wankers of the weekend, right? Because this seems like a legitimate security and safety issue.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I didn't know that happened in Miami. I saw the video of it and wasn't paying attention. I just assumed it was happening in South America, to be honest. And so I was like, okay, I get it. I can't believe that a place that deals with that's the same place that the Dolphins play?
Yes.
So a place that deals with NFL games, that deals with probably some college games, that deals with a lot of security issues.
Mm-hmm. But that's what makes me wonder if, like, did the Copa America organizers not consult the people that actually do this consistently and talk to them about, like, hey, how does this work? What do we need to do in order to make sure that this is safe? Because ultimately, this was not safe at all.
Right.
There was people on top of people. And so, yeah, I think that you end up being the wanker of the weekend when you have people having to climb through ducts, air ducts.
Yeah, and I just thought it would be close to it. I just think of AT&T Stadium. If you wanted to sneak in, I just don't think you can. I think that they have everything. Like, you have to go through certain doors.
Right.
To get in, and they were finding random ways where there were breaches where you could climb a fence or whatever, where I just don't know if you can do that at AT&T Stadium. Maybe you can. Maybe the people that know how to do that thing can do that thing, but I just was it looked like a foreign country.
Well, that was America, the United States of America. Only, and look, possibly the second.
How do you know when you climb into an air duct where it's going?
I don't know. I don't even think, like, we see that so much in movies. Like, are air ducts usually big enough to support people anyways?
Yeah, like, I didn't know that they were strong enough. With the brackets that they have, they just seem like flexible metal?
Someone that works in HVAC, let us know. 877-881-1053. Is that something that you can actually even really do, is climb through air ducts? Because that seems like a Death Star type oversight when we talk about design in things. There you go. Wankers of the weekend there. And they say from the 806, they won't go by CONMEBOL regulations. CONMEBOL was in charge of everything. Like I said, yeah, they organized the Copa America match. And so, yeah. And another point that's also worth making from the 3-2-1, Miami is basically another country. Very different out there. Very, very different. Yeah, maybe the second worst security that you saw this weekend. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Monday. Coming up next, it's time for a little gridiron gravy, including the passing of a wide receiver and another one who says he will not sign an extension. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Flacco stepping up and throwing deep down the far sideline. Caught! Into the end zone. Touchdown, Jacoby Jones! How does that happen in the Denver secondary?
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick, the famous Mike Bassick, still here as always. Alec Medford as well on the ones and twos. We're about to go around the NFL here shortly and dip into some gridiron gravy. But right now, we were just talking about the Copa America thing and what was happening at the final in Miami. The madhouse and rush of people and folks trying to get into the air ducts just to get into the stadium. And that had us asking, like, is that even a viable thing? And so I asked our HVAC folks out there, and they said, yeah, commercial HVAC has big enough ducts to fit folks. And in fact, it would be at a higher gauge and with, I guess, close enough hanging or whatever that ultimately it would support people. And
Okay.
I mean, you see it in movies and you're just like, is that a real thing? And apparently it is. So far as that from the 214, they said when they were police officers, they found a guy hiding in an air conditioner vent in an apartment. So there you go.
Good to know, I guess.
And also good to know that we have tons of people listening that are into HVAC and know what they're doing there. So shout out to you fine folks out there. But without any further ado, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
It makes him happy. I could see the smile creep up on Mike's face when that "here we go" runs.
It's time, man. It's almost football time.
We are getting closer and closer to football, right? We get through this time this week. We get through All-Star Weekend, and we are that much closer to training camp getting going and starting the path on to the Super Bowl. That's what it's all about. Unfortunately, some sad news that happened this weekend, and you heard the clip coming into the segment. Jacoby Jones, who was a big-time Super Bowl hero for the Ravens, he also played for the Giants, for the Texans. He was found dead this Sunday morning, in fact. And 9-year former pro. He was known for his heroics in that 2012 playoffs. Ultimately, it happened in the 2013 season that saw the Ravens win a championship, including that what do they call it? The Mile High Miracle, that catch there that you heard there. And also a huge Super Bowl kick return, which actually, let's go ahead and play that here.
It'll be a run back from 9 deep for Jacoby Jones. And look at him go. Jones is past the 50, and he is flying inside the 20, and a kickoff return, 109 yards and a touchdown, an all-time record.
It was only 40 years old passing, and we don't have very many details on his passing. It's just kind of sad seeing guys go young, especially like when you just before we know anything about it. And no, it's just like seeing the number 40 for a guy is just so wild because he's younger than you. He's not that much older than me. It's wild to think about.
Even recently with Larry Allen. It's still hard to believe that Larry Allen passed away just a month or two ago. And I guess I didn't follow up or read more. Did we ever find out, did Larry Allen, was it just I don't know.
I don't recall seeing anything further on what caused his
or
passing.
asked or anything like that on did we find out what happened with Larry in Mexico, I believe.
Yeah, and unfortunately don't have much information there. I can see if I can find anything. But yeah, multiple reports came out that he passed. He just recently celebrated his birthday 4 days ago. And so, just turned 40, and the NFLPA also released a statement saying that he passed away peacefully at his home, is at least something that we did see, his home in New Orleans. So rest in peace to Jacoby Jones, one of the few, if I remember correctly, wide receivers, or maybe only, to have a kick return touchdown and a receiving touchdown in the Super Bowl. So salute to him, and of course, condolences to his family in this, I'm sure, time, real tough time going forward. As we continue in Gridiron Gravy, we go from that to something that is also sad, but in an entirely different way. Young wide receiver, a much younger wide receiver who's also wearing purple, Jordan Addison, Vikings wide receiver, was reportedly arrested on a DUI charge in L.A. Addison, according to officers, was asleep at the wheel, or behind the wheel in a Rolls Royce that stopped, and it was blocking a freeway lane. So at LAX just before 11 p.m. on Friday. So he was arrested about a half an hour later, and he has a DUI investigation on him. And so the Vikings put out a report that said, we're aware of Jordan Addison's arrest this past Friday, and they're currently gathering more information regarding the incident. It feels like we had gotten to a point in football, especially these dead times, where in the past it had been like, look, this is a police blotter time, where when dudes got in trouble, we were making reporting of it. It felt like we had it died down a little bit, and maybe this is just like a awareness thing, but it feels like we're getting more and more of these things again, hearing about guys getting in trouble with the law.
I feel like Broadus has talked about this, and other people have talked about this for years. This is the worst time for NFL organizations because you don't have fake practices where you can keep an eye on people and that they need to be at the facility supposedly. So this is their free time, that week or two, those 2 weeks before training camp, almost like the super free time where they always get nervous about guys making mistakes in their personal life.
Yeah, and so 806 makes a great point. This is a week or so after a teammate was killed by a drunk driver. We talked about the rookie cornerback that
and then he
died.
had nothing. He got hit.
Right, got hit by a drunk. But that should, in theory, solidify that idea. It's like, hey, we have all these things in place. And you mentioned Broadus. Broadus has told us many times about the various things that teams put in place to make sure that their guys don't end up behind the wheel of an automobile when intoxicated. And here you go again. I do wonder, what is not clicking and what is not working with the program that you're having enough of these pop up. And maybe
because when you get drunk, when you drink too much, you forget.
Yeah,
you forget
I guess
about
so.
these things. And then also, I don't know this, what car did he get stopped in? Guys might not feel, I'm not saying this is the right move.
It was a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, so you're dealing with a 6-figure car.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times guys do not want to leave their 6-figure car in a parking lot overnight where they're probably, if you are at a nightclub or you are at a strip club, you're probably not feeling great about that car will not be picked up again till 10 a.m. or noon the next day.
Yeah, but if you're doing all that math, I feel like you got to be able to do the math of the dangers here. And this is like the lowest level.
You think you can overcome it.
Right.
You're like, I can overcome it. I just have to whatever. And it ends up not working out.
I mean, thankfully, no one was harmed in this, but obviously we've seen this go the wrong way many times. And obviously, we talked about the fact that one of his teammates passed because someone was doing something similar. So it's really kind of sad to continue to see these types of things happen with NFL players and with athletes. And you hope that, with all the resources around them, that they take advantage of that so that you're not putting yourself and others in harm's way just because, I don't know, you want to protect your depreciating asset of a car, Real quick before we go here, Gridiron Gravy. T. Higgins, Bengals wide receiver, It's come to a head. He will not sign a contract extension before the deadline to get a new deal inked, and so he will absolutely play under the play on the franchise tag rather for this season, and he will be a free agent in the 2025 season. Do you think that T. Higgins ends up leaving the Bengals? And with that being the case, like, how do you feel about Joe Burrow there? Because that was one of the benefits, is that he had a strong wide receiving core. Not saying that he's not good in and of himself, but I'm still not sold that the Bengals are change their tone and that they're going to now be a team that invests in a big way in their offense and in their team. Like, I do have concerns if that means they're losing talent.
Do you think you can pay $50 million to 2 wide receivers and have a good team?
That's a good question.
Because they're going to pay Jamar Chase $35 million a year.
Yeah.
So, or he's going to get right around the contracts that are now. Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb's about to get his once the Cowboys fold. If I'm going to pay him $35 million, can I pay $25 million? Because now the number's 60. If I'm actually doing the math correctly, can you pay $60 million to 2 wide receivers and put together the product you need to win? So I think Cincinnati, yes, they're a cheap organization, but I get it. I don't think you got to choose. You cannot have 2 premium wide receivers as free agents because it costs you too much on the cap.
Yeah, and so I guess that's why we constantly harp on the idea of you got to draft, you got to have young talent around you. But that's a great point, because wide receiver is becoming, and I mean, it is an elite position, but it's becoming an even more highly paid position. Hello, Jones family.
Right, you're going to pay $35 million, approximately $30 to $35 million to CeeDee Lamb. I think from now on, the other receiver has to cost $15 million or less.
So there you go. It seems like this will be the final year with T. Higgins, with that particular pairing of elite wide receivers. So we'll see what the Bengals look like. And this is one of the big reasons why Joe Burrow and health, obviously, in addition to you just want your quarterback there, is going to be super important, because this looks like the last go with that set of wide receivers. There you go. Some gridiron gravy for you on a Monday on the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside your guy, Mike Bassick, and then, of course, Alec Medford on the 1s and 2s. Coming up next, though, Home Run Derby is tonight. What are you hoping to see? What are you expecting to see? And a novelty, I think, when it came to the MLB draft. We'll talk about all of that next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula in for Kevin and Corey alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford, where we're just here apparently watching the replay of the Celebrity All-Star Game that took place on Saturday evening at Globe Life Field. Doing a little bit of critiquing of what happened.
I think it was horrible. I think it's always horrible. But I will say this. I know that quite a few people that I know went to the Futures game.
Yes.
And they loved that. It was a 7-inning game. And then afterwards, they didn't show it on television. But then afterwards, those guys put on like a skills competition.
Ooh.
And so you got to see guys like, I don't know everything, but there were certain spots. Like if you hit the ball in certain areas, you got so many points for it and everything. So the people that I know that went to the and there was cheap tickets. And when I say cheap, like for tonight, it's expensive.
Yes.
Like to sit in the upper deck is like $250, like face value for tonight's home run derby.
And I saw someone looking at maybe like $400 because you also have to consider fees and stuff that can pile on at times.
And so like for yesterday, for Saturday, the Futures game where Sebastian Walcott played, Teodo started the game for the Rangers, but then also super studs from drafts recently is, I think that was, I know it was, like to sit in the upper deck was $40. So that was very different. So you can go see all the premium prospects in baseball play in that game for as little as $40 in the upper deck. That's already obviously done. And then that also got you, that ticket was also for the softball game if you wanted to stay. Looking at the crowd, I don't think, but maybe 50% of the people, maybe a few more than that, stayed for the celebrity softball game.
Well, I mean, look, it's All-Star weekend just passed. We're into the final couple of days as home run derbies tonight. The All-Star game is tomorrow evening. What are you looking forward to seeing? What are you hoping to see? And then before we even get there, I do want to go back because you mentioned the Futures game and I forgot. Like, Rangers got some guys in that game, including Sebastian Walcott, but Teodo apparently had a fantastic outing himself, throwing 14 pitches and getting 12 strikes in those.
So that was rare. So he is a guy, when I was looking at his scouting report, and then Broadus called up one of his guys and gave a little bit more of a scouting report, and it was very similar to what is on MLB.com, is like the stuff is there. They don't know if he's going to be a reliever or a starter. They lean more towards a reliever in the major leagues, but it doesn't. He's starting right now in Double-A. It's that his stuff is there. He just can't command it consistently. He walks too many people. Honestly, in a way, this is maybe not bad. He hits too many people.
Oh,
like he is erratic in the mid to high 90s, touching like 100, 102.
So we're trying to find some command there is what we're doing there?
Yes, if he can ever figure out how to consistently command a fastball and command one other pitch, he can be a very good major league reliever for you. If he can ever figure out how to command his fastball and then 2 off-speed pitches, he could become a starter for you. I think Teodo will be a guy that we see in the major leagues next year for the Texas Rangers.
Okay. So, yeah, look out for Emiliano Teodo.
Walcott is a guy who just turned 18 years old in spring training, who is in the game as the shortstop. He is still 2 years away, if not 3 or 4 years away, but has a lot of ability. And then I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. I think it was Santos. He pitched late in the game for the Texas Rangers, and he's a guy that just got promoted to Double-A. I think he has 2 games in Double-A. Most of his stats are in A-ball. He'll be a guy that maybe at the end of 2025 or the beginning of 2026, they're hoping to see him. Both those guys have taken major jumps because I don't want to get into it, but Brock Porter is not doing well at all.
All right.
So he has had major, I'll say this, he has had some regression in his development this year.
Well, we'll focus on the positive. The guys in the Futures game on Saturday acquitted themselves well. But tonight, both me and you should be in the building for Home Run Derby that happens tonight, including the local guy, I guess a host, if you want to call him that, Adolis Garcia. I was a little surprised looking at the Home Run Derby participants, and I mean, you have even someone like Alec Bohm, who has 11 home runs. Obviously, your participants, if you don't know, Pete Alonso, Alec Bohm, Adolis, as I mentioned, Gunnar Henderson, the shortstop from the Orioles, Teoscar Hernandez, Marcelo Zuna, Jose Ramirez, and Bobby Witt Jr. Like, I know we've talked a little bit about this, but How are you feeling about just the participants going into this?
It's not the strongest class, I'll be honest. Obviously, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani are the 2 that you would love to see. Juan Soto is a guy that I would love. He's done it before. These guys have done it before. It's not like they're not LeBron James. They're not wusses when it comes to this. They've done it before.
But I mean, Pete Alonso keeps showing up.
He loves it. He thinks this is the greatest thing that's ever happened. And we love that he loves it because he can put on a big-time show.
Yeah.
So there are some other guys that I'll tell you a guy who I'd love to see do it, but maybe he's not built for it yet, is Elly De La Cruz, just because of the hype of him. Now, he's an overall ball player, but I would have loved to seen Elly be part of this. So look, I'm going to be rooting really hard for it's not like I'm rooting against anybody. It's like, Jose Altuve's in the contest. And by the way, we haven't said this yet. Carlos Correa did drop out of it.
Thank you.
Carlos Correa dropped out of the All-Star game. So Corey Seager is in the All-Star game. So now you do have Simeon starting. Kirby Yates, I'm going to assume, throws an inning at some point. And then you'll have Corey Seager late in the game, pinch hit, I'm going to guess, in the game. Because I'm going to assume that Corey Seager, I think with Bruce Bochy being the manager, is going to have him come up for the fans for an at-bat, but I don't think he's going to play the field. I do think this Home Run Derby can be really fun. I do love the Home Run Derby. I went to it in 1995. Reggie, for everybody listening, how old were you in 1995?
I was 3 years of age.
So you do not remember it.
I don't.
I went to it. I was 17 years old. I was Yeah, 1995. So going into, so I was 17 years old. 17 years old.
Yep.
So it was so freaking hot that we had to buy bottled waters that were cold and pour half of it on our seats to cool them down because they were
the
so
metal
hot.
seats at
The Home Run Derby in 1995
that
was held in the afternoon. It was not. Yeah, it was at the ballpark in Arlington. So it was not an event yet that they would play live on the air. You went to it, and then later that evening they would put it on ESPN. It was not broadcast live. It was so stinking hot. So this one, I don't have to worry about that. But what's really cool, too, if you're going out there is there's a little bit of like a practice or a workout event. It's not like the guys are working really hard, but you will see all the guys out there. So I would say if you're going, get out there kind of early. You'll get to see the main guys take batting practice before. They do have to warm up a little bit. It's awesome. I can't wait to see it. Do I wish that the best players, the best home run hitters in the game were all in it? I do. But I'm excited about Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, I'm picking Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay.
I do think that him being a hometown hero, Colleyville heritage, dad played for the Texas Rangers, obviously. I think Bobby Witt Jr. can win this thing. So that is the guy that I'm really hoping puts on a great show. I know Adolis Garcia is in it. Last year, he struggled in it. I don't know if he can hit a lot of home runs. He'll obviously get the hometown cheer. But I don't know. Last year, he struggled in the home run derby. So I don't know if he's built for this. Bobby Witt Jr., you'd look at his home run total and say, oh, he hits in maybe one of the toughest parks in the world to hit home runs. And then, 2, he's done this event as a high school kid in the All-Star game and won it.
Oh.
Now, I get it. It was with a metal bat and it was in high school. But he has done a competition and won the competition. So that makes me feel like in competition home run derby stuff, Bobby Witt Jr. has done this in a major league stadium and won it. He won it as the high school home run champion.
I'm super excited, one, to see the format in action because it's supposed to put this in a better place. You've talked about it. Many people have talked about it. I also, I want to see this in person. I'm super excited to see this in person because the TV angle, you've talked about it. There's some challenges to try and capture everything that's happening at the same time when it comes to a home run derby. And I feel like just the human eye in real time can do a better job of tracking the ball while also kind of keeping track of what's happening at the plate and all those things at the same time. I feel like that'll be a better experience. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, while we're there, I think it's going to be much better than television. But I do think that they looked at the television the last couple of years and said it got out of hand. It was tough to follow on TV. So if obviously most of you listening aren't going to it, if you are, awesome. But
I hope they get that figured out for sure.
But I think with only 40 pitches in the first round with a timer, so there is still going to be a pace to it. They do not want it to be like how it was with probably the greatest home run derby of all time. Just the one session was the Josh Hamilton 28 home runs and only 10 outs. But you could take pitch after pitch to kind of rest and wait for the perfect pitch. You still can't wait for the perfect pitch, but it won't be such a rapid fire in the first round. And then the second and third round, you get even less pitches. Like I said, I wish this, if you're listening, MLB, if you're listening, because there's a lot of MLB people here.
Hey.
Make the bonus be the last 5 swings or a metal bat.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I want to see what these guys can do with a Marucci or an Easton or whatever it is. I want to see and get the kids off the field.
Yeah, that was the question I was about to ask immediately after, and it sounds a little scary.
The players have told me they do not like those kids being on the field running around because they know how hard they're trying to hit the ball, how hard they do hit the ball, and that is not safe for kids to be on the field. I don't get why they do it. Unfortunately, it's going to take a major injury for them to change it. But they should not have kids on the field during this. And I will say that I would love to see these guys for 5 swings get a metal bat and see how far they can hit a ball with a metal bat.
Is it possible there's like a liability issue? Because I feel like you got to have your head on a swivel in the outfield if there's a metal bat ball coming at you.
The ball does slow down.
Yeah.
Now you have the nets up all around the foul territory.
True.
But hey, by the time the ball does get 340 to 500 feet away, the exit velocity at probably with a metal bat's going to be 130 to 135 miles an hour.
We'll slow down a
It
little
will
bit.
slow down by the time it gets to its 375 to 475 foot. Honestly, could somebody hit the ball well over 500 feet? I do think Aaron Judge, Pete Alonso, Giancarlo Stanton, like the big power guys, I do think they can hit the ball over 500 feet with that. And how cool would that be to see?
I think that'd be incredible. I'd love to see, and look, it'd be tough for Globe Life Field, but I'd love to see one like kind of find its way through and hit the glass out there in the outfield. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible. Real quick before we go, because Adolis Garcia, and we'll talk more about him as we continue in the week. He hasn't been swinging the bat all that well.
No.
Odd thought that I had this weekend.
He swung it better but then the Houston series, it didn't go well.
It's an odd thought because we always talk about how maybe sometimes coming into the All-Star weekend, maybe you don't want to do the home run derby because it can mess up your swing. Is there any way in hell it could work in reverse and
Maybe
can help
so.
him fix his swing?
Maybe so. Like at this point, you're not hurting anything. Like there's been talk about, but this one, no, I don't think it would hurt his swing. I think maybe it could help. Obviously, at times he's getting beat with fastballs up.
Yeah.
You're not going to be throwing the fastball up hard in this situation. But yeah, maybe it could. Maybe he looks like right now for another conversation. We're out of time.
Yeah.
His confidence right now is not high with himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think if he were to perform well enough that he wins, I won't even say wins the whole thing. If he gets out of the first round, if he's one of the top 4 contestants and makes it into the semifinals with the love, Adolis isn't listening right now, but man, we're going to love you forever. What you did in the playoffs, you will be loved forever.
Wearing his heart on the sleeve.
There's
all
other
of it.
things that go into what's happening with Adolis right now, but Adolis will be loved forever in the Metroplex for what he was able to do and what he was able to accomplish. But man, it looks like he does need a confidence boost.
With the odds that I'm looking at right in front of me, Pete Alonso has the best odds. That makes sense. He's a veteran of this competition.
He'll be dancing. He'll have the earphone. You get to play your own music while you're hitting too. So, I mean, he is dancing. He is into it.
Super excited for that. Your pick of Bobby Witt Jr. tied for second best odds at a plus 425 with Marcell Ozuna.
Well, his odds have gone up. I was listening to MLB Network this morning, and he was like at 4th best odds at like plus 470. So I guess money's coming in on Bobby Witt Jr.
Seems like it. And then, again, this is what I'm looking at here. Adolis Garcia coming in 5th best odds out of the 8 with a plus 550. So hopefully he gives us a good showing at the very least.
What's Gunnar Henderson's odds at now then?
4th, plus 475.
Then that's who I'd bet on at those odds.
Okay. All right. So there you go. Mike Bassett giving you a little bit of betting advice as well. With his baseball knowledge, with the big baseball brain there. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in honor of the EA college football game coming out, what's something that you love that you just can't engage in anymore? We'll do that. We'll get to Mike Likes It. Goodness gracious, you'd think I'd be able to talk because the Expressway's coming up. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Master?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
To DFW Security. Protect your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
The pitch is swung on, and that's hit deep to right field. That is way back, and that ball is history. A no-doubter for Josh Smith. Keep the true outcomes coming. With a 2-run homer, it's 2-0 Texas in the first.
He did keep those true outcomes coming. He did it again later in the game.
Thank you so much, because literally single to start the game, home run third hitter, and then home run in the 8th inning with a walk in front of it.
And we were done.
Only 3 hits
Wipe
of
your
the
hands.
game for the Rangers.
We're done here.
And they won.
That's how you get it done and make sure that you win an important series against the Astros. 2 games to 1. That particular game yesterday, a 4-2 final. I forgot the Kirby Yates. Maybe allowed a run in the 9th, but ultimately finished it out. And so, look, your Rangers 5 games behind the Mariners in the AL West now as they head to the All-Star break. And as you were mentioning in the break to me, now the season series with the Astros is officially tied.
Yeah, it's 5-5 now. So that last series here in Arlington in August will be the tiebreaker series. And obviously the Rangers still need to do some work. They're still below 500, 46-50. So when we'll talk more about it after we get to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, getting to the Baltimore series and stuff, they have to come out of this All-Star break ready to go. At this point, it's really tough to have a letdown where they've put themselves after the All-Star break. They have put themselves in a position. Yeah, you can have a bad week, but it can't be in July. You really need to have a good, strong finish in July and then put yourself in a position in August and September where you can compete for a playoff spot.
Well, it's a good week this week in particular. Can't see Masterpiece, I should mention. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Mike Bassick, of course, as we enter the Expressway. And before we get into the question that I asked, what's something that you used to engage in that you just can't anymore? I did want to salute and applaud your Rangers All-Stars. Of course, Marcus Semien will start at second base. Kirby Yates, as I mentioned, he will also come in out of the pen for this game. But then we also learned this weekend that Corey Seager was named an All-Star because Carlos Correa is going to, not show up to the game.
I was wondering, he never has showed up ever. 2019, he won't show up. I don't think Bregman has made an All-Star. Maybe he has, and I missed it, and I totally forgot.
That's interesting. Let me see.
But these guys have dropped out. Yordan Alvarez wasn't part of the scandal of 2017,
No.
so him going to the All-Star game, like if you boo him, he literally, I guess, wasn't part.
Yeah, but when has that ever stopped anybody?
But yeah, Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve, major parts of the 2017 championship team, have decided not to go at all. The other thing too was, from what I hear, is I don't know how much they're loved with their colleagues. And maybe they avoid being in the clubhouse because maybe Aaron Judge, maybe whoever aren't the biggest fans of them as people. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that, but Carlos Correa dropping out. I thought he was going to.
Yeah.
But then Corey the other day brought up that he was all pumped up about his kids for the first time getting to go to an All-Star game. So maybe he really did get hurt, or maybe he was just playing it perfectly and played it all the way up till Sunday, because Jose Altuve is like, I just can't play in this game. And then in Friday night, he hits a home run against the Rangers. Like, I thought your hand was too
Gotta rest the hand, man.
hurt to play on Tuesday. So he was like, I don't even care. I'm just making stuff up. I'm not going. And Carlos Correa, I don't know if he made it up or not, but great for the Texas Ranger fans, because now we will see, I think, Corey Seager pinch hit in the game.
Excited to see that. But yeah, maybe the All-Star game is something for those Astros that they love, but they just can't engage in anymore. I asked this question, gentlemen, and you guys know, especially you, Alec, I know that you appreciate this. I love the what was previously called NCAA games from EA Sports. I mean, they ran up through 14 in 2013, I think, officially. And you had an opportunity to play college sports, man, college football, and I loved it. I'm a huge fan of college football. I used to spend an ungodly amount of time bringing the UTA football team back and building it to prominence and having them win national championships. And I don't even feel comfortable telling you how much time I used to spend on that game. And now it's returning, right? We're getting EA college. We have EA college football coming out this year. And in actually the end of this week, in fact, some people are playing it right now with the deluxe priority version. And I don't think I could play it, guys. Like, I think that this is just something that I might have aged out of, or I might just be in a place where I can't do it anymore. And that got me thinking there's got to be things that you kind of age out of, or you just kind of grow past. And so I'm wondering, is there anything for you, Mike, that comes to mind? They're like, I used to do this, I just can't anymore.
Video games, but that's
just in general, all the way around?
Yeah, over 20 years ago. So the last time I can remember playing video games on somewhat of a consistent basis, and it would be playing like basketball and football, would be the EA Sports.
Yeah.
In
NBA
2002,
Live
2003. Yeah. About at that point is when I quit doing that. 2005, I become a father.
That was the point.
I mean, unless like your free time and your only free time is video games, like, I don't know. I don't have much free time in my life.
Right,
I've
exactly.
got plenty of jobs. Plenty of people want my time. Like,
I love that you said that. It's very sincere. You do, but it sounds like you brag. Like, I got all the jobs. I got plenty of jobs at this point.
Let's say this weekend.
Yes.
I'll just give you my weekend schedule.
Buddy, I'm excited for this one.
At 9 a.m., I needed to be at the Lowe's Hotel. At 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., I was doing events for the All-Star Game in All-Star Village. I left immediately at 1 p.m. and drove to Las Colinas to be at the studios to do pre and post for the Rangers. I got home at 7 p.m., a little after 7 p.m. after the Ranger game on Saturday. My son got home from Oklahoma City from playing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in a baseball tournament. I went to Norma's Cafe with him, got done with dinner at 8:30, and got home and went to bed. Woke up at 9 a.m., by 11 a.m., I needed to take my drive to Las Colinas to do Rangers pre and post. As soon as that was over at 4:15, I quickly changed in the bathroom there and then drove as fast as I could to get to the Lowe's Hotel, because from 5 to 6 p.m., I had more appearances at the All-Star Village, and then got home at approximately 7 p.m. My wife got home from seeing our daughter and dropping our son off at a church camp for the week, like summer church camp.
Yeah.
And then saw my wife at 7 p.m. And then went to bed, and then back up here for this. And then I'm leaving at 3:30 to go to the home run derby tonight. So I'm like, and
you can't sneak in a quick game of
tomorrow.
Madden.
I have this job, and then at 2:30 I'm giving a pitching lesson, which I was happy to see that EB is pitching better. He's still not pitching good, but he's pitching better.
Yeah.
So I'm giving lessons too, so I'm improving him. So like, everybody wants my time. I could. For 18 hours out of a day, I could be doing a job.
Yeah. And so yes.
I have no time for video games.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think I'm in a similar place, not necessarily with all the jobs, but when I play video games now, I'll play them super sparingly. And even then, I'm like, I could be using my time better. I really could. There could be something that I'm doing right now. So I think that's where I'm at. I love college football. Medford, is there one for you that comes to mind of just like something that, yeah, I love it, but I don't think I could do that anymore.
Overall, video games is a big one for me.
Okay, video games.
I'm not as famous as Mike, but I find myself in that same boat as you, Reg, where I'm like, I could be doing something a little more important or more productive here, but I try every now and then. I'm definitely going to devote some time to NCAA 25. But for me, it's weird because you would think this is more of like a as you get older thing, you get into this, but golf. I was a big golfer when I was a kid, and my grandpa and I would go golfing like every weekend. And now I just don't find myself having enough time because I do a lot of work on the weekends. Like, that's when all my friends that golf go out. And I just don't have the schedule that lines up to do it with them. And honestly, I don't have the commitment because keeping that golf swing intact,
that's the thing.
That's a craft, and you got to devote a lot of time to it. And I just don't have that right now.
Yeah, it's because what sucks is that even if you're like, hey, I'm going to sneak in a little bit of time for golf, if you play once every 3 months, it'll look like you play once every 3 months. It's like when you play more consistently is when you play well. And then that makes it even worse because you're like, I know I can't. Or if you can, you're like, I'm sacrificing something in order to make sure I can play this good golf right now. Mike, I think that this is really interesting. We get 3 texts in that are all along the same line, right, one after the other. From the 214, staying up past midnight. From the 469, I don't day drink anymore. And from the 940, can't do the nightlife like I used to. I'd probably vomit if I knew how much money I spent partying in my younger days. Yeah, I completely agree. Like, staying up past midnight, I can stay up. staying like out necessarily past midnight on any level of regularity, I'm out of the game. I don't like. I want to be in my bed so badly. I want to lay down and go to sleep. Like I absolutely want to do that. From the 972, they said roller coasters can't do that anymore. Are you still in on the roller coaster game, Mike?
No, the last time I did that was a few years ago, and I guess at a certain age, your equilibrium gets messed up by them. So I don't know if I physically can do them anymore without kind of feeling sick afterwards. I had a fear of them in 1999. I'll always remember at the All-Star break, I'm in Akron, Ohio, and we go to Sandusky, Ohio.
Oh, okay. That's
and we go
name.
to Cedar Point, where it's a whole bunch of roller coasters. I remember going with my teammates, going with that time my girlfriend, who is now my wife, and I got over my fear of roller coasters in 1999 at the All-Star break. And I've been riding roller coasters at Six Flags with my kids. But recently, a few years ago, I'm like, I can't do it. Like the Batman one.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I will feel sick afterwards.
That's why I realize I haven't been on it.
I'll feel a little dizzy and a little bit like my brain feels a little messed up. So I'm not scared of them anymore, but my body doesn't seem to handle them well anymore.
Interesting. Okay. So I might need to just go to an amusement park just to do it while I still have the chance. Like, I think that might be the bit. From the 903, they said they used to enjoy the NFL, but they find it hard to watch with it being more celebrity status driven and how popular someone is who's dating it. Do you feel like that's the case with the NFL? I feel like if you want to engage with the NFL on just like the game status, I feel like you can. But I mean, I can't tell you how you feel.
They're
if that's
saying
how
going
you feel.
to an NFL game?
I think that just like watching the NFL, it seems like, is what they're pointing to, which I find interesting.
I love watching the NFL. You couldn't pay, like, honest to God, if this station gave me $1,000 to go to the Cowboy game, I don't know if I'd want to go.
Oh.
I don't like the traffic. I don't like the parking situation. I think that not that the game is boring in person. It's just much better on television than being there. I think they do a bad job at AT&T Stadium at showing replays at times.
And you want to be able to see all of that.
So I'm like, I'm not. And then during commercials, when you're there, and I haven't been in a while, they're doing what's around the stadium, or and I get it. They're highlighting the cheerleaders. They're highlighting, hey, this cool bacon cheeseburger is in section 12 or whatever. Like, I'm just like, it's just, I do not want to deal with it. So I hate saying it. It sounds very like uppity of me, but you would have to pay me 4 figures for me to consider going to a Dallas Cowboy game.
And that's how much it might cost to go to a Cowboys game too. That's another thing. Someone said they're out on Christmas. Like, obviously they still enjoy it, but like not the same like a kid. Like that they can't engage with in the same way. Let me see. I saw this one. I like this one quite a bit. Fantasy football. And I know that you are out of the fantasy football game, correct?
I am, and now I'm totally out because I used to have a person who would help me with DraftKings and FanDuel, like pick a lineup. I like doing that better than drafting, and this is your team for the year. I do fantasy baseball, and you put in a lineup. The way that I do it is for the week, and then that's it. Because sometimes you can do like daily fantasy baseball. That's too much for me to like follow too.
So if you're doing the weekly, what's the distinction for you when it comes to football versus baseball?
I hate the injury part of it because the last time I did it, I took Tony Romo and Des Bryant in 2015, I believe.
And that'll just throw off your entire season.
It was horrible, right? They were just hurt. If I have my year right, 2015, I think, was the year that they both barely played. And so I'm just like, and then daily fantasy became a cool thing, but my guy ended up quitting that because it got too tough, as in like he couldn't pick the 50% winners.
Yeah.
Because I just do the 50-50. I wasn't trying to go after $1 million and be the one. Enter for $20, and if you're one of the top 100 contestants, you'll win some money. And if you're the number one contestant, you won $1 million. I'm like, well, guess what? I'm not in that category. And so fantasy football, I'm trying to figure out if I'll do it at all this year, but I still do fantasy baseball.
Someone said large crowds. Now we're just going what we're out on, but I did want to really focus on the things that you loved that you kind of changed, because I used
to go to Cowboy games all the time with my grandpa, with my uncles, with my father back at Texas Stadium. I just have found,
and maybe that also impacts it because you've gotten a lot of enjoyment out of it already But I'm sure that, I mean, your reasons make sense on it becomes a hassle as well, like doing all of that for sure. Why somebody was talking about the large crowds. I get that. I found this to be funny from the 972. They said kissing girls meant so much more as a kid. As an adult, it's boring. I guess more power to you, like understanding that about yourself. I enjoy it still.
Find one girl to kiss.
What'd you say?
Find one girl to kiss.
Okay. That's your advice? Just like when you get one girl, it makes it better all the way around? Okay. Excellent.
I think so.
It's tough out here, Mike. It's tough out here.
I don't feel like kissing
Alec talking from
else.
experience there, I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad. If you said that you did feel like kissing other people, I might have some concerns, I guess. As long as you didn't act on that, especially. All right. So, appreciate you hanging out with us, doing that. We're the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I did find this interesting because the MLB draft, rather. I don't know how I made that the NFL. MLB draft happened last night. And something that caught my attention that I was like, I really want to talk to Mike about this.
Okay.
And it was that with the 15th overall pick, 15th pick in the first round, the Mariners took a pitcher named Gerangelo Seager. And what's important about him, his family's from Curacao, but he is a switch pitcher.
Okay.
You heard that right. Switch pitcher. Naturally left-handed as a kid, but his dad, who had played professionally in the Netherlands, was a righty, so he liked using his glove, so he ended up throwing right. So now he throws, I think according to him, 99. He'll hit 99 with his right relatively consistently, and he'll top out at 96 or 95 rather with his left. First of all, just like, how special is this? What does it mean, the idea of having a switch pitcher? Because as a pitcher, there's so many things that I'm sure I cannot even consider and think about in this moment.
It's crazy that people are able to do this. Now, Yu Darvish can do it, not at a professional level, throw left-handed, but he can throw left-handed. I'm going to guess in the mid-'80s, or at least he could when he was with the Rangers. Like, he was that talented to do it. But I do think this is interesting. And now here's the tough part. This gets into a big conversation. If this eats up most of Mike likes it, I have no problem with it. So if you're a switch pitcher, one thing, he's a high school kid, so he's 18 years old. At one point, this becomes even being a hitter and a pitcher at the same time. You're going to progress at one thing faster than the other. So let's just say right-handed, you say he's better right-handed or better left-handed?
Yes, better right-handed.
He's better right-handed.
At least more velocity.
What if 2 years from now he's ready for AA right-handed, but his left-handed pitching isn't ready? That could be one thing that makes it really tough to be a switch pitcher. Here's the other thing, too. What if in one inning, let's just say you're starting. Let's just say in one inning, you just throw all left-handed because you're facing right-handed batters.
Right.
Well, then you haven't pitched right-handed for 25 or 30 minutes. You only get so many warm-up pitches, and there's a clock on you now that says hurry up and get going.
Yeah.
So, like, I throw, how many warm-up pitches do I use to really make sure that I feel good with my breaking ball, feel good with my changeup, feel good with my fastball? I can't do it with both arms in between innings.
Yeah.
I only have approximately 8 is usually what I can get maximum of warm-up pitches. Now I can sprint out there and try to get more.
Someone is correcting me. Mississippi State, so he's a college guy.
A college guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so good. So he went to college. That helps out a little bit. But I think that it does become tough because there could be not as much progression with one side as the other. But it is awesome if he can accomplish this. And he throws a lot harder. I told you to look up a dude from Creighton that I remember was able to accomplish this.
Pat Venditti.
And so he didn't have from the left side, I think he threw like mid to high 80s at best. So he didn't have what you would consider quality stuff from both sides. But from what you've told me and what we've seen, the kid from Mississippi State, you can say his name again.
Gerangelo Seager.
Has premium stuff. He throws high 90s from the right side mid 90s from the left side.
Correct.
That is awesome. What is tough is if you're a reliever, they need you getting ready in a hurry, but you do have the 3-batter minimum. It's not the easiest thing when you put in everything that you have to do. All right, you're coming in to face Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and Giancarlo Stanton. I'm just saying he's going to face the Yankees tomorrow. All right, so I'm throwing righty against Aaron Judge. I'm throwing lefty against Juan Soto. I'm throwing righty against Stanton. Well, like when I'm coming into the game for my 8 warm-up pitches on the mound approximately, and, the time limit, do I just practice all 8 pitches right-handed because my first 2 to 5 pitches are going to be against Aaron Judge, righty on righty? How much do I spend working on my lefty pitches off the mound? Because I got to find where the holes are in the mound, too, and where I'm pitching as a reliever. As a starter, how much do I warm up right-handed versus left-handed? I can't throw 80 warm-up pitches. Then also the physical toll of it. So I think this is awesome, and I want him to accomplish it. But it is also challenging. There are a lot of challenges that go into it. And then let me ask you this. I don't know this. If his stuff isn't good from the right side or the left side in the first couple innings, do you just go, screw it, I'm just pitching all right-handed today?
Yeah, that's a lot of questions that I don't even know how you can figure out, but I think the Mariners are going to have to because they intend to let him continue.
And yeah, I think it's great, and they should. But now, Josh Smith, he's done a really good job lefty on lefty this year. If I'm facing the Rangers and I'm better right-handed and I see that a lefty on lefty split doesn't match up, do I just go right-handed against Josh Smith?
I mean, I'd imagine so. That seems like the way that you play that, right?
Yeah, I guess. Or do you feel like, no, my eyesight is always better. When I'm throwing lefty, I want a lefty in the batter's box.
Right. Are you playing to your strengths or are you playing to their weaknesses?
A guy's a switch hitter. By the way, the pitcher has to tell you what he's throwing first. So if you're wondering, I believe the pitcher has to say, I'm throwing left-handed. So now Leody Taveras, I'm just using the switch hitter for the Rangers, for example, he can be like, all right, I'm batting right-handed then. You can't then go, oh, he batted right-handed, I'm going to switch to right-handed. And I believe you have to do it for the whole at-bat. I'm 99% sure, because this is rare, that you as the pitcher have to make all the pitches against that hitter from the same arm. You can't keep switching pitch to pitch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Just like, I don't know this. I think a hitter, once they get in the batter's box for the at-bat, they have to bat from that side the whole at-bat.
That sounds right.
Leody cannot decide after one pitch, I'm now going to bat left-handed the next pitch. So it's really interesting. This will be really cool. And he's drafted by the Mariners?
By the Mariners, so
that'll
he'll be in division.
That'll be something that I kind of want to follow and see how well he does. And obviously that'll be definitely something you follow his splits on how he does as a right-handed pitcher versus how he does as a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I've taken a little bit of your time, but let's do a little Mike Likes It now.
I want to stick with the draft. Let's just stick with it.
Okay.
Obviously, the draft is about to start again in the third round here in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
So there will be stuff coming in on the draft here, probably in our 1 o'clock hour, who the Rangers took. Obviously, they have a late pick. We might only get one pick in, but they're picking every minute now. Even yesterday in the second round, I don't know if you guys are following it on MLB Network, but it was rapid fire. I actually like a draft when it's rapid fire.
For our benefits, absolutely. I'm sure that's tough when you're in the room and making those decisions. But for us, keep it moving, baby.
It's not hard for teams.
Okay.
I've asked Neil Huntington this, who used to be the farm director for the Cleveland Indians at the time, Guardians now. And then he became the general manager for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He says, we already have our board. It's really quick.
Okay.
That's all for TV purposes, especially because there's not really trades happening. I get it. For NBA and for NFL, you're looking to maybe move the pick and maybe move the pick for future picks, move the pick for a later pick in the draft. But when you're not trading picks, you already have your board. It's really quick what's happening.
So it probably feels a lot like when you're playing fantasy sports and you're just like, all right, boom, make a decision.
I think who it's really tough on is the broadcast.
Sure.
That they're like, you are 30 seconds into just giving a couple of tidbits on this guy, and they're like, next pick is in. We're going. And so now you're like, man, how long do I talk about it? Because I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name, but the University of Tennessee head coach was on MLB Network. He would love to talk about his guys. And that's where I'm going to go to right now, because with the 65th pick, the last pick in the second round, the Rangers selected outfielder from Tennessee, Dylan Dreiling. He was the World Series MVP. He was the most outstanding player, what they call it, in the College World Series. But you can also say he won the MVP of the College World Series. Now, I was reading up about him. I'd love to say, oh, I know all about him. I was reading up about him and saw his stats. He has a lot of power. He's an outfielder.
Good.
Here's the positives. A lot of power. Really good hitter. 5'11". It did not give good reports on his defense. The Rangers might tell me. The Rangers might call me up, honestly, later. They're way too busy. Right now, Chris Young and their team is getting ready for the draft. They're not listening to our radio show right now. But I will tell you, man, a lot of Rangers, a lot of their front office, a lot of people listen to the show because they know that we actually have good baseball talk.
And I appreciate it greatly.
So that is good. Now, getting to this draft pick that the Rangers took. they don't give great reports on his defense. They say primarily we see him as a left fielder in the major leagues. We do not see him as a center fielder or a right fielder in the major leagues.
What about his defense? If you've seen that, is it his range? Is it the arm strength?
It's arm and a little bit of range.
Oh, so a little bit of both. Okay.
Well, we have Wyatt Langford, who I think for the next 10 years or so, hopefully is going to be the left fielder for the Texas Rangers.
Hopefully.
Maybe he'll be the center fielder, but then I do think, talking to Chris Young over time, that Evan Carter was a center fielder his whole minor league career. That Evan Carter is actually, I think when he comes back, as long as Wyatt Langford's hitting well, and when Evan Carter is ready, I think Evan Carter is going to be the center fielder, which leaves Leote as your fourth outfielder. That's my opinion. I don't know that. We'll see if Evan Carter or when Evan Carter comes back. I think they're optimistic that Evan Carter will be ready to play in August at some point for the Texas Rangers. But this guy is probably a couple years away. He was not the fourth overall pick. He's not going to
Wyatt Langford
I won't
it up.
say he won't, but there's like a 1% chance he Wyatt Langfords it in the minor leagues.
You hear that? Let's go ahead and
most likely
prove Mike wrong. Wyatt Langford it up, baby.
He's going to play all of next year in the minor leagues. And then in 2026, he'll probably play in the minor leagues too, just to it's probably a 2 or 3 year process. Even with college players, it's usually a 2 or 3 year process.
The more normal
it's
situation.
Not a Wyatt Langford process. I'm wondering how much they possibly want to give him a first baseman's glove. If he's only a left fielder, if the reports are right that you hear and read on Dylan Dreiling, your 65th overall pick, and you have Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter, who are going to be left fielders and center fielders for the next, hopefully, decade or more for the Texas Rangers. Well, when I look at first base, I don't like saying this, but Abby Ortiz is having a really rough year in AA. He was considered your first base prospect, and it is not working out well at AA at all. I'm wondering if you look at him, you say, hey, yeah, Dylan, we'll throw you in the outfield because we want you to have position flexibility. We want you to be able to play the outfield. But our big need at a major league level in the near future is first base. And then I think, is it? Because when they signed Corey Seager, they knew they were not getting 10 years of shortstop out of Corey Seager. Corey Seager knew he was not going to be the Rangers shortstop in his late 30s or even mid 30s. So it's the third year of Corey Seager. We're seeing Josh Smith and what he's been able to do at shortstop. Sebastian Walcott, I don't know if he's a future shortstop in the major leagues, but I know he's probably a future major leaguer.
Sure.
I'm just wondering if you give Dreiling, your second-round pick, a first baseman's glove, is Corey Seager moving over to first base soon enough that then you're like, well, why did we do that?
Right.
Because first base is settled for the last 5 years of Corey Seager's contract. So it's interesting to me. You take the best overall player. This dude was the MVP of the College World Series. He had a very good year at Tennessee. But it's interesting to me that they don't see a lot of flexibility in the outfield with Dreiling. At least the reports say they see him as just primarily a left fielder, and Wyatt Langford does not have the best arm either.
And a great question is raised here on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line from the 806. Is 5'11" too short for first? Because typically you want a taller first baseman. They can stretch and have a little bit more of that there.
Rafael Palmeiro is 5'10", 5'11".
Okay.
To your point, yes, you would like them being bigger and longer.
Okay.
But 5'11", you're okay. At 5'8", maybe not.
All right.
Like you're like getting to Willie Calhoun at first base.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
Yeah.
Like that, he's little and he's not flexible and his hands aren't very good. Like that's an issue with Willie. Like he's not here anymore. But with Dreiling at 5'11", I think he hits the marker of just he still qualifies.
It's workable. All right.
Like I think Justin Foskew's 6 feet tall, I think. And they've kind of had to move him off of second base. And like, I don't know what Foskew's future is. This is a tough thing. We'll find out 2 to 3 years. But somebody asked me on the Twitch, and I'm sorry, it might have been Dan-tastic, but I think it was somebody else who was out at the All-Star Village and said, man, it was hot yesterday, but it was definitely worth it. It was awesome, this and that. They were asking, hey, Mike, what do you think of the third round? Do you think of this Texas Tech catcher? I'm like, dude, I have no clue. But I will say this. After taking a position player in the first round, catcher, after taking an outfielder, maybe / first baseman with their second round pick, I'm going to assume they need to concentrate on pitching today.
Yeah.
In rounds 3 through 10. I'm not saying they're taking 7 pitchers, But what I'm saying is I could see them taking 5 pitchers. You always need pitching. You can never have enough pitching. And the thing
And you
is,
in specific, not even just in the general, you in specific need pitching in that farm.
yes. And so you need to develop it. I will say it's getting tougher and tougher. They say if you don't take high school players now in the next 2 to 3 rounds, if you don't take them in the 3rd or 4th or 5th round and they're committed to Texas A&M or Georgia or wherever, they're going to be getting 6 figures to play college baseball.
Yeah.
So if you're only willing to offer this college kid this high school kid $250,000,
that doesn't get
the
the job
problem
done
is
anymore.
in 3 years at A&M, he's probably going to get $600,000. He might even get $1 million for his 3 years at Texas A&M. He might even get $1 million at UT. So now you got to start looking at it and going, maybe we're taking, if we don't have a 3rd round pick where we can offer this kid $600,000 or $700,000, we need to concentrate on college kids as we get past the 5th round because we will not have enough money to compete with NIL money.
Plus, I mean, I imagine it's a lot different riding the bus than it is, playing at a SEC school or something if that's available to you.
Real quick shout outs with the 47th pick, Wyatt Sanford from Frisco Independence was taken.
Yes, sir.
With the 18th pick, even though it's not local, he was from Austin Westlake, was taken. Theo Gillen, and I know a lot of kids played against him in the Metroplex. They're like, oh man, 18th overall pick out of high school, Westlake. 42nd pick, Jared Thomas out of UT. He's a Waxahachie.
There you go.
So he is University of Texas Waxahachie. Congratulations to him. 69th pick,
Nice.
Dason Hill, drafted out of Grapevine.
Excellent.
And then with the last pick in yesterday's competitive balance B round, it was a compensation pick. 74th. This was the pick for Shohei Ohtani. Ryan Johnson from Dallas Baptist.
Hey.
From Red Oak. He was homeschooled, but he is from Red Oak.
Shout
so
out.
a local kid, Ryan Johnson, was the last pick yesterday. And in 5 minutes, the 3rd round starts.
All right, excellent. A lot of baseball talk, MLB draft here. When you get a little Mike Likes It on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the fan. One more hour of the KNC Masterpiece, and we begin it with a little AM on the FM.
What about the question of the day and some of my MLB All-Star experiences? We'll talk about that next here on the KNC Masterpiece on the fan.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we will. It's Oxnard.
But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula sitting in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassett Jr. still always here for you. Alec Medford on the ones and twos. We're the KNC Masterpiece for today and the rest of the week here on the Fan. Been a fun one. We're getting day 2 of the MLB draft. It started here now, right? Mike, you said it should
I think
be
it's starting
started?
right now. I believe that. I don't know if this is a press conference that is on MLB Network right now, or they're just announcing that they're starting the draft. But usually they're not covering the draft anymore. Now it's just kind of Twitter, or like you have to go to like a YouTube feed or whatever. So okay, so this
Media
is
Day.
Yeah, Media Day. Bochy, Torey Lovello. Obviously, Paul Skeens is already there. We can't see sitting next to Bochy. Like, there's nobody sitting there, but I'm assuming he's going to name Tarek Skubal as the starting pitcher. And then usually your lineups will come out today, so you can get prepared for who's batting 1 through 9 type of situation. I'm going to assume, I think the lineup, I know Simeon is our guy, but I want to see Paul Skeens face Gunnar Henderson, Aaron Judge, and I'd love to see it Juan Soto third, but if they want to put, let's say, Yordan Alvarez third and then Juan Soto fourth. Jose Ramirez is having a great year too. So maybe if you wanted to put him in that kind of 3-4-5 matchup, I would love to see those as the first 5 hitters of the game versus
with the
Paul
chance
Skeens.
to go against,
Because to me, this is the history tomorrow is Paul Skeens. This is what's going to be remembered like right now about this All-Star game. Now, unless Paul Skeens gets hurt, not tomorrow, but like gets hurt in his career, doesn't have, like if he has a Steven Strasburg career, we won't really remember this too much. But what I'm hoping is Skeens faces those 3 guys and strikes all of them out. Pedro Martinez, 1999, man.
I'm looking forward to that. I mean, we got the home run derby tonight, but another thing that you should always look forward to, a little AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. Now, reality can be whatever I want.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Let's get into my All-Star experiences over the weekend, as well as the question of the day coming your way here in just a second. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I want to hear from you on the YouTube and Twitch as well for the question of the day. Got some sound I'm going to run from All-Star Saturday.
Can I be a jerk real quick?
Please do.
Corbin Burns has been named the starter for the American League.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just not. He's good. He's an all-star. One of the best pitchers in the game. He ain't Paul Skeens.
Okay. All right. In your face, Corbin Burns.
And Corbin Burns isn't like where Clayton Kershaw, Verlander, and Scherzer. Those are like the three Hall of Famers that are still pitching today. We're like, dude. And those guys aren't in their prime anymore or on the all-star team. But like that would be, if that was it, I'd be like, dude, what if it was kind of your Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens at the time, like Dwight Gooden or whatever, like whoever it was, Burns, Skubal, fine. They're great. I can't wait to see Paul Skeens in the bottom of the first inning take the mound.
All right.
So the question of the day today is going to go back to the whole NCAA 25 thing for just a second. Then we're going to get back into more baseball conversation because I was out there for All-Star Saturday. Got to talk to some fun people, and we're going to revisit some of that here in just a second. But NCAA, obviously, we talked about the pre-order. If you did that, you get the game today. I believe at 3 o'clock Central is when you can officially play it. So after that, you're not going to hear from a lot of your friends.
Bring Southern Miss to their glory.
Hey, for me, it's Boise State.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's just that atrocious field that they have.
Blue field, and then obviously the Statue of Liberty probably weighs heavily in your mind.
Yes, absolutely. And
don't shake your head at me, Carter. You know that matters.
Those reasons and those reasons only. That is why I'm taking Boise State to the promised land. But 877-881-1053, what is your go-to and or favorite video game of all time?
Okay.
I mean, I'll start it off because most people will be like, I'm not old enough. Probably RBI baseball. Because I can just remember do 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 do. And then they would change the music when a guy got on base. But you could play with, let's say you could play the All-Stars, or you could play, and by the way, like every pitcher died after 3 innings, so Nolan Ryan's throwing a zillion miles an hour by the 4th inning, like he has nothing left.
Got to go to the pen.
You could go with the St. Louis Cardinals, and you could get in rundowns and get out of it somewhat, because you had Vince Coleman, Ozzie Smith, Tommy Herr, then you had Jack the Ripper Clark, like that was your one home run hitter, that you just played with speed if you were the Cardinals. You could be the Houston Astros. Couldn't be the Texas Rangers. They didn't have a team on it. You could be the Houston Astros and use Nolan Ryan and Mike Scott, but you didn't have much of an offense. Or you could be the Oakland Athletics and have Canseco and McGuire and Dave Henderson and just like crush the ball everywhere.
This is such a good question.
Everybody was a white fat guy on there. There was no like every player was exactly the same looking, very fat, and that was it.
Mike, always making sure that people are fat.
It's just weird. Like they just use fat. They're like little squatty fat guys.
No, he's not fat. A lot of responses coming in. I'm having a hard time honing in on my favorite game because I probably would say a sports game, but I don't know if that's actually true. Just to be a weirdo, I will say Banjo-Kazooie. I love.
That's not a weirdo pick. That's an awesome pick.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like I am doing it just to say something that is not
fair enough,
an obvious answer or a more obvious answer. But I loved the hell out of Banjo-Kazooie when I was a kid. I don't even think I beat it, but I just played the hell out of it.
I'm right there with you because I don't think I ever beat it, but it was really, really fun. And for me, I think I'd have to go the Call of Duty franchise overall because
that's a more reasonable answer.
It might not be the most fun I've had playing a game, but if you were to like tally up all the hours I've spent playing video games, it's probably Call of Duty that overarches everything else. So I guess that's my favorite because I kept going back to it. So I'm just going to go with that because other than that, I could give you like a 5-way tie, and I'm not going to do that because that's not allowed here on AM on the FM. But let's see, lots of Super Mario, different kind of games.
Super Mario Sunshine.
I saw Super Sluggers come in, and that's a great baseball game if you're interested in that because it is just so, over the top and corny and dumb, but it's fun. So it doesn't get me as angry as MLB The Show does. Because I find myself just kind of cursing myself out playing MLB The Show. Yeah. Because I realize how bad I am at reading pitches.
Yep. I also find myself like, I understand just a small fraction of the frustration of a pitcher when I play MLB The Show. Because I'm like, that was a good pitch.
Yeah.
That was a good pitch.
Yep.
Why did he hit that? It was a good pitch.
Or you throw a great pitch that they take and it's a ball.
Yeah.
Max Scherzer on 2-2 yesterday, one of his second to last pitch, man. It was a good pitch just below the zone on the plate, breaking ball, and the guy takes it. You're like, son of a gun, that was my pitch I wanted to get him out on.
Yeah. And I'm like, where is the kick dirt button?
Yeah.
Where is the, I need somebody yelling right now.
See, one of my favorite things was, I think it was the show 19, maybe. There was a gold, maybe 78, something like an 80 overall Joey Gallo. That was an awful card except for the power swing. And anytime I faced my friends who had him, I'd throw a pitch like that was inside at the knees. Totally not a strike, and they'd send it 450 feet dead center. I'm like, how does this even happen? How? I'm not trying to throw you a strike.
The game is cheating. That's when you unplug it and plug it back in.
And he gets perfect on a ball that should have hit him if he didn't swing. It makes no sense. That game makes me overly angry.
Game is cheating.
Yeah, it is. RBI baseball, rather, was awesome from the 325. Twisted Metal for the PS1.
Oh, my God. I love Twisted.
By the way, real
Crazy
quick.
Taxi.
Yes.
One of my ones.
Could Bochy sabotage the Orioles in the Friday, Saturday, Sunday game and just pitch Burns 3 innings on Tuesday and burn him till he can't pitch till Monday?
I like what you're doing there.
Yeah.
I mean, he is.
I know that's not going to happen, but he is.
You don't know that.
That'd be awesome if he's like, no, keep going out there. You got it, man. In fact, you want to go 5 innings today? Go 5 innings today. So
we really need you to win this one, man.
Well, it's a GoldenEye coming in.
Elite. It's an elite game.
That's an elite game. And even though it was, beyond my time, I went back to it because my dad was like, no, if you're going to play video games, you're going to be educated and play the real stuff. So, I played a lot of that stuff.
Good father work there.
Yes. He was very much like that. Like my pro wrestling fandom. He was like, if you're going to get into that, I'm going to make you watch some Von Erich's tapes. Like that's what he did.
That might be useful for you. That might be helpful for you this week.
Yeah, that might be very helpful. So keep those coming, 877-881-1053. I do want to get into my All-Star experience on Saturday that will continue tonight and tomorrow night at the Derby and the game itself. But I spent literally all day out there at All-Star Village and at the Futures game and the Celebrity Softball game at Globe Life Field on Saturday. And I tweeted it, but if you want to know how much there truly is to do out there, my Apple Watch says I walked about 9 miles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, on Saturday alone.
Mike nodding his head. It's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. And
I mean, they were golf carting me and taking me in SUVs, but I got you, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of Mike.
Because he is famous.
Yes, because he is famous. And as soon as I walked into the esports arena, I go into the little auction area. And on the other side of the auction, they have it all tarped off, but it's not a wall, so you can still see the lights and hear what's going on. I hear Mike Bassick's voice as soon as I walk in. He was doing a panel. So I stopped in there, and for maybe the last 15 minutes of your panel on Saturday, I was sitting in there in the back with all the other media dudes and just hanging out, listening to what you had to say about the transition from, pro ball to broadcasting and everything. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool to see.
Did you hear the person yell Tolo and on your face and everything? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Did they get taken out? Did they grab them?
See, I wanted to do that, but I was like, I don't want my badge to get taken away. So
there is a lady up there, Yvonne, she's with MLB, and she was really confused on what is going on. I'm like, well, those are people who are here and fans of the radio station and what I do on the radio.
So I walked around and tried to take in as much as I could as a fan, and I saw everything. I went into Choctaw, I went into the esports arena, went to the food truck area out there in the North Lawn and saw some incredible eats. There was all kinds of stuff going on, but saw a bunch of autograph signings going on, saw lots of happy faces and lots of happy kids. It was really cool to see everybody just that youthful exuberance coming out of grown men when they meet some of their heroes that were signing autographs there.
Nice.
That was really, really cool. But I got to the party before the celebrity softball game and saw a bunch of people, got to talk with Pedro Martinez. That was pretty cool. He's a very nice guy, great storyteller, really funny as well. If you ever get the chance to just shake his hand and introduce yourself, go for it. But lots of people out there. Des Bryant, got to see him for a little bit. But there was just all kinds of people kind of wandering around that I didn't expect to be there. Saw Coach Prime walk in and he gave his whole team free shoes from Nike. That was pretty cool to see. There was a lot going on.
the white ones that were kind of with black?
Yep, the unreleased
kind of triangles or whatever.
Yeah, they're releasing later this year, and I think for AM on the FM tomorrow, Mike, you're going to be interested. Nike just filed a massive lawsuit against someone. That we're going to get into tomorrow.
Well,
but
Nike's losing a lot of money lately.
They are, and they're trying to get some of that back from a source that might have helped them lose some of that in the custom sneaker game. We'll get into that tomorrow.
I think I know.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun conversation there. But I think my favorite interaction overall was I saw one of our old friends from here at the Fan, Kevin Sparkman.
Sparky!
I saw Sparky. He was there with his Dude Perfect guys, and it was so cool whenever I yelled his name during the party. He kind of looked around like, where's that coming from? And he saw me, and his face just lit up. And we chatted it up for a good 5 to 10 minutes because one of the 2 people that trained me when I first got here, Reginald Atatula.
You only had 2 people train you?
Well, like the main ones that taught
gotcha.
me most of what I know. That dude, Peyton, he kind of showed me some stuff or
whatever.
But it was Reginald Atatula and Kevin Sparkman. So got to catch up with him, and he said he's still Tolos, and he said that everybody's doing great work over here. And yeah, it was really cool to see him, see some familiar faces. I'm not as famous as Mike, so I got maybe like 4 people walk up and say, hey, Tolo, what's up? But I did see Kevin Sparkman, so that was pretty cool. But all kinds of great stuff. And I have a scoop for y'all. I have a scoop.
He did reporting, Mike.
I have a scoop.
I'm listening.
Not only is the winner of the Home Run Derby going to get that massive chain that they had on display out there at the Esports Convention Center. I do have pictures of that up on Instagram at Alec on the radio if you want to check that out. But they will also be getting their usual trophy, I think $1 million in prize money. But for the first time in Home Run Derby history, I've been told that a custom WWE Championship belt for the winner of the Home Run Derby will be given out.
Okay.
And that's going to be a new tradition going forward thanks to the partnership between the 2 companies.
That is really sweet. I did get to see the Rangers got one from WWE.
Did they?
Now, it came out, they got it like a couple days after the parade. They were hoping like one of the guys could be holding it up during the parade, but WWE wasn't able to kind of customize it. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, like the real ones with all of the leather and real metal on there, or golds, I guess, whatever. That seems real. That seems dope. So yeah, that'll be fun. I imagine that they'll do that on the field and that they'll have an opportunity to hold that up. That's gonna be fun because that's one of the things I love about the Derby is just the way that not only are the guys competing, but like everybody's right there, basically by the the batter's box, and your friends and family, and these guys are kind of hyping each other up, and there's kind of like that talk. It almost feels to me not exactly the same, but like I played kickball. I'm sorry, I didn't play baseball when I was young, and so like playing kickball and everybody's right there on the fence and everybody's just kind of right in there with you having fun. Like that's one of the things I love the most about seeing it on television. So getting a feel for it would be really fun.
Last thing about the MLB draft, basing it off that, there was this dude drafted out of high school from like a Michigan, and you're like, are they just playing like at a random park? Because we're so used to here in Texas, especially your bigger high schools, having nice baseball, fence
parks
all the way down, and you're like, so if they hit the ball foul, it just goes into the woods, huh?
Yeah,
you're just like, all right, like you're just like, and it's amazing sometimes. And you watch the Derek Jeter documentary on where he came from, Kalamazoo, I think is the name. Like you're just like you're like, oh.
They just found a field to play.
That's amazing, like how tough it was. That's why Mike Trout, they said, got drafted so late in the first round. It was just so tough because in New Jersey, it's bad competition and stuff like that. Like, it's just tough because he's not playing in like what you consider a premium region of baseball in high school.
Okay.
Literally, you're not seeing that baseball again. There you have it. That's AM on the FM.
Appreciate you, Mev, that was fun. I almost kind of want you to give like a recommendation since you saw everything. If anybody's going out,
where should I go? Honestly, I just did all this stuff. I'm gonna try to get out there quick enough to do the esports. Where would you say the best esports thing is at?
I want to do this.
Oh, next.
We'll do that next. Okay. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Hang around. Alec Medford will give you his definitive recommendations for the All-Star Village. We'll do it next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Datatula filling in for Kevin and Corey. That is Mike Bassett Jr., Alec Medford on the ones and twos. We're the KNC Masterpiece for this week.
Tease it up, man. I need to know.
All right. Before I get you there, I do want to remind you, we're about a month out from Fan Bowl, and so that's on August 10th, and it's sponsored by our friends at Tolbert Garage Door. So I just want to remind you, we're coming up close on the registration for Fan Bowl 2024. So keep your ears peeled. Just be ready for that. That's coming up. However, I teased it. Mike is ready to hear it. I'm sure there's a lot of folks that are ready to hear it because the All-Star game is tomorrow. Home Run Derby's tonight. And the All-Star Village looks really cool out there in Arlington on the premises. Medford, you took the grounds on Saturday. You went, you saw everything possible. We need your definitive rankings on what to go see at the All-Star Village. Take it away.
I feel like there's a few different categories you could break it down to. If you're going with family, if you're going with friends, if you're going by yourself, there's something for everyone there. But definitely for me, no matter what category I decide to break it into, it was the esports arena where they're doing the panels and they have all of the art showcases and everything and the auctions that they're doing. They're doing daily live auctions for some really cool memorabilia and some stuff that you can go bid on that you would see on your typical auction sites. And they have some really old stuff that's going to command lots of money. And word on the street is tomorrow at Texas Live, that Babe Ruth called shot jersey is going to be on display. So you might want to go to Texas Live tomorrow to go see that jersey in person before it hits the auction. You guys were talking about it, Mike, a few weeks ago, how it's going to command a ton of money. Well, they're supposed to have it on display if you want to go see it. So there's all kinds of really cool relics and whatnot. But for me, if you're going to start somewhere, I know that you're probably going to start in the Choctaw Stadium area. That's probably where you're going to enter the whole village, but make your way down to the esports arena because there's tons of art there that is being live painted that's already been done. There was a mural the day I went that they were actually painted. They had 3 or 4 different people working on sections of it at a time.
Nice.
They had their laptops set up with reference pictures, but it's like Texas-themed all-star art that they're working on. They had some of the guys' all-star game cleats being painted right in front of you that they're working on. I did see Julio Rodriguez's spikes were already done and in a display case. I think they were working on just like a custom pair for display that was like Texas themed. It wasn't for anybody, but it was just like a, hey.
Was it that weird orange color?
It actually wasn't. It was it was like almost like a powder blue is what was going on there. I got some pictures of these things that I'll throw up on social media, but if I'm going to say start anywhere or finish your day anywhere, it has to be at the art exhibit.
Okay.
The art exhibit is awesome. Yes.
Okay, good. That's where I'm going to head as fast as I can. I'm going to, I think, get some Domino's pizza for me and the boys and eat as quick as we can and then get out there. By the way, the Rangers just picked with the 103rd pick, 3rd round. They take Casey Cook, outfielder, University of North Carolina.
Okay.
We know they can't produce quarterbacks.
They can make an outfielder.
But hopefully they can make a good outfielder.
Okay. All right.
If he can throw, that's all I need. Quarterbacks can't. But
what? I feel like quarterbacks should be able to throw.
Bats left,
from that
throws
school.
right.
Ah, okay, got you.
We're getting the lefty-righty combination. I want to say that Stanford catcher might bat left, throw right. Obviously, we need the catcher to throw right.
Yeah. Yeah.
As opposed to throwing wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Which
good.
would be left-handed in that case.
Ah, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Sure.
that would be a nice thing. And something else that, like, it's not anything that's advertised, but I saw a lot of people kind of waiting on is you do have the Lowe's Hotel, you know, right in the center of everything.
Sure.
And that's where everybody is staying. So there was a lot of people that were really generous with their time, you know, stopping outside in the valet area to take pictures and, you know, just offering up their time. You know, the people that I saw there, they weren't, you know, being rude and attacking these people, asking for autographs. They would just stand there and wait, and some people would walk by. Like I saw Mark McLemore, he stopped by and he was taking pictures and signing autographs. Ken Griffey Jr. came out there and he just offered up his time, was taking pictures with people. So you might catch some people coming through the hallways there.
That's a heady
Corey
play.
Majors would have been jealous. I ended up seeing the Hawk, Andre Dawson.
Oh, wow.
Hanging around a lot, and he was talking about how cool it'd be to meet him. And I was like, man, he's out there doing
Andre
doing
Dawson was
events.
talking about meeting Corey Majors?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That
dude.
is crazy.
Oh, my God. We should text him that.
So, Mike, you mentioned going out there with the family. If you want to take the family out there, your best spot for my money, which I'm not spending, you know, that's not me, and you don't have to spend my money either. I'm not trying to spend yours, but Choctaw Stadium. If you are going with the crew, with the family, there are so many different family events. They have little T-ball fields and everything. They have the batting cages if your kids want to take BP. If you want to take BP, you can do that. They have a little indoor area on the field where they have some little like kids activities that are air conditioned, you know, so if you want to break from the heat, you can take the kids in there, let them go play ball and whatever. That's probably, and even the concourses, that's probably your best bet for family-oriented activities where they got some little games. They have contests, like I think it was OxyClean was out there. They have like a giant washing machine that you can like reach in and try to grab prizes. That's fun for the kids. All the merch stands inside. They have like the Capital One Club where if you're a Capital One card holder, you get like a free hat. There's all kinds of goodies being given away at the stadium. So if you go walk the concourses there, they have some autograph signing areas there. But saw some legends out there doing some signings and whatnot. That's probably the best area for family time is if you want them to go, get some picture-worthy moments with some people. You mentioned, Mike, the giant baseball that they have right in the center of the field. You can go take your pictures there. Maybe you'll catch a legend there posing for pictures. But like Mike said, I am a little disappointed. It's not a real baseball. It's just a giant piece of plastic. That kind of threw me off. But it is really cool to just see a giant baseball. And I tweeted this out. They have a giant inflatable baseball just sitting in the middle of the pond outside of the esports arena, which that was the first thing I saw when I walked in. I was like, yeah, I need a picture of that. That's a huge baseball. And I think that's cooler than the one inside the stadium. But it's a little bit easier to access, too. You don't have to wait in line to get a picture with it. It is in the middle of water, and they have signs that say don't jump in, so you can't get real close to it, but you can still pose with it. Saw plenty of people doing that. But in that same area, they have some custom lowrider cars that they've decked out all-star themed.
Okay, cool.
So plenty of picture opportunities outdoors even. I know it's hot. You don't want to stay out there too long, but that's where some of your best photo ops are going to reside. Just some of those cars, some of the big, art pieces that they have out there. I know Topps has a booth outside the stadium where they have a take a card, leave a card thing. Those little libraries that you see at the park where it's like take a book, leave a book. They have that for trading cards, and they're giving away free trading cards. So if you're trying to get into the card game, if you want to get your kids into the card hobby, that's a good place to go. They have a little truck set up where you can go check out their stuff.
That's really cool. I hadn't even considered that. That's a really cool idea, especially for young kids that are just trying to get a feel for it and get some interest. Yeah. That seems really awesome. Mike, we'll both be at the stadium for the home run derby tonight. But as you were mentioning earlier, today is typically the day where we get the all-star lineups, and those have come out. Are you interested in one or the other?
More the American League. Than the National League. I honestly feel like there's more stars this year on the American League than the National League.
That is fair. That's a fair
Mookie Betts
point
is
to make.
hurt. That kind of hurts the National League a little bit.
NL's still pretty solid, but here you go. Here's the AL starting lineup. I don't know. Had you seen this at all yet?
I just saw it on the MLB Network.
All right, cool. So leading off will be Stephen Kwan of the Guardians.
Not crazy about that. I get it. He's batting 300 million right now, but I wish that it was more of a superstar batting, but he deserves to be on the All-Star team.
Great contact. Gunnar Henderson will bat second, shortstop for the Orioles. Juan Soto hit third. So at the very least, we'll see those three against Paul Skeens.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll see the fourth. In a way, I want to see Aaron Judge versus Paul Skeens.
And that's who it is. Aaron Judge batting fourth, Yordan Alvarez in the 5-hole. Jose Ramirez will be batting sixth. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. will be at seventh, Adley Rutschman eighth, and Marcus Semien will bat ninth for the AL.
Usually when you're a replacement, like when you're an all-star but a replacement starter, usually they bat you at the bottom of the lineup just because they feel like, hey, I mean, the fans picked these people. They didn't pick, nothing against Marcus Semien. This year, they didn't pick Semien to be a starter. He is an all-star. So that's why I thought he would bat near the bottom of the order.
And that ultimately is what Bruce Bochy delivers. The NL goes as and then obviously we mentioned Corbin Burns is the starter for the AL. For the NL, it'll be Ketel Marte. He will lead off. Shohei Ohtani hits second. Trey Turner bats third.
Interesting.
Bryce Harper fourth.
Yeah.
William Contreras fifth. Christian Yelich will go sixth. Alec Bohm seventh. Teoscar Hernandez eighth. And then Jurickson Profar will bat ninth. Paul Skeens, of course, the starter, and that's who we're super intrigued to see. So yeah, man, super excited for All-Star game tomorrow, but home run derby tonight. You said you're calling.
I'm going to go with Bobby Witt Jr. I think that he could get a big ovation. I think Gunnar Henderson could be great. Pete Alonso, he's built for this. I mean, he loves it. He wants to be in it every year. He always puts on a show, and I'll tell you what, he's entertaining too. Like he has his music, he's bobbing up and down. Like he puts everything into this. Like he is super focused during this event, so it's not just goof off time. So this is always great about the all-star stuff is all-stars are doing it. You might not, hey, I wish Aaron Judge was doing it. I wish Shohei Ohtani was doing it. The only non-all-star is our guy, Adolis Garcia, because they wanted to put a hometown guy in there, right? So, I mean, when you look at it, and he's been a two-time all-star, so it's not like, oh, there's a nobody. Like, Adolis is a two-time all-star. So real people do the event, unlike the NBA, like in the dunk competition, where nothing against the Texas Tech kid, but like
Mac McClung.
Yeah, I mean he is awesome at it. It's unbelievable, but it's not even an NBA player in the NBA All-Star slam dunk competition. And then they play hard tomorrow. They're going to try their best.
And one of the things that is fair, 682 says if Adolis gets strikes, he is winning. All due respect to Tony Beasley, who is, an incredible dude. I would love to not see Tony Beasley during the home run derby. I hope that we've gotten that favor, or at least if he's throwing it, like let's groove him for our guy to hopefully be able to send him over the fence. So there you go. Super excited for that tonight. I'll be there. You'll be there. Hopefully a lot of our listeners will either be there or have an opportunity to watch it on television. But there you go. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Super excited for the Home Run Derby and all things All-Star festivities. Appreciate you, Medford, for getting us situated on what to look for at the All-Star Village. Coming up next, it's time to visit with the G-Bag Nation. We'll cross-talk with them next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula alongside Mike Bassick Jr. Alec Medford on the ones, twos. Thank you, sir. Thank you guys for rolling with us all, I guess, afternoon long, all midday long, because right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for us to hand things over and talk to our friends from the G-Bag Nation. Fellas, what's happening?
Good afternoon, Reg. How the heck are you?
Doing pretty well. Super excited. It's an exciting day if you're a baseball fan whatsoever in the DFW as the home run derby's happening, and I'll have the good fortune of being able to be there along with Mike Bassick and obviously Broadish. You're going to be out there, right?
I am going to make the trip after the show. So, yep, see you gentlemen out there.
Very, very excited to do that, to see what's happening with all of the festivities at the All-Star Village. So I'm super excited. Have any of you guys had an opportunity to get out there?
No, I wish, Reg. And I just do me a favor and brought a same to you. This is the one chance during the season that you can capitalize on the mozzarella sticks. So just PSA to everyone, if you want the best mozzarella sticks known to man, they're at Globe Life Field throughout All-Star festivities. That's it. It's just a little pop-up shop style, and then boom, back away they go, building up that demand. You know what I'm saying?
So I have to do this.
You have to. I'm serious for
it's
yourself.
Now or never, man.
You're going to start doing it. You know, you're going to do it for me, but by the end, you're going to be like, that was a me choice.
Pizza dog or the Mott sticks tonight?
Oof. I mean, you're going Mott sticks. Yes, you would go both.
Just go both.
Good call, Walchuk.
Because you can handle both of those. Get in a little app, maybe share. Maybe you and Red share the Mott sticks, and then you just go pizza dog. But the Mott sticks are a good size.
If it's one item only, it's Mott sticks. Because again,
you can get the pizza dog.
You can get the pizza dog the rest of the season.
Well, they give you, Reg, have you been out there? Have you done anything out there?
Yeah, I went to the Swingman Classic on Friday.
Okay, did they give you a card for food?
I think they're supposed to. Yeah. I did not check on that.
They're
definitely
supposed
to.
Box. See, Eric will fight you for the card. If you have a card, he will wrestle you to the ground and take your card.
All right. Well,
I'll give you $5 cold hard cash for your exchange here.
All right. I don't know if we should have said that on air, but okay. I see what you're doing there.
Okay, I did just see there's a secret ballpark hidden item at the All-Star game this year.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's put us on game.
Introducing the Graham Slam Burger. 2 all-beef patties topped with smoked brisket, caramelized onions, American cheese, and ranch aioli. Sounds pretty good to me. And the pictures look outstanding.
What's the side?
What do we get a gram of?
It looks like they just got I don't know if they're homemade chips.
I was wondering if I was having like a stroke. Did I hear Graham or Grand?
Is this sandwich between 2 graham crackers?
It's a Graham Slam Burger.
Is
That's
there
just
a Graham
the name of it.
I was expecting the bun to the burger to be 2 graham crackers.
A burger s'mores? S'mores burger is what we were looking at there?
Did we get on board here? We do it with the donuts.
That would be pretty good. I think that would, man, do you think that the graham cracker would hold up well enough?
I do, man.
I think it might break and crumble all over the damn place.
Mm.
I might try sliding one in between the bun and the burger. You know, especially one of those cinnamon and sugar graham crackers.
Okay.
Hit a little sweet.
Okay.
So it's acting as more of a topping. I like that.
But we also don't know where in the ballpark to get this. I guess that's why it's hidden.
You gotta search it out.
This would be cool if you're media right now. Look they have it kind of set up like Super Bowl, but way more accessible to the players.
Yeah.
All the players are out there, and you can go interview any of them.
I also do love that around each of them, they have like a perimeter. Like, hey, you can get close, but not too close. Like, be careful. Fellas,
these All-Star hats are great, though.
Oh, you're in on the All-Star hat?
Yeah, I love those.
I am on these because they're the team colors.
Yeah.
The other ones aren't the team colors.
Oh, these are different than the ones that are going to win the game.
These are the awesome ones.
Man, Dawson, I don't know about these. I think I filled up at the Shell station for 8 gallons, and they gave me one of these hats.
Are you sure you got to look at that, Krusty?
I think it's a foam kind of hat. I think it's a bad
foam hat?
I think it's a bad foam hat.
No.
Like one of the truckers. The trucker
no one
hats
watches
that
TV on the air better than Broadus.
That's right.
That's right.
He's watched.
I did not pay attention to our show. I'm like, the first thing I said to Reggie, I go, Reggie, these hats look awful. Reggie goes, I kind of agree. Didn't you, Reggie?
I don't love the desigin itself. Although I think you're right, Mike.
That it's team colors.
The team color does bring it at least to a place where I can see if you're interested in them. The ones that they have for the All-Star game. It does not feel like it's bringing anything particular. And I do wonder if that's indicative of the fact that they look at Texas and they go, there's nothing interesting, which is a damn lie.
I'm going to the Valero, and I'm going to get me an Angels hat here just on the way to the game. That's what I'm going to do.
All right, name a gas station. That's apparently what brought us.
I don't even know who's in the All-Star game for the Angels.
7-Eleven.
Somebody has to be.
Yeah, they have to have an All-Star.
It's interesting.
Mickey Moniak.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Is it really?
I think it is.
That was a good guess.
I think you're right, actually.
They have a relief pitchers are actually pretty good, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Estevez, I believe.
Yeah. They have
Emilio?
No.
Tyler
Emilio!
Tyler Anderson.
It's Tyler
You guys
Anderson.
are
Is it Anderson? Okay, my bad.
You guys
What's
the
his
baseball
numbers
show
this year?
record?
Yeah, Tyler Anderson is their all-star rep.
Okay. I thought I recalled hearing.
I was
hearing
pulling
that,
for Mickey
this
Moniak.
weekend.
This
Big
always
fan of
happens.
his.
There's people that are on the All-Star team that you're like, nothing against you. Like, you would only be an All-Star because they have to have a representative from that team.
Yeah.
But it does count.
Do you like that rule?
No.
You don't?
No.
I understand it because being a Ranger fan, there's been a lot of bad
Lot
Ranger
of
years
days,
where
yeah.
one person has to
Yeah.
represent.
Bump wills.
But when it happens, it's just you look at it and you go, what were they an All-Star? And then you go, well, they had to have a player from that team.
It's honestly, it's uncomfortable for the player, I would imagine, who has some self-awareness. And you're like, I'm here. And I know there's other guys that are sitting at home that are much more deserving. And you're like, I don't know. You're putting the player, I think, in an awkward position as
Corey
well.
Seager?
Because you're like, geez, I clearly don't belong here. Not when you're a big dog. When you're a big dog, this is lifetime achievement.
I would be
Do you think Corey Seager's happy about being at the All-Star game?
I think he's like, man, he literally was quoted, I was supposed to be at vacation, and now I'm here. So, I mean, I don't know. He's probably not thrilled about it.
I like that he didn't turn it down, you know?
He's going to see one pitch, swing hard, and then that will be his All-Star game.
Are you allowed to leave? Are you allowed to leave after you do your time?
Yes.
Hey, I had my
Can
swing.
you just
I'm
go
good.
home? I mean, so then you look in the dugout, there's like just the managers and a couple of coaches are hanging out.
Most guys stay because most guys will fly out the next day.
Oh, wow.
But
We don't have enough money to fly out after the game?
Well, the game
You're on your
might
own
end
dime.
at 10 o'clock. No,
Yeah,
the MLB pays for it.
I've got a plane waiting. If I'm making $10, $15
If you're
million,
doing a private plane, then no,
I've got a
MLB's
plane
not paying
waiting
for that. But they will pay for a first-class ticket on the flight that you want.
Broadus
to
has a
wherever you
plane
want
on AT&T Way. Waiting to take off.
Exactly. I've got a car waiting for me out back of the stadium. I'm walking straight to that, maybe full uniform on.
It's still like you're like in the bottom of the first inning. Your
eye
work
black,
is done.
eye black, everything, and then I'm getting on the plane and I'm heading home. I'm actually flying over the stadium as I'm going home.
Anderson's sporting an ERA
Just to rub
under
it
3,
in.
by the way. It looks like he's gotten a little bit lucky. Putting a lot of guys on, they're not coming around.
Well, at least those are good numbers.
Yeah.
I remember nothing against Brent Rooker. Maybe he's a future Ranger. But I remember when he represented the Oakland Athletics one of these last few years, and I'm like, dude.
How would you feel walking into that clubhouse? Would you be proud, or would you just be like, man, I don't really?
Do you think anybody knows who the hell you are?
Yeah,
I mean,
right?
That's the thing.
I mean, you walk in
Yeah.
like everybody's looking like,
Is that
who
guy-
the
guy from
F
the
is
A's?
that guy? That's an A's guy. Who is
What
that
the
guy?
hell?
That guy makes $15
Oh,
to
that
play
poor
baseball.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that there are a few times where you get that.
You have to introduce yourself, you
Ryan McMahon, I think, is the representative for the Rockies. I remember seeing
Wait
that.
a minute. He hits home runs.
Does a great job covering the Mavs.
He's a big homer guy.
He does.
He hits a lot of homers
Yeah,
for the
altitude
Rocks.
helps
So
him.
that can happen where the guy's like, he's proud to be there,
Yeah.
but he also knows, like,
I don't belong.
you know.
Okay,
you know.
this is uncomfortable camera angle. They're way too close to Judge's face here on this. Don't you think, Reg?
Well, they are.
Is this like podium cam?
Zoom
What are we
out.
doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is like when you watch people on YouTube. I always feel like YouTube people need. Like I've been watching you and Kavanaugh. It's awesome. Getting
It's
ready
way,
for
I'm
the,
way too close.
But I feel.
I'm
But you know this going in.
Back up, damn it, back up.
It's Jeff.
I feel
Jeff,
like
it's-
okay.
I
Jeff's
feel
got
like there
the issue.
needs to be some production of. I get it's podcast, so you can
Yeah.
listen to it where
Yeah.
there is no
Right.
video. But when I'm on
I agree.
YouTube,
I agree.
I'm like, you guys need to have a picture of the player or like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't have to.
Nah,
Nothing
we're-
against you guys. I'm liking
Yeah.
what you're saying, but I also feel like there
I'm
needs
sick
to
of
be
seeing
like,
your
is it
face.
illegal
Yeah.
to have video of a cowboy doing something?
I think it.
You'd have to.
I
to
know,
like
you're
have
talking to a
source.
couple.
You gotta hit
two-
some extra buttons. And
Two
crap.
lazy dudes. We're lucky we have
Oh,
the
yeah.
Upload images and stuff.
We're lucky we have the hot dog. Jerry goes, I think it's the bun.
Yeah.
I think it's the hot dog. Yeah, it's.
I
that's
think
like
it's
Jeff.
the aluminum foil around the bun.
Yeah, I think that's as
Do you
about
think
as.
he could name more hot dog brands or players on his team?
Oh, hot dog brands.
But how many hot dog brands are there?
I don't know.
That's
Oscar Mayer,
Nathan's.
That's a good one.
Nathan's,
That's two
yeah.
right there.
Ballpark.
Ballpark.
There you
Earl
go.
Campbell's.
There's 4. Look
Hebrew
at you.
National.
I mean, come on.
All right,
There you
so
go.
look at you guys. You guys have it in the bed.
Gosh, look at us, just dog guys.
Does Owens count? Are they more
Owens-
sausage?
This is sausage, right?
Hey,
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
we'll let it
You know what?
slide.
Yeah, we're not going to leave Owen out of this.
Sausage,
Owen deserves a spot.
Yeah.
I've often said that you guys are the official show of hot
Ask
dogs.
Jerry to name his
on the
offense.
stage.
Wooden sausage. I think we should claim
That's
both.
fair. I think, you know what? That's fair.
The winner Christian McCaffrey's mom
We're
agreed.
a bunch of wieners.
All right. I'll let you guys say that, not me. What do you have coming up on the G-Bag
Pure
Nation
gold
today?
as always, Reg. Thanks for asking. Casey Stern, host of the Unfiltered podcast, coming up at 4. We'll talk baseball with him. He's one of the best baseball talkers.
There you go. Hang around, stick around for the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece, Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford on this day. Join us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have Good Friday vibes here coming in on a Monday because the Home Run Derby is tonight, the All-Star Game tomorrow. You can hear both those right here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked about Friday bare minimum need to win the series in Houston, and they did it. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control here. Show goes till 6 tonight. You'll get LA Live at 4:40. How about that? I know people want their LA Live.
Hell yes, they do.
So it usually runs at 5:40. Special treat for earlier afternoon listeners. Today, 4:40. Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited.
Oh, feels so good, boys. Fresh off the weekend, no bet payoff for me. Rangers took 2 of 3, just like I told you they would. Let's go.
Nice,
Let's go.
dude. You were sweating that one out on Saturday.
Oh, my gosh. On Saturday, I'm like, how many times are the bases loaded? Swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss. Oh, my God. I'm going to be wearing a thong out to training camp. This is terrible. But it didn't happen. And they take the series, and now we're buyers.
What do you say, Josh Smith isn't the hero that we wanted, but he's the hero we needed?
That's right.
How you say that?
That's right. Yeah,
that's right. Yes.
And if he lives long enough, then he'll see himself become the villain.
Indeed. Hopefully, an all-star next year if this keeps up. He won't be denied. There's Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105fan.com, Twitch, and YouTube.
I'm putting him to work today. We're gonna have a couple of things to assess.
Nice. We're getting some video up on the stream.
Today.
I need to send Carter a picture of this burger because the burger looks really good.
Dude, send him the burger. And can we get to the bottom of why they're calling it the Graham Burger, the Graham Slam Burger? Because we're all thinking, where's the graham cracker element to this burger? Is there a Teddy Graham lodged in the middle of the beef
Maybe
somewhere?
the chef's name is Graham. I don't know.
But
there's a Graham element here.
And it looks great. I mean, aesthetically, now I'm going burger guarantee. I'm finding this burger. It seems like it's a bit of an Easter egg inside of Globe Life Field. It's like a secret location. You're going to have to find this burger.
Somebody would just tell me
Go find the burger with a side of those Mott sticks. Hey, with a side of those Mott sticks. And then for dessert, you have the pizza dog. That's the trifecta. That's getting it done all-star style. I hope you come in tomorrow and you have a review for all 3 of them.
Yeah, if you don't,
bet pay off.
I wonder if I'm going to need like the paddles to resuscitate my heart.
That's true. I hope your heart doctor's not listening.
If you had to
now.
power rank them, which one would you go? What order do you want me to eat them?
Gosh, dog it. This burger situation feels like something that needs to be tried. This is a 1 of 1. I don't think this is ever coming back. This is a flash in the pan. And it's hidden. Like you're going to feel some level of
Mott Sticks 2.
Like feats of strength.
Pizza Dog 3.
Yeah.
We've ordered.
And I don't even feel comfortable saying Mott Sticks 2. Let's go 1A, 1B with the burger.
That's fine.
Okay. And then we'll go 3rd place Pizza Dog.
214 keeps texting same Mott Sticks you can get at Pluckers. Those mozzarella sticks at Pluckers are delicious, but they're not the same. These are like spicy cheese inside.
And they're just perfect.
Okay, boys, I've just been informed from the office ace himself, Tim Collins, through Lucius Alexander. Tonight we go till 7. Tomorrow we go till 6.
Okay, so
yes,
right. I did.
Okay, that has been confirmed.
Did it say that on the schedule?
The schedule said Tuesday.
The schedule said Tuesday.
So I don't know who put out the 6 o'clock thing. If this was a broadish thing, I think bet payoff on the line now.
Yeah, there is certainly some level of humiliation that needs to be involved here. I mean, when I walked into the bullpen, and kudos to you guys already breaking sweat in there.
I think I'm the one that said it. I'm pulling this.
You guys said it with confidence. Yeah, me and Wolchuk.
No, I said it with absolute confidence is what I said because I felt like I looked it up.
Broaddus is going tonight. He has no idea what his itinerary looks like. I mean, if anybody's supposed to know.
I don't even know where the damn hamburger is, okay? And I'm supposed to try and find one of these
How does this
things.
guy get a credential?
Other than Tim,
that's a good question.
If you say something about the schedule, Brian, I take it to the bank.
No, well, let's see. I kind of
feels like you ball sacked on this one, Broaddus.
Let's see.
It does make sense though that we take you right to basically the beginning of the home run derby tonight, and tomorrow get some full on all-star pregame duties.
Yeah.
But whatever the case, hell of a weekend. 4-2 yesterday. Josh Smith with all 4 ribbies, a pair of 2-run bomb skis. Scored the game-winning run on Saturday. Should they have sent him instead of Corey Seager? What do you think, Wolchuk?
No. I don't.
All right, here we go.
What was that? What was that?
Okay.
Can you explain what just happened to your body?
They needed a shortstop, and they're not going to send Josh Smith because Major League Baseball isn't, they don't realize that Josh Smith could possibly play shortstop. They have him penciled in as a third baseman. Third baseman's out. Josh Smith should have been in there. But regardless, he should have been on All-Star.
I think he could do both.
No, we have a revision of the schedule.
Oh, okay.
Revision.
So you were correct with what you were reporting in the break room earlier.
No,
that there was a subsequent email.
There's no cover here. I got a pair of eyeballs too. I checked out
July
the revision.
12th is the revision on that, Brian. I would expect you to be up on that by now.
You know what?
Feels like Broadus is cranking up the old excuse machine.
No,
Bruce.
I'm looking right here. It says revision. I mean, we get these quite a bit, I think.
Little
These
revisionist history. Oh, now you're going to lash out?
Yeah, well,
Go
why
ahead.
not? Why
is.
not? I'm just, just be a little honest about things here.
Well, what kind of honesty do you have on Josh Spores, who was electric?
Sporsy, baby.
Let's go.
7 pitches, 3 outs.
Give him a high
Bases
leverage
loaded.
situation.
Are you freaking kidding me? He thought it was October again.
I tell you what, Hicksy thought it's the best he's ever seen him pitch.
It sounded like it. I was listening
Saying a lot
on the fan.
Yeah.
I was driving around with the baby.
Well, I would hope you were listening to it. But yeah, did you hear him say that? He did. He said it was the best. Even with the World Series and stuff. I mean,
it's amazing.
And Eric's like, it's probably a mile an hour, a little bit different, but to come in that situation and give Boch a lot of credit for going out and getting the ball from Scherzer.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I know you're a big time pitcher, but man, I got to take the ball from you here.
Okay, we got to get Bochy. Okay, we're not gonna have Bochy this week because it's All-Star week, but next week with KNC, we got to get them to get his top 5 like most difficult dudes to get the ball out of their hands. Where's Scherzer on that?
Right.
Where you're almost like, gosh dang it, I got to walk out there and I got to sales pitch this thing. I might have to mother F this guy.
Well, salute to Bochy for getting that done. I think, number one, when it goes bad for Scherzer, it can really melt down on him. But number two, those are very high leverage pitches that he's got to throw. And a man coming back from the injuries that he's had and being at his age, I think that's a huge win-win for Boch to get him out. And ultimately, it looked like an absolute stroke of genius. We might have to revise Spores' nickname from Mr. Only October to perhaps Mr. Second Half. I don't know what we're watching here with.
Well,
Josh.
that's the best he's pitched since he's been back.
Mr. High Leverage.
Because he's been at a couple of games where he's given up runs. That was his third time out.
It's hard for a guy like that to get up now and just like a regular April Tuesday night, But you put him in enemy territory in Houston, you sprinkle a little bases loaded, no outs. Okay, now all of a sudden there's some October vibes going down, like Wolchuk was saying, and then he's a guy that rises.
Jacob Latz with the strikeout to Jordan Alvarez was also huge, man.
Yeah, it's and then Yates, just an all-around fantastic weekend. So what do we have now? 4 successful series in a row. Gauge me 1-10 going into this All-Star. Obviously more confident than last week. The sweep from last weekend, they'd already won 5 of 7 at that point. This must be 9 of 13 or so. So, I mean, that's getting to be a nice little sample size of good baseball. I think if I was leaning maybe we should sell before this time last week, now I'm like, hold on now. Maybe all of this is going to come together, and I can't wait for the 12 or so games that we'll have the rest of the month before that trade deadline hits. There's a tremendous amount of intrigue. And if you were like, hey, we can't sell, we got to buy, you're like, all right, I think they might have just pulled this out just in time. Because from my understanding, it's not a clear consensus over there. There are strong opinions on both sides.
Yeah, and for me, I don't know that we're going to be getting them to buy, but I hate the idea of them selling. If they're going to do one of those things where they feel like they now have an embarrassment of riches, so to speak, when it comes to the rotation with guys coming back, then okay. If you feel like DeGrom's coming back, if you feel like Bradford's coming back, Malley, but you're also guessing that those guys are coming off injury and hitting the ground running. But if you want to sell one of those guys, okay, I guess. But if you're going to sell a Kirby Yates or something like that, I think you would be insane.
Oh yeah,
you can't be punting on. You can't be punting on the rest of this time here.
Lorenzen, Michael Lorenzen, is a guy that's kind of used to this. He's been there, done that. He's been shipped off at the deadline before, and you've got Tyler Malley coming back. But it did kind of sound like Chris Young wants to keep as many arms as possible because he knows, and he saw this last year, the versatility by being able to put John Gray or Andrew Heaney, move them to the bullpen, pretty invaluable right there. Now you're making it a strength. I don't even know, if they want to be buyers and they want to add a lefty in the bullpen, that'd be great. I don't think they're really going to add a bat. I think that the price is going to be too high right now, and I'm looking at who's available and what the cost would be. The Mets are back in the postseason. I don't think they're going to move Pete Alonso. I don't think he's even a guy right now that's going to be available. So, Luis Robert in the outfield, I just think he's going to be too costly. I don't think the Rangers are going to want to part with what it's going to take to be able to bring him in. So, I don't know if they're going to be sellers, but I don't know how aggressive they'll be on the buying market.
Elsewhere in our world of sport, Nico Harrison talking Luka over the weekend says a summer of recovery could lead to the best version of Luka. I hope so. I just think beyond that, so many seasons in a row where you're playing the full NBA deal and then jumping into international competition, I think that could reduce your career. It's just like the total wear and tear on your body. It seriously needs time to recover. And I don't know how many off seasons Luka has had, how many off months he's had really since he got going. So I hope that's the case. It's a blessing. I just hope he stays focused. You know, I'm not sure which one of those two. You will have a bigger sample size when we get back. Like, what's in the best interest of Luka? Is it rest, or is it a demanding schedule that does not let him sort of let up on his fitness? Because some players can snap back, especially in their mid-20s, into form as soon as they show up for training camp. They're like, yeah, give me 2 or 3 weeks. I'm going to shed 10 pounds, and my cardio is going to be like a freaking track star.
Yeah, but
he's not Luka.
Yeah, but he's not going to do that. His way of getting in shape is playing basketball. We caught a break. His ability to play basketball internationally, that's his way of keeping in shape.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking.
So to me, with him not being able to do this, now you got to worry about him going the other way.
Absolutely.
That would be the thing, unless that, in fact, that Klay Thompson kind of grabs his number and says, hey, listen, what's your workout schedule's looking like? You know, when you want to get together, you want to shoot around a little bit, you want to get, and are you going to be back in town? Where do I have to see you? That kind of thing.
Gosh, what a fine line. Would you choose a little bit out of shape Luka to start the season, but knowing that he's rested up and relatively healthy? Or
he'll play himself in shape, though, and we'll all bitch about it because he doesn't look quick, or he doesn't look, he looks slow, he looks
the chins,
lethargic.
the neck.
Yeah, exactly. His uniform looks a little tight.
I think it's massively important that he gets lean and stays lean.
He won't.
I think he needs these months where there's not a lot of up and down and cardio happening to build upper leg strength. And to work on getting the diet to a point where he can become lean. You lose 10 pounds, you can feel it in how springy you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's 10 or 20 pounds or where his ideal weight is, but I don't think he's played at it yet.
He's a big bodied guy. His genetics will never allow him. We've seen him look lean, and then he kind of goes back to what he looked like before.
Yeah.
This thing with his knee.
Chuck said it.
This thing with his knee being not right, or all the things he's doing with his lower body, is he going to work out on that, or is it too sore to work out?
Yeah, I do think part of him staying healthy is being as light as he possibly can be.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's a lifestyle commitment that I want, you know? And I feel like if he comes back a few extra pounds heavy, it'll mean that he had a relapse into unhealthy habits.
Well, I just kind of feel he is one of the best big man basketball players you'll ever see. He's never going to be like we envision him to be. When you start to talk about diet and laying off this and laying off that.
You don't think he's got a chance?
No. I just think that his genetics will not allow him to play slim man basketball. That's just what I think.
Well, he's never going to be chiseled LeBron type.
Look at his body type.
You can tell he can be in decent shape.
He can be in decent shape, but what happens and he gets banged up and he starts to get big again.
Yeah, that is a fair point, though, because
his body type will never allow him to be thin. And he's a big man naturally.
That could be the case. And as long as he's still productive and he's being a big man, I guess it's hard to complain. But we can still desire more of a fitness routine from him. I mean, maybe he can go play at LA Fitness. The only problem is maybe there's a viral video that goes around and people are calling you washed, like Klay Thompson.
Oh, we'll get to that.
We've already gotten a leaner Luka. We've already gotten a better offseason from Luka. We just need him to take the next step.
Last offseason he did.
Yeah, and make it.
Yeah, and like I said, then the commitment is there to initially look that way, and then what happens? He gets he doesn't work out as hard during the season as he does in the off season.
Well, I mean, you could say the same thing about like a Dirk, right? Who didn't really commit himself until he was in his later 20s. Then he stopped drinking, he stopped eating sugar, he stopped doing all these things because he wanted the championship.
Luka is never going to spend $1 million like LeBron James is to keep playing when he's 40 years old.
That's true, but will he do it at 30?
Can we get it at 20? Yeah. I think the answer to that should be yes.
I think we're going to continue to do off-season talks about Luka, and at some point 2 years from now, you're going to I can't. I've given up. I've given up the wanting to be Luka to be slim, that he can be fit and all that. I think it's.
I just don't want him to be fat. Or just come back to like you were
he's
last year.
He's one of the best big guy basketball players you'll ever see.
Sure, but that's muscle, right? That's what gets the job done, not extra blubber hanging onto your body.
He plays well with extra blubber.
Like he's a video gamer. You know, that's kind of we just don't want video game body.
He drinks beer, probably does some smokes.
Definitely does some smokes.
Likes pizza. You know, heck. I mean, is
my kind of guy.
It's only an issue if you're huffing and puffing in the fourth quarter, and you can tell like you're fatigued.
Well, that's why he's got Kyrie and now Klay Thompson to like pick up the slack. We saw what happened. Kyrie closes games in fourth. Luka plays well for 3 quarters, and all of a sudden Kyrie takes over in the fourth.
Yeah, but if there's a game where Kyrie can't do it, you need Luka.
Well,
to
usually
show up
Kyrie
there.
can do it.
Well, against Oklahoma City, did he? Against Boston, did he?
Well, it was one of the best. If you look at their team, they were one of the best closing teams in the
they
National
sure
Basketball.
Were, but you definitely need your best player to step up in the fourth quarter at times over the course of an 82-game season and postseason.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But I agree. He still plays well as a fat athlete.
Luka is never going to be an in shape guy.
Wait,
I'm going on record.
Does he qualify for fat athlete? Like when we talk about all-time fat athlete,
he's a big guy. He naturally is a big guy.
Yeah, but you keep
His
saying
genetics.
big guy because it's not full on fat yet, right? He doesn't qualify
genetics.
for those lists.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's like full on. He's just a little husky.
Yeah, he's husky. He's big boned.
Doughy.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. Woolchuck, what are we doing next?
Yeah, we can do a little NFL true or fart. We got the full gang back together here. So we got some bold predictions for the 2024 NFL season. We buying these or we farting on them? That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation, happy Home Run Derby Monday. The competition coming up tonight at 7 o'clock right here on your Home of the Champs. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, so Sports Illustrated put out 100 bold predictions for the 2024 NFL season. I'm going to pick a handful of these.
We'll get through 3.
Going to ask you guys, yeah, we probably will. I'm going to ask you guys, do you agree? Are you going to go with true? Are you going to go with fart? If it's your first time playing NFL True or Fart, well, shout out to Robert Flores of ESPN for really birthing with his mess up here on air.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Oh, and he did not match that production.
No,
that ended up being a big, stinky one.
Yeah, that was a fart for sure.
Was not good. All right, Brian, I'm going to start with you.
Fart.
LSU's own Jaden Daniels will win Offensive Rookie of the Year with the Commandos.
It's fart. I think he'll have a good year, but I don't think he'll have enough for Rookie of the Year. So I'll say fart on that.
The stinky one.
Yep.
I'm gonna fart on that. I think he'll get hurt.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that's not a bad guess. He did struggle to stay healthy at times.
This is going to be.
He takes some wicked ass hits.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
That was against college guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be the triple fart. Their offensive line is shaky. We've already talked about their coaching staff. Is Cliff Kingsbury setting him up for success? Is the guy that just got bleep canned and is one and done in Philadelphia that's now doing the wide receivers? He's got good skill guys.
Skill guys will help him, but it won't be a offensive Rookie of the Year type of game.
I mean, his running ability, unless his running ability is so super next level alien supreme, I don't see how this happens. I think the offensive line coupled with his inability to navigate a pocket without getting just completely shellacked and at times not getting the ball out quick enough, I think that can be a recipe for absolute disaster.
Bad defense, too. It's going to be playing from behind, having to throw it up.
Exactly.
Tough.
That's why it's a true. They're going to be playing from behind here.
Oh.
He's going to run. He's going to put up stats. He is going to wow people this year. I'm a believer in Jaden Daniels. Now, Caleb Williams has the better supporting cast.
He does.
It's going to be tough to go ahead and beat him, but I think Jaden Daniels, with the running element of this, he's going to be a stat patter, and I think that he will end up winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think the Commanders are going to be better than we think.
Yeah, this team could very well be they could win six games.
They could.
6-11. I mean, and
they could win 8.
I'm saying I like what you're doing. I appreciate it for the LSU guy, but to me, there probably a lot of hollow stats, sure, but but it's going to be about the guy in Chicago is going to win more games.
I would probably bet on Caleb Williams to win more games,
and they will give it to the guy who wins more games.
Commanders win total 6.5.
Bears are at 9.
I think 8.5. I think.
Yeah,
maybe 9.
Maybe 9.
I just see the Commanders. That's what I pulled up.
6.5. I mean, I think that's probably right around. I think they could be a 6 to 8 win team this year. It's going to be interesting for them.
Stretching that 8.
I think they're going to be. I think they're going to suck.
I mean, they've got a good supporting cast on offense too. Yeah. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be
weapons wise, but I don't know about the offensive line.
The offensive line's definitely a fair concern, 100%. But that's why I think he's going to be running for his life out there, pick up some yards.
Quite literally, I think he'll be running for his life.
All right, how about this, Eric? 3 receivers will top 1,800 yards this year.
We've never had that before.
No.
Man, I don't think so. You have to be so ridiculously consistent and healthy, and just it's got to be 100+ yard games constantly. Like, I don't even think Tyreek Hill hit that number last year, and he was pacing it for so long, but keeping that alive and then getting into the colder weeks of the season, colder months. I mean, it's just a tough thing to maintain. And to have 3 guys hit all the right notes for that, health, consistency, probably got to have a nasty boy quarterback. I think that's a little far-fetched. So I'll fart on that.
You're going to fart on it, okay.
1,800 was the number, right?
1,800, yep. 1,800 receiving yards, 3 players. And Justin Jefferson has done this before in his career.
Yeah. And so is Cooper Kupp.
We had
Cooper Kupp's got
Cooper Kupp's done it.
19.
Last year, Tyreek Hill was a yard away, and he missed some games.
Yeah.
And CD was very close to hitting 1,800.
I kind of feel like that Justin Jefferson's going to take a step back because of the quarterback.
Fair.
Tyreek Hill, I like what his situation is going to be. I think CeeDee Lamb's situation is going to turn into a lot of throwing the football. I'm going to say true on that, by the way. I'm going true. Three for 18.
Okay.
3 for 18.
3 for 18.
Pass happy league.
Yep.
So that's a true for Broadus.
That's a true.
We got a fart. We got a true.
Yep.
Pardon me, Wolchuk, I'm going with Brian on this one.
Can go true.
100%.
Okay.
Puka Nacua, too, jump in there.
Puka. I mean, we got some good names. Amon-Ra St. Brown could
Yeah.
have a big year. I'm going to lean fart here, but I'd love to see it happen. How about this? Gavin Dawson, Joe Burrow will win the MVP award.
That's juicy.
That's juicy.
Man, I feel like I got to get caught up on what the Bengals have been doing with the roster other than that. But I'm going to go ahead and take the field.
Over Joe?
Yeah.
That's certainly the right place to go from a gambling standpoint. But I do like the idea of Joe Burrow. I would say maybe it's comeback player of the year that he's. I mean, he's certainly
the second time he wins it.
Yeah, 2 out of the last 3 years.
That would be.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's not an award you want to keep winning.
Nope.
But the Bengals got a really easy schedule this year. I mean, borderline top 5 easiest schedule in the sport despite playing in that division. So I could see it, but the health is just a little bit too much of a question to be like all in on it. But he's on the short list of guys that I could see doing it, but I'll still go fart.
I'm going to say fart because he has proven he can't be healthy yet.
Yeah.
And if he were to have the health of a guy like a Dak Prescott and those guys that line up and play every week, I would say that's a great possibility. But you're talking about he's got great players. Chase, Higgins, those guys are all. Gesicki can catch the ball at the tight end spot. Zach Moss, we'll see about him and what he does and what he brings. But man, I kind of feel like that if he were to stay healthy, sure. But he's proven he can't stay healthy. So I'm going to say fart.
Yeah, I got to go fart on that too. I think it'll be Mahomes after the Chiefs flirt with perfection this year.
Wow.
Yeah, and then the Bengals will win the Super Bowl, though, beat them in the AFC Championship game. So Burrow will get his ring.
Man, you're a Burrow
but
guy.
Mahomes ends up getting the MVP. I mean, this is just early predictions,
I mean, Burrow's a shoo-in for a comeback player if he stays healthy.
Agreed.
I like what you're doing, though, going with the Chiefs. I feel like the Chiefs, they could be one of these guys that now they crank the difficulty up so much on themselves and still ran through the postseason into another title. I feel like they're going to be like, yeah, we could sleepwalk through the regular season. Just get me to the postseason, and then we'll really be ourselves.
Okay, we do have a show update here, programming update. Rafael Palmeiro is going to call in at 3:20 today from All-Star Village.
There we go.
Yes.
Let's go.
That is the latest here. All right, last one here. Brian, this is your guy. Bijan Robinson, true or fart? He's going to top 2,000 yards of total offense.
I'm going to say that's true. They have got to find a way to use him more. Handing him the football is a good thing in the running game. And they had the ability last year to do that. And the times they did, he was able to have production. Throwing him the football is even better, the way that he plays in space and makes people miss. So, yes, I think he's going to be a guy that they're going to talk about as a potential MVP candidate when it's all said and done.
Zach Robinson, their OC. I like. I think that is good development for him. Is he the lead guy now by himself, or are they still going by committee at all?
They still have Algier, but I think there's going to be a newfound commitment to getting him the ball, sort of at every turn. So I think he'll get the volume.
Yeah, agreed.
Right.
True.
I'll say true. All right.
Samesies.
Time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Boom, boom, here I am. What's up, brothers? I see you peeping over.
Yeah.
Just peeping
I'm
over.
just checking out that Bass Pro hat you're rocking today.
Yeah, man. I went to the Bass Pro shop over there in Grand Prairie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Spend the bag.
Can't easily there.
I like the prices over there at Bass Pro shop, man. We'll pick up a new pole and everything. I bought some merch. The hats were like $6.99. I said, I'll take a few of those.
Oh, they've got that when they kind of get you when you walk in. They got that. They had them all stacked up there. Grab a hat, grab a shirt.
Oh, the hats.
Sometimes they pair them together.
Too good of a deal to pass up.
Nah, I love the hats. I grabbed a few shirts and everything, some hunting shirts, a pole, like I said. Yeah, man, I was lit, man. Shout out to Grand Prairie. Coming up. All right, Mr. Eric Chiafalo, you are our G-Bag of the day, but I'm not sure how many days this is. It's 2 or 3 right here from a man.
I appreciate you guys for this. I'm not really sure.
I think it's 2 because I think we finally got Rome out of here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, man, so you're all about watching the ankles. Pay attention to the ankles when making long-term decisions?
Yes, sir. Yes,
is that
sir.
a good way to put it?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
I think the key is you always got to look. Like, you could just tell by the ankles. Big guy, smaller ankles, we're good here. It actually goes even with the ladies as well.
Oh,
like you're a bigger body, but then you get down to the ankles. You know, you can start projecting out. Just look at her ankles, and we'll tell you what she's going to look like in 15 years. That's just a fact of the matter. If you want to know how big if a big guy can move, just look at his ankles, man. You look at his ankles. I got a big guy, thin ankles. This is a guy that's probably got some athleticism. So if he's got cankle-type ankles, this is a guy who's probably heavy-footed.
So what you're telling me is you look for the same traits in elite offensive linemen that you look that you look for in women that you would like to get with.
Oh, gosh.
When you're projecting out, not get with. This is the settle down type. I want to know what we're looking at in 15 years. You know,
they say look at the mom too with the women.
Yeah, look at the mom for sure. But specifically, look at the mom's ankles. That's it, man. I stand by that.
I ain't mad at you, man. Eric says, watch out for the big body Beckies out here.
Yeah, watch out for those cankles.
Big body Beckies.
They'll try to sneak one past you because everything is fine and dandy at 25. You know what I'm saying? Until you get to the ankles, and then the ankles tell you where everything else is going to go in a decade. Plus.
They don't even know really.
Yeah, it surprises them.
Yeah, it surprises them. Like, oh my God, what's happening to me?
My whole body's turning into my ankles that I've hated my whole life.
You don't want to touch me anymore.
And they suck at the 3 count.
Can't get my hands around your ankles.
Oh, damn, brothers. All right, hey, man, did anybody watch the Jerron Boots fight on Saturday? Jerron Boots?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't watch it either, man. It was on the zone.
Yeah,
okay. I heard it was good, but this is not the point of it right now. Jerron Boots is one of them. He's one of them, by the way, so pay attention to that kid. He's on his way for real, for real. But the fight was in Philly. He's from Philly, and the presser was just a mess because there was a whole lot of Philly cats, a lot of Philly media, a lot of Philly fight bloggers in there, and they were being goofy on the pause game.
Walking out in front of my friends and family, supporters at this big arena, you know, it was a blessing. You know, I was taking it all in.
Our secondary question.
No Diddy. Yo.
Leave Diddy alone, man.
Yo, what'd you say? My bad. Excuse my French.
Hey, Jerron, two quickies. We're here.
So what are we doing?
I ain't gonna lie, fully drunk right now. we drunk right now, yo.
I mean, this table's about to jump up in a minute. That's got me really excited.
Oh no!
No Diddy. Sorry, I should have said it first. I'm just learning slowly. I'm from England.
Amnesia wasn't really putting pressure like that, for real. He was coming, but he wasn't
jumping in.
Oh,
jeez. He was walking forward. He was walking forward.
Jeez, they wildin'. I like how somebody in the back said, he was walking forward. Not coming at you, B. He was walking forward. Say it right. Jeez. Oh, boy. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastors Dr. Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. God said, let there be a glow stick party.
Have this opportunity to worship God. We just thank you for just being with us through everything, God. And we just ask that you remove any iniquities, God, that you remove anything that's stopping us from worshiping.
Club church.
Hell yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. All of a sudden I woke up.
That's my Saturday night job.
Again, we ask that you remove anything that's stopping us from worshiping.
What kind of song was that, though, bro?
Oh, that was
Night at the Roxbury.
That man's got mollies on him.
100%.
He got mollies.
It's like the opening scene of Blade.
Yeah. Oh my God, with all that blood and everything
Yes.
falls down from the sky. One more before we get out of here, bro. Pastor accidentally calls his church a bad place.
He shed his love on us, and that it's rising up in the people of God all over City Church, all over this community.
Oh no!
It's always funny every time.
Yeah.
Every time, man.
You got to slow down, dog. Slow down a little bit. Just a little bit.
The people of God all over City Church, all over this community.
Ooh. What kind of church is this again? Thought that was just the baby's diaper. What do you say, Lucius? Time
Yes,
to
sir.
vote?
Yes, sir. Please.
Is it Eric Chiafalo, our two-time champ, one-time champ? Is it Jerron Boots with his fight presser?
He one of them.
Or is it the church blessings? I'm going to vote with the Chief. Eric, how about you?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to vote for great ankles.
Okay. Lucius?
I'm going with the Boots presser, but I see where it's going.
Wolchuk.
I'm going to vote for the church lights.
Okay. We're 2-1 right now, Brian?
I'm going to vote for Eric.
By a score of 3-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champ. It's the Chief, who was doing tremendous broadcasting last week, filling in for Sean there with RJ and Bobby all morning long. It's great to have him back. Okay.
Yeah, baby. It felt like a party when I didn't have to wake up at 4 in the freaking morning.
Right. Oh, my goodness. Where are we going in the corner, Brian?
Yeah, I've got some Cowboy training camp questions for our guys. We'll get those answered. Do it next.
It's a great night to head into Twin Peaks. Sure.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ mornings.
The average size of the Georgia Bulldog offensive line.
Ecuadorian?
No one brings it better than DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you, Reliant, as well, for being a part of this one. I'll jump right into this. I know we got some potential guests at the top of the hour, maybe, so I'll try and be quick with this today. We'll check. I'll start with you. I got some Cowboy questions for you, training camp questions, kind of like one or the other, if you want to play that game with me today. More sacks.
Oh, wait, hold on. What game are we playing? We're playing the one or the other game?
One or the other. One or the other. One or the other, but you just tell me, you're going to give me
which one we want.
Which one you want.
Okay.
Which one you want.
Easy.
More sacks, Sam Williams or DeMarcus Lawrence?
This is what we want, or this is what we think is going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Okay.
What's going to happen?
I'm going to go with, I think Sam Williams will get more sacks than DeMarcus Lawrence. We've seen D-Law's sack total, not be tremendous, and that's why a lot of people just don't think he's very good, which isn't accurate when you actually watch and study the All-22. But I'll go with some splash sacks from Sam Williams, and we'll go with him.
Chieftain?
Yeah, I'm with Wolchuk here. Do you guys know how many Tank had last year?
Is it 5.5?
6?
It was 4.
4? Yeah.
And I mean, sacks can be a little bit, you can
Pressures
be a little
and stuff
up
like
and
that,
down
right?
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't always tell the story. And DeMarcus Lawrence had an awesome season last year, despite the fact that it was only 4 in the sack total. But I will go Sam Williams here as well. I mean, that is really like his job. I think DeMarcus Lawrence is like, dude, I'm an edge setter and I'm going to be one of the best run defenders in the sport. Sam Williams is like, if I'm going to make hay here in the NFL, I got to be dynamite on passing downs.
Man, I don't want to go against our guy Tank. You guys make a compelling case. I don't really think Sam Williams is that dependable, but out of the two, I'll go with him because going into year 3, it is a massive money-making year, and if you want to take the next step in your career and be headed towards a solid veteran contract, this has to be a big year. So I think this will be the most focused Sam we get, and that's what he's built for. I think Tank is still a really good player, but a well-rounded defensive end at this point in his career, I think, is probably his ceiling.
I'm just interested to see where the trust factor is with Sam Williams.
Yeah.
And I mean, the trust factor is Mike Zimmer going to put him out there if, in fact, that there are problems or mistakes or, he's not doing what he needs to do. So to me, I'm kind of feeling like that I have a little bit more questions about Sam than I do. Yeah, maybe the numbers won't be great for Lawrence, but I wonder if Zimmer will figure out that like, well, this guy's not doing what I need him to do. He's not lining up right.
Yeah, it is true.
And all of a sudden, you get Tank playing a ton of snaps.
Yeah.
And Sam
He'll have
not
more opportunity.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, Nealon is playing more snaps than Sam Williams because of mistakes and stuff like. This is a huge year for Sam Williams. This is a huge year. Chief.
Yes, sir.
More interceptions, Bland or Diggs?
I'll go Bland. Diggs coming off the injury, it's just a little bit tough to predict. So just really based on that, I'll go with Bland.
Yeah, I'm with him on that. I think Bland is just magnificent in his ability to go get the football. He might be a better receiver than Diggs, and that's really saying something. But I would not trust him to limit the big plays.
You're talking about Bland?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Diggs made steps in that direction. Good progress before the injury, but yeah, close call. Good question. I'll go with Bland.
I'll lean with Bland as well, and I agree with Eric. It's all about just the unknown version of the coming back from injury. I think he's going to be ready to rock week 1, but how long does it take him to get back into form? Both of them, I mean, obviously ball hawks, and hopefully they each have a ton, but I think I'd lean Bland for this year over Diggs.
Who do you think that, even coming off an injury, who do you think that offensive coordinators will want to attack more, Bland or Diggs? After you watched a little bit of what happened to Bland against Seattle, where do you think offensive coordinators are leaning to? Like, I'm going to go after Diggs trying to find his way back, or Bland that maybe stuff that happens to him down the field or inside could be a problem. Where do you think offensive coordinators lean that way?
I'm with you on the injury factor, right? I think you're going to test that until you can prove that you're back to the level in which you were playing. Why not? And Diggs, I agree. I thought he made tremendous strides the first portion of the season. We got to see him when it came to, hey, he looked better against the double move, which he was a little susceptible, so was Bland. But if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm going to attack the injured guy. I mean, I feel like that's just kind of the rule of thumb in sports.
But to be fair, you could go back and watch that Seattle game and probably a couple others and understand where can Bland be had, what's the type of receiver. It was DK Metcalf in that game, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Until Stephon Gilmore for like the second half of the fourth quarter moved over and things started to change a little bit. Now, not everybody's got a DK Metcalf that can do those type of things, but you can see that they both have vulnerabilities. Neither one of them scare you like, oh my gosh, they're shut down and they'll pick me off. It's like they might pick me off, but I also might throw a touchdown over their dome.
You kind of feel like that, Dawson, that coordinators will attack Bland or will they attack Diggs?
Man, that kind of goes to your last question. I'm going after both of them, though.
Yeah.
I think like whoever our star receiver is on, whatever the play is built for, I'm not really building plans around either of those guys until one of them shows me that, he's going to be significantly more difficult to pick apart.
And for as good as Bland was last year, like his true spot is really the nickel, right? Like if you're in a perfect world,
spot,
he's your nickel corner. So when he's on the boundary, he's a little bit out of his element to some extent. That's not where he's at his best.
Dawson.
Yeah.
More tackles. And both these guys are really rookie guys if you look at it. Leofau or Overshown? More tackles.
I'm going to go with Leofau. I think his toughness, his awareness, his positioning, his football IQ is there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the least fluid athlete, but I'm sold. After watching a limited amount of college stuff from him, I was like, wow, how are they so fired up about him? But everything I've heard since then has me convinced, and I think being a smart, tough football player, is more important than being a great athlete here at this point.
How about you there, Zach?
I think this is a great question.
More tackles.
Just knowing how much they seem to love Leofau and the instincts and the smarts, I think he's going to be on the field a lot. I think I'll lean with him there. I do think Overshown is the much better athlete of the two, but he's also coming off of injury. I think he's probably going to be ready to rock, and hopefully we see him out there at Oxnard. I'm not sure how much we'll see at Diggs, but I'll lean with Leofau just because I know that coaching staff, I mean, the instincts, the football IQ, I think he's going to demand to be on the field. I think Zimmer's going to trust him.
Chief?
Yeah, I think I know Leofau's going to have the most missed tackles between the two of them. And based on playing time, he might have the most tackles as well. But Overshown, as soon as he re-enters being what the version of himself was last year before the injury, which might take some time. By season's end, there will be no question who the better player is, and I don't know what the total tackle numbers are going to be, but the Leofau missed tackles are what I'm most concerned about after watching a few of his games.
I think with Overshown, with him playing on the weak side, that they're going to try and free him up and let him run to the ball. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens if him playing, will he play on the outside? Will he play to the Sam Williams side too? I don't think you want somebody behind Williams that doesn't tackle well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So you better put somebody over there that can, if you got Diggs over there and you've got, they didn't get particularly very good alley play from their safety last year. So I would be interested, but I think Overshown. I think I would go Overshown here because I think they're going to free him up to make some plays. But you're right about the amount of time Leofau's going to play. Okay, my last one real quick. More carries, Elliott or Dowdle? More carries, Elliott or Dowdle?
I'm going to go with Youth here. I think it's going to be painfully clear we can't give the ball to Zeke that much. Short yardage specialist at best. And, as I've established many years ago, Zeke's my guy.
What you, Chief?
Yeah, I tend to agree here. I mean, I know the Dowdle, you probably trust Zeke's health more than you trust Dowdle's.
Sure.
So that's the one thing that gives you pause, but I do believe that for the most part, Zeke will be the starter. He will be out there taking the first snaps of every game, but I do think Dowdle will be the guy who gets the most volume.
I think it ends up being Zeke, and I think it's just because of Rico's health, right? And I do think there's a trust factor with Zeke, tried and true. He's dependable when it comes to playing through injuries. Dowdle's never been healthy throughout an entire season, and it's hard to really look at that and say, okay, I can bank on the health there. But otherwise, yeah, I'd much rather see Dowdle carry the football.
Yeah, I think Dowdle's going to get the most carries out of this group. All right, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. The corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning here in the G-Bag Nation. Rafael Palmeiro set to join us in the next 20 minutes. Stay tuned. NFL News Today is coming up with Wolchuk. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that, though, because if you're on your way home or on your way out and about, you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, you should know, hey, life's
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I do believe Rafi's going to join us here in the next 5 minutes. So we'll ship the NFL news of the day coming up to 3:20. Here's Wolchuk with a proper round tripper.
Yeah, man, it's going to be cool to talk with Rafi, but of course we got the home run derby going down tonight, 877-881-1053. Who are you taking to win the derby? Right now, the odds, you do have Pete Alonso, who's the favorite to win the derby at plus 300. He's going for 3-time champion of this event. Gunnar Henderson, who did homer yesterday, I believe he finished with 28 homers in the first half. That is the second most home runs by a shortstop through, I think, the first 96 games of a season in MLB history. Alex Rodriguez with the most as a member of the Rangers in 2002. I believe he hit 31 home runs. Bobby Witt Jr., the hometown kid, Colleyville Heritage's own at plus 425, has the third best odds, followed by Marcell Ozuna, plus 480. And then El Bombi, Adolis Garcia at plus 550. I do like Teoscar Hernandez at plus 1200, who is a very good home run hitter. Maybe as a long shot guy if you want to just play the odds there. But Doley is the all-time leader in homers at Globe Life Field. You know he lives for these type of moments. He wants to put on a show for the hometown crowd. I don't know that he's actually officially selected who's going to pitch to him. I know he said if all else fails, then he'll just go with Tony Beasley. So it might end up being Bees out there again, and maybe they can get on the same page after.
Doesn't sound like he's got a great plan.
It was disappointing last year. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't have a plan. He's just going out there and he's going to swing. He's going to feel it in the moment.
Well, you know, in that case, I think I would put a hundo on Pete Alonso and another hundo on your long shot, Teoscar.
On Teoscar Hernandez?
Yeah.
Man, I really hope we get some shots of Alonso going back down into the clubhouse weight room and doing some deadlifts in between his
I saw that, yeah.
Because that was pretty dang electric.
Yeah.
That was maybe the highlight of, was that last year?
I think that was last year.
I think it was last year.
We were just watching a game, and I think it was like between a double header he was working out or something. I
believe it.
It was like they were showing him in full uniform.
That's insane.
Yeah.
How could you possibly be stronger after doing something like that?
Yeah, I don't really get it.
Even the exhaustion factor, like I'm just tired now.
Even the NBA players like go through some level of like resistance workouts on
Jordan
game
loved
days.
to get a hard lift in the morning and then play at night.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, I don't get it. You know, I think if I was MLB, I'd send somebody by with a cup every time I saw that happening on TV. I'm like, well, he's going to do one of the most difficult, exhausting lifts, and he still has energy and reserves to go out and dominate.
Yeah, we'll get to some urine testing coming up. NFL News Today on the other side.
I thought you were anti-urine testing.
Well, I am as a fan, but if I was running the league, you know,
you would
I have
change your
standards.
perspective. You would have some standards at that point.
Hey, rules are rules. You know, I'm a law and order guy.
Rules are rules.
You can level with them. Like, guys, trust me, I hate this. Okay, I want you to be pumping steroids into your bodies. I want you just hitting moonshots left and right.
Just
okay,
inject
believe
the
me, I
hell
have
out
to
of
go
that.
about doing it.
Let's go
this way.
Has a hometown guy won the Derby? So since it came to be in 1985, it's happened 3 times. So most recently in 2018, Bryce Harper won in Washington. Todd Frazier then won with the Reds, and then which was in 2015, and then Ryan Sandberg, a Cub, won at Wrigley in 1990. So you can't count Doley out. As I mentioned, 67 home runs all time at Globe Life Field. Like maybe you get a little bit of home cooking. If it's not a Doley's, though, do you think we're kind of rooting for Bobby Witt Jr.?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, one hometown guy or another. And speaking of guys that are DFW dudes and know their way around the home run derby, you're looking at 569 career home runs, 4-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glover, and a veteran of the home run derby. It's Rafael Palmeiro here. on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing outstanding now that we got you on the horn. How many times did you compete in this Derby?
I did it twice. I did it in Colorado, and then I did it in Houston. I don't remember. I think it was 2004, but I wasn't in the All-Star game. I didn't make the All-Star team, but they invited me to be a part of the Home Run Derby that year.
Yeah, need a little bit more firepower there. Rafi's definitely the guy if you need that. What's your favorite home memory of competing in that?
I mean, it's just an incredible field, man. I mean, the first one I did in Colorado, didn't know what I was getting into, but just being on the field, and then when it was my turn, I mean, it's not like a game, because when you're playing in a game, I mean, it's everybody's out there. It's everybody's playing, but when you're just by yourself and all the attention's on you and all the cameras on you, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. But once we got started, I was fine. I mean, it was a lot of fun. The format was a little bit different because we had 10 outs, so you could kind of step out and take some pitches and take a little break. Now they do it where it's just, they don't take a break hardly. But I mean, it's just a great time, man. Both the ones that I did, I had a blast. I won my first round in both, and then I got beat in the second round.
Okay, we were just talking about Pete Alonso, like going in between his at-bats during the Derby and doing like some heavy deadlifts in between at-bats. Like, does that make any sense to you? Or, like, what is he doing?
Actually, it does, because I'm going to tell you a story real quick. I played with Julio Franco.
Ooh.
I know you guys remember him here in Texas. And he lifted weights. He was like really, really ripped and strong. And he actually lifted weights before the game. And I was like, why are you doing that? He goes, it just gives me a pump before the game. And so I get what Pete Alonso is doing, because it almost makes you stronger right before you get in there.
So what advice would you have for our guy Adolis Garcia tonight? It's his second time doing it, and do you think he's got a chance? I mean, he is at home. He's the all-time leader in home runs at the new ballpark.
I'd put my money on him. I mean, this dude is a monster, and he's got his fans. I mean, he's playing at home. He's going to be here with his fans. So if he can get going and he can get the crowd into it, he can get on a roll, man. And I think he's going to win it. I mean, he's got that body type. He's got the swing. He's got the home crowd. So I'm expecting him to do like something really crazy tonight.
Hey, Rafi, I was going to ask you about Paul Skeens, and he kind of reminds me of these throwback pitchers that you used to face all the time during your career. Is there anybody he reminds you of, just going out there taking the ball and being as dominant as he has?
Well, I think Nolan, but I faced Nolan early on in my career when Nolan was kind of towards the end of his. I mean, that kind of reminds me a little bit of that. Roger Clemens early on when he was on his game. Dwight Gooden. Those are the kind of guys. There were different type pitchers than Skeens is, but those are the kind of guys that I think reminds me of him the most.
Do you have respect as a dominant mustache haver yourself? What level of respect do you have for the Paul Skeens mustache?
Man, I don't know, man. I don't have a mustache anymore. I got I get it. I mean, he looks great. It's intimidating and all. But he's gonna have to come up with a different look, I think.
So, when did you decide to get rid of the stash?
I don't know. I guess it's as you get older, you start getting uglier, and I got rid of my little Cuban mustache, and so now I got a little goatee. I mean, it comes with age, man. As we get older and we get uglier, we got to hide our faces.
I heard that.
Man, I don't know that it comes with age. I started doing that as soon as I was able to grow a full beard, Rafi. But, man, you're a Ranger legend. I know you're a favorite Ranger of so many fans that are listening. What was it like for you to finally get to see the Rangers win a World Series last year?
It was awesome, man. I mean, we tried. Obviously, we came up short. We had a couple good years there. In '99, I thought we had a shot at winning it all. And then we ran into the Yankees. Obviously, they put us out, and they went on to win it. But, more so for the fans. I mean, it was awesome for me to watch, and I wish that I would have been a part of that and been a part of a team that had won it. But for our fans that waited so long and were so close in 2010, I guess, and 11, it's just an amazing thing to watch. It was unreal, man. It's just an incredible thing.
I think I think all you guys needed was get this dome over here so you weren't so exhausted by the end of the year. What do you think about the new stadium?
No, I think it's great, but let me tell you this. I don't think it was the dome. I don't think it was the home games that did it, man, because they won every game on the road last year in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So they were a lot better away from here, which is something that's I don't think it's ever been done. They played every game on the road that they played in the playoffs. They won, didn't they?
Yes, sir, they did.
Yep, sure did.
Exactly. So, I mean, their home field advantage wasn't really a home field advantage. They were better on the road.
The great Rafael Palmeiro here with us on 105.3 The Fan. You going to be at the game tomorrow?
Yes, I will be. Absolutely.
What are you looking forward to watching here in an all-star game?
You just never know, man. I mean, these guys are out there having fun and trying to do great things, and I don't know. I mean, just these are the greatest players in the world, and, you know, anything is possible. But it seems to me that the pitchers are probably going to dominate the game, especially the guys that are in the game tomorrow. So I expect a low-scoring game, but you never know.
What's the furthest lengths you've gone, Rafael, to assist your hands when it comes to the grueling nature, when it comes to the blisters and the callousing and things? Like Jorge Posada was doing the spring training, urinating on his hands to prep them for the rigors of the season. Is there anything like that you would do, pro tip wise, to the young batters out there?
He was probably having to do that because he was probably doing dishes during the off season in the kitchen, so his hands were so soft. But no, I didn't do anything. I luckily, you know, I mean, I hit a lot during the off season, so I kind of went through that process before I got to spring training, so that when I got to spring training, I just kind of everything was good to go. I didn't have to deal with blisters in my feet or my hands. I didn't want to have any issues, so I did all my stuff in the off season to get ready.
Rafi, you had such a beautiful swing throughout your career, and I know you took a lot of pride in that, and the techniques and the various things that you went through to get it to that way. When you watch batters nowadays, we see seems to me like a lot of strikeouts and maybe not a lot of contact. When you watch hitters today, is it troubling to you a little bit with some of these guys, how they just chase balls all over the place?
Well, it's troubling to me a lot. Because the whole approach to hitting has changed over the years.
Right.
And it seems to me, and with the pitchers not necessarily getting better, but just throwing harder, and the strike zone elevating a little bit, the high strike zone now is being called more than before. It makes it harder for a hitter to hit. And with the approach of, you know, exit velocity and distance that they're looking for, trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark with every swing, that doesn't do very well against guys that are throwing 97, 98 miles an hour up in the zone. So I think once hitters start getting back to, you know, shortening up the swing and just putting the ball in play, you're gonna see guys, you know, catching up to the hitters now, or to the pitchers now, and you're gonna see batting averages start elevating again. You're gonna see less strikeouts, more walks, even more home runs, because when you put the ball in play, there's a better chance that the ball's going to go out of the ballpark.
What would you tell a hopeful in high school or college right now, knowing that maybe the teams are looking for that exit velo, but how important average is to you? How would you coach them through that?
Well, I think that, you know, you teach discipline at the plate. You teach them the strike zone. You teach them to hit line drives. Just make sure that they have a good fundamental sound base, and, you know, just remind them that it's about hitting the ball hard. It's about making solid contact in the strike zone. And I think that if they can get back to that, the exit velo is going to be there. The distance is going to be there. It's just going to be more consistent. They're going to get to that result more consistently than if they're just trying to hit the ball 500 feet.
Rafi, being one of the legendary home run hitters in the game, we lost one of the greats in Willie Mays, but I wonder for you, maybe when you were growing up, who really stood out to you? Who do you think are some of the best home run hitters of all time when you reflect back on the sport?
Well, you know, obviously I had a chance to play against Barry Bonds, so I think he's the greatest home run hitter of all time. I think that what he did, especially in San Francisco, is beyond unbelievable, because I had a chance to play in San Francisco and I couldn't hit the ball out the right field. I had 2 home runs there, but it was to left field. But obviously, you know, Henry Aaron, Willie Mays, you know, Babe Ruth, but that's obviously in the early days. But yeah, those guys were the greatest home run hitters of all time, but I would put Barry Bonds in that category.
Thanks so much for being generous with your time, and enjoy the All-Star festivities, sir. Salute to you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
Cheers. There he goes. Rafael Palmeiro here on your home of the champs. 105.3 The Fan. Just a legendary home run hitter. You're right, Brian. That lefty swing was just so pure.
Beautiful swing.
And a sight to behold. Okay, we're handing it over tonight, 7 o'clock to the Home Run Derby. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock for the All-Star Game. 105.3 The Fan is going to be your home for both of them. NFL News of the Day now coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Quarterback rankings, a new GM, arrests, and P-tests. That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Kids, donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, contact the Frankels for a free consult, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And now here he is, Wolchuk, with your NFL news of the day.
All right, so the ESPN rankings continue to be released. The execs, coaches, and scouts, they're ranking the top 10 quarterbacks of 2024. No surprise, Patty Mahomes is numero uno on the list of the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 2, Joe Burrow. Number 3, Josh Allen of the Bills. Lamar Jackson is at 4. Matthew Stafford at 5. Justin Herbert at number 6. C.J. Stroud at number 7. Rodgers comes in at number 8, followed by Jared Goff.
Wow.
And then Dak Prescott.
Number 10.
At number 10 on the list, the honorable mentions were Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, Tua, Cousins, and Trevor Lawrence. Are we okay with Dak being at 10? He was ranked number 9 last year. His highest ranking on the list was 7, and he's coming off his best season, and yet he's sitting at number 10.
Give me the honorable mentions. Love was one of them.
Love, Purdy, Hurts, Tua, Cousins, Lawrence.
Okay.
I think they've nailed it. You know, I'll take Dak anywhere between 4 and about 14. I think that's fair. I have Mahomes, Rodgers, and Burrow. And then after that, I have C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson.
4 and 14?
Yeah, 4, anywhere between that range. Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, because
Are you closer to 14 or 4?
14.
Yeah. Would you take Love, Purdy, or Tua over him at 10?
At this point, yeah, you're banking on the upside of Love here, and you're buying into what is still a relatively small sample size, but based on what Jordan Love has as a play caller in Matt LaFleur and the young ascending talent around him, that's a guy that I'm buying on. So I would take Jordan Love, but I don't think Tua or Purdy are necessarily better. I think they're in the exact same tier as Dak.
You just think big picture that Love is going
Love is a guy who I think could end up being a top 5 kind of
Love
dude.
is likely to end up 4 than he is 14, right? Or
Yeah,
something
like
that,
if the Packers win the NFC this year, I'm not going to be surprised. Like Jordan Love could be playing in a Super Bowl. And, I mean, Dak, it doesn't seem right now that that's ever going to happen for him.
RJ and Bobby had huge issues with Matthew Stafford's ranking, and I don't have an issue with it at all.
I don't either. I mean, I think Matthew Stafford's playing at an MVP level the second half of last season. And, I mean, as soon as he got on
there was a time.
He's at 5 on this.
There was a time where we thought Matthew Stafford, before he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There was a time we thought Matthew Stafford, Kirk Cousins, and Dak Prescott were all the same guy.
Yeah,
and Eli Manning was probably in that group too. Where they ranked those guys, they were all kind of like, throw a blanket over them all. They're all the same guy. Doesn't sound like we think that anymore, do we?
Well, I mean, I kind of think that, like, Herbert is, to me, very similar to what Stafford was early in his career. The physical talent is all there. Like Stafford, I remember hearing a story about him going to Georgia, and people were wowed about him, and he might be the best arm talent they've ever seen at the position. The way he's able to throw an out route was just like they offered him a scholarship on the spot there. His first workout at Georgia, boom, here you go. Here's a scholarship, free ride here from Highland Park. So to me, like Herbert's another one of these guys at 6. I just think he's too high. We just haven't seen him really accomplish much. Now, when you start talking,
how about Allen? How about Allen at 3?
Allen at 3. Now, here's the thing with Josh Allen. He's got 5 playoff wins, but his losses are to Burrow and Mahomes, who are ahead of him, right? And that's my whole thing. I know it's a team sport, but we now view wins and losses in the playoffs as a quarterback stat. And Herbert has a lot of outside stuff going on, but, I mean, I think he's always just elevated on these lists, and maybe now he finally proves it with Harbaugh. Like, maybe now he's finally got the head coach that wins, and he's able to go into the postseason and have success. But Herbert's just kind of, I think, always gets elevated because we just look at him and be like, man, the skill set's there. But why don't we do the same with Lawrence then, too? Lawrence is in the top 10.
Yeah, I just think it's really tough and subjective to evaluate a lot of these guys. Maybe Josh Allen should sit in that 4 spot, and, it's like 5 through 12 or 13. I think it's just going to become an eye of the beholder. I think evaluating based on postseason record is really tough. We thought Stafford was a bum in that context, but you need to be on a great team.
Yeah.
So it's like, sure, a great quarterback can be the difference maker, but if your front office and coaching staff can't pull their weight, you'll never get in that fight.
Yeah, you have to have talent around you. There's no doubt. You have to have help. Even Mahomes, he had Tyreek Hill at first, and now their weakness last year, which is like the NFL, man, you messed up. Down year for the Chiefs. Now they filled it out. You got Hollywood Brown. You drafted Xavier Worthy. Rashee Rice came into his own. We'll see if he gets suspended or not. But now they've got talent around him at wide receiver. Last year when we talked about them, oh my gosh, or they're a shell of themselves. They don't have any weapons. Is that going to catch up to them? They got weapons now.
No,
they filled those. They filled those holes.
They proved that they don't have to play at home to win this thing.
They did that too.
That's what they proved to me. You could talk about the weapons and all that stuff. That quarterback he's been very fortunate. We said, all he does is win at home. No, he went and won on the road last year.
Yeah, he did.
So that he's justifying why you have him at 1.
We do have Scott Fitterer, who was the former GM of the Panthers, is now going to be the GM of the Commanders. He's going to join Adam Peters in their front office, so I guess they're going to share responsibilities there. But Fitterer, 14-37 over 3 years with the Panthers. They were not very good, and I do think that is a dumpster fire of an organization. But, man, interesting hire for the Commanders, but we'll see how Scott
Two
Fitterer
dudes
does.
from the the NFC West, right? And Peters from
the 49ers.
And then you got a Seattle guy. Fitterer was a Seattle guy.
Carolina.
Well, he was before that. He was before that, yeah.
So, I mean, they probably do have, like, philosophically, maybe some similar things to them defensively. How they want to build the team, I don't know.
You probably didn't get better hiring that guy.
I don't think so either. No. Calvin Johnson's going to be inducted into the Detroit's Pride of the Lions, which is their Hall of Fame, Week 4 against the Seahawks. So shout out to Calvin Johnson. And of course, he's going to become the 21st member, along with Barry Sanders, Herman Moore, Dick Night Train Lane, Bobby Lane. Dick LeBeau is in that as well. Jason Hansen, among others. So shout out to Megatron, who one of the best receivers I've ever gotten to see play. He's absolutely fantastic. Speaking of receivers, not a great day for Jordan Addison on Friday. Arrested for suspicion of a DUI. I guess he just fell asleep at the wheel.
Snoozing in his Rolls Royce, right?
Yeah, he was hanging out in a white Rolls Royce, and he was spotted by several people. The driver was asleep at the wheel. And he was arrested at 11:36 p.m., then released from custody at 1:36 a.m. Saturday morning.
Probably even comfier, more comfy than my bed, I imagine, that Rolls Royce sitting there in that driver's seat. So I understand that. But was he blocking a lane? Because I didn't know if this was
the far right lane.
See, so that's pretty impressive that he was able to come to like a healthy stop and just go to sleep in the middle of the road.
It's like one of those cars that'll stop for you.
I don't know.
And then if you're at a dead stop, it just like turns off.
I've had to do defensive driving a handful of times, and the key here when you're going to go to sleep in your vehicle with a little intoxication brewing is you got to distance yourself from your keys. You have to remove the keys from the vehicle. You have to have proof there that you had no intention of moving that vehicle. Now, when you're in the middle of the gosh dang street blocking the right lane, button? You don't have a chance. You still have to have the key in the car. The push button won't start unless the key is in the vehicle. So you put the key on your tire, just throw it as far away from your car as far as I'm concerned. But you have to show that you had no intention of driving. But when you're in the middle of the right-hand lane, you don't really have that argument anymore.
I wonder if this is one of those Rolls Royces where he was on the right side of the car, the wheel.
He's driving a foreign...
Oh, he's driving a Rolls Royce. Sometimes those steering wheels are on the right side of the...
English car.
Depending on where you get it.
Yeah, where you get the
car. Might have to source it from Europe.
I didn't know they could sell that here.
Yeah.
Yeah, me either. It looks like T. Higgins is not going to get a deal done before the franchise tag deadline. So T. Higgins going to play on the tag. This might be their last run there in Cincinnati with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. He might be playing elsewhere a year from now. Baker Mayfield was on Pardon My Take as they're doing their run around training camps here. So we got training camps that are starting today, like the Baltimore Ravens rookies. They're already there at camp. But Baker said He compared himself to dirty laundry with how he's been shipped off to different places, like a piece of dirty laundry. I'll tell you that. But he also had this hilarious.
No one's shipping off dirty laundry to anybody. That's a terrible analogy.
It didn't make much sense to me. But
who are you shipping your dirty laundry to?
I did like him thinking of himself as dirty laundry, though. It's very bizarre. I have never heard anybody compare themselves to dirty laundry.
You embrace the dirty laundry, don't you, over there?
I mean, what would make you say that?
I'm
embracing dirty laundry. No, I love clean.
I noticed you've got
it's like half the reason I got married.
You got a new Firehouse shirt on too. Got that on Friday, right?
That's true.
Have
you been waiting all weekend to wear that thing?
I threw it on Friday, and it already had a quick turnaround wash. I had to high five my wife. That was damn impressive.
Wait a minute.
Stepping her game up.
Wait a minute. You're ball sacking us there.
I'm serious. I wore this. I put this on. They gave it to us on Friday.
Yeah.
I threw it on.
Yeah.
Sweated in it Friday.
Yeah.
And then it was washed and folded up last night. I was like, sweet. I'm gonna rep this on a Monday, dude. It was a very impressive turnaround.
That is.
My wife
epic.
she's
elite.
she's rocking and rolling right now.
But here's Baker.
And you got to be real clear too, brothers. There's a difference between dirty clothes and funky clothes.
Yeah.
Dirty you can wear again.
Yeah.
Funky
Like
has to
jeans.
go in the wash.
Right, like jeans, you can go ahead and rewear those. You don't even want to wash the jeans.
I don't even wash jeans. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't wash my Levi's at least. No.
Yeah.
Makes them better.
Does it?
Yeah.
Break them in.
Yeah.
Feels more cozy.
Sure.
But here's
Smells like ass.
When you're as messy with mustard as I am,
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
eventually
stains
I gotta wash these pants.
This is why I think you're giving the wife, who's a wonderful lady, giving her a lot of credit here.
Yeah.
I think this thing was in the pile and you just pulled it out.
He gave her, yeah, it's good.
He did. He
smells clean to me.
Are you smelling that off me?
Thanks, honey.
He didn't sniff the pits. He went for the back
Are you sniff
part.
dogging me right now?
I'm sniff dogging you because I think you would do it. I think you would put that thing in a pile and think, man, I need to grab something here.
No, I've definitely done that before.
Good whiff. Baker talking about all the pee tests he had to take, and I thought, man, this would be a great job for you, Eric.
Really?
How many times have you been tested, like randomly?
When we were in 2020, oddly enough, when we were really, really playing well with the Browns, I got tested probably 11 times that year.
It's
I'm like,
random.
First of all, look at me.
Yeah, right.
I'm not a physical specimen.
Right.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
It's random.
So were you on like a first name basis with the guy that comes in?
Yeah.
That's awkward.
That is awkward. Because
Those
they
guys-
gotta look.
They
They
look,
gotta.
they watch
Do they
the
stand
whole thing.
behind you?
They're very familiar. No.
They look at
Well,
your.
some of them do. Some of them don't.
Some of them look at your.
Some of them directly stare.
They have to watch.
The others will
piss
make
fall
sure that
out.
you don't have like a Blue Mountain State attachment.
Yeah, right. Do you ever with them? Like if there was a guy who gave me a drug test and was staring at my.
No chance.
I would just be like, "Hey, buddy, you just gonna stand
You say
there?
that now,
Like, you gonna
but-
do something about this?"
You say that now, but like the quicker you can be in and out of
True,
that place,
true.
Yeah.
the better.
True.
It's also very funny that a guy probably went to college for probably 6 to 7 years.
No.
Get a degree to get into the biomedical sphere.
Yeah.
And now your day-to-day job is just looking at dudes piss.
Yeah.
We had a drug tester that really thought like his job was the most important thing in the world, and this one teammate on purpose would only go do his drug test when he had to.
That's awesome.
Incredible. But when we're talking about, man, like, let's
Sit down to pee.
Let's pick a guy out of a line here.
Yeah.
He looks suspicious to me. Come on in here. And now I'm going to go ahead and investigate. Like, I think maybe you should sign up for this thing. This could be right up your
I
alley.
think this is my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
You don't think I even have to go to school for 8 years and master the art of pee watching?
I think you got the scout's eye.
I appreciate that.
The guy
man.
be like, "Why are you staring?" He was like, "No, I'm just I'm impressed by your
I'm
quads."
impressed. The girth and tonnage on that, man.
I mean, how many guys are pee shy though? Like, how many guys get to a point where they're like, "Dude, you have to at least get behind me here."
Agreed.
Like, I've never just had somebody just eyeball me like that.
That's the rule. Actually, is you have to eyeball that in that job. Like the people that are standing behind, I think they would get fired if they were outed.
Wow, dude. Because I understand the Blue Mountain State style, but that still doesn't account for like an oil change. Like, you could watch me pee all day. You have no idea if I just pulled off the oil change.
And what is that specifically?
That's another Blue Mountain State option for you. You can bring in the handheld, and in real time, you're doing something with a fake one.
Okay.
But again,
Visine
if somebody's
bottle, I've
watching
heard-
you, you're
I've heard-
screwed on that one.
I've heard about the Visine.
But if you do
bottle.
the oil change, you're putting something in, and I don't know, you're like flushing out your own. It seems painful. There's a lot more to do there.
Okay.
So, but it is legit.
Wow.
It is legit.
I'm saying
Ask Leo Collins.
I'm saying if I walked in there and it was the trough situation standing around, I don't think I'd use the bathroom.
Yeah, you're anti-trough. That's crazy because you grew up in a trough era. Like
Yeah, I
you
know.
probably peed in
I
a
know.
ridiculous
I know.
amount of troughs
I
in your
know.
life.
And it's one of those things where you just like you would close your eyes and not even like the sound would give me. I couldn't do it. Can't do it.
It's the sound that gets you. It's not the view.
It's the sound.
It is crazy though to have somebody watching you like that. I don't think I realized.
I would hate
because if you just go for a generic work pee test, they're not watchdogging.
No,
you.
they're not watchdogging.
You know, there's like still some respectful privacy.
You're going
here.
into Quest.
Yeah.
The Quest lab. People.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They're handing you a cup. You walk in there. You come back. By the way, do you fill the cup up all the way?
I do.
Some people are jerks about that, I bet.
I just go till I'm relieved. Myself.
Yeah, I'm
I
getting
have to pour a little out.
They usually have that line overflowing that thing.
Just all over the side and hand it to him. Here you go.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
NFL news today. A little late today because we were joined by Rafael Palmeiro there at the top of the hour. Home Run Derby on the Fan tonight. All-Star Game on the Fan tomorrow. What are we doing next, Chief?
Best of the weekend, America's S-word problem, and the internet was not kind to our man Clay. That's next year in the nation. But let's get you on over to Platinum.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece, middays.
Giraffes fast?
I bet they are.
I think they are.
They have long legs.
And plus, you'd lose the race because they just stick their neck out, and you'd be like, crap.
That's
I
right.
was winning.
You don't have a neck that long.
True.
No one brings it better than DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll be talking with Casey Stern of the Unfiltered Podcast. Get some good baseball wisdom from Casey. It's time now for Chiafalo's Best of the Weekend. Here's the Chief.
All right, so that was one heck of a weekend, folks. My goodness. And Klay Thompson had himself a tough weekend. We'll get to that coming up. But we talk about the baseball outfield ballpark security, and it feels like that might be and how a lot of times there's some half-assing going on with our Yellow Jacket guys, and it seems like that is a microcosm of our entire country right now on trying to get a hold of security. I mean, from the political stuff, of course, which is the headliner from the weekend, but the Copa America.
Yeah,
I mean, at every level, we are having security issues here, and I've never seen anything like what we saw in Miami at Hard Rock for Argentina and Colombia. And I know it's messy and it's ridiculous with you have, I mean, passionate soccer fans. But what took place in Miami is ridiculous, dude. And
I guess it's kind of a thing to do, like at these big soccer games around the world, is to go do this.
Just bum rush, don't have a ticket, who cares? We're going to get in. And
not a lot of people are using their seats. So you just kind of congregate in areas and stand while you're doing your dances or your music. So it's easy to kind of mix in with the crowd. I don't think I would ever do that. I don't think there's a sporting event based on what I saw on social media. That
we got the clips here running, Carter, if you don't mind. I mean, these people are
terrible,
crawling through air vents and stuff.
Yeah, people are like missing their kids and they're getting squished up against the fences and everything. It looked really dangerous. But the guys that were scaling the first floor and then getting on top and jumping into the second floor, that was exceptional athleticism.
Super
That's some
impressive.
good climbing.
There were a couple of clips where I was like, wow, dude, I don't know how you stop that. And honestly, I don't even know, like, obviously there's some security issues here, but when you have that many people willing to just say, bleep it, we are storming this place, I don't know if you're going to have enough readily available security to stop that. When you have that many committed, rabid, probably hammered folks ready to jump in there, and with especially when they have that type of athleticism.
Yeah.
And I mean, my gosh, just parkour all over the place, dude.
I think they could probably get the job done at AT&T Stadium. That's pretty robust when you come in there on that north side. Those fences are strong. But if it did happen there, those fences wouldn't give way. I feel like people could get crushed. Like there were kids crying.
Oh,
and I
big
mean,
time.
It was
terrible.
It was terrifying.
Yeah, I guess
violent.
you need, like, it's a multi-level ring around like different access points so you can get in. So by the time they get up to the front gate, you know all of these people here actually have a ticket, to where it's not like you're getting people trying to sneak in there. I don't have a ticket, but here I am. Now I'm able to access it. But, I mean, some people were blaming, I guess it's the South American Federation who is handling this. Because my concern is, like, we're hosting the World Cup in 2 years.
That
This
would
is
be
one
my
of the-
concern,
one of the
too.
sites.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we better figure this out, or else this is going to be embarrassing. And as a country, we're going to be ashamed of how we are policing this thing. But
Let this be a wake-up call.
Apparently, FIFA handles this better than, I guess, the South American Federation. And I don't believe we had issues at the Euro in Germany. But I guess we need to take some notes here. Because we also had, like, Uruguay's fighting people in the stands because of their families are now at risk by other nations' fans who are fighting them and spitting on them. And I mean, it was kind of a mess for the Copa here.
Shakira had to tell him to stop fighting at halftime there in the middle of her concert.
Those hips don't lie, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think as well for fans, if you are planning on going, like, don't get to the front of the lineup. Like, let everybody rush the stadium and then walk in with your kids.
Well, the problem is too is these people that had spent. I mean, this was a hot ticket. You're spending. If you're a club level dude, you're spending $3+ K for a ticket. Now you're showing up and they're telling you, no, you can't get in here. You got to go down to the other spot because they're blocking all the usual entrances. And now you just have lines of people and they're obviously going to get agitated. And then they just start bum rushing the thing. And now all of a sudden you got a bunch of people in there without tickets and you spent $3,000 on yours. You finally make your way through the chaos to your seat and somebody without a ticket sitting in your seat. And they're like, what are you going to do about it, dude? You go get security. Security's got bigger problems on their hands. They can't worry about some guy that's sitting in your seat. So now all of a sudden you spent $3,000 on a nice seat and the game's delayed and everything's a nightmare and somebody who doesn't even have a ticket sitting in your seat, and unless you're willing to fight that person, no one's here to help you.
Yeah, the guy sitting in your seat committed 3 felonies to get there.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's like, dude, you're going to have to fight me to get out of this seat. Now, and if you go try to get security, guess what? Security doesn't care because now we have your small one-seat problem is not the security's issue anymore. They got bigger fish to fry. They got people in the friggin' air vents. I bet there's fans still there right now. I bet there are fans still in the air vents of Hard Rock Stadium right freaking now, dude. We're going to get a story in 5 years. Somebody's been living out of there eating concession food for a half decade. We can get that story. I believe it.
If you can get it.
Was it a sellout, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, dude. It was.
I mean, seriously, was it, I mean, did they sell?
It looked incredible when
Did they sell all the
in.
tickets or did the guys and gals that rushed the field, did they make it a sellout?
No, I think it was a sellout, and then it became sort of like a double sellout situation because you had a bunch of people.
An oversold situation. Okay.
A bunch of people that didn't have tickets still making their way in. So it was just a crazy deal, and I hadn't really seen anything like that. The videos were nuts. The other video that was going viral and circulating, I don't know if you guys saw this. I would love for you to bring your attention to the fan cam right now. This involves our guy, Klay Thompson. And shout out to Klay, who's leaning into the Mavericks and leaning into Dirk Nowitzki, seeing videos and photos of him shooting around, and he's wearing an old school Mavs Dirk jersey. Pretty cool. Love to see that. But there's also videos of him at what's probably like a 24-hour fitness getting some run there on the court versus average Joes, and he's allegedly being taken to the woodshed by Uber drivers here. And we have the video, so you can see it on the fan cam, but there's a dude with some quickness that's getting some blow-bys and dunking on our guy Klay. Now, I don't know what type of commitment he's got at the local YMCA in the summer defensively, but there's definitely some lateral quickness issues here.
I think he's hungover. He's
tough to create some space as well offensively. It was a little bit jarring to watch. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these guys they're hooping here. And,
how was his shot?
The shot looked solid,
decent.
It was the defense that was really the issue.
Okay, well, that's kind of what we've known about him, right?
I knew NBA players were going to be able to take advantage of him.
The knee, the knee, the situation, the Achilles, probably all that, right?
Yeah,
kind of robbed us a little bit here.
Probably the last time he shows up to an LA Fitness and does.
He's not get his own shot guy anymore. That much is clear from this video.
Yeah, he's like
catch and shoot.
Catch and shoot. That's what we got.
Okay,
but that guy's got game.
The guy he's playing against,
he just dunked.
He's dunking.
He's dunking. He's quick. He's young, and he's obviously going all out trying because he's going up against Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
So this is grain of salt for you guys. This is water under the bridge. We're not concerned about just handing Klay Thompson some dollars.
No.
He's going.
I think the price tag for Klay is appropriate. I think if you'd maxed out for Klay and we're planning on him being the second or third best player on your team, we'd have a problem. But I think the Mavs in the market kind of knew what he was, and there's a pretty good sample size out there of him playing winning basketball still. But yeah, this is just for me. It's more confirmation that Klay Thompson is probably only 80% of what he was pre-injuries.
I do have another clip here quickly, Carter, if you wouldn't mind throwing up the video of the fish. I don't know what Peter would say about this. I would love to know what Broadus or Lucius has to say about this, but there's apparently a guy that goes and catches fish, and then he just pours a bunch of Sweet Baby Rays in their mouth and all over them, and then puts them back into the water.
What?
He's going Sweet Baby Bass on these fish. Look at him. And I don't know.
Little cloud chaser.
Look at that, dude.
Yeah, that's absolutely what that is.
That's cloud chaser for the gram.
I mean, now you got the alligators smelling this thing. I mean, imagine being the alligator or whatever that bites into this fish. You get smashed with Sweet Baby Ray's in your mouth, and you're like, this is the best fish I've ever had. And then you're just hunting for that same taste forever, and you're never going to get it again.
You got barbecue bass one day, and you're like, man, where's the school of men?
Where did this come from, dude? I can't imagine Pete is happy about this. I don't imagine that Broadus or Lucius has ever seen anything like this in their fishing life.
Never have.
Weird.
But look like he's trying to catch a dude. That's bait for another guy.
Yeah.
Barbecue on a fish.
Yeah, big old fat guy.
Yeah.
With some overalls.
Honey, you smell
on.
that?
Some dude, you gonna catch a dude with a natty light in his hand.
Dives right in.
It's the weirdest bit I've ever seen in the history of the internet, I think.
Chasey.
Man,
That is bizarre.
That's cloud chasey, bro.
Definitely.
I gave my dog, I've told you I have the most athletic pug in the history of the world. I'll put my pug up against anybody, even as he's coming up on 3 years old. I gave him one pork rib on Saturday night. There was one left over Sunday, but I left it out too long. I didn't want to eat it again. So I had it up on top of the barbecue on my back porch. Remy and me and Abby were swimming and carrying on and stuff. This pug, I'm going to measure this, I think got up 3.5 feet. Maybe 4 feet of vertical leap because he was smelling that bone. He wanted another one. And the next thing I know, I'm hearing a clanging sound as the dog bowl is falling off the top of that barbecue. He's got the bone in his mouth. It's going clang, 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 clang on our back patio. Couldn't believe it.
Wow.
What, dude?
What's
That's
the
amazing.
What's the
He's
update
got
on
bunnies.
What's the update on Sonny?
Sonny has not returned.
Okay.
We were driving around yesterday looking for Sonny the cat.
Did you put up pictures?
Sonny is, I believe, 6 years old.
Yeah, he's got him on the light pole.
Sonny's on the loose, dude.
Yeah. Abby's not that concerned.
Okay.
All right.
That's
She's
your
growing
daughter.
up, man.
That's your daughter.
That's a good sign.
I guess.
Okay, what'd you have to buy?
I haven't bought anything for her.
Good.
No.
Good. All right, babe. You could.
I know you're right, though.
You could,
She's holding out for something.
You could look at Amazon and pick out something that you really like.
Here's a new pair of shoes, Dad.
Yeah.
No, if she was smart, she would really get after it in the crying department. Maybe I'd have some sympathy on her, but I don't know what quite to make of that. Isn't that like a sociopath gene? If you like don't care about your pets?
I don't know. I thought that maybe your kids needed to hang out with Chiafalo's kids who just are just oblivious to anything.
Death for living.
They've seen the capital murder of a raccoon.
Yeah.
Farm life.
Yeah, they're like, that's nothing.
Hey, that was for the betterment of the turkey population, okay? So that they could get hunted in the fall.
I think she actually thinks that maybe if this thug cat goes away, she can get like a lap cat. You know, one that really wants to hang out. And she's always.
You're not going there, right?
She's hoping the grass is greener.
Cat again. No, she's going to have to wait till she moves out for that. Casey Stern, host of the Unfiltered podcast, coming up next. It's the G-Back Nation and the Fan.
Great.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Home Run Derby on your home of the champs tonight right here, 7 o'clock. All-Star game itself on tomorrow. The broadcast will start at 6 o'clock, so thanks for making us part of your day. We'll be at the ballpark on Friday when the Rangers return to action, as Casey Stern, host of the Unfiltered podcast, joins us now here on The Fan. And good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up, boys? How we doing? Happy All-Star break.
Man, it's great to hear from you. I don't think we're doing as good as like the last 3 or 4 times we talked to you when they were on their way to being the champs and then trying to back that up. But here at the break, at least we've gotten a respite from the losing, and it appears the last 4 series or so we might be turning a corner here. What do you think about that idea?
Well, I think especially when you look at the series and closing out before the break against Houston, you got to feel pretty confident about that, especially when you're winning close games. When you think about the stretch that Evaldi's been on, when you think about Max, stretching out a little bit, and even though not deep in the game, is feeling like, and you kind of want to believe him that he's starting to get his stuff down to where it needs to be and continue to motivate forward. You start to get a little healthier as a team, and you kind of realize that you're right there. I mean, you forget about just in the wild card, 5 out of the division, I believe. And, all things considered, be thankful that Seattle can't hit and be thankful that the Astros had a rough start. And you're still right in this thing. And when you leave a champ sitting there around 7-8 in a 12-round fight, and they're still in it, and they got Bruce Bochy in the corner, like Mickey in the Rocky movies, I think you're in good shape. So, do I think the Rangers right now feel as good or should as they would have liked before the season began? No, but they feel a heck of a lot better than they did 3-4 weeks ago, and that's saying something coming into the break.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the trade deadline market right now, Casey, if you're CY, is there anybody out there that you really are looking to go and pursue? Maybe it's bullpen help. I don't know that there's a bat that really is something where they're like, man, that's really going to be helpful, or are we just going to overpay for this guy because of all the injuries they've had? Like, you're hoping to get Young back, you're hoping to get Carter back. Is this more of like, let's hope for internal growth here in the second half?
Yeah, I think a lot of that, and I think, some tweaking. I think you're certainly adding an arm if you can, because I think they'd like their pitching depth to be a little bit deeper. Maybe a veteran bat who's got some experience, even if it's not somebody who plays every day, who kind of add into the mix. I think those are the kind of moves. I mean, it's going to be a weird deadline that way because there aren't as many big, impactful names that jump out unless you believe that a Vlad Guerrero, for example, is going to get traded, which I don't. So, I don't know how many, major pieces that are going to go be cogs to go change your franchise are going to be out there. So you're going to see a lot of bullpen pieces move. There's going to be a lot of guys who are rentals. There's going to be a lot of fringe players. But I always bring up, sometimes those players make all the difference. I'm down here in Atlanta. It wasn't that long ago that the Atlanta Braves are sitting there on the precipice on the doorstep. Alex Anthopoulos goes and gets Jorge Soler and Jock Peterson, and they became two of the most important players on the team, winning a World Series, which nobody thought they would do. So it's not always the big names at the deadline, even though those guys will make waves. I think sometimes it's about the tweaking, and that's more where I think CY will go with the Ranger Club.
Casey, as you look at this, and you mentioned the division about with Seattle not hitting and all, and the Astros with the bad start. How would you handicap, though, the division in the second half? Say nobody makes a move. Say all three teams stand pat with what they have. How do you handicap this thing going in the second half?
I think it depends on health. I think if the Mariners don't add bats, even if they held on to win the division, they'd be out in the first round of the playoffs, because as good as their pitching is, I mean, if they can't hit, and they cannot hit at all, I mean, how bad is it? They've allowed the least amount of runs in the American League, and their run differential is only 20+. Just comparatively, to give you an idea, the Phillies are well over 100. So if they don't get bats, forget it. They're finished. Even if they get to the postseason, win a division, I think the Astros are very dangerous. And I know, nobody wants to hear that in terms of, your listening audience. And I don't mean dangerous necessarily to go win a World Series, but when you have the kind of pedigree that they have, the amount of times that they've been there and done that and been to the dance, and the level of success that they expect, and you see the first halves of guys like Bregman and guys who have underperformed, and you think about what that can mean back in the baseball card for a second half. You think about all the issues they went through with Jose Abreu's failures and then being demoted and then being released. They got two starters in a rotation, get Tommy John, including Christian Javier, who I love and I think is one of the better young pitchers in the game. You don't get Verlander at the beginning of the season. And the list goes on and on and on. Valdez was down. How in the world are they here? The way that they're there is because of all that experience, and I think that's a dangerous thing heading down the stretch of the season, because those guys, and too many of them on that roster still, know how to win.
Casey Stern talking baseball here from Unfiltered Podcast. If you were the front office, if you're Chris Young and ownership here at the break, you're meeting with them, and they're saying, we're struggling, it's not our year, nobody goes back-to-back anymore, maybe we should sell and start building for next year. Would you be mad at ownership? Would you be impressed with long-term vision? How would you react to that sort of a take if, owners who are prone to do it this time of the summer are talking about saving money and adding prospects?
Yeah, I wouldn't be impressed or happy about it. Look, you're not in that spot. Now, things could change real quick. I'm going to go back to the worst example of the worst handling of the deadline, my 20-plus years covering the game, which is Artie Moreno and company and Ohtani, going back a year ago, where, for people who don't remember, the Angels were terrible. They won 6 out of 7 games on the other side of the break and climbed within 6. They still weren't even good. They were under 500, and he took them off the table, decided not to sell when Ohtani was pitching, hitting home runs in the same game. And what happened? Of course, they lose 8 out of 10. He gets hurt, and they get nothing for him. If this team loses 7, 8 in a row, and all of a sudden you're 13 games under 500, and you got a couple of days to the deadline, then let's have a conversation. But where they are now, the way they played into the break, it doesn't make any sense for them to cut bait. You want to give me and sell me on what you said earlier, hey, let's stand pat. Let's let health get back together. All we need to do is have kind of our troops together, and we've got what we need. Okay, you could sell me on that, and that's not selling or buying. But I don't think you could punt at all when you're sitting 5 out of a division off a championship with Bruce Bochy, who's not getting any younger, and he's not here to try and win in 10 years. He's trying to win now.
Do you like the new rules that we'll be able to see tonight for the home run derby? Does the home run derby still get you excited like maybe it used to?
Oh, I'm the worst. The worst guy to ask this question because I covered too many of these and they're so freaking long that it's like it's too much for me. Like I did it for 14 years and I had the pleasure of I was kneeling down on the ground during maybe the greatest. But at the time it was when Josh Hamilton was Josh Hamilton then at Yankee Stadium, and some great moments and Cano and his dad and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, it's just too long. So I think the fact that they cut the amount of swings down, I think the fact that they made the beginning of the tournament a little different where the top four kind of advance, more wide world of sports style, I think maybe is a little better. But at the end of the day, the home run derby is what the home run derby is. It's like, it's the best of the available skills competitions, if you will, because the slam dunk contest has become a decrepit thing over the last number of years. But to me, it's the same. And the names are good. I mean, look, you got Garcia, you got Alonso, you got a bunch of guys who you sit there and you'd like to see. But is Ohtani in the home run derby? No. Would I like him to be? Sure. The home run derby for me, if you love it, I'm glad you love it. Enjoy the 17 hours of television. I think it's only 3+ that you will get, and enjoy all the home runs. For me, give me a guy in right field with targets that say 10,000, 100,000, a million at third base for charity, and let me watch those guys throw for accuracy while I watch other dudes run 40-yard dashes and show up the athleticism of the sport. That would excite me.
Like a little combine style. I kind of like that as well. Wait, so you're not gambling on this tonight? Is that what you're telling me, Casey?
No, get out of here. On the home run derby? Come on, man. I got 3 kids and too much shopping at Target to do to be gambling on the home run.
You got to go get that new pink Stanley.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking here in the second half? I mean, are you going Orioles in the American League? I mean, the National League, you nailed the Phillies run last year when we got to talk with you and them pulling the upset in the postseason.
Yeah, the Phillies to me, let's quickly, they're scarier than they were a year ago. There are not many teams, outside of maybe Seattle and Philadelphia, that could say they already have the pitching to go win a World Series. I think Zach Wheeler is the best big game pitcher right now in the sport, based on what we saw the last couple of years. And what they've got with Suarez and Sanchez behind him, all-stars in those two, and Strom and Hoffman, they got like 5 pitchers on this all-star team. That's really dangerous, that they can go out and tweak and add a bat to go to Turner, who's also an all-star, and Schwarber and Harper. The Phillies are really scary for me in the National League. And the AL side, I think all the pressure, if you were going to give me power rank, we talked deadline, top 5 teams under pressure in all 30. The Orioles and Yankees may be 1 and 2. If not, they're definitely in the top 5 because I think you got to put the Dodgers in there too with what they come in with expectations. But the Orioles last year get Jack Flaherty. They didn't aim high enough. They got, I don't have to rush. We have so many prospects. We have so many young players. That's all great. But they have a chance to win the World Series now. They're good enough to do it. Burns was a huge addition. They need another bat. They need another arm. The Yankees at the same time have a lot of pressure because they don't know what's going to happen with Soto after this year. You've got a GM and a manager on the hot seat who both are going to want to push the pedal. The Orioles and the Yankees and the race for pitching and hitting that both of them will do against each other may determine the entirety of the American League.
It's Casey Stern from the Unfiltered Podcast. What's fair to expect from Jacob deGrom when and if he makes his return here?
Oh, hopefully health. I mean, I covered him. I love watching him pitch. What can you expect? I mean, not a lot of length. Obviously, bubble wrap. I mean, which is pretty much what you're going to be looking at whenever he gets back because you just don't know when the next pitch is. And the sad part is that if you do that, you may limit yourself out of whatever time he's actually going to be healthy because you may not be able to stop it. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen at this point. Arms aren't meant to go this way. He's also not a very large guy in terms of his build. So I hope for his health. I love watching him pitch, and I say this to people all the time. Look, I watched Pedro Martinez, covered him, then worked with him. I love Greg Maddux. I'm 45. I wasn't here with Bob Gibson and Sandy Koufax, but there aren't 4 guys that I would say I've ever seen more dominant in my lifetime than the level of dominance that Jacob deGrom was a couple of years ago, and there's no one in this sport right now, including Paul Skeens, who was more dominant than deGrom was a couple of years ago, and that's saying something.
Wow.
Hey, Casey, back in the day when they used to play this game for home field, did you like when they did that?
No, because to me, this whole this time it counts nonsense. You know what it is?
Sure.
Because it's not there they covered it, and you've got teams I remember the Kansas City Royals who 1 year they're in it, and then the next year they're terrible, and they're the Royals again. And you got Ned Yost and all his, he's in charge of deciding, and I love Ned, but making decisions on, the Yankees and Red Sox at the time. That doesn't make any sense to me. This doesn't have to have any additional juice. Give me Paul Skeens starting the game. That's what you could do for me, and we already got that, right? Mm-hmm. There's your viral moment. That's something we're all going to sit there and eat popcorn and go watch. But it's already has anybody seen the NHL All-Star Game? And I like what they've done with it, tweaking it with the 3-on-3 or whatever. But it's fine. The NBA All-Star Game is the worst thing ever. And the Pro Bowl was so bad, they debunked the whole thing and made flag football with the Mannings out of it. It doesn't need anything to be better than it is. Just get your stars on the stage and let them do what they do. I think that's enough.
Casey Stern, Unfiltered, thank you so much for your time, sir. Enjoy the week.
Anytime, boys. Be well.
Cheers. I love that he said that, too. Baseball purists, baseball lovers, people passionate about baseball. They can usually take in, all the baseball content, but that's honesty to me.
Yeah.
It really got old around the time Chris Berman was just going back, and it's the repetitiveness of it. There's nothing unique about the different home runs, Sure. But I think if you're a super fan or a big fan of one of these guys, it is fun to tune in to see the reactions. That's what's cool. Their buddies coming up to them from different teams and high-fiving them, or how impressed they are from some of the dongs. But, it could be, 3.5 hours. Now, the good news here, you're on your way home. You want to keep track of what we got going. You'll be able to tune in to the Home Run Derby if you're one of those super passionate baseball fans that consumes all the content, starting at 7 o'clock this evening, Brian.
All right, real quick. On the other side of the break, can I ask you guys a question?
No.
Sure. Well,
you want to do it now?
Yeah, it's Wolchuk's segment next, so
Absolutely.
he'll have to be the one to decide that.
Yeah, you can ask us a question.
I can ask you a question.
Yeah.
And it just need a quick answer from you guys.
Is it about something you just saw on TV?
No. I just have a question for you guys.
I'm looking forward to it.
A question from Brian, and then Wolchuk's top 10. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, maybe I should scrap this after what we just discussed, but MLB's top 10 greatest moments in the Home Run Derby.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Next.
Let's relive the greatness coming up next here in the nation.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Wolchuk's top 10, but not before Brian asked this big question that he teased. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We'll get to the 10 greatest moments in the Home Run Derby. Are you going out to watch it tonight? What's your favorite derby? 877-881-1053. But, Brian, what the hell do you got to ask us?
Where should I stand for this thing? Should I go out in the outfield?
Yeah.
Should I be like in left field, right field? Where should I stand? Should I
think
try and
for the
get a
derb?
ball?
Yes, you should try and get a ball, and you should actually talk about what you've said before, which is you're willing to shove other people
that's what I'm saying.
en
I'm
route.
not going to shove like little kids.
No, that's what you should do.
But
No, you picked on the senior citizen when you were a kid.
other adults. Like I will shove.
Well, you need to get down there and run around with the kiddos out in the outfield.
I don't think they'll let me on the field.
No, that's a liability.
I
That's a
could
hip.
go down afterwards and talk to whoever won.
That'd be fun.
But should I stand in which left field or right field? What do you think to get the ball, to try and get a ball? And should I go, how high up should I go? Should I go up in the second deck area?
This might be crazy, but I think when a right-hander is up, you want to go to left field. And then when a left-hander is up,
So you're
you want to go
saying
to right field.
run from
Yes.
Ooh, I kind of like what you're doing there,
A little
Dawson.
back and forth.
Thinking
Yeah, I
outside
think
the
you go
box
back
a
and
little
forth.
bit.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I need to go. I think I need to be in left field.
Yeah, I think,
left field?
I think
That's the one you
I think
want?
left field's my best shot to get a ball.
Okay.
just because of the way that the bleachers are constructed or the seats are constructed.
Yeah, I feel
that overhanging right might rob you of some.
Yeah. I just wonder how high I should go up. So I mean,
midway.
You think with my credential I could get down there in a good spot?
Yeah, I know you can.
Like just show it to people like I'm supposed to be down here.
Yeah.
Excuse me, pardon me, excuse
Probably
me.
won't be a sellout, right?
No.
Oh, I bet you it is.
No.
Good healthy crowd, but tomorrow
I bet you I'll be battling people for a ball.
You'll be battling
You'll
people
definitely
for a
be
ball.
battling people. People want that ball. But
Now, are you
I
going
have
to go
no
flash
glove.
some leather? Or
I have no
okay.
glove.
You'll be okay.
I have no
They're
glove.
handing it.
Yeah.
You're going to show up to the home run derby talking about coming home with a baseball and you didn't even bring a gosh dang glove. You're really half-assing this thing. All talk, no walk.
What if I just take somebody's glove?
What
about that, Eric?
That would be
What
impressive.
about that?
Now you level up.
Just like put somebody in a headlock
There you go.
and take their glove.
You're all bark, no bite.
You could probably go
didn't
get
do
one
that.
in the gift shop.
Yeah, you
See
can
if you can get the Evaldi red one.
Red one?
That thing is sick.
Nice
Yeah.
and broken in.
972's going. He said if you shove me, you're going to get your ass trucked.
Oh, okay. Tell me where you're at.
just
bro.
your
ass got
stuff.
fighting
where are you
words.
at catching balls? I'll meet you. Meet me outside, right, Dawson?
Catch me outside.
Catch me outside, right?
All right, 817's going on I-30, sitting in traffic, ready to watch El Bombi win this thing. I am too. I think if Bombi can win it, it'll go down as one of the best All-Star Game moments ever.
Did we find out it's not Tony Beasley?
We did. It's not going to be Tony Beasley.
Okay, well, then that bodes well.
Yeah, Tony Beasley won't be throwing to Doley tonight. It's going to be Franmi Pena.
I'm sorry?
Franmi Pena, who threw to Julio Rodriguez last year in the Derby, so he's also got some experience doing this.
Is he like a...
Don't ask questions, Brian. You've asked enough of those already.
Fran
so.
me.
I'm just asking, is he a Mariner dude?
I don't know if he's a Mariner dude. Probably just a friend.
No.
Yeah.
Does he just show up like no uniform? Just
I don't
kind
think
of
he's
out
going to
there?
be wearing a uni. I mean, maybe he'll be wearing an
I don't care if he
Adolis.
tosses it damn underhanded. Just
Yeah, whatever he's got to do.
make
Just
sure that's in the
Make sure these are very
in the
hittable
slot.
baseballs.
Yeah.
This is
Very
a
hittable balls.
this is a former player.
He knows what to do.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and he's got
and
the
he's a
experience.
catcher.
He's got the experience doing it with
he-
Julio here. So
Oh, well,
I'm sure.
thanks for that insight.
I'm sure Bombi appreciated what he brought to the table last time and feels like he's kind of one of these home run derby pitchers that's on the ascent.
I mean, look, J-Rod knocked him out in the first round
We
last
got
year.
traffic out there on 30 already?
Apparently there are. 972 section 123, row 14, biatch.
I'll see you there, biatch.
All right. And he also said no glove ass.
Yeah.
So we got.
What, has he got a glove?
We got five.
I feel like my man Rowdy out there with a full uniform on. Is that guy Rowdy?
I don't know the best way to play this. Like, obviously, the glove is giving you a great chance to make the play, maybe saving you from broken fingers.
I'm saying ball
especially-
bouncing off people, I have a better chance.
Yeah, I think so too.
With bare hands?
Then it's a foot race, dude.
No, then it's knocking people over.
Yeah.
I got you.
You
I got you.
just want to just run somebody.
I'm going to
over.
get that guy in section 123, whatever that guy is.
Let's
calling
go.
me out like
What's that. Send a name and maybe like Brian. I guess we have your number, so we'll get you guys to meet
No,
up.
honestly, the only thing that's important to come home with last night is a full belly of mozzarella sticks. That's even more important than one of these dog balls.
I can't get anybody to text me back about the hamburger
We've
thing.
asked Casey, our buddy from.
I know he must be
Delaware
busy.
North.
But he's probably busy, man. All-star festivities.
He probably
all right?
is busy. I think that it's actually not even a probably. He is busy.
This is the
Let's be
culinary
honest here.
capital of the world right now.
All right,
okay?
number 10. This one's for Albert. We go back to 2022 final home run derby for
LSU guy.
Albert Pujols.
Oh, I bet Albert. Yeah,
Did Albert go to LSU?
Albert Bell,
No, he didn't.
Joey Bell.
Joey Bell did. Now, number 9. We got Dinger Mania. Gosh, I love a good dinger. 2019, Vlad Guerrero Jr. versus Jock Peterson. After Guerrero unleashed an unprecedented 29 homers in a single round to defeat Matt Chapman, both Guerrero and Peterson replicated that feat with another 29 apiece in the semifinals. This set the stage for an extraordinary sequence of not one, not two, but 3 swing-off tiebreakers to determine the ultimate finalists. Does anything get you going more than a swing-off tiebreaker?
I mean, especially when you talk about
That 4-point play in the XFL.
Those moments are cool.
Those are badass.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the swing.
when it's the showdown 1v1, and you're going to get that now in the semifinals coming up, and then obviously if it comes down to a dead tie situation, then you go sudden death on them. That's where it gets super super fun. But I do wonder just how exhausting this is for these guys.
Yeah, it
you
is.
know, as you get to that final round,
No doubt.
it takes a
you're-
lot.
I mean, you're playing baseball, so you're probably in just horrible cardio shape.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I mean,
you're not in great shape just because you're a baseball player.
You just stand around and sprint like twice every 3 hours.
And these guys were exhausted. 2018, Bryce Harper.
I don't know who talks about conditioning more, you or Chief. How much sticky power clings over there?
We're talking about professional athletes, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going cubicle to cubicle trying to figure out everybody's PR across the white collar America. We're talking about professional athletes here, dedicated to the craft. Or at least you hope they are. But baseball players, it's obvious, and they don't have to be in a lot of ways.
In a lot of ways, they don't. I mean, Kyle Schwarber was part of this derby going up against Bryce Harper, and Kyle Schwarber is what you say one of the bigger athletes.
Legend.
He is. He's got a gut, and he crushes it out there.
Everybody
Probably around a 9.5 minute mile.
Everybody keeps trying to text in about the Pluckers mozzarella sticks.
They're not
and
the same.
comparing them to Globe Life Field.
I think it's the same guy.
And it's not to undercut Pluckers mozzarella sticks because they're fantastic, but obviously if you're going to get some type of cheese stick item at Pluckers, you're going for the Holy Mac anyways.
Yeah. It's the same. He's trying to troll you, man. It's
The
same
batter,
number.
you know, I think we established
It's
this
the
little
cheese.
cayenne pep. The cheese is outstanding.
I think it's like a pepper
Yeah.
jack cheese that they're using in there. I
They
think
just-
that's what the spice is.
They're hitting all the right notes with that thing, man.
They are. Aaron Judge in 2017. I would love to get him back in the Derby. That was also, he finished the season 52 home runs. I mean, that was really his coming out party, but that was an amazing Derby. Josh Hamilton in 2008, the show that he put out in New York. He hit a whopping 28 homers in the first round, and then he hit a total of 35 in the next. He doesn't end up winning it because, again, he exhausted himself there. 2002, Sammy Sosa hit a reported homer 524 feet, longest in StatCast history, which was absolutely incredible. And in 1999, we had Mark McGwire in Boston go ahead and just crush balls in the home run derby. 98, Ken Griffey Jr., he's like, I'm not going to do the derby. You know what? Bleep it. Put me into the derby. Frank Robinson changes his mind. He goes out there. He does the event for fans. And then in 1994, you had, of course, Griffey hitting the warehouse at Camden
Ooh,
Yards.
legendary.
One of the most historic moments in home run derby history. And I did not know this, but number one, 1991, speaking about Camden, Cal Ripken Jr. won the home run derby. Now, they are not putting up numbers like we're seeing these days. So he smashes 12 home runs. Then he hit 15 home runs. I mean, we were just talking about 28 homers in a single round.
Different format, different rules.
Very different format. Also, I mean, the power that they're hitting with today, maybe some juiced balls situation as well. I mean, whose balls are juiced?
Seriously.
But Cal Ripken's in 1991, I did not know, won the Derby, but that is one of the best moments, and hopefully we get another historic moment tonight, and it's all because of Adolis Garcia becoming the fourth person to win it in his home stadium.
I'm always disappointed when that guy, steps up there in the batter's box and he's just like a regular dude, like Jock Peterson or Cal Ripken Jr. Like I want shoulders
guy
like
played
4 feet
3,000
wide,
straight games.
big
Regular
old
dude.
like burst. You can't even pull the sleeves down on your uniform because bicep just cuts it off. I want a big Paul Bunyan son of a gun up there in these home run derbies. There's part of the aesthetic of TV, right?
There you go.
I
there you go.
want some normal looking dude. That just makes me feel like a failure.
I'm just saying, I think the home run derby would be great if dudes didn't hit home runs. If they just threw out dudes that look normal and like, oh, look, he got a hold of one.
So the non-home run derby?
A bunch of Suzuki's.
Yeah, the non-home run derby.
The
Ichiro hitting home runs. I think that would be fascinating.
That would be kind of hilarious.
R-Dub and Argyle said, I'm taking my son to the Long Dong Derby in section 109. Come shove me, BB.
Oh, hey, that's not a guy. That's not a guy you can shove.
Let me write that down.
No, that's a guy right there. You're not gonna.
R-Dub and Argyle might kick your ass.
109. Yeah, I'll go by
109, section 109. And then somebody else is making fun of our guy in 123. Said, that's foul territory. What a joke. You're not catching a home run there. Laugh my ass off.
Wow.
Wow.
Season ticket holder.
That's watchdogging right there. 109, and I'm not going to foul territory.
Yeah, go to 109.
I'm going to win that.
972 did ask, though, are you going to leave before the final round?
Probably.
It is a very fair question.
Like
I probably will.
Game.
Yeah, I probably will. Beat the traffic. I'll be
I'm
right.
not laughing.
Yeah.
972.
Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. There's Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation.
That was riveting, guys. I think that was one of my best lists.
That was top tier.
CY is going to join us in a week. A week from today, we'll be hearing from CY.
Wait, he's joining us now?
Yeah.
What are you doing there?
That's
you just come into your head.
The old 7-day tease, man.
Yeah, you gotta have all kinds of teases.
And look like a lot of people already at the game.
Man, El Bombi's rocking an awesome chain tonight. I think he's absolutely winning this thing.
It's one of the best parts of the home run derby. Is they can come up there, put a little unique style on it. Okay, football's finest coming up at 5:00. But why I think there is a significant silver lining if the Rangers do decide to sell. That's coming up next. We'll continue the baseball conversation with you. Buy or sell. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open for you, and we're back with that discussion here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we will. It's Oxnard time, boys and girls. And thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, the Fan is planting our flag for every day of training camp. Others come and go, but not your home of America's team. The biggest interviews, wireless mics during practice, press conferences, plus the stories from nights out on the town. Presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. All that is training camp in Oxnard coverage kicks off July 24th, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Football's Finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll take a look at some of the top stories with the countdown to training camp. What are we now? Just 2 weeks and 2 days away from flying out there?
24?
Less than.
We're 9 days away.
We're 9 days. Yeah, 9 days.
Wow. Right around the corner now. 9 days away from arriving in Oxnard, California. Cannot wait. Of course, we'll be there for about a week and a half. Bryant's going to stay there for the entire training camp, and he'll be joining us live from the tennis courts throughout the duration. Okay. At 877-881-1053, how crazy do you think I am for having this baseball take right here? Leave your name and city you're texting from there on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. What I love about the Rangers owner is also could be very frustrating depending on how they play coming out of this All-Star break. They do open with Baltimore Friday, right?
Then the White Sox.
What I've heard is that, it's not a consensus that, they're going to keep going and try to defend this because, the luxury tax that Ray Davis talked about on opening day in a chat that he did with the Morning News. If you guys did not see that, I would encourage everybody to go read that. The farm system, the prospects could use a boost. And, going for it would exacerbate both of those issues. On top of that, you have 4 pitchers who are going to be free agents that, because of the luxury tax concern, would be a very long shot to re-sign next year. Now, there's still a couple of weeks of baseball to play. We'll see what happens. And if they come out and go on a 10-game winning streak or take over first place in the division, I think that's a completely different conversation. But assuming the winning percentage continues to go on for the 2 weeks after the All-Star break that we've been on so far, this is the owner that is willing to go for it when things look good. But when things look bad, he's thinking long-term. And I don't think it's because he's cheap. I think it's because he has a great understanding of how the luxury tax threshold works and how punitive that can be. And after you've spent all of your money, right, the only way to continue to make the team better is with prospects. And Ray talked about that in his chat as the season was getting underway. You need that long-term vision. That long-term vision is why the Mavs got Luka. It's why in the midst of a playoff hunt in 2023, they said, no, we're going to tank, and they end up with Lively. Long-term vision or lack thereof is why the Jones boys are so preoccupied with putting on a competitive football game every Sunday instead of, getting their salary cap and their draft position in order. So cutting bait, I think, is one of the best things that a sports owner or front office can do. And I think a lot of times hyper-competitive people in the front office are pushing to try to make the team better at all costs. And, you need a counterbalance. If that counterbalance happens to be your owner, to me, that is where, you have an ideal team of aggressiveness that's going to win the day when appropriate, but cutting bait and starting to build for next year is appropriate, probably way more often than absolutely going for it is. And is it a tank? No. But is it long-term strategic thinking? Absolutely. So, obviously going into the All-Star and great tonight, Adolis is going to be there. Corey Seager makes 3 players in the game tomorrow. You'll be able to hear both the Home Run Derby and the All-Star game itself right here on 105.3 The Fan. But I'm sort of messing around with the idea, guys, that if they do decide to become sellers, I'm going to do myself a quiet fist pump.
I like that as just trying to keep it glass half full, staying positive, and getting that spin going a little bit before something like that could take place. And I appreciate that. This is why you do want them to make it easy on you in terms of make it obvious, one way or another. Get hot or freaking start to just really, really suck here so we know for sure. It's tough when you're in this weird gray area, and they've been so inconsistent, and they give you flashes of, oh, no, this team can still kind of rekindle some of what they had last year, and then there's times where you're like, oh, my gosh, this definitely is not a playoff team. So, but I just wonder, of all the guys you're talking about selling at this point, what are you actually getting? I think it's just more offloading small salaries and trying to just stay as fiscally responsible as possible. I don't know what you're getting you're selling low on basically everyone, unless it's Kirby Yates.
I don't think you're going to stock your deal with more top 10 prospects. You'd be getting more long shot guys,
right?
So I accept that point. And maybe just holding Pat's the right thing to do in light of that idea. We'll check which way you take this.
Yeah, I'm okay with holding Pat because I just don't know that there's really. I think what you're hoping for the future of the second half of the season is you get Josh Young back, hopefully he's healthy. You get Evan Carter back, hopefully he's healthy. We'll see what happens with Tyler Malley. But you're really okay, we're in a winnable division right now. but we need to start playing better baseball. We need to start hitting better. We need to start hitting more consistently. Our lineup needs to be working 1 through 9 like it did all of last year, where the bottom third of our order was getting on base. Now we're turning it around. Here's Simeon going off, and we're setting things up for Siegs, and Doley's out there playing like an ALCS MVP, right? I mean, you've had a lot of guys that have not played up to their standard, and you've started to see some of them click and turn it around. Nathaniel Lowe had a much better month. Adolis Garcia's playing much better. I just don't think prospects is it's a difficult game to juggle. And right now, I don't know that you're going to be giving up anybody to where you're getting anything that's like that much ammunition for the future. So I'm okay with staying pat. I definitely don't want to sell if you think you got a chance to win this division, Kirby Yates or David Robertson. Michael Lorenzen feels like that's a surplus that maybe you can give up, and we've seen him fatigue in the second half. But I think other Major League Baseball owners know that too, right? So how much are you going to get for a guy like Michael Lorenzen? But I do think right now you're going to have to overpay, and that's not necessarily something I want to do for some hitters right now. If you want to add a bat, that I don't know how much they're really going to help you.
Oh, I'll be shocked if they buy anything. If they make a trade to add to them, like I think the only thing that if you're really hoping that they're going all in on the season, it's just that they're getting their guys back and they're not selling a bunch of parts. Yeah. I don't think they're doing any sort of buying. Ray
It would be
Davis,
too difficult.
Yeah, he's not trying to spend any extra
trying to
dollars.
add another bullpen piece that's controllable, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, because Yates and Robertson are expiring after this year.
We're always on the lookout for trades, good trades for long-term players.
Yeah.
But as far as acquiring guys at the deadline, they're going to help this year. And
Like not rental pieces at all.
No, and I totally agree with that. I think I just love knowing, though, that Ray Davis is of that mindset. He is fully committed to this, understands assets, liabilities in the context of baseball. He's owned the team for a long time. I think he's paid a lot of attention, and he's not just a passenger on the train or somebody actively working against you because they care more about TV ratings. This is the kind of owner that you want, Brian.
You're averaging about 33,000 fans a game. You know, and I know you got the World Series for him last year, but wouldn't you want to kind of make sure that, I mean, I know that's the 11th best in the league when it comes to attendance. The TV thing is a problem here. We've documented that. But don't you feel like you do owe some more to the fans who've been with you throughout? You got this new stadium. It's revenue generator the way it is. I mean, I understand big picture and all that, and you know, and he spent $500 million on players last year. And you also won a World Series, but I think you got a fan base here that doesn't want to be one and done.
No,
they're showing up at a 33,000 per game clip there. TV or not, you're making money. If this was one of those teams, think about if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates and you're averaging 21,000 people, I get it. But you're the 11th best attended stadium in the league. Is there any loyalty to your fans for showing up every day?
Yeah, I think there is. And I think maybe that's why he spent as much as he has. Once you go over, though, it's a 20% tax. The next year, 30. Sure. The year after that, 50. So it can become quite punitive.
It can. But you're also, though, your fan base will hopefully make up for the things that are very punitive that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you won the World Series. You have the 11th best attendance. To what extent are they?
To me, I think that if you keep this thing going, the fans have been loyal throughout. You did give them a championship last year, but why now one and done? We complained about the Cowboys. They hadn't won a championship in 30 years. Yeah. And here you're on the brink of you've got some young players, you got some high priced players. I think you owe it to your fan base to keep pushing as hard as you can, because their loyalty to you is showing up every night and spending money and buying all the jerseys and buying all the hats and stuff like that. That's how the fans pay you back.
All the pizza dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any of the players that you would sell, like somebody texted, like you got Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran for Joey Gallo. I hear you. Who's the Joey Gallo you're going to trade? Right, if you're going to trade right now, you're trading a rental piece for that team in a Kirby Yates, who's an all-star. That's a player that everybody's going to want. Max Scherzer said he's not waiving his no trade. If you really want to be sellers and you want to get something, you're calling the Baltimore Orioles or you're calling the Phillies. You're calling one of these contending teams. You're saying, hey, do you want Scherzer and Yates? That's not costing you your future. You're not mortgaging your future. You're still going to compete next year by doing that. But Scherzer wants to be here. At least that's what he said now. It's 2 or 3 weeks. If they go on a losing streak, is that going to change his mind? I don't know. But I don't know that they're going to be sellers.
I think Yates has been one of the best closers and Robertson's one of the best setup men, though. If you would offer them, I think you're cleaning up.
That's your best chance to acquire like some substantial prospects.
That's also
really
your ultimate.
That's
your ultimate. We're done with this season.
But now all of a sudden you got no chance.
Okay, in addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking it?
A dolphin has poked the bear. We got some road shenanigans, and people are calling his latest stunt the most Jerry move of all time. That's next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. We're 2 hours from the home run derby call here tonight on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. 2 more hours of G-Bag Nation. We have the Expressway coming up at 5:20, LA Live 5:40. It's time now for an edition of the finest. Here's Eric.
People are calling this the most Jerry Jones move ever. He is reportedly, see where this ranks. He spent $1.6 million to fight the paternity lawsuit that he was going through, which I guess he ended up winning.
Yeah.
But he is now suing his daughter to get that money back. The legal fees that were almost $2 million worth. He is now suing her to get back the money that he had to spend to defend himself.
Yeah, it's funny that the lawsuit that he won last week was actually not hers or her mom's. It was his. He was suing just to sort of validate the prior arrangement officially. Like, come back 25 years later, we want a judge to put a rubber stamp on that. This is a valid deal. So that was Jerry's lawsuit. Now he's adding on top of this, going after the legal fees. I don't think I've ever seen a more savage move.
I know, dude. I know. Like, this is...
It's obviously personal. It angered him. They had a deal going back on it. But also, I think this has to do with, how disappointed his family was that this came back up. All of these years later, it probably caused him a tremendous amount of stress, even though publicly he's handled it smoothly and says he doesn't mind it. It's clear. I don't think there's anything more petty, than he's ever done. And I'm wondering, why would you want to continue to have this in the headlines? Like,
this is vengeance.
We wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah.
Like, she had her portion of the lawsuit thrown out like 6 months ago, and they haven't attempted another legal maneuvering. Now they're more like defending, and I don't know how to handle this. I thought it was pretty clear that mom had an agreement, but not kid, and that gets tricky, for the judge. I don't know exactly how I would rule on that as a judge. I guess you'd look at precedent and what the actual law says, but just from my common sense perspective, it doesn't make sense that you could give a big old bag to mom 30 years ago and that contract still impacts you as you hit adulthood. But hey, laws are laws, and it appears that Jerry is on the right side of it. But I am surprised you would not want to just let this case go away out of the sheer embarrassment of it. But maybe shame is something long forgotten there for Jerry.
Yeah, the vengeance is fueling him right now. I could see that, the internal temperature family wise, and it's like, okay, now I got to really go out here and make my point that I was right the entire time. But that feels like a pretty stone cold killer type move that he's busting out right here.
I'd always heard that Jerry is going to do his thing, right? He's out there partying and honky tonking, and Mrs. Jones, Jean, just asked that she didn't have to hear about it in the hair salon.
Don't embarrass me.
Yeah, don't embarrass me.
Yeah,
and this was something. Maybe that's why that yacht's out there.
Yeah, I think that boat. That boat,
it's a gorgeous boat,
$250 million boat.
You're underselling that thing. That's a yacht, boys.
Yeah, well, that's what he called it, the boat.
The boat?
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't his idea.
The I'm sorry boat.
We buy paintings, we buy boats.
Yeah,
we build wings to the house. Stuff like that.
Yeah, they had a hell of a draft on that yacht, though.
I swing by Diamonds Direct.
Yeah,
when I need to get out of the doghouse, not for stuff like that, but
Sure.
Jerry swings by the yacht dealership.
Yeah.
I swing by the 7-Eleven, get some Flamin' Hot Cheetos for my girl.
Tax bracket's a little different.
She gets all fired up. Hey, what do you guys think the over-under is for Ezekiel Elliott regular season rushing yards this year? I've got the number. Okay, 650, Dawson. Is anybody willing to go higher than 650 over-under total rushing yards for Ezekiel Elliott?
I'm going to go under.
Under 650?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are we still trying to set a number out there, or are we just now going over-under?
The answer is 600.5 yards.
Okay.
So there it is. You were right, Broadus. It is under 650, but you were in the ballpark there. Plenty. Touchdowns for Ezekiel Elliott?
6.
6.
Under. 4.5.
5.5 is the line.
Ooh, the over on touchdowns is hitting there.
You're hitting the over on that one?
Yeah, he'll get his touchdowns.
He'll get 6 touchdowns, and they'll all total 3 yards.
Yeah.
So it'll be from the half-yard line.
Probably 200 carries for 600 yards and 3 touchdowns.
And then he's got over under 30.5 receptions and 200.5 receiving yards. So that is the over under on the Zeke season that is coming up here.
I tell you what, if they keep him as a big a piece of this offense, it's a major problem, for the other players on that team. There's got to be somebody with a little bit more burst and wiggle. If there's not, then I just don't. That's running back negligence.
Well, Rico's got some juice.
Overcorrection.
It's just like, man, can he stay healthy? That'd be awesome if he did. I'd like to see what Rico could do.
It's kind of what they did when they tried the Joseph Randle deal, I guess, in 2015, where they had Joseph Randle, they had like Darren McFadden who was signed, but when they have committed to running back, they way overdone it. When they're like, hey, we got to scale back, we're doing way too much here, then they way underdo it. I just don't feel like they have nearly as good of a finger on the pulse of what it takes to be a good runner, how to value runner as they do some of the other spots.
Well, you had Jerry's paternity story. Now you have the Justin Jefferson has been ruled the father of his ex-girlfriend's baby. So he is now officially they did the
he's a dad.
like the Maury Povich deal. You are the father. Okay, that's me. He just got the big time contract.
Sure
I wonder
did.
how much of that is about to start coming out of those paychecks.
Can't you tell like as soon as the baby comes out, like, oh yeah, that's mine.
I could.
Yeah, that was obvious.
I was like, okay,
I think
that's
in
actually
general,
mine.
Yeah, in general, I think you can. But when if you're kind of in denial, you'll look at that thing and go, no, definitely not.
No,
that doesn't look
that's
like me
not
at all.
me.
You're insane. You're insane. This is a poking the bear situation that I think is going. This guy's future self is going to hate his past self.
I can't wait for the rest on that, but I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you had a buddy and he's got like 3 kids and 2 of them are slow and dumpy and one's like tall and fast, super athletic, would you be like, hey, dude, how would you handle that?
Where you start to question, you start wondering about the milkman brought us. Is that what you
just not
start?
like you.
Yeah. Was it now his dad super athletic guy, or his dad? Does he lean to the unathletic? Like, which one makes more sense that it's his kids? But either way, something could be going on here.
Dad's slow and dumpy.
Dad's slow and dumpy. Yeah. Then maybe that you can.
Yeah.
It's fair to have some questions. I would
Absolutely,
say.
you have questions.
Because I wonder how. I mean, I'm sure there's been some examples where there's just super far ends of the spectrum on children where they're both yours and one is a freaking dynamite athlete and the other one can barely tie her shoes or whatever.
You do see that. Yeah.
So, I mean, you take solace in that, but it's fair to start wondering a little bit.
I think it would come down to how good of a friend is this?
Yeah.
Just a pretty good friend. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, but basically a brother, I'd be like, hey, dude, man, let's go have some cold beers to talk about.
Yeah. Have you given any thought to this at all?
Look at Prince Harry. And and his,
is that the bald one or the Carson Wentz looking one?
No, it's the other one, the redhead one.
Okay.
Harry looks like she had a member of her buddy was a guy who was in charge for security detail. Princess Diane.
Looks like DeBruni's kid or something.
Yeah, like he was like a military studly guy.
Ooh.
Yeah, and like you look at King Charles. I don't know. That's William.
Yeah,
but Harry's kind of like the athlete, the kind of the stronger guy. Yeah,
there's some questions.
He looks a little bit like.
There's some Who's Your Daddy questions.
Yeah.
Put him on Maury.
901 says my whole family, dark hair, dark eyes. I'm blonde, blue eyes, and I went SEC D1.
Okay.
So I mean, there might be some watchdog in there on his family tree. But here is some sound.
More common, I think, and my 23andMe is exposing it.
Yes, very much so.
I've seen some horror stories.
Do not go down that path.
I don't think it's worth it.
Unless you want it.
Awkward.
I really don't think it's worth it, man.
Especially if your mama asks you why.
Yeah.
She asks you, why are you going to do that, baby?
Yeah. If she's not 100% in support of you being like, no problem, just, go ahead. Yeah, then that's
so what you find out from your little test and everything. I've been curious.
I've been wondering too.
You're a break, baby.
Well, here is new Dolphins tight end Jonnu Smith. He's poking the bear that is Bill's Mafia, and I think he's going to regret this in a huge way.
mad that that's why them fans be hating so much because they want to be down here. You ever went to
Exactly.
Buffalo? Oh my gosh, man.
Oh yeah,
Talk on that. Team fly into Buffalo for the game. I promise.
Man, listen, Buffalo is. I don't know how them dudes do it. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it, man. Going from anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country, man, and going into Buffalo, it got to be the worst place you could be in the world. And the wings is not. The Buffalo wings ain't even good. So that's like, they ain't even good.
Oh boy,
it's getting clipped.
Oh boy,
the wings ain't even good. Yeah, I'm at Buffalo. I'm at them. Yeah, I ain't.
Yeah, I'm
throwing all type of shots at Buffalo.
Yes,
so
hey, it's good because we're fed up with Buffalo too, brother.
Yeah,
so come December, be ready to do something about it.
Yeah, most definitely. We're gonna handle up.
Yeah. Well,
come on, dude.
I'm all for a little interdivision.
Be
trash
smarter
talk.
than that, Johnu.
And he's a Patriot as well. And then he came to Miami, so he's definitely spent his time in Buffalo. But he went for where it hurts, and he called out the Buffalo Wings.
Called out the Wings.
Oh man,
saying their fans wish that they were Miami fans instead of Buffalo fans because the city that they live in sucks so bad. Like. That is not the fan base you want to get any more riled up than they already are.
Oof.
We know what they lob Buffalo Bildos.
Yeah,
remember that?
I got the picture.
They lob those type of grenades out there. This is going to be you're going to think you're at Velvet Box, Johnu Smith, by the time you get done with this game. This is going to get ridiculous on you.
Like
and if I'm a Dolphins
talking.
player, I'm calling him up going, dude, what in the hell are you doing?
Hey, leave the damn Wings out of this, okay?
Calling out the Wings. I've never heard somebody call it the Wings like that.
No.
And I can't speak on them, but I just assumed they were top tier.
I tried to eat at the Anchor Bar. We couldn't get in when we went and played Buffalo. It was my last road trip. We couldn't get in. It was so packed. We had to wait like 3 hours.
Can't be bad if it's packed.
Yeah.
This is like somebody calling out like Texas barbecue or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like that's offensive.
Just going out of his way to purposefully hit you where it hurts.
And we have so much more than that here. Like for Buffalo, what else do you even have? Like it's just the Wings.
The Wings.
They're all in with their wings. If somebody's going to S on them like that, then that's going to be offensive in a huge way.
And pizza.
Here is the Hugh
Wop.
Jackson Wop.
Mm-hmm.
That wings and pizza, baby. Here's Taylor Lewan, former NFL left tackle of the Titans. He does his Bussin' with the Boys podcast now with Will Compton, former NFL linebacker. But they were on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast with the hockey fellas.
That's a hell of a combo right
So
there.
they had
Spittin' Chicklets is great.
NFL and NHL matchup podcast, and they asked him about like airplanes and road trips, and especially when you're going overseas and playing in London and stuff. Like, what does that look like? Here's Taylor Lewan. I was not expecting this response from Lewan.
If you leave the day before the game, so Saturday, you sleep, you play, and then you head back immediately. It doesn't matter how late the game is. So London was not much different, but we got there Thursday. And when you go to London, you have to they want you to sleep the whole time. So they give you like an Ambien or whatever. You guys get high, and then just go to sleep. And then on the way back, they're like, you guys need to stay up because it's night in London or whatever. Like the time change, I'm not great with time, but going back, you're going to want to be up. So anyway, we go back and it's like we lost on we went for 2 at the end of the game and didn't get it, but the whole front of the plane, all first class, they gave it to the players. And there's guys are smoking, music. It's just nuts, like a cloud all around, first class.
Oh, wow.
It was crazy. Like we had one guy, he was smoking a blunt on the plane, and this
imagine that in an NHL plane.
Yeah, this male stewardess or male flight attendant comes up. He's like, "Excuse me, sir, you can't do that." And he's like, "Oh yeah, for real, okay." He walks away. The minute he leaves, like, man, him, and lights it back up. And the flight attendant kind of just sat back in his seat for the next 5.5 hours and just let guys go nuts.
Oh my god!
And
he's like, I'm not trying to stop this. I gave my one charity.
Yeah.
Please stop doing that.
Yeah,
you can't tell me I didn't try.
Did my job.
My gosh, dude! I did not know it got that buck wild. Brought us on these road trips where I knew there were booze and I knew there were gambling. I didn't know we were
a lot of gambling. I've never been on one that had
hotboxing airplanes.
I never that situation. No, I don't think so.
I mean, is that a deal where the media is on there too, and friends and family are on there?
Yeah, actually, on the Cowboy charters, last one I went on was the Buffalo trip. So that was you got some front office guys, some staff, senior staff, and stuff in the front with the coaches. And then in the middle is where the media is, and the players are behind us. So you can hear everything that's going on behind you. And then you got guys that walk from the back of the plane to the front to get more ice for their cocktails and stuff like that. But yeah, it's but I never a marijuana situation, but a lot of of alcohol for sure.
Not alcohol.
I'm surprised the coaches, you would think maybe Vrabel would step up and be like, hey, dude, come on. You can do all the beer and tobacco that you want to do.
They used to give us beer. When we were in Green Bay, when you got on the plane, they'd hand you 3 cans of beer.
3 cans?
Which is more dangerous, by the way, than marijuana.
For sure.
I just want to say that.
They would hand everybody 3 cans of beer.
But I mean,
get on the plane.
I'm sure some people. I mean, if you're on an airplane and you're smoking, like you're hotboxing that thing. So now people around you are probably
air filtration. I never smelt it that way. No,
I just think that's unnecessary because of the vape pens that you have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
It is
That's
so
true.
less offensive to any people that don't appreciate that smell.
Oh, but it's nothing like that flour, Dawson.
No, I mean, hey,
nothing like that crisp.
I hear you.
That flour.
Yeah, we don't want that artificial turf. We want that real grass.
Well, and taking it over borders. I mean, we've seen certain countries don't play with that.
That's true. That's true.
Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Expressway coming up next. LA Live with Lucius Alexander is coming up at 5:40. We'll get you caught up to speed as we're less than 2 hours now from the start of the Home Run Derby, which you will hear tonight on The Fan. You know, the MLB draft continues, and we'll get you up to speed on what the Rangers are doing there and the rest of the day's news here in sports coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. You've heard me talking about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic for
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?